Chapter 1. This was the 10th day of the apocalypse, and the weather was clear. The sun hung high in the sky, its pale light shining on people's bodies. It brought no warmth but instead triggered chilling sensations, making people instinctively tighten their clothes. In Boylove City, there was no longer the usual hustle and bustle. Besides emptiness and deathly silence, only occasional desperate screams and sounds of flesh being gnawed could be heard. Amidst this silence, a tremendous sound suddenly echoed from the city center of Boylove, startling the entire city. The wandering zombies on the streets rushed toward the sound, but upon nearing a certain distance to the city center, they scattered quickly as if encountering some ferocious force. What was in the center of Boylove City? Anyone who had been there would know. In the center of Boylove City stood an ancient tree that had stood for 1,000 years. This tremendous sound had just now emanated from this tree. Most of the people at the city center had already fled. The few survivors who remained at home behind closed doors looked out the window after hearing the sound but could only see the dust raised by the falling of the tree obscuring everything. Hidden under this dust, no one noticed that the ancient tree seemed to have been cleaved down the middle with a sharp blade. Smooth cuts indicated precision. If this had happened before the apocalypse, even the show, Approaching Science, might need to extend for 3 more episodes. Clearly, at this point in time, no one cared how the tree broke. As the ancient tree fell to both sides, an unusually magnificent diamond-shaped coffin, which had been placed somewhere in the middle of the tree at an unknown time, came into view. The surface of the coffin was adorned with gold and engraved with mysterious patterns and profound inscriptions that were impossible to decipher. The lid of the coffin opened automatically, like an automatic door, without anyone pushing it. A pair of pale hands, devoid of blood color, rested on the half-open edge of the coffin lid. How long have I been asleep? He rubbed his drowsy eyes with one hand and his stomach with the other, saying, a little hungry. Putting down his hands, Pei Ming's tea-colored eyes were filled with confusion. He furrowed his nose, braced himself against the edge of the coffin lid, stood up, then turned his neck, surveying the surroundings. Terrifying creatures stood all around him, reflecting light abhorred by vampires. His castle was nowhere to be found. Tight-lipped, his already pale lips grew even paler. Pei Ming glanced down at his current appearance. He'd shrunk. At the moment this judgment surged through his mind, Pei Ming's lips involuntarily pouted downward. Gurgle, gurgle. While Pei Ming was lost in thought about why he had shrunk, his stomach let out a series of growls indicating hunger. He cast a glance at his protesting belly and showed annoyance on his face as if blaming his stomach for interrupting his thoughts. Fine, let's find something to eat first. After filling his stomach, he'd figure things out. At the corner of Pei Ming's mouth, a sharp fang pressed lightly against his lip. He sniffed in the air, searching for food. In a blink of an eye, the small figure near the coffin vanished. After he left, the coffin buried itself instantly beneath the earth in the middle of the ancient tree, as if it had never existed. Stop the car. Stop. There's a child ahead. The sudden braking made teeth grind painfully, causing everyone inside the vehicle to instinctively frown. The youth who shouted pointed towards the front, his face full of surprise. There was a child, surrounded by a group of zombies, with an exceptionally handsome but frightened pair of eyes. Big Brother Fu, what should we do? Following the young man's voice, everyone inside the car looked towards Fu Sheng, who had just woken up from meditation, opening his eyes. He was the backbone of the team, and also the strongest among them. Fu Sheng raised his head, looking forward through the car glass. The little guy appeared so helpless encircled by the crowd of zombies. I'll go save him. Without hesitation, perhaps stirred by the scene in front of him, Fu Sheng picked up his gun equipped with a silencer and got out of the car. The bullets quietly penetrated the brains of the zombies and exploded afterward. Before this, Fu Sheng had already reached the side of the child. He knelt down halfway in front of the child, extended his hand, and covered the child's eyes, speaking coldly, "Don't look, close your eyes." With his other hand, Fu Sheng shot backward again, hitting every single zombie in the head without exception. The young man who hadn't seen Fu Sheng in action before couldn't help but swallow his saliva, so this is what a strong person looks like. A few others showed no surprise, and the burly man sitting beside the young man even patted his shoulder. It's just basic skills. The young man instantly shut his mouth. He got it, he understood. Looking outside again, Pei Ming, who had been protected in the middle by Fu Sheng, retracted his eager fangs. These ugly monsters were not only hideous, but also completely unable to communicate. Not being able to communicate was one thing, but they didn't have a single drop of blood in their bodies, none at all. Pei Ming, famished with his chest practically touching his back, obviously couldn't accept this fact. He had indeed been terrified earlier, but what terrified him was that humans had turned into bloodless monsters. This dealt such a great blow to him that it made him appear utterly dispirited. Human blood was, for the bloodline race, the most delicious food. Especially the blood willingly offered when humans were delighted, which was more fragrant than anything else. But fortunately, it seemed not all humans had become like that. Pei Ming looked up, fixing his gaze on the man in front of him, his eyes filled with longing. How fragrant. This human, though not bestowed with any special gifts, emitted a scent more aromatic than any other human Pei Ming had ever encountered. Pei Ming licked his lips. His bright eyes reflected Fu Xing's figure as he reached out, grabbing onto the edge of Fu Xing's clothing, wanting to get closer. Fu Xing paused mid-motion, meeting Pei Ming's eyes full of yearning and the pitiful little hand holding onto him. Hello. Pei Ming gathered his thoughts, hesitating inside whether his strength, which had mysteriously diminished so much, would be enough to meet the requirements of the human in front of him, making him willingly offer his own blood. Fu Xing marveled at the politeness of the child, wondering where the parents of this child could be, how they had left the kid in a group of zombies. Moreover, the child was still wearing pajamas and had no shoes on. All sorts of tragic abandonment stories played out in his mind. Unconsciously, a touch of compassion entered his eyes when looking at Pei Ming. Fu Xing immediately picked up Pei Ming, stretching out his hand and gently patting the top of his head comfortingly. Don't be afraid. Surprised joy flickered in Pei Ming's eyes, and he took the opportunity to press his face against Fu Xing's neck, sniffing near his carotid artery like a little animal, happily rubbing his chin against the other's jaw. Licking his lips again, he opened his mouth, thinking of taking just one sip first, one sip. After his abilities returned, he would grant this human one wish. Ah! He exposed his sharp teeth, getting close to Fu Xing's neck, then quickly withdrew them, blinking his eyes innocently, pretending to be obedient while glancing around sneakily. Chapter 2. Fu Xing's hand had already pressed against Pei Ming's neck. In that moment, he instinctively sensed the danger, causing his body to react instantly and counteract the source of danger. Pei Ming took the initiative first, concealing all of his presence. He raised his head, with a hint of light in his brown eyes, appearing very innocent. I'm hungry. After saying this, he even pouted his lips. Fu Xing sighed, and his tense body relaxed. Even if you're hungry, you can't bite people. Pei Ming nodded obediently. As his head moved, his small three-head figure swayed along with his legs dangling in the air and moving back and forth. It was rather uncomfortable not having a place to rest his legs. For his own comfort and as an expression of trust towards this person, he wrapped his legs around the other's waist. Fu Xing exhaled, his facial expression more complex than ever. The hand that was placed on Pei Ming's neck slid down to hold his back while the other hand supported his legs. His movements were gentle, but his voice was stern. There won't be a next time. It's been a long time since I've eaten anything, Pei Ming said softly, resting his head on Fu Xing's shoulder, looking somewhat weak. This person was very strong, and with much of his abilities lost now, Pei Ming knew he wasn't a match for him. However, this person. A mischievous glint passed through Pei Ming's eyes, his lips slightly curved upward into a faint smile. Unaware that Pei Ming was plotting how to draw his blood at this very moment, Fu Xing frowned deeply. He wanted to offer comfort but didn't know what to say, finally only managing to utter a few dry words. You need to learn how to keep yourself from being hungry. After saying it, he felt it was inappropriate. The boy looked to be about 5 or 6 years old. Though what he said was the truth, for a child, it was quite cruel. But, these weren't peaceful times. Even adults faced uncertainty day by day. There's food in the car. He added a few stiff words. Inside the car, the young man who joined them mid-journey was staring outside with some astonishment at Fu Xing holding the little kid. This big brother Fu actually had two sides. In the 2 days since he got on the vehicle, the young man hadn't seen this older guy display any expression besides cold indifference. If you called him brutal, he indeed was. Plenty of zombie corpses were dealt with decisively under his command, creating quite a disturbing atmosphere. If you said he was aloof, well, yes, he barely spoke except when necessary. What made this young man feel Fu Xing hard to approach most was the seemingly innate distance he carried. Not only did he alienate others, but one also felt like he had excluded himself from the world. But right now, his awkward yet slightly tender action of holding the little kid seemed out of place amidst the surrounding undead chaos. Nevertheless, it somehow grounded him in the human world. With this thought, the youth chuckled dryly and glanced at the other three inside the car. Looks like our brother Fu really likes kids, huh? Never heard of Captain liking kids, scratched another young man in the back, somewhat puzzled. The door opened, and Pei Ming's eyes lit up momentarily before returning to cautiousness. His fangs tingled eagerly, but considering Fu Xing still standing behind him, he reluctantly clenched his teeth and made sure to look extra compliant by loosening his grip around Fu Xing and stepping onto the car. Bean sits in the back, Fu Xing spoke. Immediately, the young man who scratched his head earlier stood up and shifted to the rear seats. Where will you sit? Fu Xing put the gun that had been on his back beside the seat, then got inside and closed the door. We continue moving out. We must reach the temporary base outside Luohua City today. Yes. The driver responded, starting the engine. The sound of the car rang out. At the moment the car sounded off, the curiosity in Pei Ming's eyes transformed into caution. 1,000-year slumber, it seems, hadn't just left humanity odd, their weapons had become exceptionally formidable too. He hadn't had the chance to investigate what these towering creatures around him were. Now he found himself boarding something called a car. Wasn't this supposed to work like a horse-drawn carriage? They had driven this thing right up to him just moments ago. However, there were normal humans left, whose blood had not dried up. What a blessing. Recalling this thought, Pei Ming's eyes gleamed brilliantly once more. Here. A pair of long, sturdy hands appeared in front of him. These hands were truly handsome, not unnaturally pale but a very healthy color. The nails were rounded and translucent with redness, the white crescents at their tips pleasing to the eye. Moreover, the palms were also a healthy pink, looking exceptionally tempting. Pei Ming couldn't help but swallow his saliva. The harder it was to obtain something, the more it made one's heart race with longing. He looked up, the yearning in his eyes almost becoming tangible. He hurried to cover it up, but he was still seen by Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng thought that what he had just said might have been too severe for a child, causing the child to be timid now. "Eat, aren't you hungry?" As he spoke, he moved his hand forward again, and the usually unsmiling face managed to form a reluctant smile. Pei Ming stared at the item on Fu Sheng's hand, took it and looked at it, as the young man in front was also hungry, turning around to grab some bread, tearing it apart while saying, "Kid, what's your name? Where are you from? Why are you running alone on the street?" Imitating the other person's manner, Pei Ming tore the bread packaging open. After sniffing at it he somewhat stiffly learned to take the bread out. He did not respond to the chatty human, only opened his mouth and took a big bite. "Slow down." Fu Sheng was constantly paying attention to Pei Ming's condition. After taking a large bite, the child's cheeks bulged full of food. He turned his body, picked up a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap, and placed it next to Pei Ming. "Drink water, don't eat dry." Pei Ming hummed twice, swallowing the bread before saving face by drinking some water. Then he put the bread aside. He can't drink human blood right now, so, could he go vegetarian? Human food was of little use to him, his current body was in dire need of blood. "What's your name?" Only after seeing him take a bite did Fu Sheng ask. Pei Ming looked up. "I'm called Pei Ming, and you?" Hearing his response, the youth who asked the question gave a slight laugh, but before he could say anything, Fu Sheng answered, "Fu Sheng." Pei Ming smiled at him, then became a bit cautious again, hesitating to speak. Fu Sheng, due to having not spoken for a long time after waking up, his pronunciation wasn't very clear. "Can I eat duck blood?" The young man munching on the bread, upon hearing this, had intentions to tease the child. "Eat what? It's already quite good that we give you bread." Pei Ming didn't even look at him, just gazed pitifully at Fu Sheng. The youth also remembered the wonderful taste of duck blood soup, and suddenly the bread in his hand lost its flavor. "Brother Fu, I know there's a countryside farm restaurant outside the city." Chapter 3. The chickens and ducks at that rural homestay are free-range in the mountains. I went there once during the spring festival this year, and the taste was really fantastic. As he spoke, saliva began to trickle down. The apocalypse had already lasted for 10 days. 10 days felt so short, yet also unbearably long. The thought of meat, chickens, and ducks seemed like something from a previous lifetime. It's been a while since we've eaten meat too. Speaking of eating meat, the driver up front got excited. "Qi Jing, where is your rural homestay? Is it on the way?" The driver was a burly man with a muscular physique, who usually couldn't live without meat. When this world came to an end, they received a mission from above to head to Luohua City. By now, they had traveled for around 6 days, and all they had along the way was dry rations. Finally arriving at their destination, and hearing someone mention food like this, their appetite was stirred again. Pei Ming's ears twitched as he analyzed the usefulness of these conversations in helping him achieve his goals, then looked expectantly at Fu Sheng. There were 5 humans in the car. Apart from Fu Sheng giving off a dangerous vibe, the other 4 were no match. Judging by the seating arrangements, it was clear that Fu Sheng was the absolute core of this small team. As for the silent, thin man sitting behind who had not said a word except for Duzi who gave up his seat earlier. Pei Ming furrowed his brow. There was an unpleasant aura about him. His blood smelled unfresh. Indeed, it wasn't fresh. He'd never smelled unfresh blood in a living person before. "It's on the way, isn't it? Didn't the broadcast say the new base would be established in the old abandoned brick factory outside the city? It's in the same direction." Qi Jing put down his bread and, just like Pei Ming, turned his eyes toward Fu Sheng. In this group, it was still Fu Laoda who held the final decision. After several days together, he had figured out that these people were probably soldiers traveling far to reach Luohua City. Although they hadn't said why, Qi Jing guessed it might have something to do with the highly ranked biological laboratory located in Luohua City. He had also heard what the laboratory studied. If everything proceeded smoothly, it indeed warranted the state sending people over to look into it. Pei Ming reached out, grabbing onto Fu Sheng's clothes, pulling himself closer. "Can we go there?" Fu Sheng did not outright refuse, merely furrowing his brows slightly without shaking off Pei Ming's hand. He thought, how coddled this kid is. To learn survival skills, one must endure even disliked foods rather than holding the bread untouched and pleading with adults like this. He locked eyes with Pei Ming, pondering what to say, and then nodded after a moment. "Let's go to the homestay first. It's on our way anyway, and we can take a break." "Yes." Zhao Dou sitting in the back exclaimed upon hearing this, and his shout woke up the silent man next to him, who frowned unhappily. Feeling the displeasure, Zhao Dou instantly covered his mouth. "Hey, brother we're going to eat chicken soon. Excitedly, Zhao Dou shared this good news with the person beside him, assuming the latter had missed their previous discussion due to sleeping. However, this individual only glared with a face full of hostility, exuding ferocity. Don't make noise. Sorry, brother you go back to sleep. Zhao Dou trembled slightly and looked forward but quickly shifted his gaze when he saw Pei Ming. Let him stay in the back. That child is doing fine next to Brother Fu. Although Brother Fu seldom speaks, he doesn't bully people either. He Tao sat up straight in annoyance and reached out to grab a bottle of water to drink. In the process, his eyes landed on Pei Ming sitting next to Fu Sheng. Where did this kid come from? Found him on the road. So pitiful, trapped in a zombie pile. Zhao Dou replied. What are you bringing unnecessary burdens for? Don't you remember our mission? With so few of us left, we still have to protect. Realizing there were outsiders in the car, He Tao gave Pei Ming a dismissive glare and trailed off. Feeling the uncomfortable stare, Pei Ming, who had been idly crumpling the bread into little balls, abruptly lifted his head and locked gazes with He Tao. Ah, he remembered, among the vampire clan, some really liked the smell coming off people like this. But who were those people? Pei Ming furrowed his brow, realizing how much he had forgotten. And you're glaring at me? He Tao extended his hand, intending to grab Pei Ming in front of him, to properly teach this clueless little thing a lesson. However, before his hand could reach, it was stopped by Fu Xing seated beside him. He Tao. Fu Xing gave a low shout. Pei Ming blinked, then grinned at He Tao while holding up a small ball of bread and taking a bite, making He Tao feel as if he was being provoked. But Fu Xing was protecting this little brat. Fu Xing had awakened as a psychic on the third day of the apocalypse, while he himself was just an ordinary person now. He Tao often wondered, why was it always Fu Xing? Why him? He didn't dare to look at Fu Xing, but his gaze towards Pei Ming was filled with venom. Pei Ming, however, appeared completely unperturbed, as if not noticing anything, and continued nibbling slowly on the little bread ball in his hand. Chow Yi stopped the car for a moment. Their vehicle had been traveling along. The noise from the moving car had attracted quite a few zombies, but the car itself was a modified bulletproof vehicle capable of seating 7 people, solid and durable. Over this period, the zombies were much weaker than they had imagined. As long as an adult was prepared and armed with a weapon, they would surely triumph in a one-on-one fight. So those zombies could only trail behind the car, posing no harm to it at all. They usually wouldn't choose to stop inside the city unless necessary, even if they did, it was only to look for some necessities at the supermarket. But now, their living supplies were sufficient. The things in the trunk were enough to last all the passengers another week. Leader Fu. Chow Yi turned around with confusion on his face after stopping the car, checking outside. This wasn't a supermarket either. Little Ming has no clothes. I'll go get some suitable ones for him. Fu Xing had noticed Pei Ming's clothing early on, the fabric on his body looked old but very expensive. There were no shoes on his feet, and who knew what situation had led him to wandering out onto the streets. When he picked up the child earlier, he had checked the bottom of his feet to make sure there were no wounds. Pei Ming glanced at him when Fu Xing mentioned his name. Fu Xing patted Pei Ming's soft hair as he prepared to step out of the car. Looking at the remaining piece of bread in his hand, Fu Xing said, "Don't waste food." With that, he got out of the car with his gun, picking up the backpack beside him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked into the nearby children's clothing store that looked decent, and returned within half an hour with a bag packed full of items. He climbed back into the car, placed the backpack beside him, opened it, and Pei Ming curiously lowered his head to take a glance inside. His lips twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 4. What are all these things? Why are they so colorful? He was a vampire with sophisticated aesthetics and always wore only high-end colors. Come on, put your shoes on. Fu Xing had another shoebox in his hand. He opened the box, revealing a pair of blue Mickey Mouse children's shoes inside. The soles were transparent, and experienced people knew that this kind of shoes would emit colorful lights when stepped on. Kids loved them. Qi Jing sitting in the front turned around and took the backpack. Let me see what's in there. Things for kids nowadays are expensive. I spent quite a bit on a set of children's clothes for a little niece before. Little Mingming, put on your socks first. They're Peppa Pig themed and pretty cute. Qi Jing handed over the socks on top. Pei Ming looked up and was shocked. Why put a pig on the feet? Why tread on a mouse? Fu Xing took the socks and picked up the wet wipes beside him, handing them to Pei Ming. Clean your feet first, then put on the socks and shoes. Pei Ming pursed his lips tightly, feeling a severe blow to his sense of aesthetics. He took the wet wipe, lifted his foot, and carelessly wiped it a few times. Then he decided out of sight, out of mind, and reached for the socks to put them on. Before he could slip them on, Fu Xing stopped him and took the tissue from his hands, holding his foot, not clean enough. He wiped carefully, with no extra expression on his face, looking as serious as if he were doing something important. Pei Ming also remained composed. Since birth, he never lacked people around him serving and taking care of him. However, this was indeed the first time someone wiped his feet for him. It tickles. Fu Xing's finger accidentally grazed his sole, causing Pei Ming to slightly pull back his leg. Fu Xing looked up, make sure to clean yourself next time. Ayo. Pei Ming opened his mouth, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. His feet hadn't touched the ground at all, it wasn't dirty. He was a vampire with obsessive cleanliness. Fu Xing couldn't help but laugh upon seeing his look, reaching out to want to stroke the child's irresistible soft hair, but his plan was uncovered by Pei Ming. Pei Ming stared wide-eyed, full of disbelief, and grabbed his wrist with a small hand, dirty. The hand that touched his feet wanted to ruffle his head. How dare this human? If only he wasn't too weak to fight back, he would absolutely make this person pay attention to hygiene. When his abilities recover, before sucking this human's blood, he will wash him thoroughly inside and out 800 times. How can one not be clean? Whose hands are dirty? Did his hands touch whose feet? Pei Ming looked at Fu Xing seriously and answered, yours. He skillfully held the line. From initially being cautious, he now gradually understood their situation. Qi Jing, sitting in the front, who heard this sentence, put down the clothes and gave Pei Ming a thumbs up. Fu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly, and Qi Jing immediately withdrew his hand, saying while unfolding the clothes, this clothes looks good, pretty. Brother Fu, did you take the wrong thing? How, is it a skirt? Skirt. Pei Ming's foot was being held by Fu Xing while putting on the socks. He tilted his head to stretch his neck and peeked over. In Qi Jing's hand unfolded was a light blue dress with several small white flowers. The edges were adorned with tulle, looking very cute. Zhao Dou, silent at the back, curiously looked over after hearing this. He Tao sitting beside him let out a cold snort, sarcastically saying, it suits this little brat perfectly, neither boyish nor girlish. In this world, he'll end up being. Before he finished, Fu Xing cast a cold glance at him. He sneered and took the nearby cap to cover his head, didn't like me speaking the truth, huh? Sleep, sleep, wake me up when we arrive. Fu Xing retracted his gaze, but the chill in his eyes didn't dissipate. He Tao wasn't originally part of his squad, but the apocalypse arrived just during May Day. Before May Day, the team had executed a very difficult mission, so everyone was specially approved to go home and rest. Only he and Chao Yi lived in the same city, the other teammates were scattered, one in Luohua City, two others in Yen City. Though he Tao came from the same system as them, he wasn't from the same squad. To be precise, they were merely from the same batch of soldiers. However, the apocalypse came suddenly, and he Tao happened to be in Rong City, so he was assigned to their squad for this mission to Luohua City. As for Zhao Dou, he had just graduated from the military academy but was allocated to their team because of his specialized skills. Fu Xing had already helped Pei Ming put on the socks and shoes. It must be that a few pieces of clothing were placed too close together and we grabbed the wrong ones. Fu Xing explained as everyone continued to look at the dress. Stand up and see if it fits. Fu Xing pulled back his hand and spoke to Pei Ming. Pei Ming obediently stood up, he wasn't very tall yet, and when he stood, there was still some space between him and the top of the car. But, as soon as he stomped his feet, the shoes started flashing. What in the world was this thing? He immediately sat down again, eyes fixed on the bottom of his feet. After observing for a while, he slightly relaxed. The sunlight is highly lethal to vampires. Although it wasn't much for someone at his level, he instinctively disliked it. Other types of light have similar effects, especially some special purple lights, which make vampires uncomfortable. But the colors on his feet, colorful and ugly, though they didn't cause any other discomfort besides being an eyesore. Pei Ming looked at Fu Xing, do you like these? He lifted his foot a little. Fu Xing hesitated, if you don't like them, we can change them later. They were indeed dazzling, but since they were in a rush to get going, there wasn't much choice. Upon hearing this, Pei Ming nodded cooperatively, okay. And then glanced disdainfully at the shoes on his feet. There were many clothes, and along the way, Qi Jing helped sort them into several sets, stacking each one neatly inside the backpack. Pei Ming had also changed out of his pajamas and into a set of Mickey Mouse-themed children's were matching his shoes, with a little decorated cap on his head. After just waking up and not having drunk any blood, Pei Ming became listless after changing. He leaned against Fu Xing, closed his eyes, used Fu Xing's legs as a pillow, grabbed onto his clothes, and fell asleep. The car had already driven out of the urban area. In front and behind, there were some vehicles heading in the same direction, though all the cars maintained a subtle safe distance from one another. Brother Chao, over there, turn at that road, go straight until the end. Qi Jing, familiar with the local roads, gave directions. After Chao Yi turned in, Qi Jing said, we need to be more careful now. The apocalypse hit during May Day, and there should have been quite a lot of people at this rural tourism site. Based on current conversion ratios, we will encounter many things once we enter. After these words, everyone in the car became alert. After driving forward about 1 kilometer, Qi Jing frowned, that's strange. Chapter 5. Though he muttered quietly, everyone else heard him clearly. Fu Xing sat up straight, what's not right? The road conditions along the way were excellent, and there weren't many zombies seen by the roadside. Fu Xing furrowed his brow as he recalled what Qi Jing had said earlier. It was May Day now, so they should have encountered a lot of people on the road. However, here where they could already see the outline of a countryside inn, there wasn't a single car on the road. It's during the May Day holiday, plus it's near this countryside inn. Qi Jing pointed with his finger to the left where one could faintly see the tallest Ferris wheel, obviously part of an amusement park. There's an amusement park in our Luohua City Zoo there, so whenever it's a holiday, this place is usually filled with cars. During the New Year, my friends and I came here to eat, and the cars were almost parked at the crossroads where we just turned. After Qi Jing finished speaking, he thought for a moment and speculated, maybe most people who were still alive drove away. After all, the current zombies weren't very strong. As long as you avoid being scratched by them, an adult properly protecting themselves with something as simple as a wooden stick can take down a zombie. But most people at first would panic easily, and once panicked, they're more likely to be injured by zombies, which could result in mutation into zombies. So, what Qi Jing said made sense. It's also possible that someone inside awakened a powerful superpower, clearing away all the zombies and vehicles outside. Zhao Dou analyzed from the back seat. He opened the window and carefully observed the situation outside. With the coming of the apocalypse, unknown and potentially stronger forces than the currently not-so-ferocious zombies deserve caution. There are traces of burning on the side of the road, and marks left by vehicles being dragged. The car was moving very slowly now as Zhao Dou leaned out to observe the road surface. The dragging direction points towards the countryside inn. The atmosphere inside the car suddenly became much heavier, only slightly confused by Qi Jing. Why? Isn't it better if there are living people in the inn? If they've been here since the start, that means after we get to the inn, we won't encounter any zombies. He hadn't awakened any special abilities, and had almost lost his life to zombies initially, so now he felt that as long as he didn't meet zombies, finding his parents and living peacefully would be the best outcome. I hope so. Chao Yi let out a deep sigh. Originally wanting to light a cigarette, but then thinking about the child in the car, he pulled back his hand. Fu Xing carefully put away the Qingouji and swapped it with a more portable pistol. Zhao Dou and Chao Yi also prepared their portable pistols in advance and placed them in their pockets. No one spoke for the next segment of the road. Even Zhao Dou closed his eyes and rested in his seat to conserve energy. Among everyone, the one who slept the soundest, and the least burdened, was Pei Ming. Blood clan members have a cooler body temperature, so when Pei Ming rested against Fu Sheng, it was like leaning on a warm furnace, something blood clan members favor. At one point, Fu Sheng even covered Pei Ming with a clean shirt nearby. The door of the countryside inn was right before them. Fu Sheng glanced down at Pei Ming who was fast asleep, clutching onto his clothes sweetly, with a slightly helpless expression in his eyes. The child's face lacked some color, likely due to poor rest recently and anxiety. He used to not like children. For a long period, just hearing the word brother would stir emotions within him. But at the very sight of Pei Ming, he instantly developed the idea to save him. Was it because of Pei Ming's frightened eyes or perhaps the shared experience of being abandoned by his parents? Fu Xing felt Pei Ming was well behaved, breaking his preconceived notion that kids often screamed loudly, cried without reason, and caused trouble. Especially while sleeping, peaceful and adorable, his pale cheeks resembled jelly, making one want to reach out and pinch it gently. Actually, he did touch. His fingertip touched Pei Ming's skin, and contrary to expectation, instead of a warm touch, it was slightly cold. Stop the car. Stop the car. Just before approaching the countryside inn, makeshift roadblocks made of wood appeared ahead. Behind these barriers stood a few people, some carrying long knives on their backs, others holding iron rods. One person approached the car upon spotting the vehicle. The sound woke Pei Ming up. Fu Xing had already withdrawn his finger which had been poking the child's face. Pei Ming sat up, pressing on Fu Xing's leg and leaning into him while rubbing his eyes with the other hand. The eye rubbing quickly produced mist in his watery gaze. He sniffed slightly, then looked out the window somewhat bewilderedly, before turning to Fu Xing again. Fu Xing still remembered Pei Ming's resistance when he tried to ruffle the boy's hair earlier. Naturally, he kept the matter of secretly poking Pei Ming's face hidden in his heart. When he met Pei Ming's glance, he lowered his head to explain, "We're almost there." Pei Ming settled himself, swinging his little legs on the chair as the people outside were checking their situation. "Where are you coming from?" "From somewhere else, passing through Luohua City. This brother here is a local and mentioned that this countryside inn has excellent chicken and duck. It's been a long time since we've eaten meat, so we decided to stop by and check it out." Chao Yi chuckled as he pointed at Qi Jing sitting next to him in response. The person outside glanced inside, relaxing more upon seeing a child seated in the second row. Chao Yi noticed the man's gaze and added, "That's my friend's nephew. His parents have turned into zombies, so there was no choice but to bring him along." He gestured toward Fu Sheng as he explained. Pei Ming caught the stranger's glance and squinted, smiling faintly. Afterward, he licked his lips. The man returned a gentle smile to Pei Ming. "All we want to do is eat something here, and then we'll be heading to the military base established in Luohua City. This young brother needs to find his family." Chao Yi continued explaining. The man nodded and gave a signal to someone behind him. Upon seeing this gesture, both Chao Yi and Fu Xing furrowed their brows slightly, concealing their doubts. Drive in, but if you don't join our small base, you'll need to exchange food for something else. It's very safe here, and we've cleared all dangers like zombies. You can rest assured and take a break. The man stepped aside, letting Fu Sheng and the others drive in. Chow Yi nodded, smiling to indicate understanding. The car was led to the parking lot, where countless vehicles were already parked. The man instructed them to leave their vehicle there, and after Chow Yi stopped, Fu Sheng helped Pei Ming put his shoes on and carried him down to the ground. As soon as Pei Ming's feet touched the ground, colorful light flashed around them. Fortunately, it was daytime, so the glow wasn't too glaring. My name is Qian Dong, just call me Dongzi. I'll take you to meet our leader. If you need anything, tell our leader. Qian Dong appeared quite honest and straightforward. Fu Sheng exchanged a glance with Chow Yi, who slightly nodded and moved next to Qian Dong. Dongzi, didn't Luohua City have an official military base? Why aren't your people heading there instead? We were just preparing to go there. Qian Dong smiled slightly and nodded, leading them forward. It's a long story, let me first introduce you to our leader, and everything will be clear then. With that, he motioned them to follow him towards the inn. Chapter 5. We are all employees at the municipal machinery factory. We originally came to this countryside inn for a feast during the May Day holiday, but we never expected this would happen. After hearing Chow Yi's question, Qian Dong sighed helplessly. This just happened, you know. Exactly, when I woke up, the world had changed. Fortunately, I live alone. My neighbors next door lived in the dormitory, the man turned into a zombie, and I heard a scream as soon as I got up. Qi Jing immediately added, his face showing a hint of relief. Thankfully, the boss and boss lady of this countryside inn are still alive. After a quick discussion among us brothers, the inn has sufficient food, and there is a wheat field nearby that is about to ripen. Going to other places would be too dangerous, and since we're all on our own, we've decided to settle here. Leading the group from the parking lot inside, every 5 meters was lined with wooden fences, encircling the small courtyard within and ensuring strong defenses. Once the zombies inside the inn were cleared out, these wooden fences could effectively prevent large numbers of zombies from entering. Pei Ming, however, didn't really care about their conversation, all his attention was focused on the inside of the countryside inn. He bit his lower lip, feeling quite elated inside. There were so many people inside. And those people didn't make him feel the danger that Fu Sheng did. Instead, there were plenty of fresh blood scents to be smelled, though not as tempting as Fu Sheng, it was still quite satisfying. The person guiding them nearby had an excellent scent, their blood full of flavors he loved. After crossing around 10 wooden fences, the 6 entered the interior of the countryside inn. In the inn's courtyard, several children were helping adults wash vegetables, the sun was already close to setting, it was dinner time. Fu Sheng held Pei Ming's hand while Pei Ming looked curiously around. There were a lot of people here. If only he could take advantage when Fu Sheng wasn't paying attention. He planned quietly in his heart, smiling kindly at everyone he met. Qian Dong, how many people are here? He Tao, who had been quiet until now, asked after looking over the yard meaningfully. With the apocalypse arriving, all rules of modern society have become void. In this chaotic era, if one has strength, they can declare themselves king over a territory, no longer needing to live in fear. He Tao had grand plans inside his mind, which weren't initially clear but suddenly became apparent after entering this countryside inn. After hearing this, Qian Dong became slightly wary. Fu Sheng turned his head and looked at He Tao, a warning flash in his eyes. But He Tao acted as if he hadn't noticed the warning and continued speaking. Such a big place, if there aren't weapons or psychics, relying solely on ordinary people, it would be pretty difficult to defend. It would probably require more than 300 people to secure it. It's all about working together. Zombies aren't as smart as humans. Qian Dong dodged the question with laughter. Pei Ming disliked listening to He Tao talk. He tugged at Fu Sheng's hand. Will we get to eat duck blood soon? He tilted his head, his chubby cheeks brimming with anticipation. Yes, we'll eat shortly. Do you prefer duck blood noodle soup or maegut, a Sichuan hot pot dish? A smile appeared on Fu Sheng's face upon hearing Pei Ming speak. Since entering this place, the child had remained silent, seemingly intimidated by the unfamiliar surroundings. Now that he spoke and smiled, Fu Sheng exhaled in relief, looking at the slight curve of the boy's eyebrows, erasing the unpleasantness brought on by He Tao's earlier words. Pei Ming blinked his eyes, the word blood almost slipping off his tongue. However, right now, he was pretending to be human. Haven't you guys decided to eat duck blood yet? Before Pei Ming could answer, Qian Dong chimed in ahead. Under current conditions, it might be good to just quickly process and eat some fresh duck blood. Fu Sheng frowned, but Pei Ming was ecstatic internally. Can kids even eat fresh duck blood? That stuff stays bloody no matter how much you cook it, and if you completely overcook it, it tastes awful. Qi Jing spoke from experience, remembering past times eating hot pot when fresh duck blood always seemed uncooked no matter what. I can. Boiled blood isn't real blood. As a member of the vampire clan, he must eat undercooked blood. Rare is perfect, medium is too old. Some members of the clan enjoy drinking raw blood, pursuing the pleasure of teeth biting through veins, but Pei Ming wasn't particularly fond of it. If not necessary, he liked to eat gracefully. Of course, if the subject were Fu Xing. Pei Ming licked his lips again, it wasn't entirely impossible. Then let's eat. Fu Xing looked at Pei Ming's excited expression, and for some reason, a sense of satisfaction rose in his heart. Do we need to exchange anything for this? Qian Dong had already led everyone to the front of a room. This is our boss's office. You'll discuss specific matters with him. By the way, our boss is called Zhao Xiong. With that, he knocked on the door, and soon a powerful voice came from inside, enter. The door opened, and Qian Dong spoke first. Boss, there are 5 people and a kid here. They're just passing through, planning to eat a meal and then leave. Passing through? Zhao Xiong frowned upon hearing this. Yes, Qi Jing interjected, we're returning from elsewhere, heading to the Luohua city base. On the way, we suddenly remembered how delicious the chicken and duck are at this country inn. Plus, none of us have eaten much meat along the journey, so we stopped here. It's only 40 kilometers from here to the base. You could have waited until you arrived at the base to eat dinner. Zhao Xiong stood up, half a head taller than Qi Jing, with a scar on his face that gave off a strong sense of pressure. This made Qi Jing instinctively swallow his saliva, but we couldn't resist craving them. Last time I ate here was during the spring festival. I'm hungry. Pei Ming tugged on Fu Xing's clothes again. The child's innocent voice softened Zhao Xiong's gaze considerably. Why do you have a child with you? Pei Ming met his eyes and gave him a smile. Brother, can we eat the ducks here? He had just seen the kids outside calling others brother and getting candy as a reward. Sure enough, Zhao Xiong smiled too. He pulled out a lollipop from a drawer behind him and handed it to Pei Ming. You should call me uncle at your age. He chuckled after speaking. Here, take it, it's sweet. Pei Ming didn't care. According to his age, this human should be calling him ancestor. However, their vampire clan never ranked by age. For their long lives, age truly was something incomprehensible and unimportant. Upon hearing the word brother, Fu Xing gripped Pei Ming's hand tightly, pursing his lips slightly. Eating a meal here is no problem, but I have one request. Zhao Xiong judged that Qi Jing wasn't lying. The countryside inn was right here, many people knew about it in and around Luohua city, and indeed, several groups had found their way here before. But those people eventually stayed here rather than leaving like these few individuals planned to. What's your request? Fu Xing also became serious. Chapter 7. You must not disclose the existence of this place to the people in the Luohua city base when you go there. As Zhao Xiong spoke, his eyes slightly narrowed, exuding a tremendous sense of pressure that instinctively made others want to step back. Qi Jing did take a step back and quickly assured them, that's no problem, revealing your location to them wouldn't benefit us either. However, Zhao Xiong didn't lower his guard because of Qi Jing's response. His gaze remained fixed on Fu Xing. After Fu Xing gave a slight nod, Zhao Xiong finally let out a sigh of relief. The main issue is that our guys are used to freedom. We've heard that over there it's managed by the military, with a whole lot of rules. Zhao Xiong added with a smile, walking toward Pei Ming as he spoke. Pei Ming curiously stared at the man in front of him, his tea-colored eyes reflecting the figure before him. It seemed Zhao Xiong particularly liked children. Seeing how cute the kid was, he wanted to reach out and pinch his cheeks. But before he could even touch Pei Ming, Fu Xing bent down and picked Pei Ming up into his arms. We can keep this place secret. After being held by Fu Xing, Pei Ming retreated a step further with him. Leaning against Fu Xing's neck, he rubbed it affectionately with his soft, furry hair like a little kitten. Brother Zhao, Dongzi mentioned earlier that we need to trade for food. There are 6 of us here. We need 2 ducks and some rice. What should we offer in exchange? Qiao Yi noticed the subtle atmosphere between Zhao Xiong and Fu Xing and asked. Zhao Xiong appeared somewhat distracted. Taking a step back, he said with a hint of apology on his face, sorry, seeing him reminds me of my son. The fierce scarred face softened instantly as he talked about his son, and his eyes became red. He went missing a few days ago. Zhao Xiong took a deep breath, briefly closing his eyes. Everyone inside, except He Tao, felt pierced by a needle after hearing this. Curious, Pei Ming tilted his head and looked at Zhao Xiong. Fu Xing reached out a hand and gently stroked his head in an attempt to comfort him. When Pei Ming withdrew his gaze and looked at Fu Xing again, Fu Xing pressed his head to his shoulder. Pei Ming nuzzled against his hand. Fu Xing thought Pei Ming might feel emotional due to Zhao Xiong's words, perhaps thinking about the parents who abandoned him. But instead, Pei Ming was strangely excited and distressed. Deliciousness was right within reach, just a bite away. Yet he couldn't win against the adults and wasn't able to eat it. So frustrating. He puffed out his cheeks and ground his sharp teeth, then buried his head back in Fu Xing's neck, rubbing it again. Our place is severely lacking in medicine. I don't know if you have any everyday drugs. I realize that 2 ducks may not be worth much, but we're willing to trade other things for the drugs. Qiao Yi found this peculiar. We drove all the way here and saw quite a few large hospitals and pharmacies in Luohua city. Why haven't you gone to collect supplies if you're short on medicine? After all, since the apocalypse began and part of humanity turned into zombies, everything essentially became ownerless. To survive, no one would hesitate over whether they needed to pay shopkeepers or pharmacy owners for taking their goods. Of course, even if you wanted to pay, the shopkeepers are long gone, no telling whether they're alive or dead. Zhao Xiong laughed bitterly. Just a few days ago, we cleaned up the zombies around the farmhouse. Given our numbers, we can't tackle the big hospitals. There are too many zombies over there. Small clinics and such have mostly been ransacked by nearby survivors. Common useful medicines are practically non-existent now. Hearing this, Chao Yi looked at Fu Sheng, who nodded slightly. In that case, I'll stay behind and talk with Brother Zhao. You all go pick the ducks first. Negotiating resources required a thorough conversation. Fu Sheng nodded. He Tao, standing nearby, appeared somewhat reluctant, but under Fu Sheng's piercing gaze, eventually followed them outside. The moment they stepped out, He Tao muttered, judging by these people's demeanor, they've clearly served in the military. Being in the same organization as Fu Sheng, despite his small-mindedness and narrow thinking, his various abilities were solid, or else he wouldn't harbor feelings of envy towards Fu Sheng. Not being part of the Luohua city base but coming here to rule the mountain, judging from the quality of life, it's clear they're doing fine. The chickens and ducks in this farmhouse and the fields outside, if properly managed, living here for a lifetime is entirely possible. He left the rest unsaid. If enough strength were accumulated, overthrowing the Luohua city base wouldn't be out of the question. Pei Ming still clutched the lollipop in his hand, examining it closely before his eyes, curious about human food. Fu Sheng looked at him and thought that the child was reluctant to eat. After putting the child on the ground, he peeled the lollipop for him and put it in his mouth. It's my oversight. He had never raised a child before. If he hadn't found Pei Ming shoeless and wearing loose clothing when they met, he might have even forgotten to buy clothes for the child. But, you can't eat too much candy. Eating too much will cause cavities, understand? When Pei Ming tasted the sweetness of the lollipop, his eyes lit up. So sweet. But after hearing Fu Sheng's words, he had new doubts. Cavities. Qi Jing heard Pei Ming's question and said in an eerie tone, like a warning, that means worms grow in your teeth, making them hurt whenever you eat anything. After hearing this, Pei Ming froze completely. Reluctantly, he gripped the lollipop stick tightly, wanting to pull the thing out of his mouth. The taste was good, but as an excellent vampire, he couldn't afford to lose his teeth. Vampires with bad teeth were at the bottom of the vampire hierarchy and were often ridiculed. Seeing how Pei Ming obviously wanted to eat but was scared by Qi Jing's words, Fu Sheng glanced at Qi Jing, don't scare him. Qi Jing stepped back while covering her mouth. Fu Sheng sighed helplessly, grabbed the hand trying to remove the lollipop, eat it. You'd only get cavities if you ate candy every day. Pei Ming's eyes instantly sparkled with joy, like fireworks exploding, really? Fu Sheng smiled, with an unexpected tenderness in his eyes, yes, really. In that case, he would eat it. If he just ate a little, he wouldn't become a toothless vampire. He was still the noble and elegant young prince of vampires. Young prince? Pei Ming frowned, as if there were some new memories stirring in his mind. Was he the young prince of the vampires? And his servant, what did his servant say to him right before he fell asleep? Servant, who was it? Fu Sheng held Pei Ming's hand, and all the way down, Pei Ming went silent again, causing Fu Sheng great concern. This also made Qi Jing nervous, afraid to breathe heavily. Now he understood, in this team, it was Xiao Ming who could not be provoked. Provoking Fu Lauda, if it wasn't something fundamentally against principles, resulted in no more than enduring a couple days of coldness. But provoking Xiao Ming, he felt. Qi Jing swallowed hard, racking his brains under Fu Sheng's deadly gaze, thinking of ways to win back the silent child's favor. Chapter 8. Pei Ming didn't know what Qi Jing was thinking. He just felt a headache, as if his brain were stuffed with something. He bit his lower lip, puzzled, and then the sound of ducks flapping their wings caught his attention. This duck is really fat, Qi Jing said when he saw Pei Ming raise his head, thinking of an opportunity to show off. Little Ming, big brother will go and catch you 2 fat ducks. Tell me, which one do you like? Which one we catch, we eat. But unexpectedly, after these words came out, Fu Sheng's expression became even more abnormal. Qi Jing stood still in surprise, pondering in his heart that there seemed to be nothing wrong with what he had just said. At the rural farm, the ducks were free range on the mountain. There had been guests who would catch their own ducks, choosing one to kill based on whichever they managed to catch. Thus, Qi Jing was familiar with the place here. All the ducks were penned on a small hillside by a fence, scattered across the slope, emitting quacks upon quacks. Not far away, other bird sounds like gagogo and gugigum could also be heard. That one, and Pei Ming wasn't at all polite. Although his mind was in disorder, perhaps eating duck blood would help. That one. His bright eyes stared at the flock behind the fence without any target initially, but shortly afterward locked onto the fattest duck in the group, pointing with a pale, colorless hand, that one. This duck had a different aura from the others. Its blood must taste exceptionally delicious. Alright, little Ming has good taste. This huge, fat duck looks like the king of this group of ducks. I'll go catch it for you. Qi Jing rubbed his hands together and prepared for a big effort. After hearing what he said, Pei Ming's eyes showed a hint of anticipation. However, Zhao Dou standing beside him frowned. Big brother Qi, be careful. Something feels off. Upon hearing this, Qi Jing nonchalantly nodded but did not pay much attention. This rural farm had good flavor, he came here every year, catching ducks and chickens himself. In winter, he caught hens to make soup, while in summer, he caught ducks to make sour cabbage and old duck soup. The taste couldn't be better. With years of practice in catching ducks, how could he possibly be pecked by them? When Qi Jing entered the duck's territory through the gate, the fattest and largest duck looked at him. The originally pitch-black beady eyes now gleamed with red, reflecting an eerie glow. Quack quack quack. The duck flapped its large wings and let out a loud quack. Immediately, all the surrounding ducks stared over, each pair of eyes flashing red, appearing quite abnormal. Qi Jing jumped back in fright and landed on his butt. This duck has become a demon. According to research, apart from humans, all creatures on Earth have undergone some degree of mutation, Zhao Dou seriously stated. However, so far, only humans have exhibited negative mutations, resulting in zombies. The mutations in other animals and plants seem to be positive. Zhao Dou was a member of a military research institute before the apocalypse, though he wasn't a doctor solely responsible for a project. Instead, he did odd jobs in various laboratories and was supposed to be assigned to a platoon this year. However, due to the apocalypse and the fact that Fu Xing's team needed a technician like him, he was placed into Fu Xing's squad by the leader. As a result, he knew about many things, but not much about any single topic. From astronomy and geography to clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, he knew a little about everything. One could say his theoretical knowledge was extensive. Pei Ming looked at the big duck thoughtfully. This duck carried a taste he liked, so he wanted to eat it. This taste was very similar to what he smelled earlier from Qian Dong and Zhao Xiong, but much lighter compared to theirs. Mutation. Why are you saving me? Staring blankly. Qi Jing was already being chased by a flock of ducks up the slope, raising a flurry of duck feathers. To Qi Jing, the quack 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 sounded like devilish calls. Pei Ming, however, burst into laughter at the sight because the scene was too absurd. Zhao Dou standing beside him couldn't suppress his laughter either, but He Tao's gloomy face turned increasingly sullen at this moment. Even a duck can mutate. Pei Ming's teeth itched. He tugged at Fu Xing's sleeve and looked up at him. I want that one. He pointed at the big duck king sitting at the back directing the duck flock chasing Qi Jing. Fu Xing lowered his head, not hesitating for a second, glanced around, then looked at that duck. Suddenly, the iron basins placed in front of the fence for feeding the ducks water levitated, then fused together like dough, eventually drawn out and transformed into an iron cage. At the moment Fu Xing moved, Pei Ming clenched his fists tightly, appearing somewhat nervous. He then stared intently at the iron cage that trapped the duck as its bottom sealed off to form a complete enclosure. The duck king was evidently startled and squawked incessantly while the flock of ducks rushed toward this direction, trying to save their strongest evolution member. But how could Fu Xing possibly let it go when Pei Ming wanted to eat it? Under Fu Xing's control, the iron cage rose into the air and then landed beside Pei Ming. The duck inside flapped its wings fiercely as if yelling, drawing the attention of the other ducks, which caused them to give up chasing Qi Jing. Qi Jing supported himself on his knees, catching his breath with contracted pupils filled with shock. These were the psychics mentioned in the broadcast. He had joined this team for 2 days, previously only thinking Fu Xing had the best marksmanship and martial arts skills, but he never expected Fu Xing also had psychic abilities. Pei Ming squatted in front of the duck, observing it curiously. For some reason, the moment the duck met Pei Ming's eyes, its squawking abruptly stopped, its wings ceased flapping, and it meekly sat still within the cage, all signs of ferocity almost entirely gone. To describe the current duck king in 2 words, obedient. What happened here? Qian Dong, who had led them before, ran over. I heard the ducks cackling from far away like they had gone mad. Qian Dong looked at the duck in the cage, his thoughts flickering behind his eyes, yet as he raised his head, those thoughts were completely hidden away. Big brother. Big brother, help me. The entire flock was now glaring fiercely outside the fence, but Qi Jing was temporarily saved. Nevertheless, he dared not move an inch, only able to shout weakly. Hearing the cry for help, Qian Dong noticed Qi Jing within the fence. His body was covered in duck feathers and some other substances, looking utterly disheveled. Fu Xing gazed sternly at Qian Dong, his eyes filled with sharpness. This duck has mutated. Moreover, from the situation, it definitely wasn't just a recent mutation, it couldn't be so coincidental. This duck was perfectly fine when I fed it this morning, Qian Dong nervously replied, asking with some concern, is everyone alright? We're fine, Fu Xing coldly responded, Zhao Dou following with a shake of his head, while He Tao stood nearby gazing at the duck, seemingly lost in thought. Only Qi Jing remained inside, gasping for breath, muttering, not fine. Chapter 9. After being rescued by Qian Dong, Qi Jing leaned against the railing, staring at the ducks inside with a look of deep hatred. Crazy, they're all crazy. Qian Dong, on the other hand, expressed his thanks repeatedly, saying that if it weren't for them catching this duck, there might have been much more loss. But Fu Xing could see that there was much more caution and wariness in Qian Dong's eyes than before. I want another one. Pei Ming had had enough of watching the ducks, and stood up looking toward Fu Xing. 2 ducks were promised, so 2 ducks they must get. Fu Xing nodded and looked at Qian Dong. We'll take this one, and you just help us catch another one. He pointed to the king duck locked in a cage. Qian Dong quickly agreed, no problem. But this duck has mutated. Are you sure you can eat it? If you do, you probably need to handle it yourself since our chefs are all ordinary people who cannot deal with mutated ducks. We will eat it. Pei Ming immediately replied. So fragrant. Fu Xing also nodded, we'll handle it. After dealing with it, we'll bother your chef to help prepare it. No problem. Qian Dong responded cheerfully, and then shouted to the back, Xiao Bao. Come and show the guests the way. A young man ran over, looked at the king duck in the cage, and showed obvious shock. Seeing this expression on him, Fu Xing was even more certain of his previous calculations. This duck had already mutated long ago, otherwise this young man would not have shown such a shocked expression. Xiao Bao. Qian Dong gently chuckled. Follow me, please. Xiao Bao reined in his own expression and made a gesture inviting the group. The fact that Fu Xing possessed special abilities had already been exposed, so he no longer held back, directly manipulating the knife while killing the duck, leaving the duck no chance to fight back, passing away peacefully. Brother, you're really talented, did you awaken the ability to control objects? Xiao Bao, who led them here, looked at Fu Xing with admiration. Currently, according to the national broadcast, there are various kinds of special abilities, broadly divided into elemental types and special types. Upon hearing this, Fu Xing merely nodded without providing a direct answer. But Pei Ming knew it wasn't. Human so-called special abilities are similar to the powers of their vampire race. The vampire race has many schools and families, and each family member has different abilities. What Fu Xing just displayed should belong to the element category. And his family specializes in, what is it again? Pei Ming, feeling angry, lightly slapped his forehead, then refocused his attention on the duck. Once they've eaten the duck and regained some strength, they should be able to recall it. While they were killing the ducks, Chao Yi had finished talking with Zhao Xiong and brought items from the car upon hearing Qian Dong's notification, then came together with Zhao Xiong to the place where they were killing the ducks. On the way, no one knows what Zhao Xiong said to Qian Dong, but when they returned to the group, the alertness in Qian Dong's eyes had disappeared, reverting to the simple appearance as when they first met. Brother Fu, has the duck mutated? Chao Yi didn't call Fu Xing Captain Fu, but followed Qi Jing's example and called him Brother Fu. Fu Xing nodded, the duck's blood had already been taken away by the chef. This mutated duck was quite large, sufficient for their 6-person meal. Although the other duck had been killed, since they couldn't finish it all, according to Qi Jing's suggestion, the remaining duck was directly processed into preserved duck, vacuum-packed, and prepared to be eaten later. We haven't encountered any mutations along the way. Chao Yi said, his gaze fixed on that duck. There wasn't anything peculiar about it, it was just bigger than a normal duck, about twice its size. The radio broadcast yesterday announced the emergence of mutated animals and plants, Zhao Dou mentioned beside him. It was now the 10th day of the apocalypse. Most places within the city have lost power, and TV channels were almost completely cut off. People were once again obtaining information through radios instead of TVs or phones. Perhaps we'll encounter more in the future. Fu Xing thought for a moment and added. As the mutation of animals and plants began, humans would also become stronger. So, what about zombies? At present stage, a zombie can be defeated by an adult wielding just a wooden stick. Could it be forever like this? Apparently, Zhao Xiong and Fu Xing were thinking the same thing. Glancing at each other, both saw seriousness in each other's eyes. However, Zhao Xiong quickly shifted the topic, I'll take you all to the Sicilania restaurant. Our search team within the city should also be coming back for dinner soon. We didn't detect the appearance of mutated ducks in advance, which startled all of you. Fortunately, there are also psychics among you. He used the word also, revealing some information to Fu Xing, and then personally led the way, taking them to Sicilania restaurant for dinner, while casually slipping a bag of fruit candy into Pei Ming's hands. Pei Ming hugged the candy but thought it inconvenient to hold, so he shoved it into Fu Xing's hands. Fu Xing held the bag of candy in one hand and took Pei Ming's hand with the other, saying, don't eat too many candies, have only 2 a day. Children at this age should be replacing their baby teeth. It wouldn't be good if they were damaged by sugar. He thought the child might refuse, but unexpectedly, Pei Ming nodded obediently, okay. I'll keep them safe for you. All right. Pei Ming nodded again. The group walked toward the Sicilania restaurant, and along the way, Pei Ming drew considerable attention because of his shiny shoes. The gazes mostly came from the children within the rural resort. Zhao Xiong explained that since it was Labor Day weekend when the incident happened, most families had come here with their children for a vacation. After the apocalypse began, despite some casualties at the resort, both children and adults remained in large numbers. Inside the Sicilania restaurant, although the place had been cleaned multiple times, careful observation still revealed bloodstains on the walls. Pei Ming sat on a chair, swinging his legs idly as he glanced around at his surroundings. This was human architecture. When he first woke up, he saw those towering monsters. They, too, were human-made buildings. 1,000 years had passed, and humans had changed drastically from what they once were. And him? He had been asleep far too long. Qi Jing had already inquired earlier and learned that the head chef of this countryside resort was still alive. Thus, she excitedly told everyone how delicious the food prepared by the chef would be. Hearing her words, even Fu Xing anticipated the upcoming meal. Pei Ming thought about his duck blood and suddenly hopped off the chair, landing firmly on the ground. I want to take a look. Fu Xing turned his head and met Pei Ming's expectant gaze, just about to nod when a sharp, piercing child's voice came from nearby. Dad, I want that. A couple appeared at the door of Sichilania restaurant, dragging a chubby 7 or 8-year-old boy. Fu Xing suddenly furrowed his brow, his body reacting uncomfortably, feeling as though he might vomit any moment. At that instant, Pei Ming placed his hand softly and coolly into Fu Xing's, pulling him out of an unpleasant memory and back into the present reality. Chapter 10. The plump, chubby little boy ran up to Pei Ming, stared at the shoes on his feet for a while, then raised his head arrogantly and said to Pei Ming in a condescending tone, "Hey, give me your shoes." Fu Xing suppressed his discomfort, squeezed Pei Ming's little hand in his, and instinctively wanted to pull him behind himself to protect him. After hearing these words, Pei Ming looked down at his own shoes, then at the chubby child before him. In a place where Fu Xing couldn't see, a faint smile curved his lips. Was he going to exchange with him? But considering how fat this kid was, wouldn't the yellow greasy substance in his blood be abnormally high? Pei Ming seriously pondered this question, but the child mistook his silence for fear like the others before him and took a step forward smugly. Fu Xing stepped forward and shielded Pei Ming behind him. As the small, round-faced child moved forward, he bumped into Fu Xing. Instantly turning around, the child pointed his finger at Fu Xing and shouted, "Dad, he hit me." A couple walking slowly from behind finally quickened their steps upon hearing this. The woman rushed to the child, knelt down, and asked anxiously, "Honey, let Mom see, where did he hit you? Does it hurt?" The man, with tattooed arms, walked menacingly towards Fu Xing, extending his hand as if to shove him. In the instant the man moved, Fu Xing grabbed his wrist firmly. The man grimaced in pain, veins bulging at his temples, his face turning crimson. "Don't touch me," Fu Xing said coldly, then released the man, pushing him away. "Stay away from my kid." As the man stumbled back several steps, a calculating glint appeared in his eyes as he looked at Fu Xing. The woman who had been squatting beside her son now stood up. "My son has taken a fancy to the shoes your child is wearing," she announced. "Name your price, we'll buy them." At that moment, Qi Jing, sitting nearby at a dining table, burst into laughter. Both the tattooed man and the woman turned their gazes towards him. Suppressing his giggles, Qi Jing replied, "Go ahead, continue. I'm just thinking of something funny. In the apocalypse, who talks about money?" The tattooed man apparently also realized his wife's previous statement lacked common sense and pulled her aside as she prepared to argue. "We have relatives in the Luohua City base, they're in management," the man said, puffing up his chest importantly. "I hear you're also headed there. These days, during the apocalypse, more friends mean more lives, young man." With adult backing, the chubby boy cast malicious glances at Pei Ming. "Take off the shoes and give them to me." Pei Ming slightly narrowed his eyes, leaned forward, and whispered in a voice only the chubby boy could hear, "What do you plan to use in return?" His voice was like the murmur of a demon yet carried an innocence characteristic of a child. He had made deals with many humans, the content entirely based on his preferences. Once a human made a pact with a vampire, it couldn't be broken. Pei Ming's originally brownish eyes were now tinged with red, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Only the chubby boy could see this smile, unnoticed by the adults. Children are the most sensitive creatures to danger. They know best how to seek advantage and avoid harm, to take advantage of weakness. Seeing that smile, the boy instinctively retreated, falling onto his bottom and wailing loudly. Fu Xing lowered his head while Pei Ming looked up at the same time, the tinge of red already gone from his eyes, leaving only innocence and in his pale brown gaze. It was truly heart-wrenching. "Baby, what happened? Why are you crying?" "Don't worry, Mommy will definitely get the shoes for you. Our baby will soon wear glowing shoes." The woman squatted down again. However, the chubby boy started shaking his head. "No, I don't want them anymore. I don't want them. Mommy, I don't want to stay here." Terrified, the boy burrowed into her embrace. Despite struggling under his weight, the woman still picked him up. "What have you done to him? Lady, your kid cried all by himself. Who can you blame? What kind of condition is he in?" Qi Jing rolled his eyes. When the man heard his son crying, he glared furiously at Pei Ming. However, Fu Xing blocked Pei Ming entirely behind him the very moment he turned his head. "Brother, didn't you just say more friends mean more lives? How about us, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people, won't that give you 5 extra lives?" Qi Jing pointed at their group while speaking. The man apparently also sobered up, realizing that now there were only him and his wife, and they would have no chance against the 5 big men in front of them. He could only glare at Fu Xing maliciously, "Young man, don't box yourself into a corner." After throwing out this threat, he pulled his wife along while comforting their son. "Honey, are we just going to let this slide? I've heard they're also headed to Luohua City, we'll let Uncle deal with them when we get there." Yes, Uncle is still in Luohua City. After dinner, we'll go meet up with Uncle's family." The couple's voices gradually grew quieter, but at the table, apart from Qi Jing, the others had all heard their conversation. He Tao's eyes were filled with impatience. I told you bringing a kid was nothing but trouble. You weren't asked to bring one. Fu Xing helped Pei Ming sit down, standing beside him as he poured a cup of hot water for the child, then gently patted the soft hair of the little boy, his previously cold gaze immediately warming. Were you scared? Pei Ming swung his legs, holding the cup of hot water in both hands and sipping it lightly before shaking his head, his voice obedient but tinged with a hint of regret. No. Still, it wasn't too much of a loss. That hadn't been a flavor he liked anyway. In the past, if people like these came to see him, when he was in a good mood, he might choose to enjoy a bit of a show, but if he was in a bad mood. A glint of danger flashed in Pei Ming's eyes as he stared at the rim of the cup. But just as quickly, the dangerous look disappeared, and the steam from the hot water misted his eyes, making him look as if he'd been crying. His round eyes were hazy with moisture. Humph, He Tao snorted and crossed his arms, silent after that. Their dishes arrived at that moment. Following the aroma, Pei Ming turned his gaze towards the duck and licked his lips. According to your requests, I prepared spicy blood stew and duck blood vermicelli soup. Since the duck blood is fresh, it looks vividly red, cooking it any longer would make it tough and unappetizing. Pei Ming picked up his chopsticks, his fangs nearly unable to stay hidden anymore. Fu Xing placed a piece of duck blood from the duck blood vermicelli soup into Pei Ming's bowl. Try it, see if you can get used to it. Pei Ming nodded. Due to the large size of the bowl, once he bowed his head, it seemed as if his face was buried in the bowl. Seeing this scene, Fu Xing felt both contentment and worry. Eat slowly, there's more. The thought that the child shouldn't eat too many bloody foods vanished from his mind instantly. He consoled himself, saying it was only this one time, since the child had just suffered some injustice, letting him eat a little more was fine, just less later on. Chapter 11. Under Fu Xing's indulgence, more than half of the duck blood ended up in Pei Ming's stomach, leaving a group of people staring with their mouths wide open. Pei Ming leaned back in his chair, his lips naturally curling upward, his eyebrows curved as well, looking extremely satisfied. That was good eating. The duck blood noodles were delicious, and so was the Sichuan-style spicy hot pot. Human food compared to 1,000 years ago, was definitely 100 times tastier. Of course, things like dumplings still tasted just like they always did. He licked his lips. After finishing the duck blood, the originally pale cheeks and lips of his face gained a tinge of red, making him look even cuter. Of course, Pei Ming himself didn't think so. Their kind, vampires, were naturally elegant and noble. Cute. That was what he used to call his pet cat. Fu Xing looked at Pei Ming with slight worry. Before the meal, none of them had imagined that the child could eat so much. Even though he didn't eat anything else, most of the blood basically went into his stomach, making one inevitably doubt, could such a small stomach really hold all of that? But when Pei Ming was eating earlier, Fu Xing couldn't bear to stop him. Not only didn't he stop him, but also helped by continuously adding more food to his bowl. Now regret came flooding in. He was simply thinking that this boy must have been very hungry for some time. His irresponsible parents probably hadn't given the child anything to eat a few days ago and then abandoned him today, out of sympathy for this. Now he found himself contemplating how to get Pei Ming moving around after such a big meal. Ming, do you want to go behind the mountain and see other little animals? Fu Xing painfully spoke. Pei Ming opened his eyes slightly, lazily glanced at Fu Xing, and shook his head. No. A nap would be the best thing right now, and who knows, maybe after waking up, he'd have grown taller. Xiao Ming, there are particularly beautiful peacocks on the back mountain, brother will take you to see them? Qi Jing also joined in trying to persuade him. It wasn't without cause, as just now, Pei Ming had eaten far too much. But children often don't understand the concept of being full, and overeating could result in an upset stomach or vomiting and diarrhea leading to a fever due to gastroenteritis. With the end of the world coming, any discomfort could cost a life, let alone a child like Pei Ming. Nevertheless, watching Pei Ming enjoy his food made Qi Jing finish 2 additional bowls of rice. Pei Ming continued shaking his head. Peacocks. What's the point of seeing those when Fu Xing himself was more attractive? Thinking about this, his legs hanging off the side of the chair swayed lightly. I remember there are digestion pills in the car. Chao Yi looked at Pei Ming's condition and said. After hearing these words, Fu Xing glanced at him and Chao Yi shook his head indicating no issues. When He Tao heard these words, he eyed Chao Yi somewhat skeptically. Digestive tablets? Did you pick these up from the pharmacy before? Just grabbed them because it seemed fitting. Digestive tablets are medicine too, who knows, we might need them. He Tao closed his eyes, a mocking smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Who knows? The person in charge of supplies isn't me. You say what you want. Hearing this, Chao Yi took a deep breath but didn't retort with, you should handle it if you can, because he understood that once these words were spoken, He Tao would definitely agree immediately. As of now, the reason for the apocalypse is unknown, and no one knows exactly what this world will turn into. Survival matters cannot fall into the hands of someone with ill intent. Everyone sat silently with their own thoughts. After resting for half an hour, the 6 stood up and bid farewell to Zhao Xiong. Oh, I have one more thing to ask of you all. Zhao Xiong pulled out a photograph and handed it to Fu Sheng. "This is my son, 6 years old, who disappeared a few days ago." Fu Sheng glanced at the photo, then looked at Zhao Xiong and reached out to accept the photo. "If you need anything later, feel free to come find me." And then he added, "The situation of our small base here, please be sure to keep it confidential." One reason Zhao Xiong spoke so much was that there were certain issues exposed about Zhao Dou. He acted too much like a soldier, whether it was the posture of his walk or the stance when standing, making it easy to judge his identity. After coming out of Shi Tu Lanya restaurant, Pei Ming showed signs of exhaustion, his lively eyes filled with drowsiness. He knew it was because he had just consumed blood, now his body was starting to recover, and the fatigue brought about by the growing energy within him. Once inside the vehicle, Pei Ming kicked off his shoes, sat on the chair, and watched Fu Sheng still outside. The pillow hasn't been put in the car yet." Fu Sheng sensed the gaze from behind and turned around to meet Pei Ming's sleepy eyes. "Your kid needs to be watched closely," Zhao Xiong warned one last time. Fu Sheng nodded and got into the car, driving off under Zhao Xiong's watchful eyes. Inside the car, Qi Jing started talking. "Why do I feel something is off? Zhao brother's child went missing, and now he wants us to find the kid at the Luohua City base. Didn't they say they've never been there? Maybe a human trafficker took the child," Zhao Dou said seriously in the back seat. "Yeah, that kid in the photo does look cute, just like Xiaoming." Upon hearing his name, Pei Ming lifted his head to glance at Qi Jing before accepting 4 sugar tablets handed over by Fu Sheng. Sour yet sweet, it tasted pretty good. Seeing Pei Ming take the digestion pills obediently, Fu Sheng felt somewhat relieved. However, as Qi Jing and Zhao Dou began discussing human trafficking issues, Fu Sheng became worried again. Pei Ming lay on Fu Sheng's lap, holding onto the edge of his clothing while yawning and soon fell asleep. Their kind, vampires, don't usually dream. But when he closed his eyes, strange scenes flashed before him. A group of vampires congregated inside a castle, whispering conspiratorially. He couldn't make out what they were saying, but their faces seemed distorted and sinister. Next, the scene shifted. The vampires inside the castle disappeared, leaving behind several coffins in the hall, with some sort of drawings underneath them. He looked outside and saw the sun partially obscured, casting a ghastly pale light. In the distance, faint calls of his name echoed in his ears. Pei Ming's ears twitched slightly, and then he woke up suddenly, only to see Fu Sheng's face close to him. Looking further, he realized there was no pale white sun, it had already set. They arrived at a wall-like structure. "Is this the Luohua City base?" Qi Jing's voice brimmed with excitement as Chao Yi parked the car. There was a long queue ahead, all waiting to enter the city. "Why are we still queuing?" Qi Jing puzzled and opened the car door. "I'll go check." Chapter 12. The zombies near the Luohua City base had long been wiped out by powerful firepower. Even now, everyone could still smell the gunpowder lingering in the earth. Beneath the hardened ground, faint traces of bullets could be seen. Qi Jing stepped out of the car, and Pei Ming, who had just woken up, was already fully awake. Was he dreaming earlier? Dreams are a phenomenon that originates from humans. Vampires usually don't dream. If they do, it means that it's either a warning or something that has already happened. During his sleep, some lost memories might have returned to him. Have we arrived? Pei Ming wasn't particularly interested in so-called human bases. However, if there were 1 or 2 humans willing to voluntarily offer their blood inside, that would be pretty good too. With this thought, his fangs nearly protruded. His voice was soft and sticky like freshly awakened, sounding as though treading on cotton candy. "Is there any duck's blood to eat here?" He smelled the scent of fresh blood, the odor of humans. There were also those undesirable traces of inferior blood quality that he disliked. Fu Sheng chuckled softly, locking eyes with Pei Ming. "Still hungry?" Pei Ming nodded seriously. He had never liked eating raw food. Blood he used to get would be turned into blood porridge. He always believed that eating completely raw food was the habit of unevolved beasts, which didn't belong to the noble blood clan. Moreover, among the blood race, there were people who liked to study various foods. It was proven that boiled blood and raw blood didn't differ much in nutritional components but significantly differed in taste. He enjoyed steamed blood porridge that was 3/10 cooked, just formed yet retaining the fluidity of blood, intersecting deep red and bright red. Thinking about it, he licked the corner of his lips again. Seeing this, Fu Sheng sighed softly. His eyes gazed toward within the dirt walls, filled with hesitation. He wanted to keep the boy by his side, but afterward, they still needed to pass through many places, heading for Yen City with a target in mind. They didn't know how many zombies they'd encounter along the way or if other accidents might happen. The Luohua City base was set up by the state, with its facilities continuously improving. Regarding the care of elderly and children, they would probably do well too. But even so, Fu Sheng withdrew his gaze, intending to observe further. If this base was really decent, then they could discuss again. Moreover, Zhao Xiong's son was lost here. Perhaps there were more child traffickers here, making it unsuitable for a child. There should be other food in the city. I'll take you when we go in. You. Fu Sheng wanted to ask Pei Ming if he remembered his parents. But upon reconsidering, his parents had abandoned him already. Forcing the child back might lead to even harder times for him. Whatever you want to eat, I'll take you. Hearing this, Pei Ming smiled happily with half-closed eyes. The worry within Fu Xing deepened. Qi Jing, who had gone out to gather information, returned. Sitting in the front passenger seat, he took a bottle of water and drank half of it in one breath before sharing the news he obtained. They check us before entering the base. Check what? Chao Yi asked. Checks for wounds on our bodies, Qi Jing replied sheepishly. He felt lucky in his heart, thankful that he hadn't suffered any minor abrasions. They won't allow entry if you have wounds. Chao Yi frowned. Is this a rule of this base? Not just this one. Qi Jing heard from the guy ahead in line that because someone was bitten by a zombie days ago and did not report it, that person transformed into a zombie inside the city and ended up biting 2 kids, which led to this new regulation. Chao Yi exhaled deeply. That's why. However, behind him, Zhao Dou became infuriated. It shouldn't be this way. As long as someone hasn't become a zombie yet, there still are people. Since these soldiers are taking orders from the state, they have no right to expel non-zombified individuals. After saying this, he added, the right approach is to build an observation room. Based on existing research, if someone is bitten by a zombie, their wound will not heal properly and turn white like regular injuries. Instead, it turns into a rotten black scorched substance and keeps spreading around. Upon hearing this, He Tao sitting beside him involuntarily shifted uncomfortably in his seat, feeling somewhat unsettled. Perhaps because it's a special time, if bitten individuals were truly allowed in, it wouldn't be safe for those already inside the base. Qi Jing didn't agree with Zhao Dou's argument, thinking it was a bit naive. In special circumstances, it's crucial to protect the majority. With the apocalypse upon us, having a safe place is already a great fortune. As for the others, alas, everyone must rely on their own luck. But Zhao Dou's heart was filled with conflicting emotions. Xiaodou, don't overthink it. Let's get inside first and be vigilant. Chao Yi said. The queue in front had already begun to move, so he started the car. By the time they reached the base gate, it was already midnight. A soldier carrying a gun approached their vehicle and saluted those inside. Please exit the car for inspection. Fu Xing got out of the car first, taking out a card and handing it over to the soldier ahead. This is our identification. We're here in Luohua City to carry out a special mission. The soldier glanced at the card before looking back at Fu Xing. Please wait a moment. He then took the card and went back into the earthen walls to verify with his superiors. Another soldier stepped forward, standing by and saluting them. Qi Jing got out of the car and walked over to the soldier. Brother, I hitched a ride here. Can I go in first? After speaking, he looked toward Fu Xing, who nodded slightly at him. Go ahead. Qi Jing grinned. Big brother Fu, hope we meet again soon. If the world ever returns to normal and you come to Luohua City, I'll treat you to some drinks. Fu Xing nodded but didn't display the same smile that he gave to Pei Ming. The soldier pointed toward Qi Jing. Go over there for registration and inspection. After no issues are found, you can enter the city. Someone will inform you what to do after entering. Qi Jing followed the direction indicated, wearing a carefree expression on his face. Fu Xing watched as he entered the wall. Soon enough, the soldier who had gone inside earlier returned, accompanied by someone who clearly held a high rank. Fu Xing noticed the stars on the other man's shoulders and immediately raised his hand to salute. It was a colonel. The colonel also stood to return the salute. Colonel Fu Xing. Colonel, please have all the people in the car exit for inspection before entering the city, said the soldier nearby. Fu Xing glanced at the responsible official standing beside him, whose face carried a smiling expression. These are the rules during this special period. Please cooperate. Chapter 13. Fu Xing nodded, turned his head to look at the car, and then asked, do we not need to inspect our car? No need, no need. You can just drive in later. If there's anything that Luohua base can help with, just let us know, and we will do our best. The Luohua City base did not actually know the specific mission of Fu Xing and his team. They had just verified Fu Xing's identity with someone higher up. The details of the mission were not within the current authority of this person in charge to know. After hearing the other party's words, Fu Xing didn't say much. He just turned his head toward the car, get out of the car and accept the inspection. Pei Ming was sitting inside the car, blinking his eyes. After seeing his hesitation, Fu Xing thought he was afraid, so his expression softened instantly. He extended his hand towards Pei Ming. Follow me. Pei Ming placed his hand in Fu Xing's, standing on the ground as he was held by Fu Xing. As soon as his feet touched the ground, the shoes on his feet began to glow. During the day, the colorful lights weren't too noticeable, but now that night had fallen, the darkness made the light beneath Pei Ming's feet very conspicuous. After stepping onto the ground, Pei Ming was startled by the color and instinctively took a step back, leaning against Fu Xing's legs while hugging one of them. He wanted to change his shoes. Pei Ming bit his lower lip, feeling embarrassed about his previous reaction to the glare. The major responsible for external inspections was momentarily stunned when he saw Fu Xing bring down a child from the car. His eyes filled with questions as he looked at Fu Xing. Is this also part of your team? When Pei Ming instinctively hugged Fu Xing's leg, it softened Fu Xing's heart. Realizing the child's fear, he reached out his hand, holding Pei Ming's hand, and lowered his head to speak softly in his ear. Don't be afraid. Pei Ming mumbled with pursed lips, making it hard to tell whether he was scared or ashamed because of his childish behavior earlier. Not exactly. After calming Pei Ming, Fu Xing raised his head to respond. Seeing their reluctance to talk more, the person in charge didn't ask further questions. Each member of the group got out of the car one by one. Led by soldiers, they walked towards the dirt wall, which looked rather simple but actually had many secrets. Once through the gate of the wall, there was a passage, and the inspection area was located within the wall. This wall was made by the psychics of our army following our requests, and it took a whole week to surround this entire area. The supervisor led the way, and 6 people were separately assigned to 5 different rooms. Pei Ming entered the same room as Fu Xing. Upon entering, it became evident that this room was somewhat unique. The inspector was separated from them by an earthy grill. Take off your clothes. Without even looking up, the inspector said casually as soon as the two entered. Upon hearing this, Pei Ming looked at Fu Xing, his tea-colored eyes full of question marks. Do children need to be inspected as well? Fu Xing furrowed his eyebrows. After saying that, the inspector looked up, glanced at Pei Ming, and was briefly surprised. This kid is truly adorable. Yes, both adults and children must be inspected. After saying that, he scribbled something on a nearby paper as if recording some information. Minmin. Fu Xing squatted down, slightly exasperated, but relieved at least Minmin was a boy, otherwise, it would have been quite awkward for a girl. Pei Ming understood the situation, tugged at his clothes, and took a step back. What? What are they going to do? Take everything off. Except for his parents, no one should see his body, and only his future princess might get that privilege. No, wait, include the servant who helps him bathe. Pei Ming's mind worked rapidly. His eyes darted around, seemingly thinking of ways to get through this check without undressing. Every member of the bloodline clan had an emblem marking their identity and abilities. This emblem represented the family they belonged to and pointed out their vulnerabilities. So, unless absolutely trusted, they would never completely expose their bodies to others. Don't be afraid. Fu Xing sighed, half kneeling in front of Pei Ming. It's just to check if there are any wounds. Pei Ming shook his head, tears welling up in his large eyes, his red lips pouted slightly, and then he bit his lower lip, enduring what seemed like great injustice. His lower lip was turning white. Looking at the child's face, Fu Xing felt a tug in his heart. He reached out to rub the little boy's head, but unexpectedly, Pei Ming took a step backward. I'll go first. He sighed and stood up, unbuttoning his shirt, first taking off his coat, then the t-shirt underneath. The inspector looked up, glanced at him, and then stood up. What about these wounds on your body? As the man spoke, Pei Ming also peeked secretly from behind, glancing at Fu Xing's body. After one look, he felt his saliva production increased a bit. There wasn't an ounce of excess fat on his body, every muscle was perfectly sculpted, and his physique had flawless lines. The plectrum bone on his back also looked very healthy with no signs of lumbar problems. Pei Ming subtly shifted his body, inching forward to sneak another peek as he pinched his own soft tummy. Hearing the question from the man, Pei Ming's gaze also landed on Fu Xing's injuries. There were knife cuts on his arms, bullet wounds, and shallower ones that seemed to be whip marks. Injuries sustained during previous missions. Fu Xing didn't seem to care much about the wounds on his body, casually answering. Is there any issue? The inspector made a tick on the board in his hand, and then continued, you also need to take off your pants. This time even Fu Xing felt a little embarrassed. His hand hovered over his belt, do I need to take off my underwear too? Underwear isn't necessary. We mainly focus on areas like hands and feet that are more prone to injury. The inspector was reasonable. After hearing that, Fu Xing breathed a sigh of relief. Pei Ming standing behind also let out a breath. His mark was, well, at least it wouldn't be exposed. Once Fu Xing had finished checking and redressed, his eyes returned to focus on Pei Ming. Ming. Fu Xing walked to Pei Ming's side, squatted down, holding Pei Ming's upper arms with both hands. It's okay, didn't I just take off my clothes earlier too? Pei Ming pretended to hesitate and then obediently nodded, responding softly. Fu Xing smiled, reaching out to ruffle his hair, praising, Ming is really good. Pei Ming, like a kitten whose chin was scratched, slightly lifted his head to accept the compliment. Fu Xing let out a relieved breath and asked again, do you need me to help you undress? Chapter 14. After hearing Fu Xing's words, Pei Ming shook his head hesitantly. Still, let him do it by himself. Even though it was already May, according to the norm, there should be no need to wear a coat anymore. But after the apocalypse, everyone had discovered that the sunlight seemed to be blocked by something. It didn't bring much warmth when it shone on people. It was still okay during the day, but at night, the temperature dropped terrifyingly, often hovering around 0 degrees. Therefore, Pei Ming was currently wearing a very thick little jacket. The jacket had blue sequins on it, and the back was still adorned with a Mickey Mouse pattern. He pulled down the zipper of his clothes and placed them aside. Fu Xing stood beside watching, thinking that if Pei Ming needed help later, he would be able to notice in the first instance. Pei Ming started feeling somewhat uneasy. He looked up at Fu Xing, could you turn around? Fu Xing chuckled softly, thinking how small yet so shy the kid was, but he didn't say anything more. He turned around directly and reminded over his shoulder, "Call me if you need help." Pei Ming pursed his lips, took off his clothes, and planned in his heart that next time if he saw this body examiner again, he definitely had to. Pei Ming's skin was very white, even paler than normal people. After seeing this, the recorder marked a tick on the notebook, "No need to take off your pants, just put your clothes back on." The base did not conduct rigorous checks on children since they were different from adults. If there were wounds on their bodies, children wouldn't hide their emotions or pain, they would cry non-stop. When Pei Ming came in earlier, his demeanor was very normal, without any unusual signs in his steps. The inspectors decided not to waste their own time anymore. After all, after checking this time, it would be time for him to go off work, and after work, he still had important matters to deal with. Pei Ming put on his inner Mickey Mouse clothes, then wore the Mickey Mouse jacket. He wondered why all the clothes Fu Xing brought back looked like this. "I'm ready," he said as he walked next to Fu Xing. Fu Xing turned his head and examined Pei Ming. After confirming that the clothes were well worn on his body, he nodded, "Let's go." The inspector standing behind pretended to be tidying up things, glanced at Pei Ming unintentionally while Fu Xing was looking, his eyes revealing surprise and fervor. Pei Ming felt an uncomfortable gaze, turned his head, and caught the inspector's gaze. Then, he retracted his gaze, lowered his head, slightly curling his lips upward, walking and stretching out his hand, and Fu Xing also reached out to hold his hand obediently. Pei Ming licked the corner of his lips, blood-stained fangs appearing on his lower lip. Apparently, interesting things were about to happen. "Minmin," right when Pei Ming was planning for what was coming next, Fu Xing spoke. Startled, Pei Ming quickly retracted his fangs, looked up, his large tea-colored eyes full of confusion. Fu Xing reached out to rub his head, finding it as if addictive. It felt really good to feel the soft hair of the boy. Now Fu Xing thought perhaps he understood why some people enjoyed petting cats. "Never mind," Fu Xing sighed. He wanted to ask whether Pei Ming wanted to stay here. But the words just couldn't come out. Wait, and see. Let's see how the conditions here are." Pei Ming was picky eater. If left alone here, he might not live comfortably. However, if the conditions here meet expectations. Fu Xing was reluctant to think about the possibility where everything fit perfectly. Even before entering the base, he'd been obsessively criticizing the base to convince himself. Pei Ming felt bewildered. Humans have always been like this, many little thoughts. His former servants were the same, behaving oddly sometimes for no apparent reason. That's right, his servants, why weren't they guarding him at his side? Pei Ming felt his head throbbing again. Whenever he tried to recall something, those memories seemed sealed away from him, unable to be retrieved. Once he forced himself to search for some answers inside, his brain would send warnings. This feeling made Pei Ming extremely annoyed and even sparked a desire for destruction. A red tinge flickered in the center of his downturned pupils, then Fu Xing squeezed his palm, and the deep and resonant male voice sounded in Pei Ming's ears, "What's wrong? Your hands have gotten cold. Are you feeling cold? We'll put on another layer of clothing after we go outside." As Fu Xing held Pei Ming's small hand, he instantly noticed a change in Pei Ming. The crimson in Pei Ming's eyes disappeared, leaving his tea-colored pupils slightly unfocused and a bit hollow. Then, after sniffing, he spoke with a soft, sticky voice, "I'm not cold." Hearing this, Fu Xing paused, tightening his grip on Pei Ming's hand. "Are you tired again? Hang on for a little longer, once we get into the base, we can rest." He detected a trace of weariness in Pei Ming's voice and thus asked accordingly. Pei Ming nodded earnestly, replying, "I'm sleepy." Ah well, since the fragrant reserve food was still by his side, there was no point pondering over things he couldn't recall now. Once his strength returned, all memories would surface. His eyes regained their brightness as he looked directly at Fu Xing, his gaze filled with vigor. At that exact moment, Fu Xing met his eyes and smiled genuinely. After seeing this smile, Pei Ming seriously put forward a stringent requirement: you need to smile more attractively. This human being, aside from radiating an aroma that made vampires crave biting, wasn't bad overall. He also served as a rather qualified pillow. Of course, if only he could improve his smiles, it would be even better. Is my smile unattractive? No one had ever said such words to him before, but hearing them didn't bring discomfort but rather a warm sensation through his chest. Yeah, it feels forced. Pei Ming nodded seriously. Whenever Fu Xing remained expressionless, his features under static conditions seemed like the work of God, looking comfortable from every angle. But once he smiled, those muscles controlling his grin appeared and used, turning his face stiff immediately. Perhaps because I rarely smiled in the past, I haven't mastered it. Fu Xing murmured to Pei Ming. After saying this, his eyes revealed something new. Pei Ming tilted his head, "Then you should practice more often." Fu Xing leaned down, his laughter deep and resonant, "All right." Pei Ming was extremely pleased with Fu Xing's attitude, allowing him to place his hand on Pei Ming's soft hair and rub it gently. As the two walked out of the dirt wall, the other three were already waiting outside. He Tao's expression was terrible, and his mere presence emitted an oppressive aura. Upon seeing Fu Xing come out with Pei Ming, the soldiers standing nearby informed them, "Please register your information before entering the base." Fu Xing led Pei Ming to the registration area. After registering, each received a magnetic card, explained to be their pass within the base, similar to previous identification cards. Captain Fu, the main supervisor of the base, is already resting right now. They have arranged our accommodation for us to rest first. Tomorrow, someone will lead us to meet the supervisor, Chao Yi mentioned next to Fu Sheng. The colonel who came out today was merely responsible for guarding the gate of the city. This side of Luohua City originally contained a fairly large military base, whose leader should have been ranked as Major General or above. Or possibly from the government. Alright, let everyone rest for now. Fu Sheng stated, glancing at He Tao twice. He Tao also sensed Fu Sheng's look, returning the gaze with, find people earlier so we can leave sooner. The recent examination experience left He Tao quite dissatisfied. Fortunately, his abnormality hadn't been noticed by anyone. However, if entering all such bases required undergoing these inspections in the future. A storm brewed in He Tao's eyes, but since it was night, no one stared at him. Only Pei Ming, with his sharp senses, turned back and scrutinized He Tao carefully. The scent of blood emanating from this person was becoming increasingly foul, and the life energy around him gradually diminished. Soon, he would become just like those lifeless fools on the street. And yet, he was still alive. A hint of doubt flashed across Pei Ming's eyes. Subsequently, he turned back and climbed onto the vehicle with Fu Sheng. Regardless, no matter what happened, he would ensure Fu Sheng stayed safe from harm by this creature. Driving into a one-story cottage built inside the base, the group arrived at a yard-enclosed house. The leading soldier brought them here, explaining, everyone spends the night here today. Here's the survival manual of our base, please review it thoroughly. He handed over a small booklet to Zhao Dou, who was nearest. When the soldiers left, the group entered the house. Chao Yi turned to Zhao Dou, little Dou, check it out. Zhao Dou had a slight look of confusion in his eyes, but he still followed the instruction. He took a device out of the car, extended its antenna, and wandered around the room for a while before saying, there's no problem. After hearing this, Chao Yi and Fu Sheng finally relaxed. Pei Ming had already sat on a chair nearby, rummaged through Fu Sheng's backpack, found some candies, peeled one open, and tossed it into his mouth. After seeing this, Fu Sheng said nothing but instead took out some chocolate that he'd collected from somewhere unknown, tore open the package, and handed it to him. If you're sleepy, just go inside and sleep. Pei Ming shook his head and stayed seated beside them. None of the group had any guard up against this child. After sitting down, Chao Yi quietly said, I don't think something is right. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dou, who hadn't been feeling suspicious earlier, suddenly tensed his whole body. He swallowed hard and asked stammeringly, Chao brother, is there anything wrong? Chapter 15. Zhao Dou didn't feel a thing. However, during the physical examination, he did feel quite uncomfortable under those people's gazes, but he also attributed this discomfort to his own shyness. Pei Ming sat beside him, looking curiously at the object that had been shoved into his hand by Fu Sheng. He reached out and poked the chocolate. It was dark and looked just like mud, could it be eaten? As he thought about it, he handed the item to Fu Sheng's mouth and watched him with anticipation. Fu Sheng was explaining the suspicious points about the base when he suddenly felt something poking the corner of his lips. Looking down, he saw the chocolate he had given Pei Ming earlier. Want me to try first? A never-before-felt joy welled up in Fu Sheng's heart, a happiness he couldn't describe. Pei Ming nodded seriously, Fu Sheng opened his mouth and bit off a corner of the chocolate. He who used to dislike chocolates felt the sweet taste melting in his mouth. Pei Ming flashed Fu Sheng a smile, retrieved the chocolate, and then began crunching the fruit candy he'd already bitten through, his face filled with anticipation as he let out an "woo" sound before biting into the chocolate again. Crunch, crunch, Pei Ming closed his eyes happily. After swallowing the chocolate, Fu Sheng continued speaking, there are many rooms inside the earthen wall, just within the section we walked through, there were more than 20 visible rooms, but previously the processing speed was very slow. Their vehicle had arrived at dawn and they had waited in line for a long time after that. But, just from their own procedures that they'd followed a short while ago, it wouldn't take too long to go through the entire process. There was a faint trace of blood in the room I was in, but very mild, Chao Yi added on. He Tao, standing nearby with his arms crossed over his chest, listened to Fu Sheng and Chao Yi's conversation, all of this has nothing to do with us. Quickly, tomorrow find out where the people are and take them away. Since entering the earthen wall, He Tao had instinctively felt fear. It was as if some kind of ruler was about to descend underground, making him feel that his thoughts were uncontrollable. For a moment, he actually developed the idea of self-sacrifice. How utterly ridiculous. Fu Sheng stared at He Tao, not understanding why He Tao had become so restless since coming here. After this mission is over, will you come with us to Yen City? Their shared task was to find several professors of the highest level biological laboratory in Luo City and ensure their safety to the maximum extent possible, bringing them back to Yen City. He Tao joined their team and was only responsible for the initial rescue because another member of Fu Sheng's squad was still in Luo City. After that person returns, He Tao would either have to execute other missions or move independently. I won't. He Tao said coldly, I have other tasks. Fu Sheng nodded, everyone rest, and restore your strength. Tomorrow there might be a tough battle ahead. Although he hoped it was all exaggerated worry, since awakening to special abilities, Fu Xing had gradually grown stronger in perceiving danger. Although unclear about what the danger was, he definitely felt very uncomfortable, especially approaching the earthen wall. Fu team leader, shall we contact Rome City today? Zhao Dou had already brought down the communication equipment from the vehicle. Tell them that we've safely arrived at the Luo City base. Understood. Zhao Dou nodded and began transmitting the message. Qiao Yi patted Zhao Dou on the shoulder. After finishing, go rest. Tomorrow, contact our superior and report specific details. After patting, he stood up and walked toward one of the rooms. Fu Xing stood up and glanced at Pei Ming. Pei Ming had already finished a whole bar of chocolate, leaving a trace of black around his lips. Fu Xing walked over to him, reached out, wiped it gently from his lips. Do you want to take a shower? We can rest after the shower. Pei Ming nodded. Fu Xing extended both hands and lifted Pei Ming from the chair. Pei Ming naturally hung onto his body. Can we sleep together? Being vampires, their species naturally has a lower body temperature, and they love hugging warm objects while sleeping. And Fu Xing met exactly this condition. From Pei Ming's voice, Fu Xing detected a slight hesitance and anticipation. Holding Pei Ming's legs, he raised him slightly higher. Yes, you will sleep with me in the same room. Satisfaction lit up on Pei Ming's face. The night grew deep, and the entire Luo City base appeared quietly silent. Inside one of the rooms within the earth walls, 2 individuals were summarizing all the information from the day. A total of 40 children entered the base. The god needs them. Another person's expression was extremely devout. Is there a vessel that suits the descent of the god? There are 5, here's the data. They were holding children's data, which included photos and other descriptions. In the room next to them, separated by an earthen wall, occasional cries of pain could be heard. Early the next morning, when Fu Xing woke up, his face was full of helplessness. A Pei Ming hung all over him. The child had buried his head in Fu Xing's chest, with little arms hugging him and little legs straddling his waist. Although everything had been fine before they went to sleep last night, Fu Xing had even prepared a special pillow and blanket for the child. Slowly, Pei Ming had crawled into Fu Xing's bed, ice-cold hands and feet pressed against his skin as if seeking warmth. At the moment, Fu Xing had felt somewhat guilty, realizing he hadn't considered how cold the child might be. That instant when Pei Ming's cool ears and icy hands and feet touched him, he'd even felt a flicker of fear. But afterward, the child started squirming, using that fluffy head to sleep first on his arm. Gradually, apparently finding it uncomfortable, the child moved his head to Fu Xing's chest and gave a little rub. You're restless in your sleep and keep kicking off the blanket, eh? Fu Xing spoke softly to Pei Ming's scalp while gently ruffling his soft hair. Pei Ming gradually woke up too. He stretched his body, kicked his small feet like stretching, and raised both arms, just like a cat waking up from a nap. His head tilted upward, eyes slightly curved downwards, showing he had slept comfortably. Fu Xing. Pei Ming's voice was soft and lazy upon waking up. I'm right here. Fu Xing pulled Pei Ming away from his body, placing him neatly beside him, then straightened his own posture. Pei Ming stretched his limbs luxuriously after pulling out his hands from the blanket. Then, a look of great joy appeared on his face. I've grown taller. He extended his hand and compared it to the length of his sleeves. Upon hearing this, Fu Xing looked at him and examined the sleeve cuffs. Could it really be? Do children grow so quickly? The clothes that fit yesterday no longer fit today. However, it wasn't a big problem since he considered this situation ahead of time and brought slightly larger clothing. I'll go find you some new clothes. Pei Ming's face beamed with happiness. Overjoyed, he threw off the blanket and stood up, staring at his trouser legs. The pants are also short now. Fu Xing shook his head with a smile, walked out of the room to fetch the spare clothes from the car, but as soon as he reached the courtyard, someone was heard urgently knocking on their courtyard gate. Chapter 15. Fu Xing paused in his step, his whole body tensing up instantly. He grabbed a gun from the car and stashed it on himself, then walked to the door, speaking with an austere and curt tone. Who's there? It's me. Qi Jing. The voice from outside sounded exhausted, as if the person had just completed a 5-kilometer run with extra weight, weak and breathless. Fu Xing opened the door. Qi Jing was covered in mud, his clothes drenched in sweat, looking utterly disheveled. Seeing Fu Xing, Qi Jing lit up like he'd seen his long-lost parents, gleaming eyes shining brightly. Brother Fu. Fu Xing immediately stepped back several paces, rejection written all over his face. This isn't a life for humans. Qi Jing wiped the sweat off his forehead, exhaled heavily, and expressed complete despair. This base is too inhumane. What happened? Fu Xing frowned, taking a few more steps back as Qi Jing approached closer. Qi Jing still carried dirt on him, so Fu Xing didn't want to risk any contamination, considering the clean-loving child inside who would certainly refuse him afterward if this happened. Zhao Dou, who was making breakfast inside, also came out upon hearing the commotion outside. Seeing Qi Jing, Zhao Dou was shocked. Big brother Qi, did you go do manual labor? Qi Jing looked at Zhao Dou like meeting family, gazing deeply at him, which made Zhao Dou instinctively swallow his saliva. Yeah. Qi Jing sighed heavily. He originally thought that after entering the base, he would be able to reunite smoothly with his parents and contribute to the base using his knowledge. However, unexpectedly, once inside, he was informed that anyone within the base must submit contribution points daily. The base gave him several options. First, form a team to search for supplies outside. Second, join the military of the base. Third, participate in labor within the base. Without hesitation, Qi Jing chose the third option. Early in the morning today, he was taken to a nearby field being cultivated by the base to prepare barren land for planting. When he inquired whether there were other jobs and introduced his expertise, he was brutally turned down. This wasn't a huge deal, as exchanging work for food and safety was something he could accept. But during mealtime, he truly couldn't bear it anymore. Getting up early in the morning and working hard for over 3 hours before eating breakfast, where all he received were 2 potatoes and a bowl of rice soup devoid of any visible rice grains, with no permission to take more after finishing. How could they expect a horse to both run and not eat grass? No wonder those people he saw in the canteen all looked exhausted and had cracked lips, it was clearly malnutrition. And the base was only a few days old. If this kept going, everyone would surely become pale and thin. Moreover, he realized more things. This was an official-controlled base. Official bodies absolutely wouldn't allow this kind of situation. So what had gone wrong? After eating breakfast, Qi Jing learned about Fu Xing's residence and went directly to seek help. Big brother Qi, did you have breakfast yet? Zhao Dou asked. Fu Xing walked to the car, put down the gun, and took out a new set of clothes and shoes. Yesterday, Pei Ming didn't like wearing those glowing shoes, but only one size was available. Now that the kid had grown taller, his feet might also have gotten longer. Hearing the word breakfast, Qi Jing's eyes immediately lit up. His mouth involuntarily started salivating uncontrollably, had it, but didn't fully have it. Zhao Dou's face was full of question marks, scratching his head, what does that mean? Worked for 3 hours in the morning and got 2 potatoes. Qi Jing looked extremely bitter. Fu Xing interrupted their ongoing conversation, let's talk inside. His expression became serious. The Luohua City base was officially established, led by the government and military, following instructions to ensure the maximum local efforts in safeguarding the lives and livelihoods of its people. Yet, according to Qi Jing's claims, it seemed completely different from that expectation. And they gave me a bowl of rice porridge without any actual rice grains, not allowing me to take another serving after finishing. Not even the donkeys in a production brigade were treated this way, right? As Qi Jing followed into the living room, he quietly recounted his experience from the night and breakfast to Zhao Dou. Yesterday Zhao Dou, record what he says, report to our superiors later. They belonged to Yen City, directly supervised by it, but since they left from Rong City, they merely reported their safety to them earlier. Subsequent matters needed to be communicated with Yen City. At present, Yen City had established a relatively safe survivor base and was continuously contacting various places, coordinating rescue missions among other arrangements. From Rong City to Luohua City, they had to report the situation every time they passed through a city. If any problems arose, they would need to be solved immediately. Zhao Dou nodded and invited Qi Jing to eat something first. Fu Xing walked into the room with clothes and pants. Pei Ming was sitting on the quilt waiting, his tea-colored eyes lighting up when he saw him. Can you put these on by yourself? Fu Xing placed the clothes and shoes next to him, try on the shoes and see if they fit. There's no flashing today. Pei Ming nodded, taking the clothes to look at them. Not a rat today, but a yellow little bear. After you're dressed, come out, we'll all be outside. Fu Xing finished speaking, then exited the room to let Pei Ming change on his own. Qi Jing sat on the sofa in the living room, devouring his food like a famished man. I've never been this hungry before. So delicious. Zhao Dou looked at him worriedly and said, Brother Qi, eat slowly. Just then, Chao Yi returned from outside and, seeing Qi Jing sitting in the living room, was surprised. Didn't you go to find your parents? This morning I went to the registration office, but my parents haven't arrived at Luohua City's base. Qi Jing had already finished a bowl of rice. Thinking about this, his expression became serious. I guess that you are soldiers, and have come a long way from another place to Luohua City. It must be for our Luohua City Biological Research Institute, right? He took a deep breath. My parents are researchers at that biological institute. Before the apocalypse came, I called them, they were on vacation, then after the apocalypse started, their phones couldn't get through. I assumed they had evacuated to the base, but now it seems they are probably still at the institute. Hearing this, Fu Xing and Chao Yi exchanged a glance, both detecting a trace of seriousness in each other's eyes. What are your parents' names? Chao Yi asked very formally and seriously. My father is Qi Bing, and my mother is Li Qionglan. After Qi Jing finished, Chao Yi nodded, while Zhao Dou hurriedly ran to the car outside and grabbed a file. Qi Bing, Li Qionglan. He flipped through it, then found the target, Captain Fu, Brother Chao, these two are our targets. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Qi Jing. Fu Xing finally sat opposite him and said solemnly, tell me everything. The living room fell silent instantly as Pei Ming came out of the room, saying along the way, Fu Xing, the clothes are too big. With that remark, everyone looked at Pei Ming. Zhao Dou made an exclamation sound. Qi Jing even exclaimed, in just one day, how come little Ming looks taller? It was clear that Pei Ming's clothes were a size too large. Even though he had grown taller, the outfit Fu Xing had given him also seemed oversized, making him look like he was wearing a satchel of mustard yellow. Uncomfortable, he tugged at the loose clothing. Still, after hearing Qi Jing's voice and his compliment on his growth, Pei Ming smiled happily, lifting his head. All your clothes are in the car. Do you remember the backpack from yesterday? Just open it and you'll see the clothes. Fu Xing's gaze softened, looking at Pei Ming as he said, go choose whatever you like to wear. Beside them, Zhao Dou also appraised Pei Ming's height with curiosity, but didn't doubt anything since kids grow fast, especially younger ones who seem to shoot up overnight. Now that the apocalypse has come, even ducks can mutate. A child growing several centimeters a day wasn't completely impossible, right? Pei Ming nodded and headed towards the door. Inside, everyone shifted their attention back, and Qi Jing thought for a moment, starting from the beginning, I don't really know what project they were working on inside the institute, but I do know it was impressive. They once developed some kind of gene project that could treat many diseases. The last time I spoke to them was 2 days before the apocalypse began. They mentioned resting during that period, but then there was an important project coming up. He didn't know much. The experimental contents within the institute had always been highly confidential, so he could only gather bits of information from the snippets his parents occasionally dropped. Moreover, this was partially because he himself worked in a biology-related field and was more sensitive to such matters. After saying that, Qi Jing looked at Fu Xing, who was tapping his fingers on the table. Are you sure your parents aren't at the base? Do you know any of their other colleagues? Qi Jing rubbed his temples, trying hard to think. There is one, last name Liu. I don't know his full name, but he came to our house once before. He might be part of their lab's logistics team. Do you remember what he looks like? Fu Xing continued to ask. I remember, I'll draw him for you. Qi Jing said, then turned to Zhao Dou, do you have a pen? At this moment, Pei Ming came in after changing clothes. He had searched through the entire backpack, only to find every piece of clothing adorned with animal heads, some were rat faces, others bear heads, and even duck faces. Thinking about the delicious duck blood soup he had yesterday, Pei Ming happily put on the shirt with a duck's face, giving some respect to ducks by wearing it. He walked over to Fu Xing, who pulled him into the kitchen while Qi Jing began sketching outside. Once he finished, he handed the drawing to Chao Yi. I need to leave now. I still have work later. If you are planning to go to the institute, I hope I can join you. When I was younger, my parents often brought me there, so I'm familiar with the outside area, even though I've never been inside. Chao Yi nodded and escorted him to the door. Don't worry, I'll come find you when we're ready. Where do you live? In the dormitory in the East District, apartment 301, building 10. After saying this, he waved goodbye and quickly ran off. Chao Yi watched him leave and was just about to close the door when a young man in military uniform ran up and stood at the doorway, saluting him. Chapter 17. Hello, I am the communicator for the head of the Luohua city base. Have you had a good rest? He stood straight, with the appearance of a soldier. Chao Yi also returned a salute, we've rested well. Can we go see him now? When they requested to contact the general director of this base yesterday, they were informed that he had already gone to rest. They had planned to inquire again after dinner, but unexpectedly, the other party took the initiative to approach them. However, after the doubts from last night and what Qi Jing said just now, Chao Yi was also full of suspicion towards this so-called general director. What kind of thoughts did he have? Were they currently an enemy or a friend? It's possible. Please follow me. He made a gesture inviting them to proceed. Chao Yi asked him to wait a moment and returned to the living room. Fu Xing and Pei Ming were eating breakfast. They had rice porridge and steamed buns in the morning, along with pickled mustard greens brought earlier from the supermarket. Pei Ming didn't like the taste of the pickled mustard greens, it was truly strange. He picked all the pickled mustard greens out of his bowl and placed them into Fu Xing's bowl, then held his bowl and drank the porridge directly. Pei Ming was still hungry, but this hunger was a craving for blood. Eating food was irrelevant, eating could merely be considered as having a small snack. The general director of the external base sent someone to find us, saying they wanted to meet us. Chao Yi randomly picked up a steamed bun and started biting it. We'll both go, Fu Xing stood up and decided directly. Chao Yi nodded, that's what I was thinking. Do, you are free to move around this morning, but bring Xiao Ming with you. Observe carefully while wandering around the base. Chao Yi turned to Zhao Dou. At the same time, Fu Xing also patted Pei Ming's head and gave him 2 candies. Follow Do this morning, alright? Pei Ming accepted the candy and nodded enthusiastically, alright. Absolutely fine, more than okay. If Fu Xing wasn't around, maybe he could find suitable food. Even though vegetarian food is tasty, it definitely doesn't match the flavor of meat. Pei Ming's interest soared immediately, his eyes fixed on Fu Xing, asking with those big eyes when they would leave. Fu Xing was still slightly uneasy and told Zhao Dou, be sure to be careful. If any danger is found, run towards our direction with Xiao Ming. Zhao Dou solemnly nodded, is there anything specific I should investigate? Confirm what Qi Jing said. What Qi Jing mentioned early this morning greatly impacted everyone and directly influenced their trust in this base. Understood. Zhao Dou stood straight and then looked towards He Tao's room, hesitating. Should I ask brother He to come along? He Tao hadn't come out since entering his room yesterday, even rejecting food when called upon for meals. No, let him be, Fu Xing sighed, planning to report He Tao's situation to the superiors after meeting the leadership of the base later. Pei Ming shoved a candy into his mouth and looked simultaneously with Zhao Dou at He Tao's room. Beyond help already. But indeed strange, why was he still alive? In a half-dead state. A glimmer of interest flickered in Pei Ming's eyes, but soon disappeared. If he were in his old self, he would surely want to investigate thoroughly, but now, he gazed toward the door. Being full was the most important thing. Being full meant growing taller. At this thought, Pei Ming's laughter-filled eyes couldn't be hidden anymore. Fu Xing gave Pei Ming a slightly worried glance, like a father who has to send his child far away for study. As Fu Sheng and Chao Yi left, Zhao Dou tidied up the table. Xiao Ming, play by yourself for a bit, but remember, don't leave the yard. After cleaning up, he went outside to confirm the situation here. Upon hearing this, Pei Ming nodded. As soon Zhao Dou walked into the kitchen, he instantly teleported himself into the courtyard, his eyes fixated on the trees. Soon, Pei Ming in the courtyard disappeared and reappeared on the tree branch. The current Pei Ming's eyes glimmered faintly red, showing the peril of a predator. The blood teeth at the corner of his mouth showed without restraint, with a slightly restless urge. Soon, his eyes locked onto the entrance of the neighboring courtyard. The crimson receded from his eyes, replaced by a tinge of confusion in his tea-brown irises. Could it be them? The neighboring courtyard's entrance revealed a family of 3 walking into the yard. In the woman's arms was a chubby boy who looked to be about 7 or 8 years old. Although it was arduous carrying him, she was completely unwilling to let her precious son suffer the hardship of walking. Weren't they the family who tried to grab Pei Ming's shoes at the countryside inn but failed? The uncle said, "Let us stay here, this is the best place in the entire base." The tattooed man said this with a hint of pride. "But your uncle wants us to give Xiao Bao to him." Upon hearing these words from her husband, the woman immediately became agitated. They could live in such a nice house because that uncle had his eye on their son. He claimed that their son was lucky and he would take their son away to do something significant. But what could be something significant that requires a child? He just asked for a kid. Don't you remember those people we offended that day? The tattooed man's face was full of venom. Upon hearing this, the chubby boy in the woman's arms immediately perked up. "I want those glittery shoes of his." "You mean?" The woman's eyes also lit up. As long as it wasn't her child, any other little brat could be sent off. "Yes, the uncle will send someone soon to ask for the kid, and will say." Pei Ming stood on the tree and heard everything those two said. He slightly curled the corners of his lips upward. Meanwhile, Zhao Dou had finished tidying up inside the room. Xiao Ming. Here." Pei Ming instantly appeared behind the tree, waving at Zhao Dou. "Are we going out?" "Yeah, let's check around." Zhao Dou packed a small backpack, brought a voice recorder and then followed Pei Ming out the door. This scene looked exactly like a big boss leading a backpack-carrying junior partner, of course, provided that the big boss isn't only as tall as the junior partner's waist. Zhao Dou looked around, taking notes while observing. Pei Ming, on the other hand, aimlessly gazed around with curiosity in his eyes, yet mentally counting time all along. After Zhao Dou and Pei Ming left their courtyard, a group of uninvited guests arrived at the neighboring yard. The leader's attitude was very forceful. "Don't forget my words. Uncle, Xiao Bao is your nephew too, so how about if we provide you another little boy?" The person addressed as uncle frowned. "We don't need anyone who doesn't meet our requirements." Meets, that little boy is the most beautiful one I've ever seen, he's the neighbor's kid." After he said this, the person glanced toward the adjacent courtyard, then eyed the tattooed man. "That was our target all along. To serve the god is an honor for Xiao Bao." After saying this, he waved his hand, and the men behind him rushed forward. Xiao Bao was gagged and stuffed into a jute bag, while the tattooed man and the woman collapsed on the ground. The leader stood by the entrance of the courtyard, asking in a cold snake-like voice, "Has the container been captured?" "It's being implemented." A respectful response came from the person behind him. "Make sure nothing goes wrong." "Understood." After the person finished speaking, he completely disappeared into the shadows. At the same moment, Pei Ming squinted his eyes, his lips cracking wider to both sides. "Watch out." Zhao Dou also sensed the danger, stepping in front of Pei Ming to shield him. Chapter 85. Although Zhao Dutu is a tech expert, he is also a genuine military academy student with good reflexes and shooting skills. After 2 gunshots, nothing appeared before their eyes. Zhao Dutu held Pei Ming's little hand, alert while consoling. "Ming, don't be afraid." Pei Ming looked at a wall on the right side, licking his lips. He tugged on Zhao Dutu's clothes, whispering, "The wall on the right, it's moving." After he finished speaking, Zhao Dutu unconsciously shot at the wall on the right. At this moment, a shadow appeared. Is that an ability user? Moreover, a rather unique one, an ability user who can mimic shapes. Zhao Dutu's heart sank heavily as he started to plan how to escape with Pei Ming and head toward where Fu Xing was. There were still some scattered people around, but the ordinary folks, having experienced the apocalypse and barely escaping zombies to reach this safe haven, were entirely enraged yet dared not voice against the obviously more powerful ability users. Nevertheless, someone quietly ran off, heading towards the army patrol for help. Chaos ensued in the surroundings. The person who got hit didn't pay attention to the other commoners. He casually wiped the blood from the bullet wound on his arm, put the bloody fingers to his lips, extended his tongue and licked it. His eyes had too much of the whites, making him look downright deranged. "You've got some real skills." While saying this, he walked closer to Zhao Dudu and Pei Ming. Zhao Dudu prepared to shoot again, but at this moment, suddenly from a nearby tile house, a vine popped out and coiled around the gun in Zhao Dudu's hand. Pei Ming bowed his head, his eyes turning red, without fear, and if you looked closely, you could see excitement gleaming in his eyes. However, soon the red in his eyes faded away, the brown iris turned pitch black, and he lifted his head. Another person came following the vine and quickly bound the adjacent Zhao Dudu. While struggling, Zhao Dudu kept yelling with wide-open mouth at Pei Ming, "Run! Ming, run!" Pei Ming's lips curled up and then locked eyes with the person using the vines. "Knock him unconscious and take me away." The person who used the vine's pupils instantly turned pure black, and a vine struck Zhao Dudu's neck. With reluctance, Zhao Dudu fell down. Another person approached walking forward, muttering as he walked, "Kill him, he's useless anyway." After finishing his words, he reached out his hand, intending to grab Pei Ming, but at that instant locked eyes with Pei Ming. He froze there, stunned for half a minute, before gently picking up Pei Ming. The person beside using the vines formed a bridge, and they quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. On the ground, Zhao Dudu lay unconscious. The surrounding people rushed over, "Young brother. Young brother." At this moment, Pei Ming's forehead dripped with sweat, and his face once again became pale. But his lips curved upwards as his eyes closed weakly, unable to remain open. He indeed wanted to see what fun there was within. When Fu Xing received the news, Zhao Dudu had already been sent back to the small courtyard. The doctor inside the base was examining his body, and Fu Xing stood by silently without any word, but the doctor didn't dare even to breathe heavily. "There's no major problem with this, sir, he was only knocked unconscious," said the doctor after his examination, trembling in fear. Beside him, Chao Yi patted Fu Xing's shoulder and then told the doctor, "Thank you for your trouble, I'll escort you out." The doctor felt as though he'd been granted a pardon and frantically waved his hands, "Not necessary, not necessary, I'll go myself." Then he stumbled out of the door like he was fleeing. Fu Xing leaned against the doorframe, his eyes open, but his gaze reverted to the lifeless dead water state it was before he found Pei Ming, his deep dark eyes like those of stagnant water devoid of life. "Captain Fu," Chao Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking, "now the most important thing is finding the child." A child being abducted in public, these villains were truly audacious. "I know what's urgent." Fu Xing straightened his posture, glanced inside at Zhao Dudu, "You stay here and watch over him." After finishing his words, Fu Xing walked outside. His tall and dignified figure seemed out of place amidst the surrounding environment, solitary and proud. Chao Yi standing behind watched his silhouette, lips moving, wanting to say something but holding back. Right now, images flashed through Fu Xing's mind like lanterns in a whirlwind. With every step he took outward, his expression grew colder, his eyes losing their luster. As he walked along the road, all the people around avoided him, he seemed utterly alienated from this world. He shouldn't even be alive. Negative emotions surged up almost instantly, the estrangement and beatings from his parents since childhood, the missions he risked his life for afterward, everything in his mind was grayish-white. Only Pei Ming, whom he had met just yesterday, stood out. The sight of the helpless child reminded him of himself as a child. Realizing that the boy might have been abandoned by his parents, Fu Xing didn't know whether he was feeling sorrow for the other or for himself. In the short span of a day's interaction, the boy filled his memory with color, with vividness. But with this thought, Fu Xing's narrow and piercing eyes transitioned from being dazed to blank, and finally, they became sharp once more. He exuded a cold demeanor, but his heartbeat and breathing became rapid. Living up until now, he had never yearned for anything, whether life or death seemed unclearly good or bad to him. However, right now, he felt an intense desire and longing. Find him. Retrieve him. The atmosphere around Fu Xing changed again. Within a kilometer radius, metal objects, much to the shock of many, shook without reason, floated into the air, then melted into puddles before falling to the ground and continuously boiling. Fu Xing took a deep breath and appeared normal again. The surrounding molten metal also stopped boiling and instantly solidified. He felt as if his strength had increased significantly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Pei Ming, unaware of Fu Xing's current state of mind, had just awakened after overusing his abilities. He hadn't wanted to save that human, but why did he instinctively protect him? In Pei Ming's trading principle, after being protected, it is natural to repay. However, the two men who captured him weren't weak, and there was a feeling within them that both repulsed and familiarized him. He willingly allowed himself to be taken because, on one hand, his power hadn't yet recovered, and he couldn't control these two for too long. On the other hand, he wanted to trace the source. The previous dream left him with a very unpleasant sensation. And now, this familiar feeling appeared in these two humans. What did all of this point to? Chapter 19. Pei Ming felt as if he had touched upon a clue, but when he wanted to follow it further, the thread suddenly broke. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, closed his eyes, suppressed the thoughts in his mind, and then looked around. This place was very similar to the room with the mud walls that he had entered before, but relatively speaking, it was much damper and darker than the previous one. Without careful listening, the sound of dripping water caused by humidity could be heard. Pei Ming placed his palm on the ground, and instantly it became wet. This must be underground, and likely many layers below. Mommy, I want mommy. Wah. Yua, I'm hungry. As one person began wailing, the entire room was suddenly filled with the shrill cries of children. Pei Ming furrowed his brow, diverted his attention to the situation in the room. This room was not large, with 2 dim lamps hanging on the walls, their flickering lights creating an eerie, ominous atmosphere. Looking at the opposite side, there were a group of children crying and making a racket over there. The people who forcibly abducted them here clearly thought that a bunch of kids would not pose any threat, so there were no restraints on anyone, and they were left to be dumped here. Pei Ming pressed his lips together, a faint sense of unease rising in his somewhat pale face. He clenched his fists, casting sharp eyes toward the entrance to this room. A sound of footsteps came, a man holding a lamp walked in, barking angrily, cry some more and you won't be fed tonight. After saying that, he whipped the whip in his hand on the ground, stirring up a pile of fine soft soil and dust, and the majority of the children's cries ceased abruptly at this time. But, not everyone was so obedient, some children cried even louder due to fear. That man's eyes fixed like venomous snakes on the children still crying, set down the lamp, approached them, and reached out with one hand to pick someone up. How about it, shall it be you today? His lips curled into a grin, his hand resting on the child's cheek, rubbing it grotesquely. That child struggled desperately, but the man's face showed an increasingly perverted smile, obviously satisfied with what he was witnessing, feeling an overwhelming sense of control. His hand gripped onto the child's neck, the child struggling with dilated pupils, full of fear in its eyes. But this fear seemed to please him. Pei Ming supported his slightly weak body as he sat up, looking towards the opposite side. He curled his lips slightly, showing a mocking smirk. As a member of the bloodline, he could not comprehend such behavior, for the blood race has always been protective, being a species prone to short tempers. One of the taboos among the bloodline is the prohibition against killing one's own kind, let alone younglings. Younglings, they are the treasure of the entire bloodline, especially those born through conception. The slight slowness disappeared from his half-closed eyes. The man inflicting pain instantly felt a coldness behind his back and loosened the hand gripping the child's neck. He turned his head and cautiously observed. Pei Ming slightly raised his head, moved his ears, retracted his gaze, and closed his eyes. Footsteps sounded again at the entrance. A man dressed in a black long robe appeared in this dark and damp dungeon. Seeing the visitor, the man's expression immediately became respectful. He put down the child in his hands and bowed deeply to the other side, Master Priest. Priest. Pei Ming's lips moved slightly, muttering these 2 words. What sort of strange title is this? Stop harming the sacrifices. The voice of this so-called priest was raspy and hoarse, ancient beyond measure. His whole body was shrouded in the black robe, only revealing a face covered in wrinkles. I didn't, see, he's still doing just fine. The earlier man apparently dared not act frivolously in front of the old man, bowing respectfully while laughing nervously. The priest did not look at him straight on, his neck twisted mechanically, as if searching for something. Soon, his gaze settled on Pei Ming. Pei Ming felt the steps of the other party approaching, but there was a strong, unpleasant smell from this person. And yet, there was also an indistinct trace of kinship. No, it couldn't be. The container must be carefully guarded. The deity will soon descend upon our world. After the god arrives, we will acquire incomparable power and become beings second only to the deity. The priest's speech carried a tinge of madness. God. Container. Descent. Pei Ming took note of these key words in his mind. Yes, I am the deity's most loyal servant. Our clan has been waiting for this day for 1,000 years, the man continued bowing respectfully. The priest did not reply, just leaning on the wooden cane in his hand, which might as well be a staff he imagined it to be, and walked up the stairs step by step. After the priest left, the man's expression changed again. His cold and vicious gaze swept over the entire basement, and all the children who caught his eyes shrank into a ball out of fear. If I hear even the slightest sound, none of you will have dinner tonight. With that, he took the lamp he had put down earlier and followed the priest. Pei Ming could still hear their conversation. Priest, after the god arrives, will he grant us the power to become his servants? Yes, the god will surely transform us into his followers. Thank the god. Pei Ming frowned as other fragments surfaced in his mind. A bloodline prince bragged about being the ruler of the world, believing that for humans with no abilities, the blood race were their gods. All other creatures were seen as inferior beings in their eyes, including those humans transformed by the first embrace, who were considered slaves, not kinfolk, in their eyes. This led to an extensive debate among the bloodline clans, later. Pei Ming sighed, unable to recall who exactly participated in the debate back then or how many princes held such thoughts. And now, this so-called descent and container. What are they? Could it be the forbidden resurrection art of the blood race? That art was only accessible to blood race members of prince rank or above. And it was, rather impractical, or one could say, the conditions were harsh and insane, almost impossible to achieve. Thinking about this, Pei Ming's lips curled upwards. Things were getting more and more interesting. He was curious to see what kind of thing this so-called god really was. However, he wondered if Fu Xing had left during the time he was captured. He was the appointed servant Pei Ming planned to take back to the castle later. If Fu Xing left, then... Pei Ming's eyes revealed a cunning and dangerous smile. At the small courtyard, Fu Xing sneezed, and Zhao Daodu and Qiao Yi both looked worriedly at him. Ever since Xiao Ming disappeared, Fu Xing seemed completely off. Chapter 20. After Fu Xing returned from outside, he appeared too calm. He looked as if nothing had happened. I'm fine. Seeing the concerned expressions on the faces of the two opposite him, Fu Xing said indifferently. Zhao Dou smiled, rubbing his neck that was hit earlier while laughing foolishly. Maybe it's Xiao Ming who misses you. Upon hearing the name, Xiao Ming, there was a flicker in Fu Xing's eyes. The base has already started an investigation. Qiao Yi told Fu Xing about the events from this morning. Everything happened so suddenly and caught them off guard. Originally, they thought that since Zhao Dou carried a gun, even if he were to encounter zombies or Psi abilities users, he could still fight back to some extent. But unexpectedly, two Psi ability users showed up, targeting Pei Ming specifically. The boss Zhao at the farmhouse also mentioned losing a child, and during my investigation just now, someone else also noted that many children have gone missing from the base recently. All of them were described as having proper appearances and cute looks. Zhao Dou felt deeply guilty inside. As an adult, he had returned unharmed while Pei Ming, whom he was supposed to protect, was nowhere to be found. Why would they need so many children? With the apocalypse happening, children can neither carry nor shoulder anything, they can't do any work and are considered a burden by many adults. Why would someone go to the trouble of sending out two Psi ability users to kidnap a single child? Fu Xing gazed outside the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the wall surrounding the entire base. Where could all those children be hidden? Children generally can't control their emotions well, they cry easily and once frightened, their emotional reactions can be triggered quickly. Surely they couldn't be holding them for just one day. Qiao Yi followed Fu Xing's gaze. Do you think there is something wrong with the city wall? But it was officially constructed, and its design layout was carefully planned by multiple leaders here. Fu Xing closed his eyes. He saw a tangled ball of yarn but couldn't untangle it yet. It takes great skill for anyone able to send out two Psi ability users to snatch children. In such a short time, the special Psi user pretending to be someone else disguised themselves perfectly. I didn't notice their disguise at all. Zhao Dou was trying hard to recall the details of the scene. Though not trained combat personnel, his various performance assessments were usually quite good. Even though he hadn't been on the battlefield, his intuition was sharp enough to earn him a spot accompanying Fu Xing on missions. And precisely because of that, when the Psi user made a sudden move, he had no time to react before being subdued. Clearly, this person wasn't newly awakened. It was the 11th day of the apocalypse, and on the journey from Rong City to Luohua City, Zhao Dou believed he had encountered a fair number of Psi ability users. Apart from Fu Xing, none had managed to approach him undetected and snatch his weapon so silently. Register data. The mention of Psi ability users made Fu Xing's mind light up. Everyone entering the base had to fill out forms and receive a magnetic card similar to an ID. But soon, Fu Xing frowned. There was currently no instrument within the base to detect whether someone was a Psi ability user. Therefore, the registration was entirely based on honesty. That's right. Those two Psi ability users should be inside the base. The walls are so high, and there are people guarding them, so it should be difficult for that wood-based Psi user to enter from the outside. Zhao Dou had an epiphany and instantly stood up. Team Leader Fu, let's communicate with the administrative department of the base and review the records of the Psi ability users. After speaking, he nodded confidently. I remember what those two look like. Hope instantly reignited within Zhao Dou. Qiao Yi glanced at him, sighing slightly. You go ahead. Return after you're done reviewing. Because Pei Ming was taken publicly, to prevent widespread panic, military patrols now roamed the entire base. So going out now would also be safe. Alright, I'll leave immediately. Energized, Zhao Dou rushed out. As Zhao Dou left, the entire yard fell into silence. Leaning against the big tree with his eyes closed, Fu Xing asked, what problems do you see? Qiao Yi walked to stand across from him, placing both hands on Fu Xing's shoulders. The probability of finding them is 0. We've already reported the situation over here to Yen City. They said they'll send Mu Qing and Mu Shui. Both brothers have awakened Psi abilities, so they may be able to help. And Lo Wei should have already arrived at the base. I asked Zhao Dou to investigate before you came back. Hearing the name of his teammate, Fu Xing opened his eyes, a glimmer of light appearing in them. Are the planes operational? The reason they had traveled by car and taken 6 days to arrive was because, with the apocalypse, satellite signals were intermittent, other forms of communication were very unstable, and there was uncertainty about atmospheric changes, which is why they hadn't directly flown. Yes, Luohua City is not too far from Yen City anymore. Now airplanes can make short trips within an hour. After the incident, Chao Yi had already contacted Yen City. The situation was unique, and Yen City had granted them special authority. If the local leadership was indeed involved in anything improper, then silence fell again between the two as they both pondered this matter. They both knew it was likely more than just one child going missing. Before Pei Ming, many children had gone missing. Why? Once they could determine the reason, they might be able to uncover answers for the entire event. What is He Tao up to? Fu Xing suddenly remembered that there was still another person on their team. From morning until now, He Tao hadn't been seen. Chao Yi's pupils contracted slightly as he quickly recalled the words He Tao had spoken earlier, then rushed like lightning toward He Tao's room. Fu Xing followed behind, his hand gripping his gun. He Tao! He Tao! Chao Yi pounded on the door. There was no response from inside. The two looked at each other and chose to break the door down. He Tao lay on the bed, unconscious. Fu Xing and Chao Yi approached him and saw that his face was flushed as if he had a fever. Relieved, Fu Xing put his gun away and whispered softly to Chao Yi, "Let's go." Chao Yi nodded, conjuring up a bottle of mineral water out of nowhere. He sat on the edge of the bed, giving He Tao some water, then placed the bottle next to him before following Fu Xing outside. He's undergoing psi ability awakening. Fu Xing nodded. As they walked outside, soon, urgent voices, one male, one female, began knocking on the gate. Is anyone here? Is anyone around? We have something important to say, about the children. Chapter 21. Chao Yi fixed his gaze and looked toward the door. Go take a look. Fu Xing immediately quickened his steps, rushing to the door. He opened it, and his brows instantly furrowed as his previously vacant eyes suddenly revealed a sharp glint. This expression made the two people in front of him instinctively step back. Then the woman spoke up, "Sir, was your child also taken away?" The visitors turned out to be the tattooed man and his family who lived next door. After being knocked unconscious earlier, they had just woken up and discovered that the entire base was filled with patrolling soldiers. It's like this, our little Bao has also been kidnapped, the woman said while vigilantly observing her surroundings. Her clothes were somewhat disheveled, and there was a scrape on her right arm. I know you're capable. Please save my child. We know who took our kids. Please, please. Her voice trembled as tears streamed down her face. She reached out her hands, trying to grab Fu Xing's hand and even bent her knees slightly. With suspicion and caution in his eyes, Fu Xing took a step back, not letting the woman touch him. Chao Yi walked to the door, grabbed the woman by her shoulder, and helped her stand upright. Come inside and talk. Behind her, the tattooed man supported his wife as they entered the yard. Chao Yi closed the door, and his gaze became more serious. The woman sobbed, her words almost unintelligible. The tattooed man hung his head and, after a long silence, finally spoke, "It was my uncle who took the children, he is one of the leaders of this base." The tattooed man was deeply distressed, not just because his son had been taken, but more so because his doting uncle since childhood would harm his child. This left him feeling as though his beliefs had shattered. Your uncle. What's his name? His name is Li Dongda. He used to be from our Luohua city. The tattooed man recounted with pain and confusion in his tone. By now, the sky had grown dim. In the basement where a group of children were locked up, the children all stared at the staircase entrance eagerly. Dinner time was approaching. During this time, Pei Ming had already counted how many people were confined in this room. Apart from himself, there were 20 children in this room. If it was that absurd and laughable so-called rebirth forbidden technique, then there should be 100 children imprisoned here, meaning there are 5 such rooms. This so-called forbidden technique is based on the principle that as long as vampires have their heart source blood maintained and kept active, they can remain immortal. Blood helps the cells within vampires grow and reorganize quickly, especially human blood similar to vampire forms, which for vampires, is the most effective food and restorative agent. The creator of this forbidden technique conducted experiments on himself, and eventually died, though one might not call it death, but rather an uncontrollable accident during cellular differentiation and reorganization. That vampire ultimately turned into a bat, unable to regain human form. Perhaps this is also the origin of the legend about vampires turning into bats. It's mealtime. Just as Pei Ming recalled this ridiculous forbidden technique, 2 men came down carrying food, and the children surged forward. Eat up, eat up. Eat well so we can set off on our journey smoothly, said the person bringing the food, his face glowing with a cheerful smile as he watched the children like hungry ghosts. The magic circle for summoning the deity has already been drawn. Tomorrow, once these children are killed and their blood added to the array, they will resurrect the god they've awaited for 1,000 years. Then, everyone who helps resurrect the god will become its followers, achieving immortality. At this thought, the man delivering the food wore an ecstatic expression. To Pei Ming, his face appeared hideously grotesque, leaving no appetite whatsoever. Fortunately, he didn't need to eat human food. Leaving this place wasn't difficult for him. If it weren't for his burning desire to know what kind of second-class traitor this so-called god was, he would have left long ago. This place was dirty and smelly, and for that foolish member of his own kind, he'd sacrificed too much. But, as a prince, he couldn't ignore this matter. For 1,000 years, he had lain dormant here. This was his territory. Thinking of this, Pei Ming's lips curved upward. Like a hunter who had spotted prey, his demeanor was full of excitement and pleasure. Here. A young voice came from behind him. Pei Ming turned around to see a boy with thick eyebrows and bright eyes standing behind him. His dark eyes shone with vitality, looking extremely spirited. He was holding a steamed bun in his hand and offered it to Pei Ming. The bun was dirty, having been contaminated by the boy's muddy hands. As the boy handed over the bun, his stomach growled loudly. Pei Ming's lips curled slightly with disdain on his face. You eat it, I'm not hungry. I managed to grab an extra bun without being caught. You should eat this now. Tomorrow, it will be a long, long time before we get food again. The little boy's eyes were full of seriousness despite his hunger, refusing to withdraw his hand. Therefore, Pei Ming looked at the boy for a moment longer, then reached out to take the bun. Hurry up and eat, so you'll have strength. After eating, I'll tell you a secret. His eyes squinted as he showed a sincere smile, looking a bit silly. Pei Ming looked at the bun in his hand. It was indeed hard to swallow. The noble bloodline didn't need these things, and yesterday, only out of respect for Fu Sheng, he had eaten bread. Now, there's no way he would eat this thing again. Humph, the poor kid couldn't even feed himself properly but thought about others. I'll eat just a little bit, I already ate something good at noon, I'm not hungry now. Pei Ming pinched off the cleanest part of the bun and pushed it back into the boy's arms. The child took the bun. Alright, I'll still tell you my secret. Leaning closer to Pei Ming's ear, he whispered quietly, my dad is coming to save us soon. He's really strong, he's a soldier. My dad will surely save all of us, he's saved many people. The boy's face shone brightly as he spoke about his father. Pei Ming nodded. Soldier. Is he the same kind as Fu Sheng? This is our secret between us, don't tell anyone else. The little boy said earnestly, maintaining a serious face. Pei Ming nodded. Tomorrow is the night of the full moon, when the vampire's power is at its weakest, also the best time for reviving them. Because on this day, the resistance of the source blood to other types of blood is at its lowest. Let him think, tomorrow should he catch a rat and put it into that array instead? His eyes narrowed as if he thought of something delightful. Chapter 22. This was the 12th day of the apocalypse and the night of a full moon. The incident where someone with special abilities abducted a child in broad daylight and knocked them unconscious continued to escalate within the base, causing panic among ordinary people. The gifted individuals also sensed the rejection from the common folk, leading to various complex feelings developing in their hearts. Throughout that day and night, the entire base was filled with tension, fear, and uncertainty. The army's patrols were relentless, yet the whereabouts of the children who had been locked up remained unknown. The abducted children seemed to have vanished into thin air. Every place had almost been searched, but there was still no trace of the children. Pei Ming, confined underground, was completely unaware of what was happening on the surface. He sat idly on the ground, absent-mindedly fiddling with his fingers. As dusk fell, the children imprisoned in the basement began crying softly as if they could sense something ominous approaching. Even Zhao Xiaolong, the boy sitting beside Pei Ming, was affected by this atmosphere and became uneasy. Nevertheless, he tried to act mature, patting his chest confidently, "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Pei Ming, feeling slightly annoyed, scanned his surroundings with furrowed brows. An expression of impatience crossed his face, but he refrained from taking action against those around him. Instead, he covered his ears with his hands. Human younglings are truly annoying. At least the offspring of his own kind are cuter, like himself right now. No, wait. He wasn't an offspring anymore. Pei Ming found his thoughts becoming jumbled due to all the noise. His cheeks puffed out, clearly upset over the definition he had unconsciously given himself just moments ago. It must be the influence of the full moon. Plus, all this weeping from these little humans. Recalling previous nights of the full moon, he would surely sit in the open-air garden of the castle accompanied by his servants, sipping on synthetic blood beverages while admiring the moon and enjoying the latest delicacies developed by humans. But now, he craved blood. He wanted to eat duck blood soup and enjoy Sichuan-style boiled tripe. If only he could find out which fool used humans to capture him here, he'd definitely give them a taste of what it's like to turn into a rat. With clenched teeth, Pei Ming subtly exposed his fangs when no one was looking. You have canines. So cute. Zhao Xiaolong saw the tooth and was filled with curiosity, even attempting to reach out to touch Pei Ming's fawn. How presumptuous. Pei Ming raised his hand to block Zhao Xiaolong's movement. Zhao Xiaolong quickly retracted his hand, glancing around nervously as though trying to pretend nothing had happened. At that moment, someone came down the stairs. Move it. Let's go. The leader rushed in, yelling and herding the children upstairs like ducks. Standing nearby, Zhao Xiaolong kept reassuring not only Pei Ming but also the other younger children behind him, "Don't be afraid, I'll protect all of you." Turning his head, Pei Ming noticed Zhao Xiaolong standing firm like a mother hen, while several obviously younger children clung tightly to his clothes like little chicks. Without saying anything, he followed the others as they were driven upstairs by the people with special powers. After climbing about 4 levels, the humidity in the air gradually decreased, growing drier. However, they weren't taken to the surface. Peng Ming could already see light coming through the windows above but realized they were still underground. On the first basement level, all the children were brought into a grand hall. In the center stood a coffin that looked oddly familiar, carefully placed there with respect. As soon as Peng Ming entered, his eyes immediately fixated on the coffin in the middle. Judging from its decorative patterns, this person must occupy a position of considerable importance, not too high but not insignificant either. Beds are crucial items for vampires, and everyone pays particular attention to such details. One sleeps according to their status, which makes perfect sense. Different from Peng Ming's coffin engraved with countless intricate patterns and symbols, gilded with gold, the one placed here was encrusted with copper. Although copper somewhat resembles gold in color, it is still copper, and because it had been buried underground for a long time, it had turned green. On the ground, a circular pattern had been drawn, containing multiple embedded magic arrays. Peng Ming glanced at it once and then turned away. How vulgar. What could this possibly accomplish? Children were grouped into sets of 20 and positioned accordingly within the pentagram-shaped spaces prepared in the magical array. Each group occupied specially carved slots inside the formation. Worth mentioning is that these magic arrays were all carved out, not just painted on the surface. Where are the containers? Bring the containers up, came the grating voice of the old man again. More than 100 children, after entering this room, became eerily quiet as though under some sort of control. Peng Ming and Zhao Xiaolong were led to the spot closest to the coffin. The priest muttered incomprehensible incantations, even Peng Ming couldn't make sense of the gibberish spilling from his lips. After a long string of words, he pounded his wooden staff on the ground, causing the others present to instantly adopt an expression of piety. They knelt down and began muttering the same chants as the old man. The sacrifice begins. Present the offerings. At this command, 5 individuals standing at the points of the pentagram rose, each holding silver instruments. They positioned a child next to each opening and slashed their hands with the silver objects. Blood flowed out drop by drop into the magical array. What are you doing? You can't do this. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Xiaolong beside Peng Ming struggled furiously. If too much blood is lost, they will die. They will die. His clear eyes were filled with terror. Let me go. Zhao Xiaolong gritted his teeth and fought hard to break free from those who held him. At his loud cry, the children around the perimeter of the array seemed to wake from their trance and began crying and wailing uncontrollably. Hush! The priest seethed with anger, glaring at Zhao Xiaolong with utter malice. He approached Zhao Xiaolong, extending one hand to clutch the boy's throat. To be offered as a sacrifice to the gods is your honor. Release them. Zhao Xiaolong retaliated using both fists and feet, but it was futile. The absolute difference in strength between adults and children made his struggle appear utterly ineffective. Evildoers, release them. My father will come soon to rescue me. He's a soldier and he'll definitely arrest all of you and lock you in dark cells. Zhao Xiaolong struggled even harder. But, the priest gripping his neck laughed uproariously as if hearing the biggest joke, a soldier? His laughter quickly faded, replaced with a vicious and venomous expression. The soldiers outside are all subjects of the god. They will thank me for what I am doing today. After the god arrives, all who pledge loyalty to the god will gain eternal life. You're lying, you're a liar. My father will definitely come save me. I. Zhao Xiaolong's face turned bright red as he twisted his neck and bit down hard on the priest's skeletal hand. In pain, the priest flung him onto the ground, causing 2 of Zhao Xiaolong's teeth to break, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Peng Ming wrinkled his brows, sensing a slight discomfort in his chest. A faintly sour feeling spread there. Could it be because of the full moon night? Hold him, and make him spill his own blood. The malevolent words of the priest reached everyone's ears. Those standing beside Zhao Xiaolong pulled him towards one point. Standing at the front, with wrists already slashed, was one of the many little chicks from before. The priest produced a silver weapon, placed it in Zhao Xiaolong's hand, and grasped it tightly, whispering near Zhao Xiaolong's ear, "Go ahead, kill them yourself, let the blood flow out." Zhao Xiaolong's pupils rapidly contracted, his breathing becoming rapid. "Do it, you're the one killing them, how do you like this outcome?" "No, I won't." Zhao Xiaolong desperately pulled back his hand, yet the silver weapon had already touched the arm of the child. "No," Zhao Xiaolong's eyes bled crimson, startling Peng Ming who observed from above. Subsequently, red flames erupted from Zhao Xiaolong's body, forcing those holding him to step back from the burning heat. Within the flames, Zhao Xiaolong enunciated clearly, "I won't hurt them. Nor will I let you harm them." Soon after, the flames surrounding him intensified, spreading along the magical array. "Take the sacrificial offerings away. Muhan, bind him with vines. Where are the water element psychics? Use water." The great fire scorched the array, purging the blood already introduced into the array while an orange-colored flame protected the children within. Peng Ming clenched his fists, noticing something amiss. This youth was consuming his own life energy to sustain the flames. Thinking this, Peng Ming looked up at the person holding him, a slight smile playing on his lips as he softly spoke 2 words, "Let go." The man did so, only for the flustered priest who had just released Peng Ming to immediately shout, "What are you all doing? This is the finest container. The god will surely be pleased with his body." Peng Ming took one step after another towards Zhao Xiaolong and stood by his side. Retract your flames. They won't retract, Zhao Xiaolong replied. His eyes turned blood red, and the surrounding flames surged stronger. This crimson hue naturally spread to the ground, where Fu Sheng and his companions, searching for Peng Ming, saw the flames and swiftly came running. The flames enveloped the entire hall, but all the children felt as if touched by a gentle hand, feeling warmth without being scorched. Biting his lip in confusion, Peng Ming locked gazes with Zhao Xiaolong, who now appeared weak. Can you help me protect them? His whole body was aflame, yet water element psychics had already entered to extinguish it. Although they were no match for the flames fueled by Zhao Xiaolong's life force, their numbers gave them an edge. Are you making a deal with me? Peng Ming's eyes narrowed sharply as he looked intently at Zhao Xiaolong. He was dying. From the moment his flames erupted, his life had been racing toward its end. Zhao Xiaolong smiled faintly and nodded. The amount of fire he could emit grew weaker and weaker. At the critical moment, he awakened his powers and unleashed immense strength at the cost of his own life. Peng Ming's lips curled further into a smirk. I accept your offer, the contract is sealed. He moved closer to Zhao Xiaolong. Blood fangs emerged from his mouth as one hand gently supported Zhao Xiaolong's shoulder. Lifting his head, Peng Ming leaned close to Zhao Xiaolong's ear and asked, do you want them to pay the price? Yes. Zhao Xiaolong responded. As soon as he finished speaking, Peng Ming drew near his neck. Zhao Xiaolong closed his eyes, and the flames around him gradually faded away. After drinking the blood, Peng Ming tenderly placed Zhao Xiaolong on the ground. In an instant, his body was incinerated by the flames emanating from within. Peng Ming stood up, clenching his fists, and licked the corner of his mouth. His gaze locked onto the priest standing at the forefront. Now, it's time to honor the pact. Chapter 35. The so-called priest, now in a state of utter panic, stared at the elaborate ritual array they had meticulously prepared for years. After being scorched by roaring flames, it was charred black, and his entire expression transformed from anger to outright madness. In an instant, Pei Ming appeared in front of the priest. He hovered in midair, his pale little hand gripping the priest's neck. Let me think, how should I kill you? His eyes had turned blood red, his cheeks flushed with red, his lips crimson, and a single drop of blood clung to them. Pei Ming tilted his head slightly, and a yet cruel smile graced his delicate face, as perfect as porcelain. How about letting you kill them one by one? The priest remained unresponsive upon hearing this, but Pei Ming's smile deepened even further. Let's start with your god. His clear and bright voice resonated in the priest's ears, like that of a demon whispering into his ear. He immediately resisted, fear evident in his eyes as he hoarsely shouted, Who are you? Pei Ming tightened his grip, his smile vanishing completely. The priest's feet left the ground as he was lifted up. I don't enjoy such unpleasant sounds, Pei Ming said coldly. His eyes met the priest's. Go ahead, start with your god, and then kill them all. The priest's pupils scattered, his face becoming blank and expressionless, followed by growing terror. His body moved involuntarily toward the coffin. No. Pei Ming heard these two words with evident amusement. He returned to the ground and looked at the children, sighing lightly. TSK, dealing with cubs is such a bother. He approached the trembling group of children, who were being herded around by other ability users. The newly arrived ones were busy extinguishing the fire and hadn't yet noticed these children. A few children whose wrists had been slit earlier were lying unconscious on the ground due to blood loss and shock. Fortunately, their wrists were only cut once, and there was no secondary cutting. They wouldn't die from excessive blood loss. He gathered the children together, as if herding little ducklings. A few children, already unconscious from fear, lay on the ground. Pei Ming puffed out his cheeks and revealed a trace of regret in his eyes. This deal, it's not worth it. He glanced at all the children with his red-tinted eyes and spoke softly, take a nap. When the first person enters the hall, you will wake up. By then, you'll only remember that it was the orange-red flame that saved you. After Pei Ming finished speaking, all the children closed their eyes and snuggled close to each other. The priest acted quickly, he had already pried open the coffin. Pei Ming slowly walked towards him, leaning against the coffin to watch the priest's expressions with great interest. Some people began noticing the abnormalities here, but the flames hadn't completely died down yet. This flame's power was too strong, and even a touch could quickly spread across the whole body. More importantly, it wasn't just the flames causing the trouble, it was the overwhelming sense of fear that they felt, making them retreat willingly and pray someone would rescue them. Inside the coffin indeed lay the corpse of a vampire clan member, but Pei Ming didn't recognize this individual. He reached out and lightly touched the center of the figure's brow. A drop of blood emerged from the vampire's heart. As Pei Ming watched, the blood seemed to have its own soul and flew directly into his palm. The priest stood beside him, watching Pei Ming's actions. Pei Ming took out the silver object he picked up from the ground earlier and handed it to him. Proceed. Kill him. Then slaughter all your companions. And last, let me think. Holding the silver weapon, the priest tried to control his hand but his body still acted against his will, driving the knife straight into the heart of the fallen vampire lying in the coffin. The gods will punish me, the priest gritted through his teeth, despair heavy in his voice. Sitting casually atop the coffin lid and swinging his legs leisurely, Pei Ming responded, "Oh. Shouldn't you be happy about killing your god?" Pei Ming gazed inside the coffin, inspecting carefully. In a corner, he found a sheepskin scroll. The vampire's heart in the coffin had already been stabbed, his head cut off by the priest, yet the priest's hand holding the silver tool trembled violently but couldn't drop the blade. "Oh, hurry up. There are still many people down there." Pei Ming pointed at those still extinguishing the fire below, "You must kill them all before others come here." After speaking, Pei Ming reached out and patted the old man's face. After patting him, he shook his hand as if to get rid of the unpleasant feeling, then picked up a cloth from the nearby altar and carefully wiped his hand. The priest had already moved towards another person. Master Priest. Those people's eyes were full of panic as the priest directly struck a blade into one of their foreheads. The anomaly users putting out the fire immediately became chaotic. Master Priest. Pei Ming stood beside the coffin and opened the sheepskin scroll. After viewing it, his eyebrows instantly furrowed, his expression becoming solemn and grim. Then, he looked at the beheaded bloodline member and his tone became serious. "I sentence your death in the name of Duke Pei. The blood clan's rules will never be broken within the territory of the Pei family." Upon finishing his statement, the person in the coffin turned to ashes, and Pei Ming destroyed the sheepskin scroll in his hands. He stood there for a long time before finally raising his head, showing a smile on his face. Following that, Pei Ming jumped onto the lid of the bloodline member's coffin and observed the hunting game taking place inside the hall. Outside, Fu Sheng and the others had already arrived at the site of the fire. The last 2 days and nights had indeed been perilous for them. They thought back to the rural inn they stayed at previously. Zhao Xiong had told them upon their departure, if they needed help, to return and find him. Later, someone made contact with them, informing them of the current situation of Luohua City base and the forces under their command. It turned out that since its establishment, this base had been controlled by a group of powerful anomaly users. Some of the higher-ups chose to collude with them while others found themselves powerless to resist and could only lie low. This group continuously expanded their influence, and almost all the anomaly users of Luohua City were under their control. Anyone unwilling to join would be locked in rooms behind walls, used for cruel experiments. Realizing this situation, those higher-ups who refused to collude immediately organized a force to leave Luohua City base and waited for the opportune moment. Their original plan was to use these few days, with Fu Sheng and a few powerful anomaly users arriving from Yen City, to gradually root out the corrupt elements stationed in Luohua City base while searching for where the children were being held captive. But unexpectedly, a fire broke out near one of the plazas close to the earth wall. After eliminating the resistance outside, Fu Sheng's group and Zhao Xiong discovered a passageway leading underground and rushed toward it. Seated on the coffin board, Pei Ming slightly felt bored and also hungry. His physical exertion was a bit too much earlier, and now he felt a little tired. He jumped down from the coffin and, after hearing some sounds, moved to the pile of children, sitting down next to them and watching out expectantly. Fu Sheng was the first to enter the room, not observing the situation in the hall immediately but instantly locking eyes onto Pei Ming. Walking over to Pei Ming, Fu Sheng gently picked him up, stroking his soft hair while saying softly, "There's no need to worry anymore." Pei Ming casually hugged Fu Sheng and rubbed his head against his chin. So fragrant. Fu Sheng smelled even better. After doing this, Fu Sheng finally had the time to look around and see what had happened. The entire hall had been burned, leaving a charred circular pattern on the ground. The children were dazed, looking at him with frightened eyes, and then gradually began to cry softly. Looking elsewhere, the priest was still battling with the last anomaly user. Fu Sheng stroked Pei Ming's head gently, asking tenderly, "Can you wait just a bit longer?" Pei Ming nodded, seizing the opportunity to make a request. "I'm hungry," he said wearily. Upon hearing this, Fu Sheng's face finally showed a hint of a smile, promising, "After we go back, we'll have something delicious to eat." "Need duck blood," Pei Ming added, "he wouldn't eat anything else." "Okay," Fu Sheng replied with evident indulgence. Then Pei Ming obediently loosened his hold on Fu Sheng, who put him down. Turning around, Fu Sheng's gaze became sharp and fearsome, releasing an aura of slaughter. The silver instruments on the ground began to buzz, forming a large cage that enveloped the two people currently fighting. Pei Ming also looked at the priest, muttering, "All these are your doing, you've gone mad, you killed everyone." After saying this, the crimson in his eyes faded completely. The tea-colored irises rolled around innocently within his eye sockets, looking both blameless and endearing. More people rushed into the hall, and upon seeing its gruesome state, they all involuntarily gasped. Zhao Xiong's gaze scanned over all the children as he shouted, "Zhao Xiaolong." No one responded. After hearing this cry, Pei Ming tilted his head to look at Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong also noticed Pei Ming's gaze and softened slightly, crouching down before him. "Xiao Ming is here too. Are you looking for Zhao Xiaolong?" Pei Ming recalled Zhao Xiong mentioning that he had a son. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiong's eyes lit up with hope. "Have you seen him? Where is he now?" Fu Sheng stepped over just then, grasping Pei Ming's hand tightly. Meeting Zhao Xiong's eyes, Pei Ming pressed his lips together and then pointed towards the area scorched most severely. He set the fire. Zhao Xiong's pupils shrank immediately as he followed where Pei Ming was pointing. There was nothing there but blackened remains, causing him to slump onto the ground, his eyes lifeless. He murmured, he set the fire. The children surrounding them recounted under questioning, it was an orange-red flame that saved us, it was the young brother. The fire, it was warm. Sitting on the ground, Zhao Xiong hugged his knees, burying his face in them. Tears moistened his eye rims as he whispered, it's all my fault, I shouldn't have taught him from a young age to be an upright and great hero. Chapter 24. Pei Ming raised his head and looked at Fu Sheng, blinking. Fu Sheng reached out and picked up Pei Ming from the ground. As he gently stroked his back absent-mindedly, he sighed heavily, his lips moving as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Zhao Xiong loved his son deeply, which could be seen clearly from his words and actions. According to the children's descriptions, Zhao Xiong's child was indeed brought up exceptionally well, just as Zhao Xiong had said earlier, a hero. Pei Ming clung to Fu Sheng, playing with his hair and gently petting it. Fu Sheng couldn't think of any comforting words, he understood Zhao Xiong's feelings right now. He had experienced reunion after loss, while Zhao Xiong. Fu Sheng turned his head away, giving Zhao Xiong some space. In the entire hall, apart from the kidnapped children and the two people locked inside silver cages by Fu Sheng, there were no other living beings left. All the psionics here were dead. What had happened before they entered? You all go rest. We'll handle this. Everyone has worked hard. The personnel dispatched from Yen City willingly took over the situation. Colonel Fu Sheng, tomorrow's mission to the Luohua City Biological Research Institute will still require your team's efforts. We need to stay here at the base for cleanup and cannot join you, said someone whom Pei Ming had never met before. He walked up to Fu Sheng and patted his shoulder. Pei Ming curiously looked up, seeing the stranger who then looked back at him. What a cute kid, he smiled, reaching into his pocket but finding nothing. Embarrassed, he extended his hand to pat Pei Ming's obviously soft and fluffy hair. At that moment, Fu Sheng stretched out his hand, covering Pei Ming's head, and turned slightly, this is originally our task anyway. All members of their squad were present now, and 3 of them had awakened to their psi abilities. Mu Qing and Mu Shui were twins. One had awakened with water element powers, while the other had special series beast transformation abilities. Their joining significantly boosted the team. Lu Wei was the only female member of the group, having awakened to special series strength, she now possessed incredible physical power. The man awkwardly withdrew his hand and seriously stated, take the kids out. Everyone take the children out and broadcast through the base for families who have lost their kids to come and claim them. Chao Yi also arrived at this moment. Seeing that Pei Ming was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. When Pei Ming was around, Fu Sheng seemed visibly more spirited. As teammates of many years, they all wished Fu Sheng would live better. Big brother Zhao. Chao Yi squatted down. He had just heard about the orange flame. There's a fire-red bead left in the flames. Chao Yi extended his hand and handed the bead to Zhao Xiong. Zhao Xiong raised his head, his hands trembling as he took the bead and clutched it tightly in his palm. Oh, by the way, this bead relates to something I should tell you, interrupted the official who came from Yen City. A few days ago, we encountered a zombie whose brain contained such a crystalline object. However, it wasn't as smooth and round as this one. It was dull, resembling a crystal but irregular in shape. Also, zombies with these crystals are more powerful. Regular individuals can no longer handle them. We suspect that following the evolution of animals and plants, zombies are also evolving. After saying this, he added earnestly, when you go out, be extremely cautious. If you encounter stronger zombies, check if they have these crystals. This crystal is currently the focus of research. If its origin can be determined, it might lead to uncovering the reason behind the apocalypse. After hearing this, Pei Ming leaned forward to see the bead, but Zhao Xiong kept it firmly clasped in his hand, making it invisible to others. Alright, if we come across one, we'll definitely collect it, Fu Sheng nodded. Zombies were also evolving, which they had suspected before. Now receiving confirmation didn't come as too much of a surprise. All the children in the hall had been carried out by the accompanying personnel. Those with wrist injuries were immediately sent to the hospital at the base for treatment. Zhao Xiong stood up as well, his eyes bloodshot, his breathing uneven. His stiff steps resembled those of a lifeless puppet, wandering aimlessly as he walked out. Fu Sheng and the others stepped out from underground, where quite a number of people had already gathered outside. Some were here looking for their missing children, others due to relatives going missing. According to the confessions of those they had subdued, quite a number of psionics were imprisoned within this earthen wall built for defense. These psionics refused to join them and assist in their nefarious deeds, so they were brought into the wall by other means and used as test subjects for experiments with their bodies. Now that all the children had been rescued, the next task was to save those incarcerated psionics. Of course, what came next no longer required Fu Sheng and his team's participation. Throughout the journey, Fu Sheng carried Pei Ming while the others subconsciously left space for him. Have you been alright these past couple days? His voice trembled slightly, a quiver he himself did not notice. In the moment he saw Pei Ming, Fu Sheng could not describe his own inner feelings. His hollow heart instantly filled with something, becoming full once more. He had always detested children before, even experiencing physical discomfort when encountering them at one point. But now, he looked forward to seeing Pei Ming, yearning to meet him often. This sentiment had spread over the last 2 days, rooting deeply within his heart. Pei Ming shook his head, muttering unhappily, not good. After not drinking blood for 2 days, he took just a sip in the hall earlier, gaining little but losing much. He suffered greatly during these 2 days. Thinking about it, Pei Ming pouted, leaning on Fu Xing's ear and whispering quietly, there was nothing good to eat every day. I'm starving. There will be something good to eat once we go home. Fu Xing's heart clenched with pain. With just the tone of the child's voice, Fu Xing had already imagined scenarios where Pei Ming couldn't eat properly, possibly being abused or even beaten. His inner emotions surged, and as he gently stroked Pei Ming's soft hair, suppressing his own emotions, he asked tenderly, Have you been hurt? There were too many emotions embedded in these words, as if a nod from Pei Ming would drive Fu Xing to strike back, making those who harmed him pay dearly. Pei Ming bit his lip and then shook his head, No, I'm just hungry. Their meals are all terrible. Fu Xing sighed in relief, a touch of helplessness and affection appearing on his face. Once we get home, there will be good food waiting for you. Pei Ming smiled with half-closed eyes, all right, will there be duck blood? There will be, we'll eat duck blood hot pot. Yes, yes. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long. Standing behind them, Chao Yi introduced to the 3 newly returned teammates, that's the kid we picked up in Luohua City. Tut tut, never thought the wooden one could turn out like this today, Lo Wei said, hands crossed over her chest, filled with exclamation. I can't imagine our boss ever holding a child. It's rather harmonious, watching this way feels not bad. The twins Mu Qing and Mu Shui also chimed in. All 3 were astonished when they learned that Fu Xing had actually adopted a child. Yes, they were astonished because they couldn't picture the scene of Fu Xing such a person being together with a child. Remember, when they previously returned from a mission and encountered a few kids on the road, the fearless Fu captain froze completely right on the spot and became extremely off-putting overall. It's better this way. He used to think about dying every day, now he probably doesn't think about it as much. Lo Wei flexed her wrists, raising a child. It's nurturing hope, after all. Sis, it sounds a bit strange coming from your mouth. Mu Qing beside her spoke up, referring to the one in their team known as Tyrannosaurus. Not as an insult, but because her personal strength was exceedingly strong. Capable of taking down 2 men with one hand and had an explosive temper, anyone she disagreed with, she would fight. Unless awakened with special power like this, how? Lo Wei gripped her fists tightly, her fingers crackling, what's wrong with what I say, Mu Qing? You seem to be itching for trouble. Mu Qing quickly distanced himself from her by a few meters, I apologize. An apology to avoid unnecessary physical suffering. Stop arguing, why do you start quarreling as soon as you see each other? Chao Yi felt a headache seeing these 2 rivals clash again. Standing nearby, Mu Shui lightly said a sentence, lovers quarreling sweetly. At the instant this comment came out, both people turned their gazes on him. Mu Shui swallowed nervously, pretend I didn't say anything. Behind them, the group continued to play and laugh as they walked on, but ahead, Fu Xing and Pei Ming remained silent. Pei Ming felt a little tired, so he rested on Fu Xing's body, slowly falling asleep. Upon noticing this, Fu Xing lightened his breathing. He looked up at the full moon in the sky, then glanced down at Pei Ming in his arms. Though uncertain of what the future would bring, he hoped that Pei Ming would grow up happily and safely, enjoying a childhood free of painful memories. This was what Fu Xing silently wished for, and a slightly kind smile spread across his face. When the group returned to the small courtyard, Zhao Dou stayed home because he lacked any special abilities. He had been cooking hot pot for everyone. Pei Ming woke up at the aroma, sniffed, turned his head toward the pot placed in the yard, and his eyes lit up. A red, vibrant red. It was a vampire's favorite. Seeing him awake, Fu Xing set him down. Pei Ming wobbled, but Fu Xing caught him in time. Are you okay? I'm fine. Can we eat now? Pei Ming had already spotted the duck blood on the side. There were other ingredients too, all temptingly appetizing, making one unconsciously lick their lips. Just wait. Wash your hands first. Zhao Dou ran out, his eyes filled with excitement looking at Pei Ming. He had been blaming himself non-stop, and now seeing Pei Ming, he finally felt at ease. Pei Ming nodded, rushed inside, washed his hands, then walked out, stopping puzzled in front of He Tao's door. This person's scent is becoming increasingly strange. Chapter 25. Fu Xing chased after Pei Ming inside, noticing that he had stopped in front of He Tao's door, and only then did he remember there was someone like this at home. What's wrong with Ming? Standing beside Pei Ming, he looked at the door to He Tao's room, confusion in his eyes. By all accounts, awakening supernatural abilities shouldn't take such a long time. Both Fu Xing and Chao Yi took just a few hours to awaken their powers, yet He Tao had been inside for 2 days now without coming out. Before this, they had all been busy looking for the child and handling the potential risks in the base, so they had only told Zhao Dou to check on He Tao's condition if there was time. Now that things were over, it wasn't until Pei Ming stood at this door that Fu Xing would have completely forgotten about this person. Isn't he coming out to eat? Pei Ming asked curiously. Fu Xing thought for a moment and placed his hand on the door, I'll check. Meanwhile, He Tao inside had already woken up. Twisting his stiff neck, his entire body moved like a zombie, completely rigid. He extended his hand, which no longer had a normal human temperature but had turned cold as ice. His muscles had also stiffened like dead flesh. Afterward, he closed his eyes, and a black mist suddenly appeared in his hand. Something seemed hidden within this fog, though it was unclear what at this point. A flicker of fear crossed his face, then the door abruptly opened, causing He Tao to hastily hide his hands as if startled like a rabbit. "What are you doing?" Seeing Fu Xing come in, he suddenly felt abnormally agitated. There seemed to be some kind of craving inside his body, an urge to devour the person in front of him. He Tao's breathing became slightly rapid. Fu Xing felt uneasy by the way He Tao was looking at him. He had seen every movement He Tao made earlier clearly. "You've slept for 2 days, Fu Xing stated briefly, pointing straight to the heart of the matter. "Have you awakened your supernatural ability?" His sharp gaze grew even more piercing, making He Tao subconsciously avoid it as he mumbled uncertainly, "I'm not sure. I haven't felt anything yet." He believed he had awakened his ability, but the type of ability most people possessed wasn't the same as his. Pei Ming stood beside him, curiously scrutinizing He Tao. This person's aura still didn't sit well with him, but it was completely different from before. Previously, Pei Ming had thought this man was practically dead, capable only of exchanging words while alive, just like those useless wanderers eating others on the streets who had lost all distinctions. But now, a faint sign of vitality had spontaneously emerged within him. This vitality combined with the death-like energy in his body, forming a new cycle. If one were to describe it, the previous state could be called living dead, whereas the current state was half dead, half alive. What had caused him to become this way? Pei Ming felt that the world right now was incredibly fascinating. A smile formed on his face, and when He Tao glanced over and saw it, his glare intensified. He stared at Pei Ming, who provocatively stared back with an unrelenting grin. "Brat, don't look at me." With his inner thoughts swirling, He Tao instantly rose from the bed. Fu Xing stepped in front of Pei Ming, taking one step forward and blocking He Tao with his elbow. "Watch your language." He Tao was pushed back a few steps by Fu Xing. Lowering his head, he concealed the desires and darkness within himself. Then he adjusted his collar and said indifferently, "What did I say?" Pei Ming tugged on Fu Xing's sleeve. Feeling deep concern for the child who had just gone through tremendous shock these past few days and had once again encountered this from He Tao, Fu Xing quietly consoled Pei Ming in his ear. "Everyone likes Ming Ming. Don't pay attention to him, he's sick." After finishing, Fu Xing picked up Pei Ming and walked outside, washing his hands once more. Pei Ming also felt some kind of negative vibe sticking to him, necessitating the hand washing. Washing thoroughly with bubble liquid, he even reached out to dot white foam onto Fu Xing's nose. Fu Xing laughed indulgently, and Pei Ming smiled too, showing off his pointed blood teeth. Ming Ming's teeth are so cute. Fu Xing genuinely found that little Fong particularly charming. Upon hearing someone praise his proud blood teeth, Pei Ming generously showed his admiration for the other person. His satisfaction was evident. "I do think so too." He nodded, much like a cat feeling comfortable when its chin was scratched. As they reached the courtyard, seating arrangements in the yard were clearly divided. The newly arrived twin brothers along with Lo Wei all sat opposite He Tao, their expressions appearing not very pleasant. Zhao Dou was seated in the middle, dishing out the dishes. Upon seeing Pei Ming and Fu Xing come out, he called out, "Ming, hurry over. Your favorite duck blood is already here." Pei Ming quickly ran to sit by the table, showing great affection for the pot of bright red food. It looked so delicious. "Here, drink some hot soup first." To welcome Pei Ming back, Zhao Dou had even stewed a duck soup, feeling that these past 2 days, if Pei Ming had been locked up, then surely his eating and sleeping hadn't been good. You can't eat spicy food with an empty stomach. Given the aroma, Pei Ming reluctantly gave Zhao Dou some face and held the bowl with both hands, drinking down a large bowl of soup with big gulps. After drinking, oil coated his lips as if he'd applied lipstick. Fu Xing walked over and sat beside Pei Ming, setting out a non-spicy oil dip for him. Children shouldn't eat too much spice, it's hard on the stomach. He also very thoughtfully placed a bowl of soup in front of Pei Ming, washing every piece of food before putting it into Pei Ming's bowl. Pei Ming's eyes widened in surprise. What was going on? Why wash all his food? As Fu Xing continued to place more food into Pei Ming's bowl, Pei Ming reached out and covered his bowl. "I don't want washed ones." The red dish was so beautiful. All the ingredients looked tempting. Fu Xing paused his hand and tried to persuade, "Eating too much spice is not good for your intestines." Pei Ming shook his head, "No problem." They stared at each other, as if whoever looked away first would be defeated. Pei Ming puffed out his cheeks like a pufferfish. Fu Xing silently put his chopsticks down, causing Pei Ming to smile and clench his fists happily. He picked up his chopsticks and directly went for the duck blood he wanted, placing it in his bowl to cool before gobbling it up. So fragrant. Fu Xing watched Pei Ming with concern while Zhao Dou eagerly served him, "Little Ming, eat more." Pei Ming nodded continuously, appreciating Zhao Dou more than ever. Sitting beside Pei Ming, Fu Xing looked increasingly odd, causing Zhao Dou, who was serving Pei Ming, to tremble suddenly and then withdraw his chopsticks. Wah wah wah, why was team leader Fu looking at him like that? Zhao Dou hurriedly started shoveling rice while Pei Ming ate with great gusto, grateful for Zhao Dou's help. He only needed to eat. Then, there was nothing left in his bowl. Fu Xing added some vegetables into Pei Ming's bowl. Pei Ming looked up at him. Eat some vegetables, don't just eat meat. Pei Ming glanced at the greens in his bowl, picked them up with chopsticks tentatively and took a bite. Alright, not bad. Seeing that he followed his advice, Fu Xing felt relieved as if comforted and sighed with relief. After finishing the hot pot, He Tao didn't communicate with anyone throughout the meal and returned to his room immediately after eating. Even Zhao Dou noticed something was off with He Tao. Has brother He awakened his supernatural abilities? Why hasn't he mentioned it? Chao Yi and Fu Xing both shook their heads, indicating they were unsure, but there was a trace of seriousness in their eyes. Pei Ming wasn't interested in what they said, he wanted more to eat. The energy consumption today was enormous, and though it wouldn't make him grow shorter, it could hinder his growth. But Fu Xing carried him over and felt his belly gently. It's all gone now. Indeed, Pei Ming had eaten quite a lot tonight, which surprised even Fu Xing. Still, considering how Pei Ming ate a great deal without issue at the countryside inn, he didn't stop him. A child kept locked away mustn't have eaten well, so if Fu Xing were to prevent Pei Ming from eating now, it would simply feel unbearable. Yet, children are children, they eat without moderation. This really broke Fu Xing's heart. Alright. Pei Ming regretfully pressed his lips together since there was no more duck blood on the table. Surprisingly, He Tao had competed with him over the duck blood today. Pei Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. If it weren't for He Tao, he could have eaten even more. Maybe after sleeping tonight, he'd grow taller tomorrow. Hearing this faintly regretful sigh from Pei Ming, Fu Xing couldn't help but laugh and cry simultaneously. As he helped tidy things up, he told Pei Ming to exercise. Pei Ming refused exercise completely. After a full meal, you should sleep. For the blood race, consuming blood provides satiety alongside digestive problems that often leave them feeling sleepy. At this moment, flashes of certain images appeared in his mind. When he was in the castle, after eating his fill, he would lie on the throne and watch performances by humans. He often fell asleep on the throne, only to wake up already lying in his bed. Where had the servants from before gone? Pei Ming thought hard. By the time Fu Xing and the others had finished tidying up and walked out, they saw Pei Ming sitting on a chair, his little head nodding sleepily. So cute. Lu Wei covered her mouth and tiptoed to Pei Ming's front, her face filled with a motherly smile. Mu Qing walked to her side and pulled her back a few steps. Do you like kids? Lu Wei disdainfully looked Mu Qing up and down, then sighed and turned her eyes back to Pei Ming. Just watching the child sleep seemed endlessly entertaining to her, especially that little nodding head. Ah! How could he be so adorable? Mu Qing felt strange, scratching his head in confusion. Then Mu Shui walked to his side and also sighed. She's thinking she couldn't possibly have a kid as cute as him with you, your genes aren't good enough. After saying that, he patted Mu Qing on the shoulder, shrugged, and walked away. Mu Qing stood there stunned for a long time before finally reacting, my genes aren't good enough. Hey, come back here. Fu Xing came out, looking at the sleeping Pei Ming with tenderness in his eyes. He gently picked up the child and headed indoors. Everyone get some rest early. We leave tomorrow for the Luohua City Biology Research Institute. Chapter 25. The next morning, Pei Ming woke up and lazily stretched his arms. He turned his head to look at Fu Xing beside him, filled with happiness. He propped his head up and carefully observed Fu Xing from the side. Of course, the focus wasn't on his face but on his pulse and veins. Pei Ming reached out his hand and lightly traced Fu Xing's neck, then unconsciously pressed his lips together. He had recovered a tiny bit of his strength, but it seemed that Fu Xing had become even stronger. Thinking about how he still didn't know how long it would take to fairly defeat Fu Xing and then comfortably enjoy the fruits of victory by resting his head on Fu Xing's neck made Pei Ming somewhat melancholy, dimming the sparkle in his eyes. He simply couldn't understand why he had lost so much power. The little strength he had regained was merely a minuscule fraction. Not even enough to handle 2 human psychics. This troubled the vampires. Fu Xing had already woken up. Feeling Pei Ming's cool hand touch his neck, he helplessly pulled Pei Ming's hand into the blanket and asked, why are your hands always so cold? It was like no matter how much warmth you gave to this child's hands and body, they just wouldn't warm up, which caused Fu Xing great concern. Children whose limbs are cold usually have internal coldness problems. Pei Ming pressed his lips together without speaking. Their vampire race naturally has a cooler temperature compared to humans. It's congenital, he answered softly. Fu Xing tightened his grip on Pei Ming's hand and gently said, you'll get better. After we go to Yen City, I'll take you to see a good traditional Chinese doctor. A few question marks rose in Pei Ming's mind. Why see a doctor? He truly didn't have any illness. And if the vampire race's body temperature became the same as a human's, then there would really be a big problem. Of course, Pei Ming didn't say these things out loud, he just puffed out his cheeks and swallowed the words. After getting dressed and brushing his teeth, Pei Ming sat beside Fu Xing and started eating breakfast. He Tao also walked out and sat alone nearby. Chao Yi glanced at him while eating and casually asked, He Tao, have you awakened your psychic abilities? Upon hearing this, He Tao subconsciously froze for a moment before becoming a bit irritable. No. After saying that, he slammed his hand on the table. If I don't have psychic abilities, does that mean I can't team up with you guys? His mission was to rescue those researchers alongside Fu Sheng and others. Now that Fu Sheng and his team were heading towards Luohua Biological Research Institute, he had to go too. Yesterday, when He Tao learned that the other 3 members of Fu Sheng's squad were all psychics, he nearly exploded in frustration. This emotional explosion led him back to his room where he discovered that the amount of black material he could gather increased. He didn't know what this black substance was, but he conducted an experiment using a glass cup. Covering the glass cup with the black energy he had gathered in his hand, within 10 minutes, the cup melted into a pool of black liquid and emitted an odor. Instinctively, He Tao felt this black stuff wasn't anything good. But strangely, his sense of smell seemed to be fading, making this scent very faint, almost even appealing to him in a distorted way. He knew that he absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. If he remained in the base and his body underwent unpredictable changes, he would surely be treated as a monster. He had to leave. Once outside, he could live freely. Now that he had the ability, ruling a mountain as king wasn't impossible. There was no reason to rely on higher-ups or do the tasks assigned by them. Protecting others. During this chaotic time, anyone who still thought like that was an idiot. A storm of emotions surged inside He Tao, and his expression became slightly distorted. Chao Yi looked at Fu Sheng, his eyes calm but seemingly piercing through hearts with questions and suspicions. Since leaving Rome City, He Tao's personality had become increasingly radical. Before the apocalypse, although he was rather arrogant and always striving to be first, he wasn't this. When did this situation begin? Why did his personality grow even darker after sleeping for 2 days? Beside them, Zhao Dou quickly interjected, No, He Gu, you're misunderstanding. Since you've been asleep for 2 days, everyone was worried about you. When you were unconscious, Brother Chao kept giving you water to drink. He hasn't awakened his psychic powers yet, He Tao coldly scoffed. Now, in Fu Sheng's team, the only person left who wasn't a psychic was Chao Yi. After hearing this, Chao Yi showed no change in expression. His psychic ability was rather special, and after discussing with Fu Sheng, they decided not to tell anyone outside of the few absolutely trustworthy people within the team. While listening, Fu Sheng encouraged Pei Ming to eat more. This kid was just too picky about food. What should be done when a kid is so picky? Yesterday, despite there being such a large pot of hot pot, Pei Ming only ate a tiny bit of vegetables, and all of those were what Fu Sheng had served into his bowl. This morning, drinking porridge was dragging on as well, seemingly stretching to the very last second. As for He Tao, until he revealed his true inner thoughts, they couldn't judge how he felt right now. The mission was assigned by their superiors, and until their superiors gave new orders, they would still be one team. Moreover, if anything went wrong, bringing He Tao along would actually be safest for others. After finishing the meal, Chao Yi found Qi Jing. These past 2 days, Qi Jing had experienced quite a bit of shock. The entire base was shrouded in fear, any little sound setting everyone on edge. As ordinary people, they could clearly feel the atmosphere of the base. Fortunately, good news came early this morning. All work within the base would be redistributed, and all canteens inside the base would open to everyone, no longer operating the old way where they did the most work every day but never had enough to eat. The higher-ups acted swiftly, and cheers spread throughout the entire base. Did Xiao Ming come back? For the past 2 days, Qi Jing hardly dared to leave his house. When he heard that a handsome young child had been taken away, he immediately thought of Pei Ming. After asking around and confirming it was indeed Pei Ming, all he could do was worry for him inwardly. Xiao Ming has been found, all the children have been found. Chao Yi nodded with a smile. Qi Jing sighed in relief, that's good. Let's go. Although I couldn't help these past 2 days, I did gather some information. The research institute didn't send anyone to the base. I found my old neighbors, they said my parents returned to the institute the night before the apocalypse arrived. A trace of anxiety showed on Qi Jing's face. He wondered how things were at the institute. What if someone inside had turned into a zombie? Chao Yi listened while nodding. We've obtained intelligence indicating the zombies near the research institute are more dangerous than elsewhere. This data was brought back by the supply-gathering teams. For unknown reasons, after suffering several casualties, these teams dared not approach that area anymore. Since you haven't awakened your psychic abilities, let me ask you again, do you want to go? When saying this, Chao Yi's expression was filled with seriousness. They couldn't cover all the bases, and with Qi Jing, a local, leading them, they surely could avoid taking many detours. But from Qi Jing's prior behavior, he didn't seem like someone who liked taking risks. Upon hearing Chao Yi's words, Qi Jing's tone was exceptionally serious. If we're rescuing others, I certainly won't go with you guys. But since you're going to rescue my parents, I must go. I'm human, I can't sit idly by in a safe place while others take risks for my parents' sake, especially when I can help. He feared death, but he had principles. Chao Yi patted Qi Jing's shoulder, rest assured, we'll try our best to protect you. The two walked side by side toward the courtyard. At this moment, Fu Sheng was thinking about leaving Pei Ming behind. Now that the hidden dangers of the base had been removed, the new leaders sent from Yen City were trustworthy. The place they were going to was extremely perilous, and Fu Xing worried that Pei Ming might get hurt if he went along. I'm going. Damn humans, how dare they rush off without him? What if they don't return? He hasn't even bitten yet. No, you stay here at the base. Remember that brother from yesterday? I'll have him look after you. Fu Xing looked at Pei Ming across the room, full of helplessness. No. Pei Ming puffed out his cheeks and pursed his lips, his unhappy expression evident. He felt like Fu Xing was running away. We'll be back soon. Fu Xing tried to explain. Despite feeling sorry inside, he knew he had to do this. He understood this might hurt the kid's feelings. The boy had just suffered a kidnapping and needed a sense of security. But, all this was for safety. You're a kid, you don't have any powers, it's very likely you'll get hurt outside. Fu Xing patiently explained, you've seen those zombies, haven't you? Ugly. Exactly, does Ming Ming want to become the same as them? Pei Ming's eyes showed disdain and disbelief, how is that possible? He would never turn into those ugly things. At this moment, the newly arrived supervisor, whom he had just met yesterday, walked into their small courtyard. This time, he brought some candy, pulling it out from his pocket and offering it to Pei Ming, little friend, can you come with me these next few days? If you follow me, I will give you candy every day. Pei Ming slightly turned his head and did not take the candy. This man indeed smelled nice, but compared to Fu Xing, he was far inferior. This wasn't an equal exchange. They'll be back soon, they've gone into the city to bring back some tasty treats for the little ones. When faced with such a cute child, normal people wouldn't have the heart to say anything harsh. Pei Ming's brown eyes were filled with question marks as he stared at the other person like he was looking at a fool. What kind of treats could there possibly be? Fu Xing was already the most delicious thing for him, and now Fu Xing was about to leave. He was running away. No, he had to think of a way. Psychic ability? Pei Ming's eyes darted around as that person already extended a hand, grabbing the small hood on his clothes, attempting to push him towards the door. Only then did Fu Xing reveal a trace of reluctance. Wasn't it painful for him too, having to separate from Pei Ming? He clearly knew this would make Pei Ming feel less secure. But between emotional security and the safety of life, he chose for Pei Ming to live in safer conditions. The moment Pei Ming followed that plan and stepped out of the yard with the man, his figure reappeared in front of Fu Xing. Then he leaped up, hugging Fu Xing tightly, burying his face against his neck without uttering a single word. Everyone in the courtyard froze in surprise. Chapter 27. Everyone widened their eyes. Qi Jing's actions were exaggerated as he opened his mouth and even rubbed his eyes. Was there something wrong with his eyes? Hadn't Xiao Ming already been taken out just now? His figure had disappeared. The person who had just walked out hurriedly ran back in, the kid disappeared. Then he looked up and saw Pei Ming hugging Fu Xing, revealing confusion and awkwardly scratching his head. Fu Xing took a deep breath, clearly still unable to react. Special abilities? Qiao Yi was the first to propose this conjecture. Then Fu Xing looked at Pei Ming and gently rubbed his head, Ming Ming, is there any place where you feel unwell? Awakening special abilities was a painful process. Even as an adult, Fu Xing had been unconscious for a long time and carried. Let alone that Pei Ming was still a child. Last night after Zhao Xiaolong awakened his special ability but couldn't control it, he was swallowed by flames, which made Fu Xing very worried right now. Pei Ming shook his head, I want to go too. His voice sounded a bit sad. Fu Xing looked up and glanced at the others. Since you've already awakened your special ability, then you should go, said the person responsible for coming from Yen City. He explained, after research in Yen City, those who have become individuals with special abilities, even if bitten by zombies, will not turn into zombies again unless severely mauled. Hearing this, Pei Ming looked up, bright big eyes fixed on Fu Xing. Though he didn't say anything, his lips were tightly pressed together, pouting. Fu Xing felt a surge of tenderness inside. Alright, he nodded, and Pei Ming's face immediately broke into a smile, the corners of his tightly closed lips turning upward. If that's all for me, I'll leave then. Your car has already been modified and reinforced, making it more suited to the current environment. As he spoke, the sound of a car being turned off came from outside. Qiao Yi escorted him out, while Pei Ming turned around and gave He Tao a grimace for glaring at him maliciously. Tut tut tut. After doing so, before the others could notice, he quickly returned to his normal expression. He Tao's gaze became increasingly venomous, the black qi within his body becoming even more active at this moment. He Tao strained to control it, fearing that the few people standing nearby would notice something amiss. Xiao Ming's special ability is teleportation. Zhao Dou also caught up and was striving hard to analyze. Pei Ming looked over upon hearing these words. Speed was inherently present in the bloodline of vampires, each vampire could move at high speeds, appearing like instantaneous teleportation to humans. He had lost many powers for unknown reasons now, drastically reducing his high-speed movement time. It seems so. Fu Xing sighed as he gently patted the child hanging on his body and lightly set him down. He was both relieved that Pei Ming had gained special abilities and therefore would fare better later, yet he also empathized deeply. It must have happened when he was locked up. According to preliminary research conducted at this stage, many people only awaken to their special abilities during critical moments, often closely related to their thoughts. One could imagine that Pei Ming at the time must have wanted to escape, but in the end, he hadn't succeeded. Fu Xing had already pieced together this logical chain in his mind. Xiao Ming's special ability isn't bad, at least it's useful for escaping. Qi Jing looked enviously at Pei Ming with a face full of longing. If he had such a special ability, that would be great. Regardless of elemental types or unique types, none of them were particularly suitable for him. Only this teleportation, a survival skill. The faces of several other people also revealed smiles. The apocalypse was brutally cruel for children who needed others' care. Adults could endure hunger for days and could bravely take up knives to fight zombies for a chance at survival, but children couldn't do that. Now that Pei Ming had such a practical skill, as long as they taught him how to use it, his survival afterward wouldn't be a significant issue. Just as Qi Jing said, if he can't fight, escaping always helps. Do you know how to use this ability? Fu Xing bent down and asked carefully and meticulously. Pei Ming thought for a moment. I just appeared in front of you just now. Listening to this, Qi Jing sighed again. You're pretty dominant, showing up wherever you want. After hearing this, Fu Xing furrowed his brows, feeling that Pei Ming wasn't quite clear about how to utilize this ability. Can you appear in front of Qiao Yi now? Qiao Yi was inspecting the modified car when he heard Fu Xing's words. He stopped his actions and looked inside. Pei Ming nodded, and soon, his figure disappeared from the original spot and reappeared next to Qiao Yi. Seeing this, Fu Xing sighed in relief. The special ability was something Pei Ming could control himself, but just to ensure safety, Fu Xing asked again, do you feel unwell anywhere? Pei Ming blinked, I'm a little hungry. Fu Xing sighed again. The others let out a sigh of relief too, it seemed there wouldn't be significant side effects. Walking over to Pei Ming, Fu Xing patiently asked again, apart from being hungry, do you have a headache? Do you feel uncomfortable in any way? The concern was whether this short-distance teleportation would place a burden on the child's body. Pei Ming shook his head and reached out to grab Fu Xing's hand. Fu Xing held onto his hand and found that the boy's palm was still as cold as before. Did you feel hungry after using your ability? Fu Xing thought back to last night when Pei Ming had eaten a lot, perhaps because he used this ability earlier. But then he was discovered and caught again. Pei Ming nodded. That side effect isn't bad, it digests food well. Qi Jing walked over, looking Pei Ming up and down, then gave him a thumbs up. The car's fine, everyone get in. Qiao Yi finished his inspection. The car now modified could better handle various terrains and was more crash-resistant than before. He Tao got into the car first, sitting in the back row. Mu Qing and Mu Shui exchanged glances and followed He Tao, sitting beside him. I'll sit in the second row. Although Luo Wei was the only female in the team, she didn't consider herself any different from the other two weak ones. Oh, there was one difference, she was much stronger than them. After saying that, she got into the car. Fu Xing sat with Pei Ming in the front passenger seat where there was more space, making room for both comfortably. Are the supplies prepared adequately? Before starting the car, Fu Xing asked everyone to check the backpacks inside. After everything was arranged, the car started moving slowly toward the outside of the base. After getting into the car, Pei Ming clung to Fu Xing, leaning on his shoulder ready for a nap. He didn't care what these humans were going out to do anyway, as long as he stayed with Fu Xing and recovered his strength, everything would be fine. To make Pei Ming sleep more comfortably, Fu Xing allowed him to rest on his chest and, after seeking approval from Zhao Dou sitting behind, tilted the seat back a little. Pei Ming fell asleep quickly and dreamt of something. He was preparing to enter his bed for deep slumber. His expression was extraordinarily solemn, and his body bore bloodstains. Beside him, his servant stood respectfully, listening to his instructions, though he couldn't hear what exactly they were talking about. He changed out of the blood-soaked clothes, put on his favorite pajamas, and lay on his favorite bed. The servant closed the coffin lid from outside and said something in his ear. Then all he saw was darkness. Suddenly, the car braked hard, causing everyone to lurch forward. At that moment, Pei Ming opened his eyes. It was due to his injuries that he chose to enter deep slumber. The vampire clan would only choose such a lengthy recovery process if their wounds were severe, since at this point, ordinary blood was no longer effective unless it was the source blood of family members. Nothing happened. Fu Xing gently patted Pei Ming's back, calming him down after being suddenly frightened awake. Up ahead, vehicles appeared to have crashed in a chain reaction. Inside the car, the sound of gnawing and screams could be heard. When Qiao Yi lowered the window, a sound of biting something and screaming became audible. A car is coming. Help. Help. Ah. Rapid breathing mixed with cries for help carried through. Fu Xing opened the car door and ordered, Zhao Dou, stay in the car and contact the base. Everyone else, get out. After saying this, he ruffled Pei Ming's hair and spoke more gently, Ming, get out with me but stay behind me. If there's danger, instantaneously teleport to those rooftops. Got it? They were heading to the research institute, but currently, they didn't know the conditions inside. But letting Pei Ming face zombies wasn't necessarily a bad thing right now. Pei Ming nodded. Then Fu Xing looked at Qi Jing, do you know how to use a gun? Qi Jing took a deep breath and nodded seriously, not very accurate. Practice more. Lu Wei, sitting beside, patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly. Outside, Fu Xing had already moved forward. Several cars up ahead were skewed, blocking the new road. The car doors were open, indicating that the occupants must have discovered the danger and fled. Luo Wei walked over and her arm bumped into a vehicle, inevitably causing it to move significantly to the side, revealing a gap in what was previously a fully obstructed path. Save me. A kilometer away, a woman was completely exhausted from being chased by several zombies behind her. Fu Xing quickly raised his gun, firing a bullet that blew the brain of the nearest zombie apart, halting its movement. Hearing the gunshot, other zombies that were busy gnawing on human bodies lifted their heads and looked towards Fu Xing and the others. I'll go save her. After saying this, Luo Wei ran forward with her gun in hand. Behind, Mu Qing and Mu Shui began to use their unique abilities. Mu Qing's ability was Beast Transformation, belonging to the special category. His entire body could transform into a lion about 2 meters tall. Currently, he had mastered partial mutations, and his hands turned into lion paws as he charged toward the approaching zombies. Mu Shui had water attributes, and under his control, water now could solidify into ice, becoming an effective weapon for him. I'm afraid I might hit them. Qi Jing stood nearby, his legs slightly trembling. He was still afraid. As an ordinary person, he had been incredibly lucky. Just as he'd mustered the courage to leave home and head towards Luohua City, he met Fu Sheng and the others, avoiding direct confrontation with zombies along the way. So now, seeing all the blood on the ground and smelling the strong scent of blood in the air, as a normal human, he felt a churning in his heart. That side's clear. Pei Ming pointed to the 3 o'clock direction where the zombies had blood on their mouths, obviously having caught up with those who had fled and consumed their flesh and blood. At that moment, when Fu Sheng and the others got out of the car, the smell of blood reached the zombies, and they started moving closer. Qi Jing took a deep breath, looking at the direction Pei Ming pointed, his hand holding the gun shaking slightly. Xiao Ming, are you not afraid? Though he said this, he still aimed the gun at the zombies. Pei Ming bit his lower lip, blinked slightly with a touch of confusion, then a trace of irritation showed in his eyes. Should he act scared? Then he gripped Fu Xing's clothes tighter and leaned closer to him. Fu Xing was focused on providing cover for Luo Wei. Feeling Pei Ming lean against his leg, he quietly comforted him, don't be afraid. Pei Ming nodded obediently. Qi Jing heard Fu Xing's words, glanced down at Pei Ming, then shifted his gaze, don't be afraid, watch me kill all those things. After speaking, he fired a bullet. The zombie remained unscathed. Mistake. However, possibly because of his desire to display bravery as an adult in front of the child, Qi Jing's inner fear actually lessened somewhat. The subsequent bullets he fired, though still inaccurate, showed significant improvement compared to his first attempt, which missed by a wide margin. Luo Wei had already reached the woman who had collapsed in exhaustion, all the zombies chasing her having been cleared. After surviving such peril, the woman, gasping heavily, tears involuntarily streaming down from the corners of her eyes. Are you the only one left? Luo Wei squatted beside her and asked softly. No, she breathed heavily, the people from the vehicles ahead scattered and fled. Cars behind saw the trouble ahead and retreated. After hearing this, Luo Wei nodded, stood up, and looked back, noticing vehicles driving towards them. People in some cars told us not to open the doors and stay inside, but with the zombies outside we were too scared. After opening the door. Her eyes turned instantly bloodshot, my husband protected me, but he has been bitten to death. Some people in other cars came out and got bitten too, she explained while pointing at the corpse of a zombie in front, that's the one from the car next to ours. Luo Wei pursed her lips, then supported the woman under her armpits, gently lifting her up, and spoke soothingly, it's all right now. There was an ability user, leading a group of zombies running towards that direction, she pointed to the 3 o'clock direction, looked there, and covered her mouth with her hand, Luo Wei extended her hand, stroking her hair comfortingly, can you tell me why there are so many zombies here? Chapter 25. I don't know either. Her voice became calm, we've been stuck at home for over 10 days, and all the food we had stored is gone. Lui supported her as the two walked back together. On this side, Qi Jing was no longer as scared as she initially was. Some things become habitual after seeing them a few times. Pei Ming remained vigilant, observing everything around. This was a wide road outside the city. On both sides of the road were scattered houses and fields. He didn't know what was planted in those fields, but they looked golden, making them very appealing. As he watched, Pei Ming's gaze shifted to He Tao, who was fighting zombies. With a gun in hand, though far away from him, Pei Ming noticed that not a single zombie went towards him. It seemed as if the zombies couldn't sense his presence. Meanwhile, Lui had already reached the woman and handed her a bottle of water from the car. At the same time, several vehicles Lui had spotted earlier pulled up and stopped in front of them. Someone got out and asked, "Excuse me, are you coming from the base?" "We're from inside the city. After finding an accident ahead, we turned back immediately to warn those behind us not to come forward. We only dared to come see what happened after hearing gunshots." The cars were taxis, and the drivers all appeared to be cab drivers. Many cars behind have already taken detours, but quite a few are still waiting. The zombies on the road have been cleared by us, Fu Xing said with a tone not too heavy or light. About 20 more minutes down this path, and we'll reach the base. Then there aren't. Hearing Fu Xing's words, the person showed no signs of joy on his face. What I mean is that these zombies also suddenly appeared, they were hiding in the rapeseed field, as if organized, intercepting us passers-by. While saying this, the taxi driver clearly expressed some fear as he had quickly turned the car and warned everyone around him to leave upon seeing the zombies. But the leading cars had already collided due to emergency braking and panic. After listening to this, the woman drinking water behind nodded, that's right. Our car was at the front, and it seemed like we were the zombies' target. Even though we could still see the taillights of several cars in front, they only focused on us. As she spoke, her voice began trembling again. A hint of seriousness appeared on Fu Xing and others' faces. Organized? Pre-planned? Did you encounter any zombies on your way here? Chao Yi, standing beside, asked. We've certainly encountered some, but just rushing through blindly worked fine. The taxi driver furrowed his brows, seemingly recalling earlier scenes. The woman drank another sip of water then added, the zombies seemed to possess immense strength. The first minivan collided with one, spinning several rounds before bumping into other vehicles. We haven't encountered such powerful creatures before. All of us drive taxis and live near each other. When we left our homes, we only had sticks. Although it wasn't easy to kill these things with them, they couldn't hurt us either. The faces of several taxi drivers carried worry. They hadn't thought about taking a detour because who knew whether the other routes would be free from zombies. Oh yes, lots of zombies chased after one person who ran extremely fast. Another part was led away by another Psion who advised us not to get out of the car. But I think he may already be, being the sole survivor of the previous accident. The woman struggled hard to recall the situation. She pointed toward the 8 o'clock direction. Everyone looked in that direction, where no figures were visible anymore. Another side, 3 o'clock, was where the zombies Qi Jing aimed at earlier. Fu Xing and Chao Yi exchanged a glance, detecting gravity in each other's eyes. Targeting Psions. Almost everyone in their group were Psions, meaning if they continued moving forward, they might encounter a similar zombie ambush. Or perhaps it wasn't specifically targeting Psions, but something else. We'll contact the base and inform them of your situation, Fu Xing said, pulling Pei Ming toward the car. Pei Ming opened the door and sat in the passenger seat. Zhao, contact the base and inform them of the situation. Some people have been deliberately attacked by zombies, possibly targeting Psions specifically. Zhao nodded and quickly typed on the computer. Then, Fu Xing's stern face softened as he looked at Pei Ming. Ming, just sit in the car for a while. If you're tired, you can lie down to rest, okay? Pei Ming innocently nodded, and when Fu Xing turned away, his eyes suddenly became deep and profound. What happened to humanity didn't seem related to their vampire clan at first glance, but now he was noticing more discrepancies. These so-called zombies, aside from lacking intelligence, had almost identical habits to their vampire race. They dislike sunlight, prefer nocturnal activities, are drawn to human blood, and feed on human flesh, this last detail being slightly different. Who created them? And why has the world become like this now? As memories resurfaced one after another, more clues formed in Pei Ming's mind. Where was his castle? Why was he here? What about the vampires under his rule? How could no vampires come when their territory ruler woke up from slumber? Thinking about all these things, he sighed. Annoying. If only his servant were here, he could pass these thoughts on to him. Yes, his servant was also missing. A servant who'd signed a contract with a vampire would have their life extended. If they signed with a powerful vampire, they could nearly achieve eternal life like vampires. His servant had signed a blood pact with him and would never betray him. But now, with his power not yet restored, he couldn't sense the direction of his servant. Why are you sighing, Xiaoming? Zhao asked while typing, smiling. Is there something troubling you? After asking, even Zhao chuckled himself. What could a child possibly be troubled about? I'm hungry. Unable to understand, Pei Ming thought about eating food. When his strength was restored, he believed everything would return to his memory. Upon hearing this, Zhao rummaged around by his seat for a while before pulling out a sealed bag and handing it to Pei Ming. This is my treasure, super delicious soy sauce duck tongues. There are only a few packs left. Pei Ming hesitated for a moment but finally reached out and took it, then blinked, saying, thank you. No, it's nothing, Zhao replied, slightly surprised himself. In Zhao's subconscious, it was Pei Ming who had saved him. Pei Ming found the opening of the small bag, tore it open, pushed the contents upward, stared at the duck tongue curiously for a long time, then bent down and licked it with his tongue. He opened his mouth and bit into the duck tongue. Delicious. So fragrant. The moment Zhao looked up, he met Pei Ming's joyful gaze, feeling as though his heart had instantly been warmed by the sunshine. Eat slowly. It has bones. Remember to spit them out. His lips curved slightly, revealing a hint of helplessness. Xiaoming, this kid, how did he get so curious about everything when eating? One would think he'd never eaten before. Isn't that exactly true? Pei Ming felt humans were truly amazing. Left unbridled, they could develop in ways that astounded, and every time he woke up, the first thing he'd do was hop on a carriage with his servant to visit the human marketplace. Humans, aside from having tasty blood, were also fun. Hearing Zhao Dou's words, Pei Ming suddenly froze. He'd already chewed it thoroughly. The bones were also fragrant and edible. Pei Ming reassured himself silently in his heart. Outside, Chao Yi was still conversing with the taxi drivers. How many more people are behind? There are about 5 or 6 cars left. They don't know other roads, only this one. The satellite navigation system is completely broken down, and they don't dare take other routes. Nowadays, highways change frequently each year. Even professional drivers cannot guarantee they won't get lost without looking at navigation systems. Nowadays, flying planes mostly rely on skilled pilots because navigation doesn't always work. Let alone navigation apps on everyone's phones, that's just a disaster. With server problems, you can't even access the app. When we came, there were no zombies along the way. We've already contacted the base and they've dispatched people to come meet you. Chao Yi was communicating with the few drivers. Fu Xing took Mu Qing, Mu Shui, and He Tao to scout the surrounding area. The group of people said that the zombies suddenly appeared from the rapeseed fields, but looking now, all they could see was a path trampled by the fleeing zombies. Can we find the people if we follow this road? The few walked along the path, with Mu Qing asking the question. Mu Shui beside him shook his head, they should have gone quite far by now. Based on what those people said, half an hour had already passed since the event. Few zombies remained on the road, only around 10 or so. However, by the time Fu Xing's group arrived, their number had increased to 15 or 16. A person bitten would quickly become a zombie. This depended specifically on the size of the infected area, though without exception, being bitten by a zombie meant turning into one, unless one was a psion beforehand. Those individuals had originally been inside the vehicles, the remaining zombies couldn't directly shatter the car windows. But out of fear, they fled. If that person truly possesses a special class, speed psionic ability, maybe they weren't bitten. Even if bitten, it wouldn't matter much, they could run away anyway. As long as it wasn't a large-scale bite, one could survive. After all, extensive bites aren't about becoming a zombie, it's whether the body can endure such trauma. The search is pointless. Fu Xing stopped his tracks. With the 30 minutes the zombies had moved away, according to the statements of the woman and the taxi drivers, these zombies had started showing preliminary signs of cognitive thinking abilities. The fact that they had begun strategizing wasn't good news for humans. Currently, the high survival rate of humanity stemmed entirely from the fact that zombies were transformed humans. Once turned, their speed slowed, reactions dulled, rendering them even less capable than ordinary people. But now, zombies were gradually evolving. We still have our mission. Leave this area to the people from the base. Zhao Dou had already connected with the base, and now they needed to rush to Luohua City. If things went smoothly along the way, they should reach the research institute by evening and rest overnight before entering it the next day. Yes. The two brothers Mu Qing and Mu Shui nodded in response, while He Tao didn't say anything, remaining silent throughout the journey. Back at the car, Chao Yi had already discussed with the taxi drivers. The woman they had just rescued would board one of the cars containing someone with a wife. Driving forward for 10 minutes, they should encounter the Psion team coming from the base. Thank you very much. Where are you heading inside the city? The drivers relaxed significantly upon hearing that a rescue was imminent. We just escaped from the city. Something seems different there. I don't have many strengths except for sharp intuition, which has saved me numerous times, so, he didn't know how to continue his sentence. Thanks, friend. When we return to the base from Luohua City, hopefully, we'll see each other again someday. Chao Yi patted the man's shoulder with a smile. Hey, you better not doubt me. He sounded slightly irritable, it's the eastern side of Luohua City, specifically the high-tech zone. That area gives me an oppressive feeling. The brother in the rear car fled from that district. He mentioned that plenty of the zombies were nearly indestructible in collisions. If his car hadn't been modified, he might not have escaped. It's true. If you're going there, you'd better head towards the central area of Luohua City. I feel that region is safer. Chao Yi nodded, remembering his words, and everyone waved goodbye. Back in the car, Chao Yi immediately inquired of Qi Jing. Qi Jing responded that their destination, the Research Institute, was located in the high-tech zone. Chapter 29. The car continued to move forward. A taxi driver offered to follow them over there to inform the others who were still waiting for news. After Fu Xing got into the car, Pei Ming had just finished eating the last duck tongue. All the plastic bags of duck tongues were placed on the front console. Fu Xing hugged Pei Ming and began tidying up those small plastic bags. After he was done, he put them all in the trash can inside the car. Then, he rubbed the soft hair on top of Pei Ming's head. Was it delicious? Yes. Pei Ming nodded, then looked at Fu Xing with bright eyes. I want more. I don't have any left, I've given you all my last stock. Zhao Dou quickly chimed in after hearing this. After finishing his sentence, Lo Wei sitting next to him patted his shoulder. What is so delicious? The duck tongues I brought to my dormitory just one night before the apocalypse came. There hadn't been much to begin with, and after the apocalypse, he wasn't sure when he'd be able to eat again, so he had been rationing them carefully. Zhao Do, pull out a map showing our route out of Luohua City, and you and Qi Jing check out how we can take the shortest path once we go in. Chao Yi started the car while giving instructions. Chao Yi, you drive until noon, then Mu Qing will take over. Fu Xing leaned back in his seat. Pei Ming was no longer sleepy and was now looking around at the scenery outside. When he had previously gone to the base, he sat in the second row and couldn't see much of what was outside. Now, sitting in the first row, he could take a good look at everything. Not long after, they saw the vehicles ahead waiting. No one on those cars dared to get out, but once they recognized the familiar taxi, someone rolled down their window. Go, go, it's already safe ahead. We'll keep driving for 10 more minutes, and people from the base will come to pick us up. The taxi driver stuck his head out to speak to the owners of these few cars. By the way, give them a clear road, they need to go in. The taxi driver quickly added. The few vehicles that were parked here started up and moved slightly forward to make room for passage. Chao Yi waved his hand at them, then continued moving forward. We should arrive at the city center by noon, Qi Jing and Zhao Do announced after studying the map. Of course, if it were before the apocalypse, traveling from the outskirts of a city to its center might not even take more than 2 hours without traffic jams. But this was after the apocalypse, and there were many unpredictable conditions on the road. Encountering too many zombies or blocked roads would waste a lot of time. Our city center of Luohua has a millennium-old wonder, Qi Jing continued, seeing no immediate obstacles. There is an enormous ancient tree at the center of Luohua City. No one knows exactly what kind of tree it is. Some say it's a seed from the divine realm that landed and took root right in Luohua. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing seated at the back became interested. Is that so? What's so special about this tree? I liked to play under this tree when I was a child, especially during summer. It was always cool under the tree, and most importantly, there were no mosquitoes. Saying this, he grew slightly excited. In the heat of summer, no mosquitoes under the tree, don't you think it's a divine tree? There are many kinds of mosquito-repellent trees. Mosquitoes don't like very strong scents, whether aromatic or foul. Things like the menthol oil we use usually have peppermint added to them. Zhao Do closed his laptop and said calmly, but talking about mosquito repelling without considering dosage is all nonsense. That tree might repel mosquitoes simply because it's large. If it were another tree, it probably wouldn't have such good results. Hearing them discuss this, Pei Ming suddenly remembered the place where he had awakened. Tree. Yes, his bed had been set up inside that huge tree. Now, were they going there? Fine, returning to where he woke up might help uncover some clues. The car slowly entered the urban area, and the golden fields gradually gave way to increasingly taller buildings. I've heard people who entered the base the same day as me saying that the ancient tree in the city center has fallen. Qi Jing continued talking from the back. He was naturally quite talkative and could chat with anyone easily. Although the first 2 days at the base were difficult, he did end up meeting many people while eating in the cafeteria or doing work. Everyone being locals made it easier to gain trust once the dialects started flowing. As the car slowly drove into the downtown area, golden fields were gradually replaced by taller and taller buildings. I've heard from people who entered the base the same day as me these past couple of days that the ancient tree in the city center has already fallen. Qi Jing continued speaking from the back. He was naturally a very chatty person, always capable of striking up a conversation with anyone, anywhere. Though the first couple of days in the base were tough, he truly managed to meet quite a number of people while eating in the canteen or working. Being all local people, starting conversations in the local dialect easily gained mutual trust. It fell. Zhao Do, who was sitting next to him, was quite surprised upon hearing this. Generally speaking, a tree that has existed for over 1,000 years and, judging by Qi Jing's words, had shown no major problems for so many years, suddenly collapsing after the apocalypse seemed a bit too coincidental. Earlier, the driver told me that his sixth sense is very accurate. He said he feels very safe about the downtown area. Chao Yi interjected at this moment, adding an important piece of information. Very safe. The others also fell into deep thought. He Tao, who was sitting in the back, leaned against the seat and fell asleep at this time. Anyway, we'll only know when we get there. If there's any secret about that place, then inform the base and have them send people over, Fu Xing spoke softly. He needed to conserve his strength now. After leaving the base, everyone's nerves were on edge. Even though no one said anything after the car accident earlier, they were more alert inwardly. Zombies had evolved, and humanity did not know what they would eventually become. When they learned about the zombie evolution from the temporary head in Yen City yesterday, they didn't fully grasp the gravity of it. But today, after hearing the detailed descriptions, they found it somewhat frightening. The only thing humans had over zombies was intelligence. Zombies' brains had degenerated after their transformation. But now, it seemed as if a new system had formed in the brains of zombies. Could that so-called crystal be the source of zombie intelligence? If we encounter zombies, make sure to look closely inside their heads. Fu Xing gave instructions. For the weaker ones, it doesn't matter, but for the stronger ones, you must observe carefully. Everyone nodded, while Pei Ming rested his chin on his hand with a thoughtful expression. Crystals. Inside the brain. Are we going to that big tree? Pei Ming asked once the group stopped discussing further. Yes, we are. It's a fairly open square, with no surrounding obstructions. Since the apocalypse happened at night, the square should be mostly empty. Zhao Dou explained. Pei Ming nodded, thinking it indeed wouldn't have many people. If there were people, he might not have met Fu Sheng. With this thought, he looked up again to glance at Fu Sheng's neck. It looked good, his veins so perfect. The blood flowing within was fascinating. Fu Sheng felt Pei Ming's gaze but couldn't figure out what he was thinking about. Nevertheless, Pei Ming's overly heated stare made him reach out and stroke Pei Ming's hair gently. Pei Ming shook his head. Lately, he'd noticed he was losing some hair, it was all Fu Sheng's fault. Realizing the boy's slightly irritated actions, Fu Sheng's lips curled upward faintly as he reluctantly withdrew his hand. Rubbing his hair was like petting a cat, addictive. Pei Ming thought, Fu Sheng had been frequently messing with his hair lately. While it felt good to be touched so tenderly, Pei Ming had started shedding some strands, so he'd have to settle scores later. Wouldn't it be too much to ask for a few extra sips of blood? How about having him make a delicious blood soup? And what else? Let him think about it. Fu Sheng watched Pei Ming's eyes spinning with ideas and had no clue what plans were running through his mind, yet he felt comfortable just gazing at him. There was a feeling of pride that came from seeing a smart child, though he had no idea how mischievous those thoughts were. As they entered the urban area, their journey began to get difficult. Though the apocalypse arrived at night, there were still many vehicles on the road. This can be handled by me. I'll clear the road, which will also help the people behind us. Lu Wei saw the road ahead blocked and clenched her fists excitedly. They stopped the car beside a large supermarket at this point since the road ahead was completely blocked. The glass doors outside the supermarket had already been smashed, probably looted a long time ago. All right. Be careful. We'll check out the supermarket, Fu Sheng said to everyone, take whatever you want, but do it reasonably. After saying this, he took Pei Ming out of the car, and Pei Ming lit up when he saw the supermarket. Upon entering, there were no zombies inside. It was vast and empty, but many shelves had been cleared out. And due to the power outage for more than 10 days, a strange stench spread throughout the supermarket. I wonder if there's any alcohol. Qi Jing said, then grabbed a shopping cart and started looking for what he wanted. The others also dispersed to different directions. Fu Sheng held Pei Ming's hand in one hand while pushing the cart with the other and went straight to the snack section. Ming, what do you want to eat? This was a large supermarket, and snacks, items without much satiety, weren't the first choice of people looking for survival supplies. So even though the shelves were somewhat messy, the snack section still had plenty. Pei Ming tilted his head up, finding the sight a little overwhelming. He had never tasted these things before, and he wanted to try them all. Everything. Before he could finish, Fu Sheng added, our car can't carry that much. We can only take a small portion. Even though Chao Yi was a special spatial ability user, his space was reserved for important materials. Candy might make children happy, but it obviously wasn't regarded by Fu Sheng as essential for survival. Do you like chocolate? The child seemed to enjoy it that day. What about the candy Zhao uncle gave you? You closed your eyes with joy back then. And the duck tongue Zhao Dou gave you today, did you like that too? Pei Ming hummed in thought and nodded heavily, I like all of them. I want the duck tongues most, and I also want that candy. The sweetness lingered for so long after placing the candy in his mouth. The duck tongue's taste was amazing, leaving him wanting more once he'd had some, making it impossible to stop eating. As for chocolate, it was a bit bitter, not his favorite. Plus, it was soft and melted quickly when chewed. Can we get more duck tongues? Pei Ming tugged at Fu Sheng's clothes, looking at him with hopeful eyes. Fu Sheng sighed but helplessly nodded. There was no way he could refuse. Thankfully, Pei Ming was truly a good boy who didn't ask for excessive things. The two pushed the cart along, filling half the cart with snacks for Pei Ming. They packed them into plastic bags from the supermarket and carried them over to the car. Just as they arrived, they saw Mu Qing holding 2 large bags of items and walking over to Lu Wei. These are all for you. Lu Wei looked a bit surprised and leaned in to take a look. Involuntarily, her lips curved upward. Her cheeks turned slightly red as she took the 2 bags, heading to the trunk where she found an empty spot and placed the items down. Mu Qing, being such a straightforward man, had gathered 2 whole bags of sanitary pads for her. Lu Wei felt both sweet and helpless inside. As for Pei Ming and Fu Sheng, they directly put the 2 bags of snacks at the footrest area in front of the passenger seat. The others had also collected quite a lot. He Tao and Chao Yi picked up cigarettes. Fu Sheng used to smoke, but considering Pei Ming, he hadn't taken any. The cars ahead have been moved. Get in. Get in. Everyone's faces beamed with happiness. Before the apocalypse, going to the supermarket might have been an everyday event, but now, with survival itself being problematic, searching for snacks became a luxury. Had the road not been blocked, they wouldn't have wasted time stopping by the supermarket even if they had passed by. Now, in Pei Ming's arms was a huge bag of potato chips. A very large bag. After the vehicle started, Fu Sheng said, relax a bit. After we enter the research institute tomorrow, we'll need to be fully alert. That's why he had let everyone take some things they liked. Judging by the intelligence they had received earlier, something strange happened at the research institute. It looked extremely dangerous. They didn't know whether the person they were supposed to rescue was still alive, but even if there was just 1,000th or 1,000,000th of a chance, they had to go. Upon hearing this, Pei Ming's eyes lit up. He slapped his hands on the potato chip bag, causing a sudden pop sound. The person sitting behind, Qi Jing, got startled and even jumped up. Little Ming. Qi Jing, identifying the source of the sound, breathed a sigh of relief. What a rascal. Fu Xing also rubbed Pei Ming's head, teaching him, you should tear this kind of bag from here. While explaining, he demonstrated. Wash your hands. After saying this, Fu Xing reached beside him and pulled out hand sanitizer, allowing Pei Ming to clean his hands. Previously, he would never pay attention to such details, but after having a child, everything changed. Okay. Pei Ming extended his hands for Fu Xing to spray the sanitizer. After cleaning, Fu Xing took out a glass jar, poured the potato chips inside, and threw the outer packaging of the chips into the trash. The outside is dirtier. You guys should also be careful when eating. He raised his voice, which was specifically for Qi Jing and Zhao Dou. After becoming an ability user, he could feel the strengthening of all aspects of his body. Yeah, I got it. I'll keep this to wash later after we return to the base. Zhao Dou didn't open the duck tongue that he reobtained. People always need to give themselves some yearnings. These foods were his longings, and they might help him get through tough times. In contrast, Qi Jing didn't care too much about cleanliness. The cocktail in his hand had a bottle that wasn't very clean, but he simply wiped it with a wet tissue from the car and drank it. He Tao, however, watched as others ate without feeling any desire to eat at all. He'd realized this since morning. He wanted to find an opportunity to leave Fu Xing and the others. No, it wasn't just leaving. He also wanted to fulfill a wish that had been lingering in his mind for years. Fu Xing, does he really think he's so powerful? He wanted to surpass Fu Xing, to kill Fu Xing. That way, no one would exist anymore in this world who was stronger than him, and who'd suppressed him for so many years. These dark thoughts stirred up more darkness inside He Tao's heart. Meanwhile, Pei Ming, munching on chips, suddenly stopped. He turned around and looked at He Tao. What's wrong? Fu Xing also took a chip out of the can held by Pei Ming and fed it into his own mouth. Pei Ming shook his head. Just then, he seemed to have smelled the odor of decaying leaves. It was clear that the source of this smell was He Tao in the back. Previously, Pei Ming had only felt an unpleasant scent from He Tao's blood, but now, his whole person started to rot. But this smell was being masked well, so the others didn't notice it. Leave half of the chips uneaten, save them for the afternoon. Though Pei Ming had awakened his abilities and become an ability user, he was still a child. Children tend to feel uncomfortable if they eat too many snacks. Pei Ming nodded, and soon there was a crisp, snap crunch sound heard throughout the car. The car continued to move forward steadily on the road. Along the way, they encountered quite a few zombies, as well as live humans. Currently, among all the people heading to the Luohua city base from the city of Luohua, less than 1% of the total population remained. Research results indicated that during the night of doomsday, 30% of humans transformed into zombies. This meant that excluding those who became zombies after being bitten, many living humans still existed within the area. Most of these people dared not leave their homes due to stored food supplies and the fear of confronting zombies. On the road, they encountered some individuals whose food supplies had run out, forcing them to search for necessities outside. Is the tree really gone? As they approached the center of Luohua City, Qi Jing sat upright and fixed his eyes ahead. His grandparents used to live here when he was a child. But after they passed away and his parents moved to another part of the city, he rarely came to the downtown area. Ordinarily, cars just turned a corner onto this street and one could immediately see the towering ancient tree standing in the middle. To protect this ancient tree, sufficient space was left untouched when the city was constructed. Moving forward along this road led to a wide expanse, with a large circular plaza in the middle, encircled by roads. Beside the square stood Luohua City's iconic internet-famous skyscrapers. Why are there no zombies on this road? Before, every road they crossed had at least some zombies. This is a residential area with a fairly dense community nearby. Fu Xing sitting in the front seat grew alert. If there were no zombies on the streets outside the residential areas, that wasn't a good sign. Had someone already cleaned up this street? Who would waste time cleaning the streets like that? Only Pei Ming, sitting up front nibbling on chips, knew why there were no zombies on this street. It was completely because of what happened that day when he woke up. Those ugly things began running when they saw him, and whenever he stepped outside, they vanished entirely. He hadn't expected that even until now, those creatures wouldn't dare come onto this street. Were they really that devoid of intelligence? Or did they only retain their instinct to avoid harm? Pei Ming, stop eating for now and wipe your hands. Fu Xing worried about the worst possible scenario. He feared that the zombies in this place were similar to the ones on the highway earlier, governed by higher-level zombie rulers, making them organized and disciplined. Clearly, only the high-level zombies were capable of achieving this. Get ready for a fight. We're not sure whether it's humans or zombies out there, and we're not sure if they're enemies or allies. Keep your weapons hidden for now. Fu Xing sat up straight and warned them. When they had set out, the man from Yen City had particularly told them to be extremely cautious. It wasn't just about being cautious of zombies, but also of humans. There had been incidents in Yen City where, in a library, people had awakened their abilities and thought themselves superior, no longer wanting to abide by any rules. Later, more ability users had to be dispatched to set an example and deal with those people. In this apocalyptic scenario, under such extreme conditions, the hardest thing to test was human nature. Who knows what someone who once had no special talents would do after suddenly obtaining powers that exceeded everyone else's? The car was getting closer to the square. There was still nothing ahead, not even strange animals or plants. Pei Ming was different from the others, his eyes were full of anticipation. Wasn't this place supposed to have been his castle before? No, it probably wasn't, as he remembered his castle having many flowers, with fewer trees. He didn't really like planting trees, preferring the vibrant beauty of flowers. There are a few vehicles up ahead. After spotting something unusual, Zhao Dou opened the camera on the roof of the car, allowing a 360-degree view of their surroundings. There must be people on the square, but we don't know how many. Right after Zhao Dou finished speaking, a huge burst of fire appeared in front of them. The flames blocked their path forward and obstructed their vision, forcing Chao Yi to stop the car. Fu Xing clenched his fist and said, "Be careful. Qi Jing, pay attention when you speak later." Qi Jing was local and familiar with the situation here, so using him to exchange some irrelevant information or gain the trust of the other side was a good choice. Two figures appeared before them. Both of these individuals were dressed in incredibly expensive clothes, pants, shoes, all high-end brands and clearly brand new. After glancing at each other, Fu Sheng and Chao Yi roughly figured out the situation. "Did you come to join us?" The youth leading the way looked young, about 20 years old. He had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, arms crossed, and one foot bouncing constantly, making him appear much like a street thug. "The boss really likes this vehicle, it's customized." The person standing next to him, presumably a lackey, was flattering his boss. "Since our base is so great, let them trade their car for entrance." "You're smart." The redhead seemed tempted. He used to be a thug in Luohua City, but upon the arrival of the apocalypse, he had awakened his abilities and later followed a powerful leader. They had originally planned to go to Luohua City's base. But since their daily activities revolved around petty thefts, none of them felt comfortable going to an official establishment created by authorities, worried they'd get locked up or thrown into jail once they entered. Most of them had criminal records. Subsequently, all of them came to the same conclusion: now that they'd awakened their abilities and were no longer ordinary, why should they head to an official facility? They could create their own base, grow bigger, and become the leaders, the managers themselves. Wouldn't this be far better than taking risks to enter an official base established by authorities? So, they ended up finding this peculiar square. After staying here for 2 days, they discovered that no zombies ever approached this street, though they weren't sure why. People who grew up in Luohua City naturally knew the legend of the immortal tree. Even though the tree had fallen now, maybe its purpose was still to protect this street. "Hey, get out. I hate talking to sitting people while standing." As he spoke, he gestured to his henchman, signaling him to knock on the window. Before the henchman could even touch the window, Chao Yi opened it. His face expressionless, he calmly asked, "Was the fire earlier set by you?" "What did you say?" "Of course the fire was set by our boss. If you want to enter the immortal tree base ahead, you must listen to our boss." He looked at Chao Yi and the others. Especially when he noticed a child sitting in the passenger seat, his disdain became even more apparent. These days, who would bring along someone as useless as that? "Your boss. Is that redhead the one in charge of your base?" Chao Yi furrowed his brow. This redhead gave off the impression of being just a thug. How could he possibly be in charge of this base? "Our boss isn't, but he's also one of the high-ranking members there. He's a badass fire-type ability user, and I suggest you behave yourselves and don't cause any trouble." When he mentioned the ability users, his face lit up slightly, as if he were referring to someone he admired. The redhead thought his henchman was too chatty, so he stepped forward himself in front of Chao Yi. "There are rules in our base. To enter, you must pay protection fees." After saying this, he grinned, "I think your car is pretty nice." Then, he carelessly glanced over everyone inside the car and stopped abruptly when he saw Yue Wei. He extended his thick tongue and licked his lips. "I didn't expect you to be hiding such a beauty." He whistled, "Beauty, hanging around with these men won't get you anywhere. How about you follow me instead? As long as you take good care of me, I promise you'll live in luxury, wearing only designer clothes." With that, he burst into self-satisfied laughter. As soon as the words left his mouth, Mu Qin tapped Mu Shui's hand, and Mu Shui nodded. Before the redhead could react, he was trapped in an ice cell. The redhead tried to ignite flames, but it was completely useless against the frozen layers. "Watch your mouth." Mu Qin barked sharply. "Boss, boss." The henchman, who had been strutting earlier, panicked immediately upon seeing the redhead sealed within fire. He pointed at the people inside the car and fled backward screaming, "You guys, wait for it." Once the man had run off, Chao Yi turned his head. Good job. Mu Shui's ability has been exposed, so we will pretend to be normal people while we check out what this immortal tree base is like. Fu Xing thought for a moment and began assigning tasks. Zhao Dou, report the situation of this base to the main base. If there are issues, have them send someone over to deal with it. At this point, the car windows had already been closed, so their conversation inside was entirely inaudible to the ice-encased redhead outside. Alright, Zhao Dou nodded and quickly took out his notebook to start working. Now, we wait for him to come back with more people. Fu Xing closed his eyes and leaned back on the chair. Pei Ming's face revealed an intense anger at that moment. How dare anyone claim this place as their own? Although he wasn't sure if this was his castle, since he woke up here, this was his territory. Pei Ming's rule was simple, he was the prince of the bloodline, wherever he stood, it was his domain. Under normal circumstances, princes would not leave their domains, but if they did, another place would become their domain. Between the same species, land could be contested through battles. But now, this group of humans dared to declare that this place was theirs. Pei Ming's lips tightened into a straight line, his eyes narrowing dangerously. For vampires, losing territory was the most disgraceful thing. If humans declared that a house belonged to a chicken and demanded rent from anyone entering it, the first reaction would surely be to catch the chicken without hesitation and turn it into dinner. Fu Xing noticed Pei Ming's subtle abnormality and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Do you feel unwell? Had he eaten too many potato chips?" Thinking this, he reached out and gently rubbed Pei Ming's small belly. Pei Ming closed his eyes, the redness fading from his gaze. "Nothing serious, just a little uncomfortable," he said, then pointed at the redhead outside. "Ever since I saw him." Fu Xing's expression turned sharp instantly. He looked at the redhead outside before tenderly stroking Pei Ming's soft hair as if soothing him. "Don't worry." Pei Ming turned around, resting himself near Fu Xing's neck. He needed the scent or those who invaded his domain would be gone. However, Pei Ming's lips curled upward slightly. He could act later, when Fu Xing wasn't watching. The humans who had occupied his territory didn't even deserve to become food. Pei Ming had already started preparing a hunting plan in his mind. Fu Xing, however, was unaware of his thoughts. He thought the child might have been scared by the flames earlier and was reminded of the incident from last night. He lightly patted Pei Ming's back intermittently, trying to comfort him. Not long after, the same lackey who had fled earlier returned, this time accompanied by another person who looked far more calculating. When this man saw the red-haired thug frozen into an ice sculpture, surprise flashed in his eyes. By then, Zhao Dou had already sent out the message and turned off his computer. Chao Yi opened the car door and waited calmly for the man to approach. The gentleman must excuse Little Red, he is not bad-hearted but talks too much. Actually, quite a few people in our base were rescued by him. The man smiled in a standardized manner as soon as he arrived. Chao Yi rested one hand on the car door and looked outside. "Are you someone who can make decisions here?" "Yes, I'm in charge of all those who come to our base. There was something happening elsewhere just now, so I let Little Red handle it." After finishing his explanation, he continued and glanced inside. "May I know which of you used the special ability? Could you please unfreeze him?" Upon hearing that, Mu Shui only gave a cold snort. "Sure, once he apologizes to my sister." The man outside quickly nodded with a smile full of fake amiability. "Certainly, certainly. It's just Little Red being too rash." After receiving his promise, the ice prison began to melt. Little Red, frozen till his lips turned blue and his whole body shivered. "Still not going to apologize to our guests?" Little Red locked eyes with that man, trembling even harder, and managed a shaky 90-degree bow. "I'm sorry." After the apology, the man looked again. "Do you gentlemen all have special abilities?" "Not at all, only Little Water has a special ability." Qi Jing interrupted. "Older brother, what's the situation here? We'd like to rest here for a short while and leave after lunch." Upon hearing that they weren't all special ability users, the smile on the man's face faded slightly. "To enter the base, you must follow our rules, 10 pounds of rice per person per day. Even if you stay less than a day, it's still 10 pounds. Of course, you can also use other items, rice is just our calculation unit. Specific exchanges can be seen on the conversion panel once inside the base." Hearing this, Chao Yi and Fu Xing exchanged a glance. "Isn't 10 pounds too much? How could it be too much? Think about it, once you enter the base, your lives will be safe, it's a pretty good deal. Of course, if you don't have rice, there are other ways. Having special ability users makes it easier." The man's tone no longer carried the previous level of respect. Chao Yi pretended not to notice. "Take us to the base first, we'll just stay for 1 noon. The man grinned widely. "Of course, drive forward into the square, that's our base." After hearing this, Chao Yi started the car, and when it drove past, the man stared darkly at the redhead. "You couldn't handle one special ability user? That guy is very powerful, my fire couldn't melt his ice at all. Seize the opportunity. Their car should carry quite a lot of good things. And they brought a kid. What if they refuse to pay?" Little Red asked anxiously. That man sneered after hearing this. "Refuse to pay? They only have one special ability user. Be smarter." That man kicked both Little Red and his assistant. "Handle them." He gestured toward the henchman and quickly walked away. In the car, Qi Jing grumbled, I thought old bases were already poisonous enough, but this place takes the cake. 10 pounds of rice would last a person quite a while. Here, they could only stay one day. Let's see after entering. Fu Xing massaged his temples, not saying some words. This place seemed to attract him somehow. Even without anyone mentioning it, he might come alone later. Currently traveling en route, missing this wouldn't do. Gentlemen, you may park here. That man pointed to the parking lot next to the square. Chao Yi parked the car, and everyone got out. Fu Xing held Pei Ming's hand, Ming, don't go far, understood? Pei Ming nodded, his eyes constantly scanning every single blade of grass and tree here. His mental grudge diary had already started to write. The grass in the garden was stepped on and collapsed, all the fault of these humans. A flower in the garden seemed to have been picked, all the fault of these humans. Over here. The little henchman led them to the square, where they could see a fallen large tree with an exceptionally neat cross-section, as if it had been cleanly chopped by a sharp blade. You can stay here and rest. Don't wander around, especially near the ancient tree, don't get close. He repeatedly advised. After this little lackey left, Qi Jing couldn't help but complain, so we just rest here. And what about those 10 pounds of rice? We don't even have a chair. We should check out the ancient tree area, Fu Xing said. Pei Ming looked that way. What about his bed? His bed which he had spent a fortune making, providing top-tier sleep comfort, one that would be comfortable for 1,000 years. The person before kept emphasizing that we shouldn't go there. So, there must definitely be something worth investigating there, Chao Yi added. Only He Tao refused immediately, I won't go. He didn't like the vibes coming from there and instinctively rejected it. Hearing this, the others continued discussing, ignoring He Tao's usual silence along the journey so far. However, everyone remembered how He Tao acted differently within the base. Let's eat a bit first, then stroll around and examine this place. Afterwards, we'll head over to the ancient tree to find out exactly what's going on. While a group quietly plotted their next move, by the side of the ancient tree, a vine originally intertwined with its growth suddenly stirred. Its branches swayed, almost welcoming something or someone. Of course, no one noticed this change. The vine began to shrink and transform into another shape. Small, lovely white flowers blossomed on the vine, swaying back and forth, as if intentionally trying to draw attention. Chapter 30. Mu Shui, you're an exposed psi-energy user. You'll go in the opposite direction with us in a while. They were sitting on a row of stone tables in the square. The square had no obstructions, so everything was in full view. Mu Shui nodded. After some thought, Fu Xing added, you might as well ask a few people about the situation here and draw the attention of the people inside this base. There was nothing around these stone tables. However, they had brought fire-starting tools from their vehicle and made a simple meal in an open area. Fu Xing served a bowl to Pei Ming. The vegetables and meat were not evenly distributed. Although Pei Ming looked somewhat disdainful, he still quietly finished eating the vegetable leaves. Mu Shui, you're an exposed psi-energy user. You'll go in the opposite direction with us in a while. They were sitting on a row of stone tables in the square. The square had no obstructions, so everything was in full view. After we finish eating, we'll check out by that ancient tree. From afar, it was clear that the ancient tree seemed like it had been split in half by something, which was very strange. The former place for square dancing in the plaza now had some tents set up. Next to the plaza were some small houses, where stalls used to sell snacks before. On the other side of the plaza was a pedestrian street. Before the apocalypse, this could be considered one of the most prosperous areas in Luohua City. This plaza isn't as comfortable for sleeping at night as it is at the base, but otherwise, there's really not much difference. Qi Jing said this while eating, adding that zombies didn't dare to come near, there were no mosquitoes in summer, and commercial streets nearby meant access to anything they needed. It's not great. Have you thought about how being here is literally just consuming what we have? Lu Wei rolled her eyes and countered. Why build the base in the suburbs? Isn't clearing out existing buildings better? Everything was good in the city except for one thing, the inability to produce. Even basic gas canisters for daily life are nearly running out. When they arrived at this plaza, they gathered some gas canisters that the previous inhabitants had been using in those small shops. These past couple of days, they've been cooking meals using those canisters. But, where exactly does the gas supply come from? These little hooligans had absolutely no clue. There were no living people left in the small shops on the plaza, and not a single person was left to ask. What will they do if there are no gas canisters in the future? Surely, they can't capture a fire attribute psi-energy user just to cook. In their immortal tree base, only red-haired boss was a fire attribute psi-energy user. They seem pretty high-tech. Later, you go ask them where they managed to acquire them. The observer standing aside patted his companion's shoulder, giving the instruction. Naturally, Fu Sheng and his group knew someone was watching them. Everyone seated here was skilled in anti-surveillance techniques. The moment those two appeared, everyone noticed them. To feed them incorrect information, they deliberately announced loudly that Mu Qing and others would soon take a tour around the entire base to inspect the conditions. After finishing their meal and cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, everyone split into two groups. We'll take Mingming to the children's amusement park next to the plaza to play. You guys have real matters to attend to, go ahead first. Be careful. Fu Xing spoke deliberately loud enough for the two trackers behind to hear. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances. What do they want to look at? Could they be trying to figure out how many Psy-energy users we have, intending to snatch our territory? I'll inform the boss. You keep an eye on them. Alright, then what about the other group? The underling seemed rather dim-witted. Upon hearing this, the man beside him immediately slapped the back of the underling's head. Are you going to the children's amusement park too? What for? To play seesaw with that kid? He gave a look of exasperation. The underling rubbed his head, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He was just asking. Splitting into two teams, Qi Jing, Zhao Dou, and Fu Xing took Pei Ming towards the amusement park. Mu Qing, Mu Shui, Lu Wei, and Chao Yi wandered around meticulously, as if searching for something. He Tao didn't want to move. After getting close to this plaza, he had felt extremely uncomfortable, though he couldn't quite pinpoint what exactly made him feel that way. He just sensed that something here didn't agree with him. In the center of the plaza stood the ancient tree, now split into two halves leaning toward either side, spanning across the entire plaza, dividing it evenly into two parts. The road beside it was also blocked for the most part, originally a 4-lane road, now only 2/3 of one lane remained, so larger vehicles could not pass through. The closer they got to the ancient tree, the more familiar Fu Xing felt inside. Clearly, he had never been here before, nor had he even been to Luohua City. The vine next to the ancient tree had transformed itself into an adorable appearance. The emerald vines were refreshing to look at, and they were dotted with cute white flowers. The vine swayed without any wind, trying hard to attract others' attention. There used to be a vine wrapping around this tree. That vine hanging down was made into two swings. Qi Jing's eyes were filled with memories. They crossed the entire square, but there were hardly any people on the square. There were just plenty of clothes hanging there, unwashed, still dirty, as if hung up merely for airing. Why don't they wash these clothes? Qi Jing felt very puzzled upon seeing the clothes. They're probably unwashed because the waterworks should have stopped operating. Over at the base, we've dug several wells, and our master's resources are also gradually running out. We're currently trying to figure out how to get the waterworks running again. Zhao Dou explained. The arrival of the apocalypse wasn't simply about some people turning into zombies. Every small thing in daily life, every item, looked simple but actually involved countless procedures. Take the waterworks for instance, wasn't it just a matter of clearing out the zombies from inside? However, treating water requires many chemicals. And the production of chemical substances was another issue. And when production could be resolved, where would the raw materials come from? This was the greatest harm the apocalypse brought upon humanity. The chain that kept society running perfectly broke, making it incredibly difficult to restart. Qi Jing sighed. Things will pick up slowly. Just being alive right now is already good enough. Zombies began evolving, worsening human living conditions. What would happen next? That was something no one could predict. As we move further ahead, there won't be any tiles left. After sighing, Qi Jing continued, to ensure the healthy growth of the ancient tree, this area hasn't undergone any artificial development. Therefore, the soil beneath their feet was the original soil where this ancient tree had first grown, standing intact even during the chaotic periods hundreds of years ago. Pei Ming woke up here, but at that time, he hadn't had a chance to take a proper look. Now stepping onto the soil, Pei Ming carefully examined his surroundings. This is really cut quite neatly. Qi Jing exclaimed in amazement as he moved forward. Around the ancient tree, a row of smaller ornamental trees had been planted, encircling the whole ancient tree, forming a relatively enclosed space. From the outside, it was almost impossible to tell if there were people inside. Similarly, from inside, one couldn't see if anyone was outside. Fu Xing was observing his surroundings as well. At this moment, nobody noticed that the little vine which originally planted itself in front of the ancient tree quietly raised its roots and started moving toward Fu Xing. Hey! What is that thing? Qi Jing suddenly shouted loudly. Chapter 31. After Qi Jing finished speaking, he took a few steps back. Everyone else turned their attention to him. Teng Teng had already wriggled its way over to Fu Xing's side and was trying to climb onto his body. Then, because of Qi Jing's movement, it voluntarily moved its roots a few steps closer toward Qi Jing. You, don't come near me. Qi Jing, on the verge of tears, took several more steps backward. Why did these things always seem to notice him? The duck last time, this grass now. Could it be that he possessed some kind of universal appeal? While thinking about this, Qi Jing's expression grew increasingly complicated. Teng Teng stood with two branches planted firmly on its hips, and after seeing Qi Jing retreat, it shook the leaves atop its head. The little white flowers on its body seemed to bloom even more vibrantly. For some reason, Qi Jing always felt a tinge of smugness in its actions. It trotted back to Fu Xing's side and poked at his leg with its leaves. Pei Ming stood nearby with his lips pursed. Then he extended his hand, lifted one of the leaves from Teng Teng's head, and examined it closely as he rotated it in front of his eyes. Is this a vine? Zhao Dou also came over and carefully observed the thing held by Pei Ming. Teng Teng, showing a strong survival instinct, hugged Pei Ming's fingers with 2 leaves, wiggled its waist, waved its 2 small feet made from roots, and produced a single white flower on its head. It swayed left and right. This flower seems quite human. Is it trying to please us? Watching the vine, Qi Jing thought he could see a hint of flattery in its movements. Hearing this, a tendril from Teng Teng whipped out and struck Qi Jing. What's it got to do with you? SSSS, a piece of Qi Jing's clothing was torn apart, revealing a streak of skin which quickly turned red. Zhao Dou burst into laughter, unable to contain himself, while Qi Jing, feeling somewhat secluded, walked off to the side by himself. Teng Teng carefully wrapped itself around Pei Ming's wrist, using its uppermost vine to gently rub against his wrist. Fu Xing watched all this with slight concern. Who knows if this thing is good or bad? Isn't it dangerous for Pei Ming to carry it around? But Pei Ming didn't seem bothered by it at all. This vine likely grew together with the tree, meaning it was near him from the start. Now that it was wrapping itself around his arm, it meant the vine was aware enough to know where it belonged. After being secluded for a bit, Qi Jing eventually realized something. This was the very same vine he mentioned before. Isn't this the same one that was always tangled around that tree? He swallowed hard. As someone who had grown up in Luohua City, he had seen how the vine used to look when it coiled around a tree. It was incredibly thick. Wasn't it the swing you talked about? Zhao Dou recalled what Qi Jing had said earlier. Qi Jing nodded. Isn't it right here? That duck king we met before kept growing bigger, but why has it gotten smaller? After saying that, Qi Jing immediately stepped back a few paces, fearing another blow. He was just an ordinary person, he couldn't withstand attacks from mutated plants. However, Teng Teng completely ignored him. After wrapping itself around Pei Ming's wrist, it became silent. The buds on the vines closed, and the small tendrils resembling hands embraced the leaves, much like sleeping. When Fu Xing reached out his hand, unexpectedly, the vine that initially showed great affinity for him didn't acknowledge him this time. Can I take it with me? Pei Ming looked up to ask. This vine currently couldn't speak, and definitely wouldn't gain that ability in the future since it lacked a mouth. He would have to wait until his abilities returned to try communicating with this vine. If it indeed grew there from the beginning, then it must know some things related to him. I think this thing doesn't bear any ill will toward Xiaoming. Judging by the blow it gave to Brother Qi earlier, its offensive capability isn't bad. If Xiaoming carries it, in case of danger, it can be used for self-defense. Zhao Dou preliminarily analyzed. Just in case, Fu Xing wasn't too willing to take the risk. Leaving aside the issue of whether it could defend him or not, what if it actually wanted to eat people? These green vines usually conduct photosynthesis and won't show interest in humans. Their evolution direction should not lean toward becoming carnivorous, Zhao Dou continued. Pei Ming also nodded. Shall we take it? Teng Teng seemed to sense that its situation was not good. It sat up on Pei Ming's hand and then swayed its body to bloom a flower. Then it stood up, jumped to the ground, and climbed along Fu Xing's body, all the way up to his shoulder where it settled down. After settling, it dangled the lowest tendrils resembling little feet, looking quite at ease. Let's take it with us then. Fu Xing grasped the vine in his hand. Teng Teng wriggled fiercely, nothing like the docile behavior it had shown toward Pei Ming. However, it did not extend any vines to strike at Fu Xing, treating him differently from Qi Jing. This little thing is playing favorites. It treats Xiaoming best, but it directly attacks me. Qi Jing looked extremely dejected. Fu Xing naturally noticed this too. He loosened his grip, and after the vine fell to the ground, it hesitated for a moment before climbing back up Fu Xing's body and onto his shoulder. It was treating him like a flower stand. Once it sat on his shoulder, it swayed gently, but as soon as it met Pei Ming's gaze, it immediately stopped moving, becoming obedient and disciplined. Then, under Pei Ming's gaze, it quietly retreated from Fu Xing's shoulder, falling to the ground. The little white flowers atop its head began to wilt. There are people coming this way. Zhao Dou was alert. Their guide had repeatedly emphasized not to approach the ancient tree, so their current actions couldn't be discovered. Let's go first. Fu Xing made a decisive decision. The group switched exits and walked out, while Ting Ting paused for a moment before following behind Pei Ming with light steps. That vine is following us. As they walked outside, Zhao Dou continued to speak. Fu Xing looked back. Ting Ting dodged to the side, trying to hide itself, but unfortunately, there were no obstructions nearby. Was this vine really too intelligent? But according to Qi Jing's words, this thing that had lived for nearly 1,000 years might already have its own thoughts. Maybe the arrival of the apocalypse only accelerated its growth. He reached out his hand again, this time the vine was compliant, climbing along his hand, but it glanced at Pei Ming and dared not climb further. Pei Ming extended his hand and grabbed it, stuffing it into Fu Xing's clothing pocket. After being stuffed inside, it took a while for the vine to claw its way up the pocket edge, allowing a wilting little white flower to peek out, looking somewhat pitiful. Just as the group left, several people arrived around the ancient tree, seemingly investigating something. Is there really something here? There must be. Before this tree fell, there were plenty of zombies around here, but after it fell, they disappeared. There must be something buried under this tree. But we've been patrolling every day for days now and haven't seen anything. Do you understand anything? If there was something here, could it possibly be found in just 2 days? Ah. This conversation was not heard by Fu Sheng and the others. When they returned to their temporary resting place, there was an additional woman beside Mu Qing and others. When Fu Sheng stepped closer and saw who was standing beside them, his expression turned serious. Upon seeing Fu Sheng, Mu Qing and Mu Shui quickly stood up and called out, "Boss." Chapter 32. Where's Lu Wei? Fu Sheng looked at Chao Yi who had gone out with Qi Jing and others. Although Chao Yi appeared to be rather simple-minded, he was actually very meticulous. Before the apocalypse, he was the team's observer, responsible for reconnaissance and assisting the sniper. Therefore, when they separated earlier, Fu Sheng had let Chao Yi go with Mu Qing and the others. But now, it seemed that there were still some issues. Lu Wei is fine, she said she ate too much for lunch and wanted to keep walking around. These words of Chao Yi put Fu Sheng on alert, knowing it was a hint from him. The woman had a delicate appearance, her small round face featured exquisite facial features positioned slightly lower, and she bit her lip, with her almond eyes carrying a trace of moisture, looking pitiful. Clearly, in this post-apocalyptic world, having such a face but lacking any ability made survival far more difficult than during times of a robust system. We came across her when she was being bullied, so we intervened because we couldn't just stand by and watch. Mu Qing stood nearby, appearing as though he had committed a wrong. They were currently tasked with an important mission and couldn't afford any distractions. The place they were heading to was dangerous, and their group already included 2 individuals without abilities, as well as Pei Ming, a young boy. Clearly, they couldn't take on anyone else. We originally told her to leave, but she insisted on following us, Mu Shui explained from the side. By then, Qi Jing had already run back after changing into another set of clothes. Upon seeing the person behind Chao Yi and the others, his eyes filled with surprise. "What, did you bring back a beautiful woman while you were out?" Fu Sheng held Pei Ming's hand, seating him on a stone bench. As he shielded them from a peeking vine, he moved towards the woman. She had excellent skin, and her clothing showed no abnormalities. "Brother, please, I beg you, let me follow you." She cried dramatically, her doll-like face adorned with crystalline tears. Anyone would have felt pity. However, Fu Sheng's expression remained unchanged. In fact, he stepped back due to her crying, asking calmly, "Why do you want to follow us?" The timing of her appearance was suspicious, and someone who had genuinely suffered would hardly look so impeccably dressed in proper clothes. Nevertheless, Fu Sheng had neither the energy nor the inclination for this performance. "Who are you?" Her cries stopped abruptly, a look of shock flickering across her face before quickly turning back to one of helplessness, as she innocently questioned, "I don't understand what you mean." Mu Qing scratched his head nearby, unsure about what was going on between them. Back then, she was surrounded by a group of ruffians, and as a normal person, naturally, he hadn't thought too much before rushing in. After rescuing her, he found that she wouldn't leave them alone anymore. Chao Yi pulled Lu Wei aside, spoke with her briefly, and returned with them. Hearing Fu Sheng's words now, Mu Qing was somewhat puzzled. Could they have inadvertently brought back a bomb? Pei Ming sat on the stone bench, his hands resting on the stone table. This woman has abilities. After several days of interacting with humans, Pei Ming had learned how to determine whether someone possessed special abilities or not. Their blood smelled different. People with abilities had sweeter-smelling blood, akin to being spiced with something special. Ordinary people's blood lacked such a distinctive scent. As for zombies, they had no blood, instead, they emitted an overwhelming stench all over their bodies. Vampires have an exceptionally sharp sense of smell. Those smelly creatures. Of course, He Tao was an exception. He Tao might smell bad, but he intrigued Pei Ming greatly because his odor was different from that of the zombies. His foul smell emanated from within his blood. He wasn't a zombie, but strictly speaking, he didn't qualify as a regular human either. "Xiao Ming, come here." Zhao Dou took a candy out of his pocket, peeled it, and placed it by Pei Ming's lips. Pei Ming lifted his head slightly, opened his mouth, bit down, and smiled as his eyes narrowed. "Are you tired? Do you want to rest in the car?" No. He Tao was in the car, and it stunk. If not for his interest in He Tao's structure, Pei Ming would have acted against him long ago. To satisfy his curiosity, he endured a great deal. That's how vampires are. Because of their prolonged existence, life needs little things that spark curiosity among vampires. Just like the foolish individual who transformed himself into a bat, perhaps it was also born out of curiosity at first. Otherwise, who would casually experiment with resurrection using themselves while alive? It's all due to idleness. Pei Ming sniffed, thinking that it smelled a little unpleasant. If it weren't for Fu Sheng around, he would never be alone with He Tao. "Alright, lying here is pretty comfortable." Zhao Dou chuckled nearby. After that day, Zhao Dou subconsciously wanted to be nice to Pei Ming. Now, seeing Pei Ming biting the candy, it brought him comfort. Pei Ming turned his head and looked at Fu Sheng. The woman still intended to continue acting. However, Fu Sheng was done and directly pointed out, "This set of clothes on you, brand new, the current season's latest from X family. There isn't a single stain on it." They had found Qi Jing on the roadside back then, and his little beggar appearance was unforgettable. If they hadn't passed a reservoir midway, washing himself there, his clothes might have gone foul after just one day. Do you have anything else to say? Fu Xing asked calmly. I don't know if you look up to us or look down on us. On one hand, you're trying to fool us, while on the other, you can't even bother to act convincingly. After these words, the woman laughed, her doll face showing an audacious smile, looking rather eerie. I really didn't misjudge anyone. Who are you exactly? Chao Yi added. He noticed something was wrong the moment he saw this woman, but in order not to alert her and interfere with Fu Xing and others checking out the ancient tree, he didn't make any sudden moves. However, he didn't expect her to be so good at pretending. Her face made her act pitiful so easily that most people couldn't resist. This is my turf. She reined in her smile, watching Fu Xing curiously before her eyes swept over the rest. Little brother told me, a group came, very arrogant. Despite having only one special abilities user among you, you showed him absolutely no respect. After saying that, she laughed again. It seems now that your team has more than just one special abilities user, right? She remembered clearly how Mu Shui behaved when facing Fu Xing earlier. We don't have time to mess around with you. This woman's intention was unclear. What was her purpose in approaching them like this? Was she testing something? She sat herself on the stone bench without being invited, her baby face contrasting sharply with her seductive figure exuding its own charm. Our base is short of special abilities users. I've always hated those people from Xiao Hong's group. So, you gentlemen caught my eye. Don't you think about joining forces with me? Leaning slightly forward, a cunning glint flashed in her eyes. I wonder if you gentlemen are willing to work with me. After finishing her speech, she stood up and walked towards Fu Xing. Being highly perceptive, she could already tell who the real leader was among them from their expressions. Reaching Fu Xing, she extended her delicate fingers, attempting to lift his chin. But before she could raise her hand, Fu Xing grabbed her wrist. Don't touch me. Carrying a child alone must be exhausting for you. Just follow me, and I guarantee that your child will become my child too. A faint, enticing fragrance surrounded her. Upon hearing this, Pei Ming immediately sat up straight and looked at Fu Xing. Fu Xing took a few steps back, standing next to Pei Ming and blocking the woman's gaze. Stop beating around the bush. Please stay away from me. That's boring. Truly wooden-hearted, not understanding any charm at all, she laughed merrily. Standing beside her, Mu Qing felt tense because of what he heard, and Qi Jing also felt confused, unsure what play was happening. If you have anything to say, please use a normal tone and discuss it with us, Chao Yi chimed in. How did you guess that we're all special abilities users? The woman stopped laughing. If there were only one, how could that person sit shoulder to shoulder with others, much less at the very back? In the apocalypse era, survival is the main subject. The last row of the car is entirely unable to cope with all sudden situations. There are no doors, just windows. The strongest individual within a squad would never sit there. When her junior described the scene, she suspected that it wasn't simple. Moreover, during the conversation, how could the only special abilities user not take part? If the strongest one, naturally should control the power of discourse. This suggests that the team has at least one more strong member. She wasn't lying just now. As a woman, she truly didn't like the group of hooligans led by Xiao Hong. But does her underlings, that bunch of fools with long hair but short sight, actually believe that in this new era, everything can be written off? If they go to the base now, won't they still be dead meat at the hands of those official people? Some roads, once you walk on them, there's no turning back. Now she was precisely short on manpower. As much as she disliked it, she could only bear the nausea and work with Xiao Hong. Of course, I wasn't sure at first, until following along and seeing that the two respected you very much, which confirmed my suspicion. I don't know about others, but at least you are more powerful than those two, right? She laughed again. Even though the surrounding were all people from Fu Xing's side, the atmosphere she exuded was extremely strong, making it impossible for anyone to ignore or underestimate her. I need your help with something. She finally revealed her ultimate purpose. After speaking, she looked at Fu Xing. After we accomplish this task, if you agree, we can jointly manage the base. There are no zombies here, and the surroundings include all kinds of supermarkets and warehouses. The stuff inside will keep us fed for 1 or 2 years. Afterwards, more and more people will come. You possess supernatural abilities and yet remain within Luohua City. Presumably, it's because you, like me, are unwilling to go to the base. The woman speculated. Fu Xing neither nodded nor denied, but instead sat beside Pei Ming. Seeing him eating candy, he warned, eat less. After saying that, he placed his hand near Pei Ming's mouth. Open your mouth and let me see. Today Pei Ming had eaten quite a bit of snacks during their journey, not sure if his teeth could take it. Upon hearing these words, Pei Ming obediently opened his mouth. Ah. Chao Yi sat down next to the woman at this moment. A smile played on his seemingly honest face. No one could tell that he was sly. If we're going to cooperate, let's be straightforward. Why use such tactics? Because I loathe those who cannot control their legs when they see women. If you guys were like that, I wouldn't even bother talking to you. She reined in the flirtatiousness on her face. We're about to leave. Chao Yi said, not responding directly but starting a different topic. This base indeed had some problems. Xiao Hong's group clearly looked like thugs, and the man managing Xiao Hong always gave off a venomous vibe, his hands seemed to have blood on them. These people might not want to go to the base not out of choice, but rather necessity. Having criminal records, they feared exposing themselves in official places. That ancient tree. She dropped the bombshell. Just after these words came out, Lu Wei ran back to where they were. Seeing the woman they'd saved earlier still there, her eyes showed surprise and whatever she originally planned to say remained unspoken. Lu Wei moved aside and pulled Mu Qing towards another direction. Do you know why there are no zombies on this street? It's because of that ancient tree. Don't you want to know its secrets? Her statement alerted Pei Ming. He closed his mouth, accidentally biting Fu Xing's finger with his fangs. Pei Ming's eyes instantly lit up. The fang broke Fu Xing's finger, his blood sticking to Pei Ming's teeth. Immediately after tasting it, Pei Ming released Fu Xing's finger and closed his mouth, savoring the delicious flavor. Fu Xing stared at his own hand in astonishment, then worriedly asked Pei Ming, "Did you hurt your teeth?" "No. Your finger is the one injured. Our blood clan's fangs are incredibly sharp, tools used for hunting. Human fingers couldn't possibly hurt our fangs. It was so delicious, so fragrant." Pei Ming's eyes sparkled brightly, and a slight flush rose to his cheeks, as if tipsy. Fu Xing wiped his finger, the small wound closing rapidly. However, the fact that Pei Ming's teeth could break through his finger was indeed astonishing. Do supernaturally powered people's teeth also get reinforced? Nevertheless, Fu Xing didn't intend to bite himself to test it. This thought could only remain buried deep inside. Good thing nothing happened. He smiled helplessly at the sparkling eyes of the child. How did he become so cheerful all of a sudden? The little vine hiding in his pocket rolled twice, seemingly very dissatisfied. But it didn't dare to come out, only angrily kicking the other side of the pocket with its little feet. If Pei Ming could catch its thoughts at this moment, he would probably be flooded with the word, stealing. We have more important things to do. Qiao Yi declined the woman's invitation again. The situation at this base has been reported. Once the major cleanup of the base is over and everything runs smoothly, they must clarify the situations in each place in the city one by one. As soldiers, they could not, nor would they ever cooperate with lawbreakers. Even though it was the end of the world now, some principles should remain consistent. Some past things could be forgotten, but some absolutely could not. Of course, what exactly these people were doing before the apocalypse should be investigated thoroughly by the base. We are planning to dig up the roots of the ancient tree tonight. I believe there must be something beneath that tree, otherwise, it wouldn't have cracked all of a sudden. The woman continued to drop hints. Isn't it curious whether there's treasure down there? Not a single zombie dared to come near here because of that ancient tree. I grew up in Luohua City and know for sure that it is indeed an extremely magical tree. Treasure always had enormous allure to people. However, Pei Ming couldn't keep calm after hearing that. What? They wanted to excavate where he sleeps? Who gave them such audacity? Outrageous. Although he didn't know if there was any mechanism underneath, there was no anomaly around the tree, indicating that this area was certainly carefully designed for him. It was his property, his territory. This woman occupied the place already, fine. She also fancied occupying Fu Xing. Fu Xing's direct refusal satisfied him greatly, but unexpectedly this woman dared to push her luck further, wanting to dig up his resting place. The vine inside Fu Xing's pocket seemed to sense Pei Ming's anger, and its top part swayed as if in agreement. Qiao Yi also realized the gravity of the matter. I suggest you don't act so rashly. The millennium-old tree suddenly split apart as though cut cleanly with a sharp blade. Everything appeared very abnormal. Zhao Dou and Qi Jing sitting nearby had just seen the vine wrapped around the tree mutate earlier, so now they wondered, if the vines on the tree could change, what about the tree itself? Could it turn into a human and run away? As for the shell, maybe it didn't matter. Perhaps someone was still inside it. Admittedly, while bizarre, this thought was surprisingly close to the truth. Indeed, there was someone, right in front of them. Fortune favors the bold. In this era, if I get hold of the treasure capable of repelling zombies, I'll be unstoppable, the woman said with a glint of madness in her eyes. No one knew what exactly she was thinking at that moment. Qiao Yi glanced at Fu Xing, who shook his head. In that case, we'll take our leave, we're uninterested in your treasure. After hearing this, Pei Ming turned to look at Fu Xing. Are we leaving? How could we possibly? We really have other matters to attend to, and we've rested enough, so we'll take our leave. Qiao Yi stood up while saying this. Pei Ming bit his lower lip and reached out to grab the vine out of Fu Xing's pocket. The vine then coiled around his arm obligingly. He lowered his head, his eyes red, looking extremely serious. Soon, the vine shook its head, changed its color to match the ground, jumped down, and disappeared. That's too bad. If the brothers change their minds, feel free to come back and find me. She added after a pause as though remembering something, you won't have to pay the entrance fee to enter the base, consider it my way of making friends with all of you. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, as if she was calculating something, zombies outside are becoming stronger and stronger now. My treasure will become increasingly sought after. With that, she turned and walked away. Pei Ming pursed his lips and kept his eyes fixed on the woman leaving. Should we report this to the base? Zhao Dou ran to Fu Sheng and asked quietly. The woman might have mistaken them for her kind. This might have happened because Mu Qin called him boss earlier, reducing her suspicion. Report it. We currently don't have time to deal with this issue here. Fu Sheng sighed, pulled Pei Ming, and headed towards the car. What did you discover during the reconnaissance? Fu Sheng whispered to Chao Yi. Chao Yi shook his head. I didn't see anything unusual. Not long after going out, I encountered her. I sent Lu Wei to investigate. Lu Wei being female could reduce others' vigilance to some extent. It was a very correct decision to let her investigate. Captain, Lu Wei and Mu Qin approached. Let's talk about it in the car. Fu Sheng looked around cautiously. Once they got in the car, Lu Wei continued, the people here are living very poorly. I've asked around, although this area is surrounded by malls, they have become the private warehouses of the leaders. There are guards outside, and others aren't allowed to enter. The ordinary people who stay here only get to leave the street every day to take dangerous risks in search of food. If there's not enough, they'll be beaten or even thrown out of the street at midnight. Ah. Qi Jing widened his eyes after hearing that. That beautiful woman had sounded so nice before, yet, the base treated the common folk like this? The leaders have supernatural abilities and are absolute tyrants. The commoners don't dare to rebel, once they come in, they can't leave. Lu Wei continued speaking, many people bring their families here, wanting to leave when their vehicle has been detained and their children placed under surveillance by those people. After saying this, Lu Wei's expression became serious. And I also found out something very important. They have a warehouse located in the underground garage of the square's storeroom. I didn't get close because many people patrol over there. I asked some other people, and they said the place is where they store important items. After Lu Wei finished speaking, Zhao Dou had already organized everything she had said and sent it to the base. The car drove past the base, heading toward the east to the new technology zone. Much later, the vine tapped on the window from outside, its entire length pressed against the glass. Little vine. Zhao Dou noticed it first and called out. By now, Pei Ming and Fu Xing still hadn't named it, so Zhao Dou assumed its name would simply be Vine. Just as all cats can be called Mimi, all vines in the world could uniformly be named Vine. Chao Yi turned his head while driving, nearly hitting the brakes abruptly. Fu Xing opened the car window, allowing the vine to jump inside and perch on the dashboard of the front passenger seat. What is this thing? Chao Yi inquired. Mu Qin and Mu Shui, seated in the back, leaned forward curiously, while He Tao had fallen into a deep sleep. His condition was getting worse. It's something we found by the ancient tree. It rubbed up against us and wouldn't leave. As Qi Jing spoke, he remembered the scene of being whipped earlier, instinctively leaning his body slightly backward. Little vine swayed with the movement of the car, the white flowers and leaves on its top looking just like a car decoration. As soon as the car moved, the decoration followed suit. Pei Ming touched its leaves, and Little Vine responded affectionately by rubbing back, with small white flowers blossoming near its edges. Wasn't it sneaking away earlier? And now it has followed us again. Qi Jing was somewhat confused. Fu Xing felt equally perplexed. Didn't he put it in his pocket earlier? When did it sneak away? As if completely ignoring their discussion, the culprit, Pei Ming, seemed to reward the vine by gently rubbing its leaves and then lying down in Fu Xing's arms. Little Vine tentatively stretched its tendrils to wind around Pei Ming's wrist. Unrestrained, it happily bloomed entirely white, resembling a floral wreath on Pei Ming's hand. Is it dangerous? Chao Yi calmed down. Not currently, it really likes Ming Ming. This vine was incredibly spirited, every action made its emotions clear. Its attitude towards Pei Ming was completely different from its attitude towards others. Pei Ming closed his eyes, having assigned the vine an important task earlier. If those people were going to excavate that area, he would not hold back. A hint of danger flickered across his eyes before dissipating. After we complete our mission, if the issue with the ancient tree hasn't been resolved by the base, we will go and check it out again. Fu Xing always felt abnormally attracted to that ancient tree. Rescuing people was most urgent right now. Once the rescue was done, he must thoroughly investigate it. Chapter 33. Everyone else agreed with this idea. Perhaps that ancient tree really had some strange properties. However, their current mission was more important, and the main focus was still on the research institute. Drive forward, after passing through this road, it will be the high-tech development zone. Qi Jing carefully identified the direction, while Zhao Dou was also looking at the downloaded map. The two of them cross-referenced information to guide Chao Yi in driving in the correct direction. After leaving the city center, there were more zombies on the road. At first, only Fu Xing needed to act, using items by the roadside to transform into metal arrows and pierce the bodies of the zombies, completely eliminating those who attacked their car. Later, the situation became increasingly difficult. Sometimes, when passing large residential areas, they even had to stop to clear out the surrounding zombies before proceeding. It seems the taxi driver was right. Zhao Dou analyzed the zombies encountered along the way, studying the data. It's exponential growth. The closer we get to the high-tech zone, the more zombies there are, and they've become a lot more agile. Initially, the zombies could easily be shaken off by simply driving away, but later ones could chase the car. Humanity hasn't evolved as quickly as these things have. Right now, the area around the city center in Luohua City has no zombies, making it probably the safest place. On the other hand, in the high-tech zone, the sky is always overcast, giving an intense sense of oppression. How has the highway changed like this? The road began showing green discoloration, as if this place had been abandoned for more than a decade, with grass growing lushly due to the lack of traffic. The trees in the middle of the road grew upward in great abundance. The deeper they went inside, the less sky they saw. The vehicle driving within felt like entering a tunnel, with occasional sunlight seeping through the gaps between the trees, enough so they didn't lose sight of the road. It wasn't like this before. Qi Jing was greatly shocked. When they returned, they had passed straight through the outskirts of the city without approaching the city center, let alone come to the high-tech zone, which was entirely in the opposite direction from the base. The high-tech zone is a newly designated area of Luohua City. A few years ago, this was rural land, and these trees were planted just recently. Furthermore, urban trees were usually pruned periodically. How could they grow so tall and robust? Pei Ming listened to Qi Jing's words while observing the surrounding trees. He liked it here. No sunlight reached this place. But being here at night wouldn't be very pleasant either, since he disliked the deceit of sunlight but enjoyed the ethereal glow of moonlight. Every month, admiring the moon was the one thing he had consistently done for all these years he had lived. The vines coiled around Pei Ming's wrist sensed his emotions and sat on his wrist. To accommodate Pei Ming, the vines shrunk several times because the only person at the back who didn't know about its existence was still sleeping, so it could come out to play. Pei Ming extended his hand, rubbing the leaf on top of the vine affectionately. The vine swayed happily in Pei Ming's hand. Fu Xing noticed the interaction between Pei Ming and the vine. With a smile, he gently patted Pei Ming's head. Pei Ming tilted his head, looking at Fu Xing questioningly, as if asking why. There's nothing. Pei Ming shifted his gaze, deciding generously to forgive him this time, considering that he had accidentally drunk a drop of his blood earlier, although it was unexpected. Fu Xing's blood was indeed as tempting as it smelled. Even drinking just a drop made his head spin. While thinking about this, he instinctively licked the corner of his mouth and bent down to pick up the unfinished potato chips tin from beside him. As for Tingting, the vine, not to mention anything else, it excelled in keen insight. The moment Pei Ming opened the chip tin, it instantly transformed to match the size of the tin, holding it steady with its tendrils, while another tendril reached inside, grabbing a chip and placing it near Pei Ming's mouth. Its little white flower wiggled flirtatiously. Pei Ming was highly satisfied with this and leaned comfortably against Fu Xing's chest, allowing Tingting to feed him chip after chip. Qi Jing, still in shock from the dramatic changes earlier, turned around just in time to see this little thing. It sure serves many purposes. She recalled how the same vine had previously been coiled around the ancient tree before the apocalypse arrived, and then the hanging vine was crafted into a swing. Let's weave a swing for Xiao Ming with it later. Fu Xing had been focused on the window, but upon hearing Qi Jing's words, he looked down and saw this scene. His lips twitched involuntarily. This vine seemed like something Pei Ming had raised himself. No matter how you looked at it, the vine behaved like a total sycophant to Pei Ming. It was just like a small slave now, diligently serving its master without any complaints. Although even a small slave might complain when doing things, this vine looked genuinely happy, as if proving its own importance. He treated Pei Ming quite well normally, yet now, this vine indulged all of Pei Ming's behaviors without question. He sighed and for some reason felt a twinge of sourness in his heart. Don't eat too many snacks, he warned, looking at the vine. The tendril holding the chip paused in mid-air for a moment, then another chip appeared by Pei Ming's mouth. Pei Ming opened his mouth and took a bite. The tendril waited beside him until he swallowed, then placed another chip near his mouth. I know, Pei Ming replied lazily. Qi Jing, watching this scene from the back, couldn't help but drool with envy. He patted the pocket beside him and pulled out a pack of dried tofu to chew on. What kind of mythical automatic feeder was this? Solar-powered, self-recharging, and able to grow larger or smaller, and even prettier. If they encountered danger, there might be other uses for it. It was different for him, he could only feed himself, and it didn't feel nearly as enjoyable. As Pei Ming kept eating, he straightened up his body, and the intelligent, Tingting, hooked the glass jar lid nearby. After securing the lid, it put the jar back in place. Then it took the initiative to grab a tissue and wipe the part that had touched the chips. Be careful, everyone, Fu Xing sat up straighter. Chao Yi, slow down. It's getting darker ahead. In front of them, the trees grew so tall that even sunlight couldn't penetrate through. Chao Yi turned on the car's headlights, barely illuminating the path ahead, causing everyone to draw in a sharp breath. There. Ahead of them, the trees formed a tunnel-like structure, creating an impenetrable barrier. Within this tree-lined tunnel stood a flower. This is a Venus flytrap. But it has probably evolved now, no longer catching flies, but instead capturing humans, Zhao Dou swallowed nervously. Under the tree shade illuminated by the lights, there was a plant. Its flowers would usually look decent under normal circumstances, but now it was magnified thousands of times over, making the opening of the flower appear horrifying. Below the flower were piles of white bones and some dried black blood. Nearby were what appeared to be remains of those who likely wandered off the road, or rather, were lured here by the plant. It has formed a symbiotic relationship with these surrounding trees, Zhao Dou continued analyzing. The trees provide it with a concealed environment, while it provides the trees with corpses as nutrients. The dense cluster of trees in this area was clearly connected to this giant Venus flytrap. Such plants were rarely cultivated because when they caught flies and insects, they released scents or sticky substances that attracted more bugs. So, if someone foolishly thought keeping one would reduce the number of mosquitoes and flies around them, it was purely a delusion. The truth was that the flytrap lacked the ability to fully digest all the flies it attracted. Placing it at home would only serve as a magnet for pests, attracting mosquitoes that were impossible to get rid of. Now this plant had grown much larger. Flies were obviously insufficient to satisfy its appetite, and humans, hundreds of times bigger than flies, would now meet its dietary needs. Moreover, it seemed to have undergone some mutations. It won't attack actively. Plants evolving to walk should be signs of later-stage mutations. As he spoke, he glanced at the vine sitting on Pei Ming's lap. Zhao Dou saw Tingting nod, seemingly agreeing with his statement about being a more advanced form of plant. He realized he could revise his earlier claim. This thing must be nearing the stage of becoming sentient. Would those plants outside need another 1,000 years of evolution to reach this level? But we can't bypass this place, Zhao Dou's voice trembled slightly. Behind us, the trees seem to have blocked our way to retreat. When Mu Qing and Mu Shui in the back seat heard this, they immediately turned to look behind them. Indeed, the branches of the trees behind them were continuously converging towards the center, as if consciously intercepting them. This was all the instinct of these plants to catch food. Once food entered their territory, they would block off their escape routes. It had to be admitted that the evolution of these things was truly astonishing. Tingting, sitting on Pei Ming's lap, seemed eager to try and do something. Pei Ming pressed his hand over it to stop it from acting rashly. Tingting very obediently retracted its curious branches, winding them around Pei Ming's wrist, becoming still. Pei Ming also looked outside, with no particular emotion in his eyes. It was as if he didn't care about what was happening outside at all. This plant emits a smell to attract its prey when it's feeding. Since it now preys on humans, if those people aren't just eaten because they didn't see it, then it must have evolved to emit an odor targeting humans that makes them willingly walk into its range. Zhao Dou explained rationally. Judging by the white bones next to the plant, many people had walked over voluntarily. Normally, no one would willingly go to such a dark place. These people should have been lured inside during the earlier stages, before the trees here became so dense. They served as nourishment for the Venus flytrap and surrounding trees. It was precisely because of these people that the flytrap and the trees could evolve into this state. What if I freeze it with ice? Mu Shui asked from the back seat. After freezing it, they could leave, simple as that. These trees seem to lack any kind of attacking power. Every time humans evolve and feel like they've reached a new level, nature often reminds them, nope. Just like the plant right in front of them. What I'm worried about right now isn't that Venus flytrap, Zhao Dou sighed. Fu Xing opened his mouth solemnly from the front seat, it's the trees. Do you think they don't have attacking power? Trees indeed looked rather dull, but their branches were actually very strong. Judging from their ability to close off the path behind them, these branches were capable of stretching and changing. Under the car lights, the trees appeared more fearsome. Their trunks seemed to transform into devilish masks, with all their branches turning into weapons. In the pitch-black darkness, they gave a suffocating feeling. Ahead was the brightly colored, man-eating grass, whose base was piled with skeletons. After we kill the Venus flytrap, the trees may directly attack us. They are symbiotic. The flytrap helps the trees break down corpses faster into nutrients they need or even directly converts itself into the trees' needed nourishment, Zhao Dou quickly analyzed. They haven't attacked us yet because maybe they trust their partnership. Movement requires energy and stamina, and these plants should also be the same. Trees need to accumulate a lot of energy to grow, so they waste not a single bit. The more everyone analyzed, the worse they felt. Zombies already caused headaches for people, and now plants have become like this. Where is humanity's future? Do they fear fire? Pei Ming tilted his head and looked at Fu Sheng, his clear eyes showing a hint of confusion. He seemed not to know that others were already tangled up or worried because of being surrounded by trees. His eyes carried only a slight curiosity without any additional worry. But this question awakened everyone. You're so clever. Fu Sheng patted his hair and praised him. Pei Ming tilted his head, his fluffy hair brushing against Fu Sheng's hand, letting out a nasal sound, But we don't have a fire attribute anomaly person in our group. Qi Jing stopped suddenly. Their team had only one water attribute anomaly person, there was no fire, but extinguishing fire existed. Shouldn't the trees love water the most? Trees naturally fear fire, this is inherent and shouldn't change easily with simple evolution, Zhao Dou frowned. But if our fire isn't powerful enough, they probably won't be afraid either. If the fire is too small, it couldn't even penetrate the outer layer of the tree's bark, and thus wouldn't make them afraid. These trees had already gone through evolution. If their targeted food tried to run away, even if they feared flames, they would try their best to retain the food. Pei Ming didn't bother looking at the Venus flytrap again, he glanced at it once and decided it was simply ugly and unpleasant to look at. Staring at it for too long would cause great visual pollution. He stared at the nearby trees, lost in thought. These trees seemed somewhat familiar to him. Pei Ming's lips tightened slightly. It was as if there were ghostly faces on the tree trunks. He felt like he had seen them during some kind of gathering. Someone had bragged about their latest cultivation achievements, but what else had that person said? Could it be self-growing trees? Trees capable of nurturing beautiful fruits. His memory was blurred, it wasn't something important. Pei Ming sighed, remembering how after seeing this thing, he thought it wasn't appealing. He also didn't have much interest in the so-called beautiful fruits. Why are these trees here now? Qi Jing mentioned they were cultivated a few years ago. Who cultivated these trees? What kind of tree is this? Zhao Dou began to doubt. Ordinary roadside trees were usually either straight-trunked or particularly distinctive ones, such as ginkgos in some places, whose fallen leaves carpeted the road beautifully in autumn. But Luohua City's trees, he couldn't immediately identify the species, and they didn't look very attractive either. I'm not quite sure, I think they're lab-cultivated. There's supposed to be some ancient variety. Didn't Luohua City promote itself as a millennium-old ancient city? This is what they planted. After recalling for a while, Qi Jing finally came up with this explanation. To complement the tree in the city center, the leaders chose this ancient tree variety. Although its twisted branches looked odd, it did indeed give off an ancient charm. Over all these years, nobody noticed anything unusual about it. Lab? The lab at the institute we're heading to? Zhao Dou frowned, feeling there must be some connection. All clues they've gathered so far pointed toward that lab. It should be, it's a large biological research institute where people study everything from animals to plants, microorganisms to ancient life forms. Qi Jing recalled hesitantly and responded. Is there another way? Chao Yi asked. He Tao, who hadn't spoken for a while, opened his eyes at this moment. He gazed out the window and somehow felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity from those things. It was completely different from the feelings he experienced in the city center. The tree in the city center gave him a suffocating and unpleasant sensation, but these current trees felt different. He felt as if it was like returning to the origin, so intimate, so desiring, wanting to absorb their energy. As this thought occurred, he Tao licked his lips, his gaze toward the outside trees filled with longing. Afterward, he realized something strange. Aren't we going anywhere anymore? He questioned aloud. The sound of everyone's discussion woke him up, of course. It could also be because after leaving the city center, the discomfort he'd felt all over his body lessened significantly. We've been surrounded by trees, Zhao Dou explained to He Tao. He Tao looked outside, following the path illuminated by the car lights, and spotted the Venus flytrap. Pretty decent looking, he genuinely thought, even wanting to get closer to the thing. Mu Qing and Mu Shui, sitting beside him, twitched the corners of their mouths, unable to tell whether his comment was sarcastic or serious. That thing, cute. It hurt just looking at it. It's just a plant, drive right through it, He Tao said nonchalantly, suppressing his own yearning, feeling somewhat regretful inside. If he were alone, he would certainly get out of the car to take a closer look. But in the present situation, getting out would appear too deliberate. There are a lot of broken vehicles over there. It seems no one has tried driving past. Zhao Dou observed meticulously. In front of them were many shattered remains of cars, various kinds of vehicles reduced to pieces. They were now in a predicament, caught between advancing and retreating. A single misstep could lead to unforeseen dangers. Moreover, the Venus flytrap and these trees posed significant threats to survivors around them. They had to consider the safety of other survivors. Looking around, concern naturally showed in Zhao Dou's eyes. He lowered his head and pulled up the map of the area. Qi Jing, are there residential areas nearby? Is this road considered a necessary route to other places? Fu Xing seemed to have an idea and asked Qi Jing. This was crucial for them. The number of people who would come along this road afterward would serve as a guideline for their next actions. This area isn't one I frequently visit, but there should be other roads, he scratched his head. The population density in the high-tech zone is very high. Even if there are other roads, a lot of people will likely still come here. The moment Fu Xing asked his question, Qi Jing understood what Fu Xing had in mind and answered truthfully. What are you guys thinking about? Isn't our current mission more important? Just charge through. Can't Fu Xing's ability drive metal? We could coat the car with a layer of metal and keep those things at bay. He Tao's tone was unpleasant, tinged with impatience. How many people were around? And why should it concern them? He Tao felt that if he stayed here any longer, his body might involuntarily perform some strange actions. Shall I get out and take a look if you guys don't dare? This was his real intention. Those things attracted him, he desired to touch them, believing they could benefit him. After coming into contact, he felt his power could greatly improve. However, Chao Yi, sitting in the front, rejected his proposal. You don't have any special abilities, right? What if an accident happens after you get out? Although after discussions, Chao Yi and Fu Xing believed He Tao had awakened some abilities. But why did he conceal it? Chao Yi and Fu Xing guessed it might be due to a situation similar to Chao Yi's, or perhaps his awakened ability was peculiar. In that case, hurry up. Once your mission is done, we can part ways. He crossed his arms impatiently and took a deep breath. Looked it up. Most of these buildings on this street are office buildings. Behind them, across another street, there are 3 large residential areas. Zhao Dou checked the maps on the computer. There's no signal at all. We can no longer connect with the base. He added again. Pei Ming poked the leaves of Ting Tang, who hugged his finger and played with him. Pei Ming didn't really care about everyone else's discussion, though he felt slightly irritated inside. He disliked being surrounded by these things, their essence made him uncomfortable, very much so. I'll block this road later, disallowing anyone from entering either way. Then we'll use fire to break out. After hearing Zhao Dou's words, Fu Xing immediately made his decision. They had absolutely no clue how to deal with these trees. And it would cost a great deal of time to solve it. Currently, the most important matter was what was happening at the institute. Even if only half the people from the 3 large residential areas came here, it would still be quite a significant number. It would take time for the base to send people over to deal with the situation, during which they must prevent others from entering here, to avoid becoming nutrients for the trees and Venus flytraps. Do we have enough gasoline in the car? Fu Xing closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then asked. Chao Yi nodded. Are you thinking of creating a burning metal framework outside? Yes. There happen to be abandoned cars nearby, and I can use their metals. Fu Xing said, we need to retreat and build a door to seal off this place. The temperature of burning gasoline was high enough. Even if it couldn't hurt those trees, it could make them retreat somewhat, avoiding a complete approach. Lei Wei heard this and volunteered, shall I get out and fetch gasoline? The gasoline in our car might not be enough, but combining it with the fuel in those abandoned vehicles, it should suffice. I'll do it, Fu Xing replied. It wasn't clear whether getting out of the car now would result in an attack. Moreover, Zhao Dou had just mentioned the possibility that people might be lured by those plants, making it risky for 2 people to go together. Lei Wei's ability was strength, which might not be suitable for the current scenario. After hearing Fu Xing's response, Pei Ming stuffed Ting Ting into Fu Xing's jacket pocket. Seeing this action, Fu Xing felt a warm sensation arise within him, realizing that Pei Ming wanted Ting Ting to protect him. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Don't worry, it'll be fine. He ruffled Pei Ming's head, opened the car door, and quickly got out. Pei Ming puckered his lips, retracting his head. Outside, a strange smell permeated the entire street. When Fu Xing got out, he felt slightly disoriented for a moment. Then, he experienced a sharp pain in his abdomen. Ting Tang had grown somehow and delivered a strike, whipping Fu Xing. Fu Xing focused his spirit, slightly grateful as he glanced at Ting Tang, and extended his hand to imitate Pei Ming's gesture, rubbing its leaves. However, Ting Tang showed no appreciation for this. Not only did it show no appreciation, but it also pushed his hand away with great disdain. Inside the car, everyone except He Tao looked worriedly at Fu Xing, fearing something might happen to him outside. Fu Xing looked around, the wrecks of abandoned cars were quickly gathered by him, and some unused fuel was collected as well. But the workload was immense. The smell outside wasn't pleasant, just as Zhao Dou had said before, it seemed like they had other abilities. However, possibly because Ting Tang was by his side, besides the stench, he could also smell a faint fragrance, though this scent mixed with the odor was indeed peculiar. Fu Xing closed his eyes, and in places where he couldn't see, Ting Ting exposed its leaves. The flowers on its head had fully retracted, and the color of its vines wasn't as emerald as before. Its body pulsed rhythmically, and the surrounding trees seemed to withdraw some of their sprouted branches slightly, making the sky less overcast. Much of the foul smell in the air also dissipated. All the metals under Fu Xing's control rapidly deformed, turning into the shape of a car body, and then covering the car. This vehicle, after modification, was originally fire-resistant, though sitting inside might feel somewhat uncomfortable. After completing this, he first used all the gasoline he had collected from the outside, then opened the trunk and took out the gasoline from inside. Next, he shaped the metal into a fence-like structure, placing it next to the car after finishing, and then opening the door to get back inside. There's an intense stench outside that confuses one's mind, he said seriously. Ting Ting climbed out from his pocket and was showing off to Pei Ming, crawling onto his hand. Pei Ming squeezed its leaves as a reward, and the vine obediently coiled around his wrist. Give me a lighter, Fu Xing said to Chao Yi. Chao Yi took out a metallic lighter and tossed it to Fu Xing, who quickly rolled down the window, then shut it, letting the lighter hover outside and ignite the gasoline under his control. Gasoline is volatile, and the moment the fire was lit, the entire car was surrounded by flames, causing the temperature inside the car to rise instantly. Mao Shui, ice, Chao Yi quickly said. Upon hearing this, Mao Shui immediately understood and began forming ice blocks within the car, using them to wrap around the most important parts of the vehicle to prevent explosions due to excessive heat. The car didn't turn its front around but instead reversed directly. Chao Yi pressed the gas pedal all the way down, and the car surged forward. As expected, at first, the trees didn't obstruct their way. In fact, because of the fire, they even retracted some of their branches, clearly fearing the flames. However, when they were almost out, the tree branches began elongating recklessly, striking toward the car despite the flame barrier, which only slowed their movements. Are we ready? Chao Yi asked anxiously. Fu Xing could control metal within a certain distance. To ensure the gate was placed outside without being damaged by the trees, it needed to be positioned at a large intersection free of trees, the place they had just entered. Sweat started to bead on Fu Xing's forehead, and his complexion turned slightly pale. Just a little further outside, he said. Chao Yi nodded, driving the car outward while the trees outside went berserk, seemingly determined not to let the food already in their grasp escape. Fu Xing's face gradually grew paler. Pei Ming, seated beside him, felt his fingers become cold. Pei Ming rubbed Ting Ting's leaves, and upon receiving the instruction, Ting Ting stood upright. The speed of the surrounding tree strike slowed again, as if out of fear. Done! Fu Xing exclaimed, and the fence under his control was placed at the end of this road. Charge forward, he was completely exhausted, drenched in sweat. The others weren't faring much better either. Even with Mu Shui's ice, the temperature inside the car had soared high. Moreover, Mu Shui mainly protected the vehicle itself, prioritizing keeping certain parts at a normal temperature, thus neglecting the others. During this period, Zhao Dou and Qi Jing, who lacked special abilities, had already consumed 3 bottles of water, and their clothes were entirely soaked. However, no one said anything, including Qi Jing who had been chattering away earlier. At this moment, she gave no other indication but showed strong support for Fu Xing's decision. The only exception was He Tao, whose face looked grim, yet he too remained silent. Pei Ming's eyes revealed great confusion as he looked at everyone. Was this done to protect the others? His fingers paused on the Ting Ting's leaves upon receiving this thought. Fu Xing met Pei Ming's gaze, mistaking his concern for care about himself, and gave a strange smile toward him. But instead of calming down, Pei Ming pursed his lips with a look of anger. That smile made him look even worse. Fu Xing reached out and patted Pei Ming's head, saying softly, "I'm fine, don't worry." His voice was weak, as if he'd used all his strength or hadn't had water for days. Ting Ting coiled around a bottle of water from nearby, bringing it close to Fu Xing, then nudged his arm. It seemed rather dismissive. Fu Xing grabbed the water, which Ting Ting promptly opened after being nudged by Pei Ming, clearly reluctant to do so. "Don't worry," he reiterated to Pei Ming, a warm current flowing through his heart. It was unclear whether it was because of Pei Ming's expression or the fact that he could now say those 3 words, "don't worry," to another person. He had never said such words before because there was no one who would ever worry about him, not family, not teammates who fully trusted him. Pei Ming puffed his cheeks and turned his head away, refusing to meet his eyes. He wasn't worried. It was just, he feared that their fragrant reserve food might be lost. Ting Ting sensed Pei Ming's emotions and vowed to quietly stay calm like an unobtrusive vine. The flames continued burning, and the trees discovered that they had moved forward. Hence, they stopped attacking the car wildly. Yet unavoidable dents still formed on the roof. Fu Xing recovered some strength, reshaping metal into a sealed space until the flames gradually subsided. Qi Jing, sitting at the back, gasped as if she'd escaped death by a hair, wiping sweat while catching her breath. These things are simply too intelligent. When they realized the group seemed intent on leaving, they attacked fiercely. Without fire, the car might have been obliterated already. But once the group didn't intend to leave anymore, these entities abandoned further assaults, keeping their distance due to the presence of flames, an example of seeking advantage and avoiding harm to perfection. Yes, if they continue evolving like this, in the future, their ability to move like us or develop human-like language systems doesn't seem impossible either. Zhao Dou paused briefly after speaking these words, then frowned. Isn't it right? They've had their own language system all along, we just can't understand it. Otherwise, how could they act with such perfect coordination? The sole explanation was that they were capable of communicating in some form among themselves, be it communication within the same species, or even across different species like between trees and Venus flytraps. This kind of evolution seems far more advanced than ours. While humans had gained some additional abilities, the evolution of these trees appeared akin to accelerating them tens of thousands of years. After all, it took an incredibly long period for humanity to evolve from primitive man to its current state. The vehicle returned to its original position, where surrounding trees, irritated perhaps by the previous flames, were relentlessly driving the car toward darker places filled with Venus flytraps. A new challenge lay ahead. How could they possibly pass the next test guarded by the Venus flytraps? Chapter 35. I should be able to handle it. He Tao couldn't help but speak up from behind. He wasn't willing to expose the weirdness of his abilities, but between opening the door and the window earlier, he had felt an infinite allure from those things outside. It seemed like there was a voice inside him, urging him to get closer to those things, telling him that getting closer would grant him what he wanted. After he said this, everyone in the car turned to look at him, except for Pei Ming. Pei Ming was playing string games with Ting Ting and showed no interest or surprise at He Tao's words. I just discovered my ability after you guys left. He Tao lied casually to cover up his statement. After being injured and bitten, he often found himself unable to control his emotions. Of course, he didn't particularly want to control them either. Since it was already the apocalypse, why bother living carefully anymore? So, what is your ability? Chao Yi asked calmly. It came as a surprise that He Tao was now willing to talk. But no one thought too much about it. He Tao had indeed been acting strange recently, but even before that, he always acted like someone who looked down on everyone else. Now, with all of them trapped here and He Tao needing to survive, it was only natural. Exhaustion was not a big issue, but the stench was becoming unbearable. The evolution of those Venus flytraps was truly terrifying. Could this smell really attract so many people? Don't trouble yourself, I have it covered. Chao Yi patted his shoulder, and then a bathtub appeared in front of everyone. Fu Xing also looked over curiously. Did Chao Yi actually store a bathtub in his spatial item? Didn't expect it to come in handy. Saying that, he took out 2 large buckets. Inside were clean water sources he had stored after meeting Fu Xing. Qi Jing beside him almost dropped his jaw in amazement. How did he pull that out? Even Pei Ming lit up upon seeing the bathtub, not expecting Chao Yi to prepare such a thing. Young Master Pei washes first, Chao Yi said. Naturally, the others had no objections, the kid had almost been driven crazy by the smell. When Pei Ming saw Fu Xing pouring water into the tub, Fu Xing then told him, you can take off your clothes. Hearing this, Pei Ming's eyes instantly widened. What? Was everyone going to watch him bathe? Pei Ming quickly shook his head, I'll do it myself. You, back off. How could vampires let humans stare at their perfect bodies? Although he had been seen once by humans before, that time he wasn't completely undressed and it was done under duress. Is the little kid still shy? Qi Jing laughed beside them, but before he finished laughing, Ting Teng, appearing unexpectedly, struck him on his back, making him howl in pain. Chapter 35. Everyone else tried their best to hold back their laughter. Of course, although there was the thought of teasing the child in everyone's mind, Pei Ming didn't want to show it, and everyone respected that. I'll go take a bath myself, I can't stand it anymore, Mu Shui said directly as a water attribute psychic. I'll go with you, Mu Qin immediately offered. Chao Yi took out another bucket and handed it to Lu Wei, Lu Wei, take this. Lu Wei was just watching the child blush, smiling. When she saw Chao Yi passing her the bucket, after taking it, she lifted another bucket of water with one hand and walked aside. Thanks. She said while walking. Fu Xing had already poured the water into the bucket, but it was cold water, under current conditions, there wasn't any chance to heat hot water. Just wash quickly and come out. The water is cold, don't stay in there too long, understood? Pei Ming nodded, his eyes fixed on Fu Xing, urging him to hurry up and leave so he wouldn't peek at him bathing. I'm leaving right away. After saying that, Fu Xing led the other people and went towards another side. Pei Ming watched all figures disappear. After waiting for a bit, he looked at the nearby Ting Teng. Ting Teng, understanding well, extended more branches right away. Then the branches entwined and were woven into a screen. Of course, Fu Xing and his group hadn't gone far, they still intended to stay for some time here. The zombies around them needed to be cleaned up first. They would bathe after cleaning up the zombies, which would allow them to clean themselves nicely. While clearing the zombies, when they passed by a children's clothing store beside the square, Fu Xing suddenly remembered something. I forgot to prepare clothes for Ming Ming. During the 2 days in the base, Fu Xing had dressed Pei Ming, and Pei Ming was only responsible for wearing them. Neither do the others. Everyone earlier seemed to care about their own smell and wanted to clean themselves. After Chao Yi said this, he chuckled, I have some in my space pocket, I'll give them to you. Let Mu Qin deliver Lu Wei's clothes. If anyone gets hit, it's him who gets beaten. Chao Yi didn't seem to think the words he just said were particularly nasty. Alright, then you go back, we 3 will continue to clear up around, said Fu Xing. The energy he expended earlier hadn't been fully restored yet, so now he, Zhao Dou, and Qi Jing were all using guns. However, the zombies here were simply too strong. Shooting their limbs couldn't slow them down at all. Only hitting their heads could kill the zombies. See if there are any crystals inside these zombie brains. After Qi Jing and Zhao Dou killed a zombie together, Fu Xing said this. The 2 nodded, took out knives, and walked over to the dead zombie. Is it true that the zombie's brain no longer has brain flowers? Previously, Zhao Dou heard this on the radio while listening along, but he didn't quite understand everything. Zhao Dou shook his head, it's not completely gone, it has mutated. After their brains shrink, other things appear inside. As he spoke, Qi Jing's knife had already cut through the skull along its seams and opened the zombie's brain. Due to being hit by bullets, the brain was destroyed, but it was also evident that the brain had shrunk a lot, only leaving a cluster in the middle. Around the brain, there were some black web-like substances wrapping around, looking like a new set of command systems for the human body. No, this sight looked somewhat nauseating. After searching with the knife for a bit, Zhao Dou looked up and told Fu Xing the conclusion. By the time Fu Xing had already quickly cleared off the wandering zombies outside this street. Let's go, back. Being outside exposed to the wind for so long, much of the body odor had blown away, but the smell on the clothes was still there. He carried the gun and headed towards where Pei Ming was bathing. After arriving, a look of helplessness appeared on Fu Xing's face, and behind him, Qi Jing's face was filled with shock. Can it really be like this? Pei Ming let Ting Teng surround him tightly, and the clothes taken out by Chao Yi were hanging on Ting Teng, achieving dual use, both as a screen and as a hanger for clothes. Pei Ming didn't intend to soak in the water for too long. Their vampire race naturally had a lower body temperature than humans, but he himself liked warm things. Soaking in cold water would not make him feel very comfortable. Therefore, when Fu Sheng and the others returned, he was already dressing himself. But, the clothes were way too big. Chow Yi gave him the smallest ladies' t-shirts and shorts, but even so, they were much longer than needed. After Pei Ming had Ting Ting remove the screen, he saw Fu Sheng and Zhao Dou standing outside. He originally intended to walk over so Fu Sheng could change his underwear for him. However, after taking a few steps forward, he stopped, go take a bath quickly. The bloodline sense of smell was much sharper than humans, and their sensitivity to odors was significantly higher as well. Right now, these three people, after being exposed to the wind, smelled like salted fish that had been marinated. They were fully soaked in the stench. Fu Sheng also halted his steps forward. He felt that if he took one more step, the child might not talk to him all day today. He nodded, all right. Can you go find Lu Wei? Let her help you get dressed. The children's clothing store is on the street to the right, we've already cleared the zombies there. Unconsciously, Fu Sheng was speaking more and more, and his tone became increasingly gentle when addressing Pei Ming. Pei Ming cooperatively nodded. Teng Teng had already returned to its original size and now wrapped around Pei Ming's hand obediently. He pulled up his pants and walked with oversized slippers toward Lu Wei. Lu Wei was quick in bathing. She'd already changed clothes before this, of course brought by Mu Qing. They inevitably had a small fight, which ended when Mu Qing used her big cat claws to massage Lu Wei's soft pads. When Pei Ming ran over, Lu Wei was enthusiastically rubbing Mu Qing's injury. Regardless of what kind of cat, whether large or small, the feeling of rubbing their paws remained just as wonderful. Seeing Pei Ming, Mu Qing hastily reverted her hand back to normal. Lu Wei tapped her hand to express dissatisfaction, then looked at Pei Ming. Is Ming's clothing too big? Lu Wei immediately noticed something was off, walking over to him and instinctively wanting to pinch the child's cheeks but reconsidered and instead reached out to ruffle his hair. Pei Ming shook his head. Fu Sheng said there are clothes over there. He pointed to the street on the right. Lu Wei instantly understood Pei Ming's meaning and asked with a smile, do you want me to go with you? Pei Ming happily nodded, while Mu Qing, who had been sitting beside them, also stood up and examined Pei Ming. This clothing really is too big, even the shoes are oversized. Should I carry you? Mu Qing liked Pei Ming a lot, naturally because Lu Wei liked children. Pei Ming nodded again, unhesitatingly extending his hand. Mu Qing lifted him up and spoke to Lu Wei, let's go check it out. Lu Wei hadn't expected Mu Qing, known for her straightforwardness, to be so observant, noticing that the child's shoes were too large. She laughed and nodded as the trio made their way toward the children's clothing store on the right. On the other side of the car, He Tao had just come to consciousness. Waking up, he discovered that no one was in the car, making him instantly alert. Not only were there no people, but the car was filled with a peculiar scent, like the flower fragrance from earlier. Then he looked down and saw the sticky fluid all over his body, causing him to instinctively frown. Although the smell was indeed pleasant to him, this sticky liquid still appeared quite disgusting. He Tao thought about it first, closing his eyes and assessing his condition. A hint of joy flickered across his face. He could feel himself growing stronger, far surpassing his previous state. But, there were some side effects, his hands and feet were getting colder, and he felt rather stiff when he moved. Still, were those important? If Fu Sheng eventually wasn't even his rival anymore, he would definitely, He Tao opened his mouth and let out a silent laugh. After laughing, he began observing his surroundings. It seemed to be an open area, yet strangely, everyone else was gone. He walked forward and stepped out of the car. 500 meters away, Mu Shui sat on a bench in the square, watching the situation here. Upon spotting He Tao, he stood up and shouted immediately, Tao Gu, don't move. He couldn't allow him to walk further, any closer and the odor would become too intense, unbearable. In his nervousness, Mu Shui, who usually addressed everyone by their first name, directly called out, brother. An instant sense of dissonance rose in He Tao's heart. Hadn't they been that close? Then he suddenly saw water vapor condensing above his head. Hey, Tao Gu, your body smell is quite strong. Let's wash up first. That was why they had left him here sitting, as he was a water attribute psychic, and doing such tasks came more conveniently to him. Before He Tao could react, he was drenched like a drowned rat. Mu Shui. What are you doing? He knew his body was covered in sticky fluid, but did it need to be washed off directly with water? Couldn't he just change into another set of clothes? He Tao took 2 steps forward, and Mu Shui quickly retreated. No, brother Tao, check the smell on your body, it's too foul. I was just worried about your comfort, so I decided to wash it off. Foul. He Tao focused on this keyword and stopped where he stood. He also noticed something unusual about himself. His senses seemed different from ordinary people, he could clearly smell an intoxicating aroma that he enjoyed very much. But Mu Shui said it smelled bad. He Tao frowned, allowing the rain to beat down on his body. The wounds on his body had healed during the rest earlier, but the healed parts turned ashen black, appearing quite horrifying. After washing for a long time, Mu Shui finally stopped, pulled out a set of clothes from nearby, and tossed them to He Tao. Change yourself. After saying that, he clapped his hands and walked away toward where Fu Sheng and the others were currently located. They had expended a lot earlier, even though it wasn't yet dinner time, everyone felt they needed to eat something. Energy users couldn't replenish their energy directly through food, but eating would help them recover faster to some extent. After what happened earlier, though not life and death, it was certainly tense enough. Now everyone wanted to relax a bit, so they brought out previously purchased braised duck and other foods, setting up a long table in the center of the square to enjoy. Fu Sheng was removing the bones from a braised duck claw for Pei Ming when he saw Mu Shui approach and asked, "Has he woken up?" Mu Shui nodded, "Yes, I gave him a bath and handed him clean clothes before coming over." This meant he missed out on the first round of food. Fortunately, Chao Yi had bought plenty of ducks earlier. During the trade with Xiao Xiong, Chao Yi handled the transaction alone and stored many things into his spatial item after the deal. "Quickly, give me that duck leg." He snatched the duck leg that was just lifted by Mu Qin. Mu Qin gave him a glare but didn't say anything more, looking around before starting on something else. Fu Sheng handed the boneless duck claw he had prepared to Pei Ming, who gleefully closed his eyes and bit into it. Delicious. Seeing how pleased he was, Fu Sheng picked up another duck claw to start deboning it. Pei Ming happily swayed his legs and then placed a piece of duck meat next to Fu Sheng's mouth. "You eat too." Fu Sheng bent his head slightly, biting the thing Pei Ming offered, taking a big bite into his mouth. Pei Ming was highly satisfied and started eating the duck claws contentedly. Once He Tao changed his clothes and started walking, he soon noticed everyone sitting together in the square eating. He approached, his expression rather sour. "Why have you all stopped here?" Clearly, they hadn't reached the research institute yet. He Tao had already sensed his own abnormalities. As he became increasingly strange, he found it harder to stay with Fu Sheng and the group. After all, there were so many of them, and they were all ability users. Lacking guarantees, He Tao cherished his own life greatly and wouldn't make any rash moves. Eating at a time like this? Our mission is extremely urgent. The national treasures inside the research institute are waiting for you to save them. He Tao pretended to look indignant, slamming the table. The people seated at the table were quickly eating, filling their stomachs. "If it weren't for the stench you created in the car, we should have been there by now," Qi Jing said casually while eating. Those inside the research institute included his parents, yet he wasn't complaining. Why was He Tao so agitated? Their plan was to enter the research institute the next morning because zombies moved slower during the day than at night. Entering under such conditions made it safer compared to entering at night. In any case, as long as they reached near the research institute before tomorrow morning, it wouldn't count as wasting time. What was wrong with He Tao? Qi Jing felt somewhat puzzled internally. After all, having interacted with him, he knew that He Tao wasn't the type who genuinely cared about the well-being of everyone. "What do you mean?" He Tao walked over to Qi Jing, his towering figure making Qi Jing swallow hard, but Qi Jing didn't back down. "It's true that solving the flower was your accomplishment, but because you reeked so much, we couldn't bear it and had to stop here. We planned to wait for you to wake up before moving on. There was nothing wrong with that decision. Otherwise, they might not have been killed by zombies but could have died first from the stench, a joke that would probably be the biggest after the apocalypse began. Why are you blaming us here? Why don't you ask yourself why you woke up so late? Everyone waited here for you to recover." Qi Jing thought he made a very valid point. The others, hearing this, also looked at He Tao. He Tao appeared fully recovered, without any sign of weakness. Not only was he free of frailty, he looked ready to argue with anyone at any moment. "All right, He Tao, sit down and eat. We'll prepare to leave once we finish." Fu Sheng spoke sharply, leaving no room for refusal. He Tao let out a cold snort and placed a hand on Qi Jing's neck. The others immediately stood up. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing, just trying to teach him a lesson." After saying that, his hands started to tighten, causing Qi Jing's face to turn red instantly. Fu Sheng put down the duck claw in his hand, walked over to He Tao, grabbed his wrist, and said coldly, "Let go." He Tao stared at Fu Sheng, his eyes full of defiance. Pei Ming was chewing on a duck claw and glanced over. His gaze carried a hint of unfriendliness. The others were also poised for action, their eyes on both of them. Qi Jing slapped He Tao's hand with his own, his face turning nearly green. Truly boring. He Tao let go, and Qi Jing began coughing violently, his eyes turning red as well. He clenched his fists but said nothing. Zhao Do sitting next to him patted his back, while Mu Qin handed him a cup of water. "Are you all right? To attack your teammate is a big taboo." Fu Sheng felt that He Tao, after waking up, had changed a bit from how he used to be. The previous He Tao was irritable and occasionally sarcastic, but he wouldn't resort to violence straight away. Besides, Qi Jing was just an ordinary person. Teammate? Do I really have such a useless teammate? He had already revealed the fact that he possessed a special ability. Now that these words were spoken, everyone simply frowned. "Please take those words back, Qi Jing is now one of our teammates." After Fu Sheng finished speaking, he stepped to stand opposite He Tao and ordered sternly, "Apologize to him." He Tao shrugged, then slapped a hand on Qi Jing's shoulder. In pain, Qi Jing bit his lip, but He Tao paid no attention, casually saying, "Sorry." After that, he walked over to the side, sat down, picked up the food on the table, and began eating on his own. The others looked at each other. Chao Yi stood up, "I'll get some medicine to rub on your neck." Qi Jing shook his head. On his neck, there were obvious marks from being choked, making his voice somewhat hoarse. No need. Hurry up and drink some water. Mu Shui handed the water to him. Pei Ming continued to look at He Tao, who seemed to have noticed Pei Ming's gaze. He licked the corner of his mouth. This little guy, he'd wanted to kill him for a long time. However, Pei Ming shook his head. Beyond help, his brain was broken. And truly broken, in the real sense of the word. Fu Xing stood in front of He Tao, his expression still very serious. If you don't wish to stay in our team anymore, you can leave directly. Now that He Tao had awakened his special ability, going back alone wasn't much of an issue. Wouldn't that make me a deserter? He Tao countered, he needed to go to the institute. This research institute was so valued by higher-ups, there must be something valuable inside. If he could get his hands on those things, could he? The old He Tao hadn't thought about such matters, but just at that moment, the idea popped into his mind. Yet, you've already harmed our companion. During the past period, no matter what, He Tao had only complained verbally. Both Fu Sheng and Chao Yi knew his personality, so they never submitted a request to change teammates. But now, after acquiring special abilities, He Tao had directly attacked a member of their team. Just joking around with him, see, isn't he alive and well? He Tao narrowed his eyes and smiled. Chao Yi came over and patted Fu Sheng on the shoulder. Let's eat first. My special ability can help you all do many things, and I must participate in this mission. This is a task given to me from higher-ups, you have no right to refuse me. Moreover, even if Fu Sheng and the others reported him now, it would be too late. Who actually thinks someone like you wants to stay with us? He Tao sneered, saying nothing more as he began eating his food. Chao Yi pulled Fu Sheng down to sit while Pei Ming took out a nearby tissue, letting him wipe his hands. You're dirty. Fu Sheng deeply inhaled, looking slightly worried at Qi Jing. Qi Jing had already calmed himself, maybe I spoke too rashly. He reflected on it. In that moment when he heard He Tao's words, his mouth just wouldn't stop, completely forgetting that He Tao was now a special ability user. You're forgiven then. He Tao continued to eat, smirking at the corner of his mouth. Be more mindful next time you speak to me. Qi Jing nodded, giving a few of those sitting beside him a glance indicating everything was fine. After this little incident, everyone kept their distance from He Tao. After finishing their meal, they prepared to move around, washing the vehicles before continuing their journey. Fu Sheng and Chao Yi discussed, it was indeed impossible for them to expel He Tao. Their missions were the same. Even if they drove him away now, He Tao would still show up at the institute eventually. Rather than being in the dark about his location later, it was better to keep track of him by staying together now. This matter has been reported to the higher-ups. Chao Yi quietly informed Fu Sheng. Now Fu Sheng pulled Pei Ming along with Chao Yi and Mu Shui, heading toward the vehicles. Mu Shui still needed to clean the vehicles and remove the foul smell inside. Upon hearing their conversation, Pei Ming thought for a moment, then reminded them, he still smells bad. When he saw Qi Jing being harmed by He Tao earlier, he actually felt an unusual discomfort. What a strange feeling. Now, after hearing their discussion about He Tao, he voiced this again. After speaking, Pei Ming himself felt somewhat surprised. Bad smell. Fu Xing helplessly patted Pei Ming's head, don't say such things in front of him. Pei Ming wrinkled his nose, his whole face crinkling as if he'd bitten into a sour apple. It really does stink, terribly. Standing in front of Fu Sheng, he looked up earnestly, hoping Fu Sheng would take his opinion seriously. Fu Sheng stopped walking as well, staring at Pei Ming. After making eye contact, Fu Sheng furrowed his brows, asking uncertainly, are you saying that his body carries a different kind of smell, one that cannot be fully removed even after bathing? Chapter 35. Pei Ming threw his head back and snorted. Fu Sheng and Chao Yi's expressions simultaneously became more serious. Isn't Pei Ming particularly sensitive to these kinds of smells? Fu Sheng remembered Pei Ming's behavior in the car. It wasn't just sensitivity, Pei Ming disliked the smell so much that he'd almost jump out of the window. Recalling Pei Ming's recent actions. Many times, Pei Ming had lain on his neck and even buried his head against his chest. So, was all that because of the bad smell? Pei Ming nodded again. Fu Xing bent down and picked up Pei Ming who had been blocking his way. Since Pei Ming didn't feel like walking anymore, he cooperated fully by extending his arms for Fu Xing to carry him. Walking is tiring. What about the smell on my body? Upon hearing this, Pei Ming's eyes darted around. His little head turned everywhere as he avoided answering the question. Seeing this, Fu Xing found himself helpless and could only lightly tap Pei Ming's forehead with a finger. Is it the same as He Tao? Pei Ming immediately shook his head. There's a world of difference. He Tao stinks horribly, but Fu Xing smells nice, so nice that Pei Ming wanted to bite him. But he wouldn't say that aloud. His intuition told him not to. Thinking about it, Pei Ming began swinging his legs. Do you have super smell along with your teleportation ability? Fu Xing asked softly. Pei Ming shook his head directly. That's not an ability. This skill is a basic one for the blood race, like how humans cry at birth, it's something innate. Because of differences in bloodlines, this ability varies in strength. The special skills of the blood race are similar to the current abilities humans possess now, yet they're not entirely the same. Fu Xing thought Pei Ming shaking his head meant he didn't know. He said nothing more. At this age, it was normal for kids not to understand what's happening to them. Being able to use teleportation earlier must have been out of necessity. Can you smell any other scents, Ming? They had already reached the car. Mu Shui went to wash it while Chao Yi, Fu Sheng, and Pei Ming sat together on small stools nearby. Pei Ming shook his head, no. When did you start noticing the awful smell from Hitao? When I arrived, it was there, and now it's getting worse. He wrinkled his nose. Fu Sheng comforted Pei Ming by stroking his soft hair, bear with it a little longer, we'll be separated from him in a few days. He sighed. I hope this mission can be completed successfully. Chao Yi also let out a sigh. Though he wasn't too fond of Hitao, they were once part of the same team. Hitao's abilities were exceptional, or else he wouldn't have become a squad leader. However, his personality wasn't very good. After the apocalypse, those negative traits seem amplified, making Hitao turn increasingly radical. Over on Fu Xing's side, questions to Pei Ming continued. Were there any bad smells on the people who took you away that day? Pei Ming shook his head. Those people hadn't transformed into those not quite human, not quite monster creatures. Instead, they gained greater power through some kind of contract. Just like the contract he once signed with his servant. So far, the only person with that unpleasant smell you dislike is Hitao, right? Fu Xing asked again. Pei Ming nodded, yes. Only he's a monster. It's strange. The others are either human or zombies. Only Hitao falls into neither category. Of course, he's not of the same kind either. We've understood, Ming. If you ever smell something odd from someone else, please remember to tell me. Fu Xing emphasized. On the surface, Pei Ming nodded, but inside, he thought that if he encountered a person even more fragrant than Fu Xing, then he'd take them both back with him. Xiaoming, do you think the foul odor resembles anything familiar? After long deliberation, Chao Yi finally asked this question. Pei Ming pursed his lips as if recalling, but in reality, he was thinking. He displayed a look of disdain, that stuff, pointing outside. Chao Yi and Fu Xing exchanged glances and came to a judgment. Come on, have some candy. Chao Yi pulled out a lollipop from his pocket and placed it beside Pei Ming. Pei Ming's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand, peeled off the wrapper of the lollipop, and popped it into his mouth, closing his eyes in happiness. Mu Shui had already finished washing the car. Everything inside the vehicle that could be cleaned was thoroughly washed, anything that couldn't be cleaned, they all decided to abandon. After all, that kind of stench was comparable to a biological weapon. Keeping it around would only bring discomfort. Zhao Dou took out all the small snacks he had just received. After Mu Shui washed them, Zhao Dou intended to eat them. But just as he placed them near his mouth, he felt that same odor, seemingly never-ending, lingering around his nose. The bags of the snacks were clean. It was entirely his psychological reaction. If you carefully smelled, you'd realize there was no stink on these things. Qi Jing was also experiencing the same thing. Not only did Qi Jing feel uncomfortable with some items taken from the car, but he also instinctively wanted to vomit. So, his snacks ended up being taken out with Zhao Dou's and placed outside. Let's get a box and put them on that table. In this post-apocalypse era, wasting food must be avoided at all costs. Many people are still in danger, there might be even more who are running for their lives. They need food. I believe after this, someone will definitely come to this square since it is surrounded by residential buildings. Typically, these small squares have residential buildings nearby. On one side of the square are shops, and above those shops are apartments used for living. We can leave these breads here too. Since everyone learned that Chao Yi's space contains plenty of stored food, they were not so worried about these items anymore. These foods left behind might save some lives and count as good deeds. Rather than keeping them in the car, making them feel uneasy when seeing them or eating them weirdly. After cleaning the car, it looked brand new. Clearly, a remodeled vehicle can handle quite extreme environments. It went through freezing, fire, and tree strikes earlier, and now, aside from some dents on the roof, everything else was fine. Once this mission is over, they'll return to base, repair the car, and that will do. Everyone got into the car. This time, Mu Qing drove, and Chao Yi sat in the back to rest. This time, everyone was extremely quiet. All the food on the car was taken out, including Pei Ming's snacks, which he requested voluntarily. Of course, he reacted psychologically. Though he hadn't touched any slime directly, and even though the plastic bags were cleaned, it just felt smelly. After the cars started moving, Pei Ming, having finished his lollipop, held the stick and extended it toward Fu Sheng. I want more. He'd never tasted this flavor before. And its packaging looked different from the previous ones, yet it tasted great. Fu Sheng grabbed his hand, pulled the stick out, and threw it into the trash can. We'll see when we get back. The research institute is located in a very open area. The last time I went, that entire area belonged to the institute. Qi Jing continued describing the situation inside the research institute. As they approached closer, he felt increasingly anxious and restless. How are my parents doing right now? His heart was full of ups and downs, constantly feeling that unexpected events were waiting for him. But he didn't want to dwell on it further. Instead, talking with everyone helped him shift his focus. They are a biological research institute, with all kinds of animals around. The old gatekeeper used to take me to see monkeys, chickens, ducks, rabbits, mice, and other creatures bred by the institute. The institute is in the middle of those breeding bases, and if you want to enter the institute, you have to go through those bases. Just as Qi Jing finished speaking, he noticed something was wrong. If those animals mutated. Thinking about this possibility, he gulped. The scene of trees wildly beating against the car window earlier, he didn't want to experience that again. There might be mutations, the base has been 5 days without coming here. After discovering that the zombies here are stronger than elsewhere. Zhao Dou explained rationally. Upon hearing mutation and animals, Pei Ming's eyes brightened immediately. Mutant ducks. Tasty. Mutant ducks really taste amazing. Upon hearing this, Qi Jing couldn't help but lick his lips involuntarily. It really smelled good, though the process of being chased by ducks wasn't that pleasant. However, as long as he could eat them in the end, everything was worth it. The mutated tree we encountered earlier seems to be quite special. Zhao Dou added, the data he sent back earlier had already received a response. Currently, nothing like this has been found elsewhere. Furthermore, no plants described as so powerful have emerged yet. Mutated animals are more common, like those bears or lions and tigers that were already dangerous before the mutations, they've truly become a great threat. The research institute used to breed some small animals when I went there previously, said Qi Jing, all for animal experiments. These would include things like white mice. He thought, even if they mutated, it wouldn't be too terrible, right? I want to eat mutant ducks. Pei Ming looked at Fu Sheng and put forward his request. Qi Jing added at this moment, there might also be mutant pigs. Pig blood is delicious, though not as tender as duck blood, but cooking it together with tofu and minced meat makes a great dish. Hearing what Qi Jing said, Pei Ming licked his lips again, looking forward to their visit to the institute. Fu Sheng listened to the two of them colluding, and deep down, there was no way he could say anything refusing Pei Ming's bright-eyed pleading. What's wrong with a kid wanting to eat something nice? If they couldn't get it, isn't it because the adults don't have the ability? We'll see when the time comes. Fu Sheng helplessly pressed Pei Ming's shoulders to turn him around, making him sit properly in his seat rather than standing inside the car. Since He Tao appeared, Teng Teng had been tucked into Fu Sheng's pocket. At this moment, it hung from his pocket, swaying back and forth. After being pressed down to sit, Pei Ming relaxed completely, laying on Fu Sheng's body, then reaching out to play with Teng Teng. Fu Sheng rubbed his head helplessly, rest if you're tired. Not tired, Pei Ming replied instantly. Though he said so, his energy was still recovering. After absorbing a drop of another vampire's origin blood, he hadn't digested it entirely yet. If he digested it completely, his strength should recover to 1/fraction of its peak era. As he played with Teng Teng, his eyes slowly closed. His hands gripping onto Fu Sheng's clothes, his whole body curled up closer. Feeling Pei Ming's change, Fu Sheng worried he would catch a cold. After he fell asleep, Fu Sheng took out a piece of clothing and covered him. He noticed early on that Pei Ming's sleeping hours seemed especially long. On the car, except for meal times, he could sleep all day. Kids usually need more sleep but should also be full of energy. He remembered how Fu Jin wanted to go out and play when he was young. Starting from 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, he would scream in the house. Even after coming back home after an outing, Fu Jin would stay excited until late at night. It was nothing like Pei Ming, who was quiet all day and could sit still for a long time. He wasn't like other kids at all. Thinking about this, Fu Sheng sighed. The complexity in his eyes gradually turned into tenderness. So what? Wasn't he different from other children when he was young too? Perhaps, it's precisely because of that Pei Ming appeared by his side. Nothing dangerous happened along the way, allowing Fu Sheng to relax and lie back lazily, spacing out. When night fell, Mu Qin finally stopped the car. Where should we stay for the night? By now, they'd already arrived near the research institute. Approaching this area brought a suffocating sensation that made their hearts uneasy. The area around the research institute used to be open space before being developed gradually later. Qi Jing began explaining, I remember there was a very high-end hotel nearby, exclusive to members. However, it's uncertain what the situation there is like now. After finishing, he scratched his head, there are also places nearby which are slightly less luxurious. Let's check out the better place first, Fu Sheng directly suggested. At this moment, Pei Ming woke up, slightly confused as he looked around. Fu Sheng took out a wet tissue from beside him and wiped his face clean. After wiping his face, Fu Sheng picked up his hand and meticulously cleaned each finger. Pei Ming remained curled up with ease until Fu Sheng finished tending to him, then he yawned. His voice, still groggy from sleep, sounded softer than usual, are we here yet? It was almost as if he were whining. Fu Sheng lifted him and sat him upright. Pei Ming looked outside. The sky was already darkening. A strange sound could be heard around them, in the silence, distant screams and sounds of flesh being chewed reached their ears occasionally. Qi Jing opened the window briefly but shivered before quickly closing it again. It's so cold out here. Since the apocalypse began, everyone had noticed a general drop in temperature. In the previous May, most people would have discarded their jackets and long sleeves, replacing them with short sleeves. Now, everyone wore coats. In colder places, some even wore thermal underwear. At night, without thick blankets, sleeping would be nearly impossible. A few days ago, when they slept outdoors, they kept warm by roasting fires while taking turns resting inside the car. Back then, their group was smaller. Now, with 3 new additions, tomorrow they all needed to enter the institute facing an unknown environment, so tonight's rest was critical. Yes, the external temperature is only 3 degrees now. It will likely drop further at midnight, Xiao Dou said after checking the temperature. The lowest outdoor temperature we encountered previously was between 7 to 8 degrees. Even for May weather, this was abnormal. Every year around Labor Day, it would become one of the hottest periods aside from July and August, but no one knows whether it's Mother Nature accommodating the holiday theme. Since the apocalypse, besides zombies, the most noticeable change has been the drastic temperature drop. Temperatures remain low both during the day and at night. So far, no scientist has discovered the cause, only mentioning that environmental changes led to temperature shifts. But what kind of environmental changes? Isn't it just that about half of humanity turned into zombies? This isn't good news, Qi Jing trembled, as he was easily chilled. Pei Ming also clutched Fu Xing's clothes tightly. He wasn't afraid of the cold, he just liked warmth. He differed from other vampires, he loved warm things. Of course, sunlight was still out of the question, vampires still disliked the sun. It's fine, as long as we have blankets, we won't be cold. Fu Xing realized how much Pei Ming hated the cold. He also knew Pei Ming's body temperature was much lower than his. Like trying to warm an ice cube that never melted, Fu Xing felt somewhat troubled. Aha! Pei Ming nodded slightly, looking out with a hint of unhappiness. Qi Jing stated the address of the restaurant, and Mu Qin drove toward it. No wonder, this place close to the institute was filled with many zombies along the way. Once these zombies heard the car engine, they swarmed madly towards the vehicle. Thankfully, they drove fast enough. The zombies' speed was quicker than normal humans, but still not as quick as cars. Through various scares, the car finally arrived at the so-called high-end hotel entrance. The hotel covered a large area, not a skyscraper but a compound of detached houses. This follows a Chinese courtyard style, step-by-step scenery. I've been here with friends before, the design is truly amazing, Qi Jing praised endlessly. The dining area is quite elegant too, though there might be no rooms available, so we'll have to sleep on the floor. We chose to come here mainly because of safety reasons. If we stayed at a hotel, it'd be inevitable to encounter other people, and where there are people, there are zombies. Tomorrow, they plan to enter the institute, so tonight wasn't suitable for doing anything extra. Is that so? But how do we get in? Mu Qin glanced inside. The gates were closed tight. Qi Jing turned to look at Fu Xing. With Brother Fu here, shouldn't it be fine? He glanced at Fu Xing. Though the glass here was bulletproof, the door lock was metal. Let's check it out. Fu Xing said, grabbing the gun beside him. After opening the car door, a gust of cold wind swept into the car, making everyone shiver. Qi Jing in the back seat hastily pulled out a thick coat and wrapped himself in it, also grabbing his gun and jumping out of the car. Fu Xing put the demon cloak on Pei Ming. It came with 2 horns, which they had picked up with Lo Wei during lunchtime. Holding a gun in one hand and Pei Ming's hand in the other, Fu Xing cautiously surveyed the surroundings before stepping forward. Qi Jing stopped the car, took the keys, and everyone loaded important items from the car into their backpacks before heading toward the door. The red light on the surveillance monitor by the entrance was still on. Pei Ming, extremely perceptive, sensed someone watching them covertly. He looked up toward the camera, then tugged at Fu Xing's sleeve. Fu Xing bent down and followed Pei Ming's finger to where it pointed. Is someone there? Fu Xing asked, confused. The others also became more vigilant. Could there be people inside this restaurant? Behind the camera sat 2 rather young men. They swirled a liquid that resembled red wine in their hands and smirked when they saw the group outside. They actually noticed us, one of them chuckled softly. Have someone go out and open the door, the other said. At the entrance, a man stood there, his attitude extremely respectful. Upon hearing the order, he bowed deeply and said, yes. Then he left. Fu Xing and the others waited for a moment by the door. Is there really someone inside? Qi Jing questioned, puzzled. The camera being on shouldn't necessarily mean anything, right? Fu Xing didn't answer but remained tense, tightening his grip on Pei Ming's hand as he pulled him slightly backward into a protective stance. Soon, the lights in the lobby came on, and amid Qi Jing's amazement, a person approached the entrance. He pressed a nearby button, quickly opening the glass door. Please come in, he smiled warmly, extending an inviting gesture with great courtesy. Pei Ming gave him a curious look, wanting to walk forward but being held back by Fu Xing who wouldn't let him pass. The rest of the group also remained cautious. This house owner stayed quiet initially, only revealing himself after Fu Xing discovered his presence and sent someone out to open the door, making it hard to discern what he was thinking. I know him, he's the boss here, Qi Jing suddenly said, stepping forward to stand before the boss. He asked, after the apocalypse began, have you been here all along? Have none of your employees turned into zombies? Qi Jing had met this boss before. He was a very successful businessman, approachable and friendly to everyone, capable of chatting casually with anyone who entered the shop. Moreover, no matter where the conversation led, it seemed like he always knew something about it. Yes, I've been inside the store since the apocalypse arrived. The boss clearly hadn't changed much, still as he was before. And why are the lot of you here? After inviting the group inside and closing the door, his face remained kind as he continued asking. Yet, Fu Xing could feel the pressure emanating from the man. This person wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. Chapter 37. We would like to stay overnight. I've been here before, and I think this place should be the safest around. Qi Jing answered the other party's question. Everything here looked fine, just like before the apocalypse. There was still electricity in the house, and even the surveillance outside could run well. If they could stay here at night, there would be no need to worry about safety. Is that so? The boss didn't directly answer whether they could stay. Pei Ming looked around the house, and was relatively satisfied with the place they were going to stay. His eyes turned to the camera again. The two people on the other side of the camera stood up instantly when they saw him, and they looked at each other, full of shock. Is it, a cub? A child of our bloodline? Impossible, what a joke, their bloodline hadn't had children for hundreds of years. But he looks exactly like one. Look at that Fong, how cute. After staring at the camera for quite a while, the cub Pei Ming returned to Fu Xing's side. When Pei Ming returned to Fu Xing's side, the boss, as if receiving some instruction, suddenly showed them a kind smile. You can stay here. I have guest rooms where you can rest, and if you need anything, you can tell me directly. The boss's attitude did a 180 turn. This made everyone confused while also more alert. Especially when the boss looked at Pei Ming with an especially different gaze. Fu Xing's eyes were like daggers, scanning the boss up and down. My name is Sikong, just call me by my name. The boss smiled gently. Under everyone's suspicion, he directly revealed his purpose. My master wants to meet you. The two people behind the camera stood up, tidied up their clothes, looking somewhat nervous. They picked up their own cups and drank the red liquid inside in one gulp. Your master. It was already this era, and yet someone still spoke this way. Qi Jing expressed some confusion. After hearing this sentence, Pei Ming looked up at him, feeling slightly strange. He sniffed the air and blinked his eyes. Just then Sikong continued, my master has no ill intentions, he just wants to be friends with all of you. Where is your master now? Fu Xing had no particular opinion about this layer of things, but rather asked according to the statement. That man looked at Fu Xing. Since everyone entered, he knew Fu Xing was the decision-maker of the group, and during the conversation, he had always focused on Fu Xing. Of course, he was also concerned about Pei Ming. His look towards Pei Ming was filled with affection. The master is getting prepared. You must be tired from your long journey. Let me take you to the room we've prepared for you to rest first, how does that sound? He didn't show even a hint of hostility. From the moment they entered until now, he was initially very cautious about them, then something happened and he became gentle to them. Fu Xing nodded, besides you and your master, are there any other people here? Of course, my employees are all still alive. Those filthy things outside can't enter my gate. When talking about those things outside, his eyes were full of disgust and disdain. After hearing these words, everyone recalled that after approaching this place, the zombies outside gradually began to decrease. It was probably because this boss had cleaned them out a long time ago, or maybe, the zombies roaming outside didn't dare approach here. Our food supply is pretty sufficient. If you don't mind, we can prepare some food for you. After saying this, he stood in his place, waiting for Fu Xing's response. Pei Ming tugged on Fu Xing's sleeve, revealing a hint of longing in his eyes. He felt an inexplicable sense of closeness from this person. People like this usually had deep connections with their bloodline. To Pei Ming, this was a trustworthy person. Sikong was also watching Pei Ming's expression, his affection clearly visible in his eyes. What's the name of this young master? What do you want to eat? He squatted down, making himself almost at the same height as Pei Ming, even lower than Pei Ming. Pei Ming nodded, duck blood vermicelli soup. The two people behind the surveillance camera, after hearing this, became even more certain that Pei Ming was indeed a child of their vampire lineage. A child who liked duck blood vermicelli soup. But maoquang, a spicy dish, also tasted great, they could recommend it to the child later. However, whose child was it? This so-called apocalypse was far too suspicious. The vampires had very little contact with each other and after the apocalypse, many people were impossible to reach. They mostly gathered every 10 or 20 years, but since the prince fell into slumber and his servant disappeared 100 years ago, their gatherings had become less and less frequent. Whose family secretly gave birth to a child? And let him come out alone with humans? Pei Ming. He mentioned his name, and the two behind the camera froze immediately. This name sounds familiar. Our father mentioned it before. But we can't quite remember. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Pei. They were all several hundred-year-old vampires, converted by their elders instead of being born from the union of two vampires. Of events 1,000 years ago, they only heard about them from their fathers or at gatherings. After Sikong heard what Pei Ming said, his smile grew even brighter. My master also loves eating it, our house is well stocked with it. We have a drink here, which I believe the young sir will also like. After saying this, he stood up, turned to the others, and his expression wasn't as gentle anymore, only slightly cool as he said, please follow me. The others didn't move, waiting for Fu Xing's decision. He Tao didn't want to stay here. He felt an existence here so powerful that it already threatened him. But he couldn't say it out loud. Let's go. Fu Xing followed in Sikong's footsteps. From entering until now, Sikong indeed showed no other abnormality except for liking Pei Ming. When Pei Ming heard the mention of the drink, he had an inkling. When will your master arrive? Is he my kind? Soon, they also want to meet you, Sikong whispered softly, and Pei Ming's face lit up with a radiant smile when he heard these words. This was his territory, and how many knew that he had awakened? Of course, whether those people were still awake or alive was uncertain. The life of a vampire was truly long, almost eternal under normal circumstances. But eternity was not necessarily a good thing for vampires. Living too long would cause one to lose interest in everything, including one's own life. Fu Xing watched quietly from behind as Pei Ming interacted with someone else he'd just met in such an intimate way. He couldn't help feeling a bit sour, as if the child he'd raised had turned around and called someone else father. But Pei Ming seemed particularly delighted now. His walk became much lighter. Clearly, he really liked this person named Sikong. Fu Xing then focused his attention on Sikong. Indeed, this person appeared very steady, looking to be around 30 years old, but there was a calmness in him that spanned hundreds of years. And in front of Pei Ming, there was a tolerance and fondness towards him that was absent towards others. Chu Jing in the back was introducing the scenery to everyone. He had been here once before and lingered in this small garden for a long time, taking countless photos. Though the garden wasn't large, it truly achieved a different scene with every step. Every angle revealed new discoveries. Mu Qing and others were also amazed when brought to the garden. The restaurant has reportedly existed for hundreds of years, Chu Jing said from the back. Sikong ahead, upon hearing this, nodded his head. It's been 500 years. From our ancestors to now, our family restaurant has always been passed down. Is that so? So, this garden also has a history of 500 years? Yes. Sikong explained while leading them through a corridor and past a round stone gate, and what came into view was a lotus pond and a pavilion in its center. They walked around the lotus pond and went through another door. Finally, they arrived in a small courtyard. As Pei Ming was led inside, he looked around. He used to have a garden like this. However, he didn't like walking. In this courtyard, one should theoretically be able to walk straight through, but instead, one had to wander around endlessly to leave. He didn't like it. Therefore, he built a castle that he liked. Outside the castle was a large garden, and there was nothing obstructive in the garden. You could see the flowers at a glance. We're here, Sikong said, there are 5 rooms here, which should be enough for you to live in. After saying that, he looked at Pei Ming again. The duck blood vermicelli soup and drink you want, I will have someone prepare them right away. Thank you for your trouble, Fu Xing said to Sikong, if there's anything we can do, please let us know. He always felt something fishy about the situation. The other party seemed to have a purpose, but on the other hand, it seemed as if they had no purpose at all, not revealing even the tiniest bit of fault. Except for the excessive fondness towards Pei Ming. But Pei Ming was so cute, only people who disliked him were problematic. You can walk around freely in the yard. There is nothing specific to do. When the guests want to leave, just inform me and let me open the door for you. After Sikong finished speaking, he turned around. Qi Jing scratched his head in confusion at the back. How do we contact you? This yard is quite big. Before, everywhere were waiters and I didn't think much of it. But now as we walked all the way here, there weren't many people. At the time when he came, he only thought this place was very grand, but now as it grew vacant, he realized how huge it was. I will have employees come over, and if you need anything, you can tell them. After Sikong explained, he walked out of the small yard. Everyone exchanged glances inside the yard. Fu Xing spoke up, saying, stay alert. Wait until the master he mentioned arrives, and then probe the truth. He shouldn't mean any harm to us. This person gives me a feeling of being unfathomable, Chao Yi added next to him. Sikong may look young on the outside, but there was an air about him that had undergone the wash of time, a kind of presence easily found in some elderly people. Moreover, when they entered, the other party was also very vigilant towards them, indicating that their arrival was also unexpected by the restaurant or Sikong. At first, he was unwilling to let us stay. When Qi Jing asked whether they could stay, it was clearly evident that Sikong refused on the surface. However, within a very short time, his attitude changed drastically. What happened during this period? Or, what did the master he mentioned discover? Don't think too much about it. Qi Jing patted Chao Yi's shoulder and then recalled something else. By the way, the duck blood vermicelli soup here is truly delicious. I don't understand why such a high-end restaurant would make duck blood vermicelli soup and maochuang, a spicy dish, its signature dishes. Just now, Seacombe wasn't lying. Xiao Ming has come to the right place. He even asked what you like to eat before. Soon, they should send food to us. Qi Jing guessed. The boss of this place is really a nice guy. My friend used to come here often. He said the boss hired all the waiters who were orphans, and he donated to orphanages every year. He's a good person. Qi Jing recalled. Pei Ming had already chosen his room and was standing by the door. I'll take this one. Pei Ming stood at the doorway. Fu Xing looked over, and a touch of helplessness rose on his face. But at the same time, he relaxed a bit. Pei Ming's senses should be relatively acute. He showed no aversion towards Seacombe, which indicated that, as far as they could see currently, the other party didn't have any ill intentions towards them. It was He Tao who, after entering this area, acted abnormally excited. Earlier, he was lazy and indifferent, but upon entering, he straightened his body and even took the initiative to switch seats with Mu Qin, sitting by the window. But now, after entering here, he once again became lethargic. Fu Xing himself also had a strange sense of intimacy towards this Seacombe. I want the room next to yours. Qi Jing ran over while running. He dragged Xiao Dou along. Doer, come with me. He seized his roommate first. With 5 rooms, it suited 2 people per room perfectly, except Lo Wei, who stayed alone. Mu Qin, let's stay here. Mu Shui pointed to another room and carried her backpack into it. That left Chao Yi and He Tao. Chao Yi smiled at He Tao. Tonight, it's only the 2 of us making do. He Tao's face looked unpleasant, but he didn't say more. On the other side, Seacombe returned to the 2 vampires and reported, young master also likes duck blood vermicelli soup. I've instructed the kitchen, and it's being made. I feel young master seems a bit weak, not sure if it's because he hasn't consumed food for a long time. Since he followed his master, it had been centuries since the vampire clan had any offspring. The vampires usually didn't care about their own kind, but they genuinely loved their young, especially those conceived by 2 vampires together. Only pure-blooded vampires had the ability to procreate. Converted vampires could neither bear children nor convert others. This resulted in the rarity of offspring among the vampire clan. If there was a child in a territory, it was truly an enormous event, so much so that even the lord would be moved. Of course, their lord had fallen into slumber 1,000 years ago due to the turmoil and had yet to awaken. I wonder who his parents are. How can a vampire's offspring be left alone outside? Are there such irresponsible people among our kind? Upon hearing Seacombe's report, the 2 vampires were very angry. After becoming vampires, they were carefully raised by their elders for a long time until they could live independently, at which point the elders allowed them to venture out on their own. But that young one didn't seem capable of living independently at all. There might have been an accident. Since the apocalypse, we haven't been able to get in touch with the master. Seacombe continued. His 2 masters were brothers, and this restaurant was also their creation, aiming to interact with humans. As his master had once said, they enjoyed living among crowds. The master was their elder, who contacted the brothers every few decades. Though the methods of communication changed over these hundreds of years, the frequency did not vary much. Our father may still be sleeping. After all, we last contacted him 5 years ago, and he mentioned wanting to sleep then. For vampires, sleeping occupied most of their uneventful lives. We should go see the child first, and absolutely cannot let our vampire child wander around with humans. Did humans understand vampires? They could already imagine how, following those people, the child probably wouldn't have anything to eat, just consuming food that offered no nourishment for vampires. That simply couldn't do. There was no nutrition at all. Alright, young master must also want to see you. Seacombe also liked Pei Ming greatly, and when mentioning Pei Ming, his face was full of smiles. Pei Ming was already waiting for the arrival of the so-called master. This place was within his territory. Any vampire that appeared here would certainly recognize him. Unless they were too young. He hoped things weren't as bad as he imagined. He needed to know what happened during his period of slumber. In the past, his servants always informed him of changes in the outside world the moment he awoke. But now, everything had changed. He had planned to seek out other vampires after fully recovering, but never expected to encounter them here. Pei Ming sat on the chair while Fu Xing tidied up the bed. After finishing, Fu Xing walked to Pei Ming's side and gently ruffled his hair. Are you hungry? The sky outside had completely turned dark, yet it wasn't cold in the yard, and the temperature was different from outside. Yeah, Pei Ming nodded. Fu Xing's lips curled slightly upward. Then let's go out and see what they have to eat. That person said there's duck blood vermicelli soup. Pei Ming reminded. Don't forget. He didn't want bread now, he wanted duck blood vermicelli soup. Fu Xing chuckled softly. I haven't forgotten. This kid was rather fixated on food. Pei Ming stood up and pulled Fu Xing toward the door. They had barely gone out when they encountered 2 people walking towards them. Upon seeing Pei Ming, both individuals became excitedly clumsy and hurriedly organized themselves, ensuring nothing was amiss before heading toward Pei Ming. Pei Ming looked up at them. He could sense the scent of his kind emanating from these 2 people. Hello. Both maintained restraint, thinking of setting a good example for the young one, much like their elders had taught them. Hello. Fu Xing examined the 2. You're the master Seacombe spoke of. These two people looked about 30 years old, while the younger one looked no older than 20. Yes, we are the owners of the restaurant. The older brother spoke, while the 20-year-old brother gazed lovingly at Pei Ming, his eyes filled with tenderness almost melting. Little friend, would you like to go play with big brother? He squatted in front of Pei Ming and lavishly praised, your teeth are so cute. The vampire clan loved hearing others compliment their teeth. Naturally, Pei Ming liked it too. After hearing the comment, he tilted his head, a smile on his face. However, wait a moment. Little friend? His smile immediately froze, eyes full of surprise as he looked at the two people in front of him. My younger brother likes him a lot. The other person watched the interaction between the two and wanted to interact with the young one, but there was still a bothersome human nearby. Among the Blood Clan's rules was not to expose oneself actively in front of humans. Humans who sought them out through proper channels were exceptions. May I ask for your names? Fu Xing observed the interaction between them and Pei Ming and felt no major issues. He nodded slightly in agreement with what was said. My name is Wu Zhenghai, and my younger brother's name is Wu Zhentao. My name is Fu Xing, and this is Pei Ming. Fu Xing nodded, remembering their names. Little Ming is really cute. Do you want to check out the kitchen? They're making duck blood vermicelli soup right now. After Wu Zhentao finished speaking, Pei Ming's eyes immediately lit up, completely ignoring how the other person had called him cute. He hadn't met these two before, they must have become vampires after his hibernation period ended. All right. Pei Ming nodded immediately and then glanced at Fu Xing. Fu Xing wore an expression of helplessness and nodded as well. Wu Zhentao led Pei Ming away, and after walking for a while, asked, Zai Zai, baby, where are your parents? After this supposed apocalypse began, have you been following humans? As he guided Pei Ming forward, Pei Ming's eyes rolled around, but he didn't answer the question, instead asking back, who are you? Wu Zhentao stopped his steps, stood in front of Pei Ming, his expression serious, even solemn, I am one of your kind. You are a youngling of our blood clan. Pei Ming stood still, feeling he should explain that he wasn't a youngling. He had lived for several thousand years. It was only because of severe injuries and insufficient energy that he had to trace back to his childhood to ensure minimal energy consumption. I'm not a youngling, he said seriously. But after hearing this, Wu Zhentao laughed, okay, you're not, you're already a grown-up vampire. Kids just loved pretending to be adults. He himself used to pretend he was an adult when he was little, yet after living for hundreds of years, he realized that being a kid was best. Whose family are you from? Who are your elders? Pei Ming puffed out his cheeks, extremely dissatisfied with his casual tone. My father you probably don't know. He has been asleep for 5 years. The youngling in front of him appeared to be about 5 or 6 years old. The growth trajectories of vampire younglings and human children were similar. Vampire children stop growing after reaching the age of 18. Of course, if they liked, they could freely change their appearance. His name is Pei Jun, eh? After Wu Jingtao finished speaking, he glanced at Pei Ming. You're called Pei Ming. He remembered, father had once mentioned that the surname Pei belonged to the ruling family in this area. So this child in front of him was from the Lord's family. Hadn't the Lord fallen into slumber? Could it be that he woke up 5 or 6 years ago and also fathered a child with another woman? And more importantly, no one knew about it. Every time his father came here, he checked on the location where the Lord rested in slumber. Pei Ming lifted his head, thinking the person in front of him had remembered who he was, but the response was completely off base. Are you the Lord's child? Has Lord already awakened? Where are they now? Wu Jingtao asked 3 questions in quick succession. Each question made Pei Ming furious. What does old man mean? What, they, and them, who are these, they? He isn't a youngling anymore. You're so dumb. Pei Ming sighed, feeling disappointed for Pei Jun having such an heir. Pei Jun was rather smart, how did his successor end up like this? Alright, you probably wouldn't understand anyway. Once Big Brother discusses things with the human taking care of you, you can follow us, alright? Although Wu Jingtao had been a vampire for several hundred years, during this time he was well protected. At first, he studied within the Blood Clan, then came out with his brother. Although he had seen a lot, he hadn't been exposed to anything bad. Pei Ming didn't respond after hearing this, he just thought about whether he should tell the other party his identity. They were juniors of Pei Jun and trustworthy people. But look at him now. I'll take you to eat something first, fresh blood, bought from the blood bank. Wu Jingtao's main purpose in taking Pei Ming out was to replenish his blood. He looked too weak, pale lips, clearly malnourished. Blood bank? Pei Ming's eyes were filled with doubt. What kind of blood bank? Don't you know? We have cooperation with humans. The blood in the blood bank is disinfected by our instruments before being distributed to everyone. Everyone in their area was doing this. Human blood banks have limited blood storage time, so discarding it would be a waste. It was heard that in some other places, some vampires still maintain the habit of hunting. This was not only unhygienic but also improper. He wondered if those people had issues in their brains. Why not use clean fresh blood and instead go hunting themselves, enjoying sucking someone dry? You need to replenish your blood. The two had already arrived at the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, people were busy working. Upon seeing Wu Jingtao, they respectfully bowed to him and continued with their tasks. Wu Jingtao led Pei Ming to the refrigerator, opened it. Inside were bags full of bright red blood, which made Pei Ming lick his lips. All of it has been sterilized, but recently, with the end times beginning, there's a problem on the human side. We no longer have blood supplies and only have these leftovers. My brother and I have been on a vegetarian diet recently. The drink just now was merely made using blood powder. He took out a bag, drew a straw from beside, inserted it into the bag, and handed the blood over to Pei Ming. Drink quickly. Pei Ming did not hesitate, taking the straw and drinking it down. His eyes lit up instantly. Wu Jingtao guided him to sit on the sofa next to them, affectionately watching as the little one drank the blood so intently, and silently placed several cushions behind him to make him more comfortable sitting upright. Eat slowly, there's plenty more. He and his brother were already adult vampires, but this youngling was still growing. All the blood in the fridge could be left for him. What's the situation with the blood clan right now? Pei Ming felt his energy had recovered a bit, then began asking questions. The Wu Jingtao in front of him seemed rather dull-witted. He planned to find the other person later and ask more carefully. However, judging from the other's actions, there didn't seem to be any major problems in his territory. They hadn't violated the prohibitions set by the Pei family, nor had they violated the prohibitions of the blood clan. But where did that blood clan member he dealt with earlier come from? The city we are in belongs to the territory of the prince of the Pei family. It is the best and most harmonious place among the blood clans. Wu Jingtao said this with some sense of fear, as if he'd witnessed something terrifying. 1,000 years ago, the blood clan experienced an internal conflict. A faction led by the prince of the Pei family and another faction led by the elder council engaged in severe clashes, leading to a war between the blood clans. We suffered heavy losses, with a quarter of the Pei family's pure-blooded vampires dying, and another quarter falling into a coma due to grave injuries. Our prince, the lord of the Pei family's territory, fell into a coma as well. When Wu Jingtao spoke of this history, he showed little emotion. To him, it was just history, because he hadn't lived through that period. But after Pei Ming heard this, he felt a surge of discomfort inside. The leader of the other faction basically all entered into a state of slumber. Wu Jingtao supplemented when he finished speaking. Pei Ming bit his lip and remained silent, eating quietly. Xiao Ming, don't worry, since your parents aren't by your side now, brother and I will take good care of you. Wu Jingtao solemnly promised. Pei Ming looked at him. I'm not an offspring, hasn't Pei Jun told you my name? His expression was serious. Wu Jingtao suddenly choked on what he was about to say. He looked at Pei Ming. I got injured and regressed to my childhood. After Pei Ming finished speaking, Wu Jingtao was momentarily stunned. Are you a junior of Pei Jun? Did he ever tell you about the embarrassing things he did as a child? He said when he was young, Before he could finish his sentence, Pei Ming continued the rest. Afterwards, under Wu Jingtao's shock, Pei Ming took another sip of blood. So, you're one of those who participated in the great battle 1,000 years ago? He remembered. 20-odd years ago, there was also a member of the blood clan who woke up from slumber and regressed to their childhood as well. But that one didn't look like a child at all, nor was he cute. Pei Ming, how could he not be adorable? How could he possibly not be a child? Pei Ming had no idea what the other was thinking. He simply nodded and then asked, where is Pei Jun now? In terms of relationship, Pei Jun was his uncle, but their blood clan didn't concern themselves with such distinctions. Moreover, Pei Jun wasn't much older than him either. My father said he wanted to take a nap 5 years ago. When the end times came, my brother and I haven't been able to contact his servants since. Although Wu Jingtao was very shocked, he continued. Fu Xing's eyes tightly followed Wu Jinghai, his entire body taut. He hadn't expected that after Wu Jingtao took Pei Ming away, this person before him immediately suggested wanting Pei Ming to stay at their inn. How could that be possible? They still didn't know exactly who these two were. They couldn't leave the child there lightly. I've already said it, he looks very similar to my father. You also said he was picked up on the way. Naturally, Wu Jinghai wouldn't entrust their youngling to humans. Looking at the paleness of the little face, humans obviously hadn't taken good care of him. Not really, big brother here, saying he's your brother doesn't make it so, especially when the surnames are different. Qi Jing sat beside Fu Sheng, feeling bewildered upon hearing about Pei Ming being taken away. Our father also has the surname Pei. Wu Jingtao explained. The other people present looked at each other, not knowing what to say. They didn't expect this kind of situation. It appeared that the attitude change of someone named Sikong was due to Pei Ming. That's right, he addressed Pei Ming as master. However, Pei Ming clearly didn't recognize Sikong. But he doesn't even know you, Fu Xing pointed out further. And you don't even know where he got lost. As both sides remained at odds, Wu Jingtao entered again with Pei Ming, his hair standing up because he'd rushed too quickly. How did you bring the baby back? Wu Jinghai looked at his younger brother and became speechless instantly. Wu Jingtao set down Pei Ming, who then ran over to Fu Sheng. Wu Jingtao also approached and pulled Fu Sheng slightly, apologizing. Sorry. We made a mistake identifying him. After speaking, under the astonished gaze of Wu Zhenghai, he dragged him out again. The dinner we've prepared for you is ready. After I explain things to my brother, I'll come back and apologize properly. Saying that, he pulled Wu Zhenghai away. Pei Ming looked up at Fu Sheng with an exceptionally obedient demeanor. Fu Sheng grabbed his hand, suppressing the discomfort inside himself, asking gently, Ming, where did he take you? When Wu Zhenghai said those words earlier, Fu Sheng's brain went blank momentarily. This reaction only lasted for a moment. But that instant sensation was something he never wanted to experience again. To the kitchen to eat something. Pei Ming answered honestly, sitting on the stool and blinking innocently at Fu Sheng. He couldn't abandon Fu Sheng. Whether it was because of the questions in his heart or merely because Fu Sheng smelled good, he wouldn't leave. Unless. Pei Ming licked his lips. What's wrong with you? He asked somewhat guiltily. Fu Sheng took a deep breath, and others nearby laughed. Nothing. That person just chatted with us a bit. Qi Jing hurriedly replied. At that moment, he truly felt that the two might start fighting any second. I'm fine. Did he do anything strange to you? Fu Sheng continued questioning, worried they might have done something to Pei Ming. Pei Ming shook his head. He just asked me how I met you. After hearing this, Fu Sheng relaxed slightly and reached out, ruffling Pei Ming's head. That's good. Though a smile curved on his lips, doubt still lingered within his heart. They had also lost a child, exactly Pei Ming's age, and also with the surname Pei. Yet, they had never met each other. Who exactly was the master of this place? On the other side, after Wu Zhenghai heard Wu Jingtao's words, he also widened his eyes, completely stunned. Finally, he muttered, but he really looks very cute, like a real cub. Chapter 38. The two individuals, who hadn't seen a true bloodline vampire offspring for several hundred years, were extremely enthusiastic about the vampire's young one. After the brothers had finished their discussion, they instructed Sikong to send someone to contact the other vampires. In the past, such matters were handled by servants, and these servants had ways of contacting each other. Of course, in modern times, this role was called a butler. Sikong, as the butler of the two brothers, was responsible for managing all affairs around them. I'll explain it. Otherwise, that group of humans might question the identity of the esteemed adult. Although still mentally considering Pei Ming as a youngling, he no longer referred to him as baby verbally. In terms of age, the person should be roughly the same generation as their parents, and being able to survive with serious injuries from a battle 1,000 years ago indicated decent strength. We also need to find a way to give him the blood packs, Wu Jingtao added after some thought. Living among humans meant it would be impossible to hunt without revealing their identities. Moreover, this adult now in this condition had greatly reduced capabilities. If discovered by humans, it could be dangerous. No, his strength hasn't fully recovered yet. Carrying blood packs would easily raise suspicion among humans, Wu Zhenghai said worriedly. So, why did the esteemed adult insist on staying with humans? If he stayed behind, they would certainly take good care of him. Besides, father once said, regardless of the reason for regressing to a juvenile state, under the influence of bodily instincts, no matter how powerful a person is, they would exhibit unpredictable behavior typical of younglings. In short, it was uncontrollable. A youngling's mind was always filled with strange thoughts, their points of anger, happiness, or joy were hard to predict. No matter how strong someone was, they couldn't resist such physiological instincts. The humans must have something the esteemed adult needs, Wu Zhengtao speculated. Wu Zhenghai nodded as well, otherwise, there was no reason for the individual to remain close to humans. He wasn't a vampire converted from humans, nor did he particularly enjoy living among humans. Over the years, most of the pure-blood vampires they knew lived in sparsely populated areas, rarely interacting with humans. Soon we will say. Wu Zhenghai and Wu Jingtao planned how to dispel any doubts the humans might have and ensure Pei Ming takes the blood packs if possible. On Pei Ming's side, he had just taken a big bite of the maochuang. After finishing, he opened his mouth again, took a breath, picked up another piece with chopsticks, and stuffed it into his mouth. He simply couldn't stop. The taste of this maochuang is truly wonderful, the pig's blood is delicious here. Qi Jing also highly praised the food here. He was a lover of fine dining, always searching for good restaurants during his spare time from work. Yes, the pig's blood is very tender, not only tender but also fresh, and it has no bloody smell at all. The aroma of chili blends perfectly, making my mouth water even more after eating it. Zhao Dou also ate quickly. The chili stimulated everyone's taste buds somewhat, every bite fused spicy and fresh flavors together, leaving one wishing they could swallow their tongues. He Tao, sitting beside the table and arriving last, didn't know what had happened before. He only emerged during mealtime. Listening to everyone talking about how delicious maochuang was, while he couldn't taste it himself, the blood indeed tasted delightful. For unknown reasons, ever since the black mist appeared in his body, he gradually found previously unappealing blood-based foods more palatable. Eat slowly. Fu Sheng sat next to Pei Ming, indulgently picking pieces of maochuang for Pei Ming while worryingly advising him. Pei Ming couldn't open his mouth, both cheeks stuffed full like a hamster hoarding food, merely responding with indicating that he'd heard Fu Sheng's words. Fu Sheng sighed but didn't stop his actions. Since learning that Pei Ming had become a scientist, he no longer overly worried about the amount of food Pei Ming consumed. Scientists naturally consumed more energy than ordinary people, and as a child, sometimes Pei Ming might use his abilities unconsciously, leading to physical exhaustion. If it's too spicy, eat some rice. Eating only chili can cause stomach pain. Pei Ming's lips were all red from the spice, which made him appear cuter compared to the previous slight paleness. His face, too, was flushed with a light red hue, looking like a carefully adorned doll. Pei Ming swallowed the food in his mouth, poked out his tongue with his small mouth opened, then stretched out his chopsticks and precisely picked up the duck blood from the duck blood vermicelli soup. He wasn't eating only chili, he mixed it up. This is spicy too. Fu Xing said helplessly. The duck blood vermicelli soup contained wild pickled peppers, which were both sour and spicy. It was different from the fragrant spiciness of maochuang as the soup was appetizing. The sourness stimulated the secretion of saliva in the mouth while the spiciness numbed the tongue. Not only was the soup delicious, but also the food inside, having absorbed the soup, became extremely flavorful. You eat this. Rarely did Pei Ming pick up a piece of maochuang and place it in front of Fu Xing. Don't interrupt me while I'm eating. Perhaps because it was too spicy, his eyes shone brightly, with redness at the corners. Fu Xing ate the food that Pei Ming had placed beside his mouth and felt a wave of comfort. It felt like the child had grown up. This made him silent for a long time. Pei Ming's lips unconsciously curled upwards at the corners. When Fu Xing was about to speak, Pei Ming's chopsticks were again at his mouth. This one is good too. That way, after finishing a satisfying dinner, everyone rubbed their bellies. Even He Tao had eaten quite a lot because of the cooked blood. Pei Ming closed his eyes like a kitten, leaning comfortably against the chair, not wanting to move. Today was truly a perfect day. He drank blood and ate so much maochuang and duck blood vermicelli soup tonight. Once fully digested, he should grow taller significantly and regain a great deal of energy. Besides, he met one of his own kind today. Since he didn't know the current situation within the blood clan, he didn't reveal his true identity. If it weren't for the fact that these two were descendants of Pei Jun, he might have revealed nothing at all. If they could get in touch with Pei Jun, then everything that happened in the past 1,000 years could be clarified for him. Of course, there was one more thing. Where had his servant gone? Perhaps only Pei Jun could give him an answer to this question. Almost every member of the blood clan would enter into a contract with humans they were satisfied with. These humans helped them mingle among people, handling various mundane affairs that required interaction with humans while taking care of their daily living needs. In return, they would grant these humans lives comparable to the eternal life of the blood clan, along with perpetually youthful appearances. Still, for reasons unknown, except for his former servant, all other servants around the blood clan liked to dress as old men. Ming, stand up and walk around. Fu Xing tugged at Pei Ming. Every time after dinner, Pei Ming liked to slump in the chair as if he had no bones left. Glancing at the other people nearby, since they had eaten a lot, they were all walking around in the courtyard to aid digestion. The lights in the courtyard were on at night, illuminating the surrounding artificial mountains, ponds, and corridors, making the scenery look slightly different from the daytime. When Tingting arrived here, she ran out of Fu Xing's clothes pocket and rooted herself in the soil. The soil here was excellent, and Tingting happily swayed her body until nighttime. After Pei Ming walked a circle in the courtyard under Fu Xing's insistence, Tingting finally ran back to their side. Fu Xing looked down and saw it, allowing Tingting to climb onto his shoulder this time without pulling her down. She contentedly swung her little legs. At this moment, Pei Ming stared at Tingting, causing her to immediately freeze and obediently slide down Fu Xing's arm, returning to the pocket before sticking her head out. I don't want to walk anymore. Standing still, Pei Ming refused to continue strolling regardless of what others said. Others, however, kept walking around leisurely. Alright, let's go wash up and rest. Fu Xing nodded and pulled Pei Ming's hand to head indoors. Wu Zhenghai arrived at the courtyard again at this moment. Lu Wei was the first to notice him and grew vigilant. They all remembered when they took Xiaoming away in the afternoon, although they didn't know why the other person returned the child afterward. Nonetheless, their arrival still aroused caution. Has Xiaoming already rested? Wu Zhenghai asked as he looked inside. He came here primarily to eliminate any doubts in the minds of the humans, but more importantly, to obtain Pei Ming's contact information. There are generally two ways for the blood clan to pass messages between each other. With the advent of modern society, everyone now has mobile phones, so cell phones count as one way. There's also the most traditional way of writing letters. The blood of the blood clan can help the letter track down the owner of the blood. A piece of paper with blood is like a homing pigeon for humans, allowing people to contact the owner of the paper. Pei Ming entrusted them to contact other members of the blood clan through this method. When they eventually make contact, they would need to inform Pei Ming. Didn't you already say that it was a case of mistaken identity? What more do you want to do? Lu Wei stood at the door and asked. These two brothers were the masters here, and she had no authority to stop them from entering the courtyard. But if this person wanted to take Pei Ming away again, they absolutely wouldn't allow it. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Wu Zhenghai's heart didn't waver much, instead, it heightened his recognition of her. This group of humans appeared very protective of that adult. That adult was currently in their pup phase and needed protection. These humans were good to him, so he could feel slightly more reassured. It was a mistake, my brother has already explained it to me in detail. Wu Zhenghai said with a smile on his face. I apologize sincerely for our rudeness, Wu Zhenghai explained. Our family always takes every member very seriously, so when one of us goes missing, we become extremely anxious. Lu Wei frowned, even though he said it like that, his previous attitude was too forceful. I came here specifically to apologize to you. He smiled with a hint of regret on his face. By now, several others had noticed Wu Zhenghai standing there and approached. Fu Xing had just settled Pei Ming into bed when he walked out of the room and shut the door behind him. Almost immediately, a few people, along with Wu Zhenghai, walked toward him. At the sight of Wu Zhenghai, Fu Xing furrowed his brows instantly. Why is he back again? Do you have anything else? Fu Xing inquired. Well. Is Pei Ming already asleep? Wu Zhenghai asked, asking while observing the expressions of those around him. He realized that these people regarded Pei Ming as a human child who was adorably loved and protected due to his charm. Of course, it was possible that because Pei Ming had some other value, these humans were drawn towards him as well. He has fallen asleep. Fu Xing replied, noticing a flash of regret appear on Wu Zhenghai's face afterward. He really looks a lot like another person in my family, Wu Zhenghai added further explanation. But upon closer inspection now, there are differences between them. Maybe it's because kids mostly look alike. A trace of melancholy showed on his face. At that moment, Qi Jing beside felt somewhat unable to bear it. Before dinner, how domineering this person was, not giving an inch against Brother Fu. Clearly, he was a strong man who managed to operate such a large area successfully after the apocalypse, proving his strength shouldn't be less than Brother Fu's. However, because his own child was lost, he showed such an expression now, which indeed tugged at people's hearts. Fu Xing's inner self also rose with a flicker of empathy. He thought he could understand how the other person felt. When Pei Ming went missing before, he had also felt this unbearable sadness. Although Xiaoming isn't our child, his surname is the same as my father's, which we consider a kind of destiny, Wu Zhenghai forced out a smile, therefore, I'd like to give him some gifts. Is that all right? Initially prepared to console him, Fu Xing suddenly became vigilant upon hearing these words. Giving gifts? You can hand it over to me, and when he wakes up tomorrow, I will pass it on to him, Fu Xing suggested cautiously, at least letting him see what the so-called gift was, confirming its safety first. This. Wu Zhenghai hesitated for quite a long time, finally taking out 2 pieces of paper. Everyone else looked puzzled at him, waiting for his explanation. This is my brother's ability, this piece of paper can directly connect with us, Wu Zhenghai thought carefully before explaining. They needed to exchange papers with Pei Ming to facilitate future contact. After the earlier incident, it was difficult to take Pei Ming away alone, so reminding him through this way was essential. If you encounter any danger later, you can write your address on this piece of paper and fold it into a paper crane, and it will return automatically. Upon his explanation, Fu Xing scrutinized the sheet of paper deeply. Wu Zhenghai added, please rest assured, this does not have any tracking function. Because of my brother's ability, he can only track us, making it equivalent to a homing pigeon. As everyone knows, pigeons set their own coordinates at birth. From then on, no matter how far away they are taken, they can always fly back home. In ancient times, people used this characteristic of pigeons to pass messages between each other. Humming pigeons cannot travel back and forth, they can only transmit information in one direction. This can also be considered compensation for my rudeness earlier. Wu Zhenghai continued to explain. Fu Xing believed what he said and reached out to take the note. The man before him didn't look that old, but he always gave Fu Xing an unfathomable feeling. During their previous confrontation, he actually had no chances of winning. I admire you, you know your strength is less than mine, yet you still want to protect the child you found, Wu Zhenghai continued to explain his intentions. I hope my younger brother will also encounter kind-hearted people like you outside. He was rounding up his logic. Although it was still somewhat inexplicable why Pei Ming would resemble his younger brother so much. Saying that all kids looked alike was a bit too forced. But now, the sincerity had been expressed, and these humans could believe as much or as little as they wanted. I will give this to Xiaoming tomorrow, Fu Xing did not believe the claim about seeing Pei Ming being like seeing his younger brother. He still firmly believed that the other party wanted to take the child from him. Perhaps because his younger brother was lost, seeing another adorable child made him want to raise the child as a substitute. But all of these didn't matter anymore. As the other party said, he couldn't defeat the other person, that was a fact. And since the other person was no longer insistent on taking Pei Ming away, that was a good thing. Alright, we won't disturb you any further. If you need anything, you can tell Sikong, and we will do our best. After saying that, he turned around directly and left without lingering for even a moment. Some of the others were puzzled, but Qi Jing was very surprised. Brother Fu, he said you couldn't beat him. Qi Jing felt that over this period, he had gained quite a bit of knowledge, but Fu Xing still seemed to him the strongest. But what did that man say? Fu Xing couldn't beat him. How strong was he? Fu Xing sighed, holding the 2 notes in his hand, and nodded, he's right. After becoming a Psi user, everyone could sense danger to some extent with their 6th sense. When Wu Zhenghai appeared, Fu Xing immediately felt that this person was extremely dangerous. If this person had truly taken Pei Ming, though Fu Xing hadn't said anything on the surface, he also knew that if this person didn't loosen their grip, they wouldn't stand a chance combined. How could such a powerful person lose their own child? Qi Jing thought it was strange, but didn't think about it too much. It was the apocalypse after all, nothing was strange. No need to think too much, they mean us no harm. Qiao Yi added from the side. Yes, if they really wanted to snatch the child, they could have killed all of us, but they didn't do that. This was the reason Fu Xing had dared to argue reasonably against them earlier. Alright, everyone go rest. The two owners behind this inn are not ordinary, but currently they aren't our enemies, which is enough. Seeing the slight worry in everyone's eyes, Fu Xing spoke. After finishing speaking, he took the paper and returned to the room. Today's events indeed served as a wake-up call. With the coming of the apocalypse, anything could happen. They needed to be more vigilant going forward. Today, they encountered two powerful individuals who meant them no harm and even treated them with courtesy because they had similarly lost their children. But what if they met wicked people next time? His strength was not yet world-class. Fu Xing stood by the bed and looked at Pei Ming who was sleeping soundly while hugging Ting Ting. No matter what, he would not allow such things to happen again. That night, Pei Ming slept deeply because he absorbed too many nutrients. When he woke up the next morning, he felt very uncomfortable. His entire body was stiff. Fu Xing, Pei Ming called out. Fu Xing had already gotten up early to practice controlling his abilities and was just outside the door. Upon hearing Pei Ming's call, he immediately opened the door and walked in. Pei Ming was looking up with messy hair and a stray piece sticking up. My clothes are small. His voice was exceptionally clear, losing much of the childishness typical of young children, leaning more towards a teenager's. Fu Xing rushed anxiously to Pei Ming's side. Pei Ming kicked out his leg, showing that the pants that originally covered his ankles were now stuck mid-calf. The 10-length pants became 9-length. Without a doubt, Pei Ming had grown taller again. I've grown taller. Pei Ming was overjoyed, looking at his shrunken clothes and then turning to Fu Xing, repeating, Fu Xing, I've grown taller. Fu Xing nodded but also expressed concern. After that person took you yesterday, did he do anything to you? Was it really normal for a child to grow so much overnight? But there were no other children around as reference, and with the apocalypse now here, everything about Pei Ming, an anomaly user, could no longer be measured by pre-apocalypse standards. Thus, what happened to children in the past wasn't applicable to Pei Ming's situation. Pei Ming, aware of Fu Xing's suspicion, shook his head innocently, his clear eyes devoid of any impurity. No, he just took me to the kitchen. We drank beverages together. Talking about blood, Pei Ming unconsciously licked his lips, smiling broadly. It was really delicious. Because of his smile, Fu Xing also smiled. That's good, I'll go check if there are any suitable clothes for you. The boy was growing too fast. The clothes previously tailored for him would probably no longer fit. Brother Fu. Fu Xing nodded and walked outside. Xikong was at the inn's lobby, spotting Fu Xing and asking, Mr. Fu, is there anything you need help with? At this moment, Xikong looked somewhat travel-worn, having just returned from somewhere. This man is very excellent and fits well beside the young master. Moreover, the young master probably liked him quite a bit, possibly leading them to become like-minded individuals in the future. Fu Xing rummaged through his backpack and discovered that yesterday, Lo Wei had taken Pei Ming out without bringing clothes of a larger size. Is there anything I can assist you with? Xikong instantly spotted Fu Xing's distress and approached him. Fu Xing sighed, do you know where there is a children's clothing store nearby? Is it that the young master doesn't have proper clothes? Xikong quickly guessed. Yes, he suddenly grew taller last night, and none of the current clothes fit anymore. Fu Xing didn't correct the title of young master used by the other party. This Xikong, previously mentioned by Qi Jing, was a person who adored children and had selflessly helped many orphans. Perhaps Pei Ming was receiving even more special attention from him. Let my owner take care of it for you. Xikong said, one of my owner's abilities is speed. There isn't a children's clothing store around here, it's a long way away. If you went, it would definitely waste time. Hearing this, Fu Xing felt somewhat surprised. Speed? Pei Ming's ability was teleportation, which was closely related to speed. Then, thank you for your trouble. However, Fu Xing didn't dwell on it further. Given the other side's strength, and their not forcibly taking Pei Ming away, indicated they already determined there was no connection between them and Pei Ming. Since the other side was willing to offer help, Fu Xing naturally accepted it gladly. I'll notify the owner right away. Saying this, Xikong asked Fu Xing to enter, then quickly left the hall. When Fu Xing returned to the room, Wu Zhenghai had already finished discussing with Pei Ming. Fu Xing's eyes showed slight surprise, but he didn't say much. Seeing Fu Xing return, Wu Zhenghai smiled at him. I've already asked Xiao Ming what kind of clothes he likes, and I will bring them back soon. Of course, he hadn't actually had the chance to ask. He had just come over to take Pei Ming's note. Just after obtaining the contact information, Fu Xing walked in. Naturally, Pei Ming wouldn't expose Wu Zhenghai's words and merely nodded in agreement. Wu Zhenghai felt a little itch in his hand, and a little boldness in his heart. He wanted to ruffle this adult's hair and pinch his cheeks. Before committing a crime himself, Wu Zhenghai chose to leave. He and Wu Jingtiao went out together, looking for children's clothing stores. "Brother, what do you think of this one?" Wu Zhenghai's eyes lit up. "Take it. This set is cute too. Grab it for him. And these." The two kept picking up clothes while grinning ear to ear, unable to close their mouths. In their imagination, a cute little cub appeared. By the time everyone else woke up, Wu Zhenghai was already outside the courtyard with a backpack almost as tall as him. He instantly arrived at Pei Ming's door, opened it, and placed the backpack on the ground. Fu Sheng was inside, and seeing this large package of items, he was genuinely surprised. "There are clothes for all age stages, we probably won't be lacking for him to wear in the future." Fu Sheng nodded, opening the backpack and taking out a one-piece suit. Pei Ming's pupils widened in shock as he stared at Wu Zhenghai. A teddy bear onesie, how adorable. Wu Zhenghai thought to himself. He had taken all sizes because cubs would look so cute in them. So Ming actually likes these kinds of clothes, Fu Sheng mused. Pei Ming couldn't express his suffering. He should not have nodded just now. Idiot. Pei Jun's descendants were as much an idiot as Pei Jun. Under Pei Ming's death glare, Wu Zhenghai chose to make a quick escape, closing the door behind him. He stood by the door, catching his breath. So excited. Then, he cleared his throat lightly, tidied his clothes, and walked out of the courtyard. Pei Ming held his head in agony as he put on the wings-adorned clothing. The hat on the back of the outfit also had two devil horns. All the one-piece outfits with little bears and dinosaurs, Fu Sheng set aside as pajamas. An entire big package contained many adorable outfits, but there were also quite a few normal ones. These normal clothes were slightly larger, obviously considering the growth of children in various age stages. Feeling very awkward, Pei Ming twirled around, staring at the small wings on the back of his clothing. Seeing Pei Ming's movements, Fu Sheng assumed that Pei Ming was delighted to wear clothes he liked, and a smile appeared on his face. Among these clothes, some that suited Pei Ming's current size were placed in a small backpack, and the rest were handed over to Chao Yi, who put them into the space compartment. With a stoic expression, Pei Ming followed Fu Sheng outside. Sikong came to call everyone for dinner. Upon seeing Pei Ming, kindness overflowed from his eyes. "Little master, you look very nice in this outfit." He didn't hide his fondness while giving praise. The vampire race hadn't seen a child in a long time, and everyone had almost forgotten what children looked like. Every day facing adults, they had nowhere to direct their affection. Pei Ming tightly pursed his lips without saying a word, feeling deeply dissatisfied. He wasn't a child anymore. The noble and elegant vampire prince should be dressed luxuriously yet simply. He liked dark gold, silver, black, and white. Walking into the hall, the brothers were eagerly awaiting him. When they saw Pei Ming, excitement bubbled up inside them. This is a cub. For real, living, cute cub. They completely ignored the fact that this cub was actually older than both of them. As long as it was a cub, it was a true cub. Pei Ming ate his meal expressionlessly, and after eating, he didn't even glance at the two brothers. Everyone said their goodbyes, and just as Fu Sheng and others boarded the car, faint voices could still be heard. So cute. Must have been so cute as a child. Pei Ming heard it clearly and remembered it firmly with resentment. Once he returned to normal, neither of these two would escape. Whoever bought the clothes will have to wear them until the end. After leaving the restaurant, Fu Sheng finally loosened the taut string he'd been holding onto. He rubbed Pei Ming's hair and looked ahead. We're almost at the research institute, everyone must stay alert. As the car entered the range of the research institute, the atmosphere on the car tightened instantly. Chapter 39. The car can't go in. Inside the research institute, it was eerily quiet. Their vehicle had already driven to the entrance of the institute. The gate here looked metallic, but Fu Sheng couldn't control it. It must be another substance developed by the institute. The gate was tightly closed. Qi Jing frowned and thought for a while before saying, "We should try that door over there." He pointed his finger to the right. "There's no signal," Zhao Dou said suddenly. The closer they got to the institute, the worse the signal became. When the car arrived at the entrance, the signal on his equipment was directly cut off. Signal jamming devices are common in this level of laboratory. However, Zhao Dou didn't expect the interference here to be so strong. His equipment was the latest development with the best signal reception system installed. Zhao Dou remembered that earlier, when they were in the tunnel, those trees seemed to have similar shielding capabilities. Chao Yi had already started driving in the direction of Qi Jing's finger. After hearing Zhao Dou's words, everyone's expression became a bit more serious. Since the apocalypse began, communication has been inconsistent, and satellites often malfunction. However, radio communication methods from over 100 years ago still worked when the satellites were not effective, and there were still radios. But now, like the time they were trapped on the road earlier, the radio cannot receive any signals. The signal blocking system here has surpassed the highest level domestically. Or rather, the best shielding system is right here, but it hasn't been circulated for use. Right here, this small gate. After Qi Jing spoke, Chao Yi stopped the car. When the car door opened, they heard a zombie scream and turned their heads. In the guard room next to the small gate, a zombie stared straight at them. He appeared young, but he was completely different from the zombies they had encountered before. Previously, the zombies wouldn't usually look at people, their senses had deteriorated, and they relied on smell to identify others. But the one outside here, with its charred eyes that no longer had whites, simply staring motionlessly at them, was quite terrifying. There's a zombie. There's a big possibility it's a mutated zombie. Their entire journey so far had led them past mutant plants, but they had yet to encounter a mutant zombie. After entering the high-tech zone, the zombies here were indeed much stronger than those outside. He's so ugly. Pei Ming also leaned against the window, looking out, and his whole body showed resistance. He had grown significantly taller, now, even if others squatted down, they would still definitely be shorter than him. When he stood next to Fu Xing, he reached just above Fu Xing's abdomen. Of course, there was also an inconvenient aspect of this, inside the car, he couldn't stand up anymore. Fu Xing, upon hearing Pei Ming's comment, nodded in agreement. I can handle that door. Zhao Dou and Qi Jing stay in the car, the rest of you get out. Deal with the zombie first, then enter. Perhaps because someone was guarding this area, this gate wasn't made of any special material. This is the outermost perimeter where the staff lived. Once we walk inside, there will be a small residential building. The people inside the institute naturally had to eat as well. Logistical support personnel were needed. The logistics staff here all worked long-term and generally didn't change unless something major occurred. At the mention of the residential building, everyone became alert. This area near the institute felt unusual, giving off a feeling of deathly silence. In other places, if you opened the window, you might hear a few screams or other sounds. But here, not even the sound of birds could be heard. It was dead quiet. This isn't the core area, it's just the outer perimeter. I haven't interacted with what's inside, but I'm very familiar with this residential area and the place outside where animals are kept, Qi Jing continued speaking. He had a vivid impression of this place. However, he truly lacked the qualification to approach the interior. I have a map here, but it only shows various departments and floor levels within the institute, without information about the outside, Zhao Dou added. While listening, Fu Xing nodded. After getting out of the car, he instructed Pei Ming to sit back in the car, and the others gathered outside the vehicle. The zombie inside the guard booth growled, seemingly trying to intimidate them. Shall we open the door first? Lu Wei clenched her fists, eager to start. Mu Qing, who stood beside her, was tense. After transforming into his beast form, he was a full 3 meters tall. Be cautious. There might be more zombies behind the door. According to Qi Jing's description, there were survivors inside. Given the nature of zombies, the one in the guard booth who was staring at them intently would absolutely not allow any living beings near him. After so many days had passed, he was increasingly inclined to believe that everyone here, at least in this residential area, had already turned into zombies. Fu Xing's expression instantly became grave. The others quickly thought of the possible outcomes and their expressions darkened as well. He Tao, standing beside them, was looking around. He was observing how to escape. Once they entered the research institute, found those experts, and obtained the first-hand data, he would. His lips curled upward, his eyes slightly narrowed, revealing a sharp gaze, but it wasn't directed at the zombies, rather, it was fixed on the few people around him. At that time, if they could die here and he gained control over those researchers, then he could establish an entirely new power base. Once that force grew strong, he would have the leverage to negotiate with the nation. The apocalypse had arrived, and the original order, which was supposed to be restructured, should naturally be cleansed. While He Tao was envisioning his promising future blueprint, he didn't notice that Fu Xing had already opened the iron gate. A group of zombies poured out one after another. He Tao. Chao Yi bellowed beside him. He Tao came back to his senses, raising the gun in his hand and aiming it at the zombies. The zombie in the guard booth continued to glare coldly at them without making a move. These first-wave zombies didn't seem particularly strong. After they took care of all of them, nothing else appeared from inside for a long time. This made both Chao Yi and Fu Xing feel baffled. Mu Qing, standing nearby, was also clueless, is that it? They had braced themselves for a tough battle, but reality was different. At this moment, the zombie in the guard booth moved. Don't be careless. Chao Yi slapped his body. Mu Qing was now covered in fur, fully beastified in the upper part of his body while his lower half remained human legs. Pei Ming was lying on the window, watching the situation inside. That thing earlier was ugly, but it seemed like something else, a puppet. Long, long ago, within the bloodlines, there existed a secret technique, a very cruel one. Using the blood of living creatures, the blood was refined and absorbed by the master, turning the sacrificed being into a toy or a shell controlled by the master. This suddenly struck Pei Ming. But, he wasn't sure about the principle behind that secret technique. After all, such an evil method made him feel dirty just by thinking about it. Xiao Ming, are you scared? Qi Jing, tense-faced, looked outside at the fight. Apart from being anxious, Qi Jing's face was also filled with concern. The faces of some people who had turned into zombies hadn't been completely ruined, so he could vaguely recognize a few. He wondered about his parents, were they still lucky enough to survive, or had they become such monsters? Not scared. Xiao Ming seriously replied. After finishing his answer, he even rolled down the window a bit to better observe that zombie. The zombie's target was not Fu Sheng and the others, instead, it rushed towards the vehicle as if it had a strategy, knowing this vehicle carried the weakest members. Fu Sheng and the others discovered its intention when it picked up speed. No, bullets won't work. Qiao Yi fired his gun, but the bullets bounced off the zombie's body upon hitting it. This zombie's physical strength was extremely high. Fu Sheng used the metal door behind him to fashion some weapons and attack the zombie. Stop him. Qiao Yi clutched his gun and retreated backward. The zombie's gaze suddenly shifted onto Qiao Yi. Mu Qing stood tall before the zombie, holding his claws into fists and striking the zombie's head. Unexpectedly, the zombie was far more agile than Mu Qing, and its movements appeared very familiar. Qi Jing, inside the car, seeing this, said anxiously while on tenterhooks, "This zombie seems to be a retired special forces soldier. Those who could work as guards here were not ordinary people." Pei Ming looked outside. That zombie was indeed very strong, and it seemed Mu Qing had no chance against it. Soon, Lu Wei also joined the fight. Even fighting both Mu Qing and Lu Wei, the zombie still handled itself easily. Its skin was like a coat of golden armor. This is too strong. Zhao Dou worried deeply. This was just the first obstacle at the entrance. At the same time, he wondered, what kind of research was being conducted in this institute? Could it be? A bold idea sprang into his mind, stunning him momentarily. His fingers began trembling afterward. If the apocalypse were man-made. He clenched his fists, his eyes set with unshakable determination. Perhaps, this institute held the answers. Fu Xing manipulated the metal to attack the zombie. Though his abilities were still limited, altering the hardness of metal was something he could manage. The original gate had been transformed into a sharp and sturdy cleaver, slicing through the air toward the zombie's head. Despite fighting two people, the zombie still managed to pay attention to Fu Xing. He turned his head slightly, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow, but the blade grazed past his ear, slicing it off. The zombie's ear fell to the ground, and he turned his head to look at Fu Xing. In panic, Fu Xing quickly retracted the blade, transforming it into 12 arrows aimed at the zombie's head. This time, there's no way for it to dodge. Qi Jing clenched his fists, appearing even more tense than those outside. However, Pei Ming's gaze flickered as if deep in thought. Chapter 40. Who is the person manipulating these things behind the scenes? The battle outside the window was not as smooth as imagined. As if this can be dodged. With a cry of surprise from Qi Jing, the battle outside changed. The zombie didn't get hurt by Fu Xing, but instead skillfully dodged this attack. The 12 arrows collided with each other, emitting a sound. He rushed to Mu Qing's front, opened his mouth, and revealed his teeth, biting towards Mu Qing. Mu Qing managed to hold the zombie's forehead with one hand and then hit his chin with the other hand, making him fly backward. Then, Mu Qing slightly sighed in relief due to exhaustion. Zhao Dou on the car saw this situation and said, previously, there was an overview from above. People who originally had certain specialties would lean towards specific directions after awakening their abilities. Meanwhile, after awakening, they would also be stronger than average ability holders. For instance, the red-haired man awakened with fire attribute abilities but was still soundly beaten by Mu Shui because the red-haired man's physical condition wasn't as strong as Mu Shui's, and even after awakening his ability, he didn't practice much. The principle might apply to the zombie in front of them too. Because before the apocalypse came, he himself was already strong, and after mutation, he became even more powerful. The people outside clearly noticed this issue as well, so no one insisted on fighting individually anymore, they chose to gang up. After Mu Qing used all his strength to knock the zombie down, Mu Shui instantly froze his foot, causing the zombie's feet to ice over. Subsequently, Qiao Yi and Lu Wei picked up the metal knives just made by Fu Xing and chopped at the zombie. Meanwhile, Fu Xing again used the metal, controlling the zombie's body. After breaking free of the ice beneath its feet, the zombie found itself trapped in a metal cage, unable to move its head, as large blades swung toward it. It let out a roar inside the cage and forcefully hit the cage made of metal. The cage began to deform, but the swords had already come closer. Fu Xing took advantage of the remaining metal nearby to launch another assault. An arrow pierced through the ear of the zombie, straight into its brain, and under Fu Xing's control, deformed and expanded inside. The two swords immediately followed suit. Although Qiao Yi was merely a space attribute ability holder, being tall and sturdy gave him great strength, and with the cooperation of Lu Wei, they split the zombie's skull wide open. Lu Wei recoiled after being pushed back, and Mu Qing caught her from behind. Lu Wei threw the knife onto the ground and rubbed her wrist, which throbbed painfully from the impact. The zombie had lost its ability to struggle and now only instinctively clawed at the surrounding cage with its hands and feet. He Tao, who had been standing beside without taking any action, now prepared to step forward but was blocked by Qiao Yi, who was approaching. "Why don't you take action?" Qiao Yi asked. He Tao's ability could deal with mutated flowers, and it should have been powerful, but during the previous processes, he merely held a gun and fired once at the zombie, realizing that bullets were ineffective against it and thus stopped attacking. My power is useless against him, He Tao explained. I tried earlier during the fight with the zombie, it couldn't kill it. This was naturally a lie. His ability could indeed handle these zombies. During the time on the highway, when no one was looking, he had attempted to use it. But it would turn the zombie into a puddle of black liquid. He was unwilling to reveal that such effects occurred after using his powers, as his instinct told him others shouldn't know about it. Chow Yi nodded, you need to be careful later. He Tao smirked coldly without responding further. In the meantime, Fu Sheng had already extracted the object from the zombie's brain. It was a gray-white crystal. Compared to the brain, this thing was quite large, almost occupying half of the entire brain. Pei Ming's eyes lit up upon seeing this. It was an energy crystal. The source of all energy. But why did this thing exist within a zombie? Could it be that all the blood and flesh in their bodies had been refined into these kinds of energies? Pei Ming had little interest in those dark arts since childhood, and seeing this now, he naturally didn't understand what kind of method had been used. Energy that was close to being useful for vampires could be extracted from blood. However, if it was human blood, a lot would be needed, along with methods that weren't particularly good. The stuff gained from this process often carried a foul smell, something Pei Ming disliked personally. But this seemed somewhat different. Is this the crystal mentioned before that exists within the brain? Fu Xing opened the car door, and Pei Ming jumped off. Zhao Dou took the thing Fu Xing handed over, examined it in his hand. This crystal had already been washed by Mu Shui with water, but it still looked grayish. You keep it. Fu Xing said to Zhao Dou. Zhao Dou nodded, all right. He put the item into a small crossbody bag he carried with him. It was a small first aid kit containing some drugs and bandages for emergencies. Is Mu Qing all right? The strength of this zombie surpassed everyone's imagination. It took all of them working together to defeat it. If there were more powerful zombies in the Institute ahead, that would be a significant challenge for them. Mu Qing had already transformed back into human form, scratching his head, I'm fine, this thing is just too hard. It's probably a physical enhancement. These zombies, even though they belong to a completely different evolutionary system from us, still share similar traits as two branches from the same trunk. Zhao Dou walked up to the zombie, he didn't reach out to touch it, only inspected it carefully. A physical enhancement? Yes, the evolution direction of zombies might be similar to ours, divided into different categories. Of course, Zhao Dou hadn't seen any other zombies before this, so this was merely his current judgment. If we encounter such zombies again later, my guess may have an answer. After he finished speaking, everyone's mood became increasingly solemn. Physically enhanced zombies are difficult to handle. Other types, like zombies with metal abilities akin to Fu Sheng's, could potentially create many metal weapons to attack humans. He Tao also saw Fu Sheng handing something to Zhao Dou, but at that moment, Chow Yi was talking to him. Though he wanted to examine it closely, he couldn't seem overly eager. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts. After resting for a while, each person put on their backpacks, carrying some necessary survival supplies such as dried food, water, and weapons. Bullets, although ineffective against the body-altered zombie they just encountered, still maintained sufficient suppression power against regular zombies. Furthermore, based on the earlier attack, mutated zombies could slightly evade bullets. Pei Ming, take this. Fu Xing handed a small handgun to Pei Ming and gently asked, have you seen us use these before? Do you know roughly how to use it? He took out the lightest model, not very powerful, with few bullets, giving it to Pei Ming so that Pei Ming could protect himself in critical moments. Put your finger here, aim at those monsters, press down, and it'll fire. Fu Xing held Pei Ming's hand and taught him how to shoot. Pei Ming was quite curious about this thing in his hands. He had never seen one of these before. For so long, watching others use them made him increasingly curious. Human weapons always came in strange varieties. But it was undeniable that they truly enhanced human capabilities. But this mustn't be aimed at people, understood? Surprisingly, when a bullet struck the corpse of the zombie, it wasn't bounced off this time but embedded into its body. Zhao Dou, who was observing the zombie beside them, looked over in surprise. I remember it was deflected earlier. He thought this, instinctively reaching out to touch the gray crystal in his bag as he stood deep in thought. The others also gathered around, surprised at the bullet Zhao Dou had fired earlier. Although the bullet didn't completely penetrate the body, because the gun's penetration power was inherently weak. Earlier, the bullets fired by Chow Yi had much greater penetration force than the current one. It seems that the state change after a zombie is killed will also become a new research topic for us. Zhao Dou stood in front of the zombie's corpse and said this. Under Fu Xing's guidance, Pei Ming fired several shots. He liked this toy very much in his hands and began pondering if it could be modified in the future. Its effect is useless against strong vampires, and as seen before, barely effective against controlled puppets like this. If it could be modified to carry energy, humans could effectively counteract zombies. After taking a short break and conducting a final check on their gear, the group set off with Fu Xing leading the way, Chow Yi and Mu Shui bringing up the rear, while Mu Qing and Lu Wei, two strength-based psychics, positioned themselves on either side. The other four stayed in the middle, forming two rows, Pei Ming and Qi Jing at the front, Zhao Dou and He Tao at the back. In Zhao Dou's hand was a small display screen showing a map of the research facility's interior, supplemented by some external terrains based on Qi Jing's descriptions. The display ran on solar power, had very low energy consumption, and could store electricity as long as there was light, meaning it would rarely, if ever, malfunction. This is the residential area. There are about 2 3-story buildings, with 7 rooms per floor, Zhao Dou explained. That meant if all the rooms were occupied, there would be at least 50 people in this section. Fu Xing scanned his eyes over the 2 buildings beside them. We need to pass through that little gate. It's a narrow corridor, only wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. Qi Jing pointed towards the dimly visible gateway at the end of the passage, his voice laced with worry. A confined space would make combat much more challenging. This gateway was the only route from the living quarters to the breeding ground surrounding the institute, where experimental animals were kept and fed by the staff outside. As we pass through here, we'll reach the breeding ground, where the experimental animals are held. Usually, the workers outside take care of feeding them. Just as Qi Jing finished speaking, everyone heard an array of grunts and crashing sounds coming from the other side of the gateway. It's pigs! Zhao Dou immediately exclaimed. Wild boars. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. However, their attention quickly shifted from the distant commotion to something much closer. Zombies were emerging from both buildings, drawn by the scent of fresh flesh. These undead creatures looked extremely excited, as though they hadn't eaten in ages, and charged toward the group with alarming speed. Qi Jing, standing in the middle, tightened his grip on the gun in his hands. Facing such a sight once again still left him somewhat unnerved. Conserve your bullets. Don't fire unless necessary, Fu Xing whispered softly. As soon as he spoke, the 4 people surrounding the group swiftly dispersed. Even He Tao at the back focused intently on the approaching zombies, ready to try his abilities. These zombies appeared different from those encountered earlier, almost as if they'd been better nourished. Fu Xing threw several metal knives he had prepared earlier into the crowd of zombies. Some zombies demonstrated the ability to dodge, but many others charged recklessly, rushing directly toward them. From the back, He Tao extended his hand, aiming at one of the zombies. His eyes widened in surprise, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably, unsure whether it was excitement or fear driving his reaction. Chapter 41. He could actually control the zombie in front of him. How? What on earth was his ability? At first, He Tao's heart was filled with a tinge of fear, which soon transformed into excitement. Trembling with excitement, his hands shook involuntarily. However, at this moment, no one noticed his expression except Pei Ming, who glanced over. Watching He Tao controlling the zombie to self-destruct. No, it couldn't be called suicide since these things were already dead. Pei Ming averted his gaze when He Tao came back to his senses. He tapped his lower lip and thought about strategies. He had initially kept He Tao around out of curiosity, but the changes in him became increasingly strange. As Pei Ming's guesses about zombies multiplied, He Tao seemed more and more useful. Seeing the previous scene, Pei Ming had other ideas brewing in his mind. A person like He Tao would definitely attract the attention of other vampires. Then, the one who orchestrated all of this would surely appear. If he could plant a tracking seed in He Tao. Pei Ming carefully considered the feasibility of this plan. His head bowed, he didn't look around. After the fight ended, Fu Xing looked at Pei Ming, Ming. Only then did Pei Ming raise his slightly flustered head, blinking his eyes. Are you afraid? Fu Xing asked. Not at all, Pei Ming shook his head. Fu Xing nodded, keep an eye on your surroundings. Don't look down during a fight. Pei Ming also nodded, indicating that he understood. He Tao was very smart. After controlling the first zombie, he quickly learned to control the others, creating the illusion that all the zombies were killed by him. And because he was extremely curious about what Zhao Dou had dug out of the zombie's head before, he broke open the zombie's head without waiting for everyone to take action. But there was nothing inside. Chao Yi had always been paying attention to He Tao. When He Tao killed the zombie, Chao Yi was slightly shocked. Not long ago, He Tao was saying his psychic power was weak and unable to harm the zombies, yet now he was killing them faster than anyone else. The group rested briefly after cleaning up, adjusted their formation, and moved towards the corridor. On the other side of the corridor, occasional crashing sounds and howls akin to wild boars could be heard. The pigs on the other side must have mutated, Zhao Dou said worriedly. Dealing with zombies was something they had some experience in, but these mutated animals were harder to handle for them. It was like the trees they encountered before. If they weren't careful, things could end poorly. There are usually many pigs raised in those pig pens, Qi Jing recalled. When I came here before, I was even forced to kill pigs. Those pigs are raised partly for experimental purposes and partly as food. After all, not all of the pigs are used in experiments, the remaining ones can only be eaten. Next to the pigs, there are monkeys too, and there aren't few of them. And unlike pigs, monkeys aren't so easy to deal with. Even though the numbers are controlled intentionally, handling monkeys is more difficult than dealing with pigs. Let's go ahead and see. They only had this one path left, with no other way out. Why there were so many abnormalities in the research institute, they would have to wait to see the researchers here to uncover the truth. They changed the formation of their team, taking into account that the opponent on the other side might be mutated pigs. Mu Qing and Yu Wei, being strong, were placed at the front of the line. This time, Pei Ming wasn't positioned at the front but was in the second-to-last row, staying together with Fu Sheng. Mu Shui stood in the second row, ready to help the group escape by forming ice if any unexpected situation occurred at the front. Mu Qing and Yu Wei were the first to walk to the passage. Upon looking inside, they found that the passage was incredibly deep and bottomless. All they could see was pitch darkness. So dark. Mu Qing exclaimed in surprise. It was already impossible to see what lay ahead. Following this, echoes of Mu Qing's shout reverberated through the passage. So dark. So dark. From behind, Qi Jing commented, "It seems like this. Once we enter." Before he finished his sentence, Mu Qing had already stepped in with her foot, moving forward. Sure enough, as soon as someone entered, the passage lit up as if it was activated. The lights inside gave off a very tech-savvy vibe, making everyone feel that this place truly deserved to be one of the world's leading research institutes. Wow, Mu Qing couldn't hold back and let out a gasp of amazement. But it was just that one sound. He quickly regained control of himself. Still, this place really reminded him of the sci-fi movies he used to watch when he was younger. "This passage is a bit long," Qi Jing, who had been here once before, said without much surprise, as he strained to recall. "There's no door at the end. Once we exit, we will be in the animal holding area. On the other side, there's also a plant cultivation base, but only researchers can enter that part." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Qi Jing's words. Pei Ming was carefully observing the surroundings. Humans were indeed a constantly evolving race. Every time he woke up, humans never failed to bring him surprises. They were always creating something new. Despite not having superior physical strength compared to other creatures, they managed to conquer those much stronger than them through their own ingenuity. "Does Ming Ming like it here?" Seeing Pei Ming look around curiously, Fu Sheng quietly asked. Pei Ming nodded, pausing for a moment before answering, "It's amazing." His eyes sparkled, seemingly filled with curiosity about everything around him. Fu Sheng reached out and ruffled his hair, saying, "Afterwards, maybe we'll get to meet the creators of all these things." Pei Ming nodded again, contemplating how to redesign his castle in the future. Noticing Pei Ming lost in thought, Fu Sheng didn't disturb him and instead remained focused on keeping an eye out ahead. Observing the movements around them. On the other side of the passage, the creatures locked in cages seemed to sense something and became even more violent in their attempts to break free. Since those inside the passage couldn't see what was happening outside, the sound of collisions made their hearts leap into their throats. What exactly was it doing? This sound made everyone's hearts beat in unison with the sound, thumping heavily. Mu Qing had already partially transformed his upper body, and the appearance of the lion's massive form provided him with a small sense of security. How terrifying. Mu Qing muttered softly to himself. "Stay focused." Chao Yi called out to those in front from behind. It seemed as if both the front and the back of the passage disappeared, leaving the group walking in a white-lit corridor accompanied by uninterrupted sounds of collisions, causing everyone to unconsciously quicken their pace. "I see the light of the exit." Mu Qing exclaimed joyfully, as the previous environment was indeed quite oppressive. The psychological impact of black and white sometimes felt completely the same. Pei Ming also felt slightly restless, such a long corridor gave off an endless feeling. He didn't like it. The idea that had just arisen to construct something similar in his home had now almost vanished entirely. However, unknown to Pei Ming, Fu Sheng had already taken his hand. This lessened the irritation in Pei Ming's heart significantly. Has the collision sound stopped? Mu Qing suddenly became alert at the front. Immediately after, everyone heard a pig squeal echoing through the entire passage. A wild boar covered in long bristles appeared right before their eyes. Its whole body exuded aggression. The bristles stood upright as if threatening enemies or using them as weapons. "We have to go outside to fight." Just judging from the collision sounds alone, this wasn't an ordinary wild boar, it had mutated. The reason for its earlier frenzy might be, "It hasn't eaten anything in too long." Zhao Dou shouted. With blood covering its head, the wild boar charged straight at them regardless. Mu Qing took a step forward and stretched out his hands, intending to block the boar, only to realize its strength was incredibly formidable. Furthermore, its bristles were extremely sharp, causing pain as soon as Mu Qing's palm touched them. "Let go of it, quickly." Zhao Dou screamed in alarm, his voice becoming somewhat shrill due to urgency. Upon hearing this, Mu Qing immediately let go and leapt backward. Mu Shui instantly erected an ice wall. Swooshing sounds were heard. Countless bristles from the boar penetrated the ice wall and fell to the ground. Mu Qing took a deep breath and stared wide-eyed. He couldn't help but imagine the worst. Had he not listened to Zhao Dou earlier, he might as well have been a sieve by now. Isn't it too strong? The wild boar, clearly driven mad by hunger, seeing its attack blocked, charged directly at the ice wall. "My ice wall can't withstand this kind of impact." As he spoke, visible cracks appeared on the ice wall. "Use the ice wall to trap the pig inside, make a cage, a short one." Fu Sheng's mind was working quickly. Mu Qing and Lu Wei, go first. Mu Shui instantly understood Fu Sheng's intention. In the moment that the front ice wall melted, the area around the wild boar froze solid. Hurry over. Upon Mu Shui finishing his sentence, Mu Qin pulled Lu Wei, and the two leaped over the wild boar. Simultaneously, the ice prison around the wild boar shattered. Its bristles haven't grown back yet. Zhao Dou observed meticulously, wild boars indeed have the habit of attacking humans like this. This one was originally a domestic pig, but after the apocalypse, due to genetic regression, it turned back into a wild boar, and all aspects of its strength were enhanced. He spoke rapidly as the wild boar stood between the two groups of people, looking front and back as if choosing its prey. Then, its gaze fixed upon Mu Qing and Lu Wei. Aya! Lu Wei, run! Chapter 42. Even though the situation was inappropriate, everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter after hearing the shout. All creatures, at their core, are still prone to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. There were more people behind them, and furthermore, the ice block released by that human earlier had obstructed its movement, therefore, there was now a better option. The wild boar collided head-on without any guard up, but it didn't break through. Fu Xing had enhanced the malleability of the metal, causing the net to deform when it was hit, yet it wasn't torn apart. The group took advantage of the moment and ran out of the passage, simultaneously getting a view of the exterior situation. Ahead was the breeding area, but it was very clear that the glass had been smashed, all lying shattered on the ground. From the collision sound just now, one could tell that this glass in front of them was no ordinary piece. It's broken. Pei Ming was placed down by Fu Xing, pointing at the nearby shards of glass as he spoke to Fu Xing. Apparently, the sound everyone heard initially originated from this piece of glass. Bulletproof glass, very high hardness, Zhao Dosong exhaled with relief, then gazed inside the hole. The crowd vanished. The wild boar instantly lost its target, but its excellent sense of smell informed it that those not so easy to handle breeders were outside the tunnel. You too. Chao Yi looked speechlessly toward a tree outside the tunnel where Lu Wei and Mu Qin stood. At this time, Pei Ming also raised his head and looked over, feeling a familiar force approaching. Its position was exactly there, ahead along the road. He narrowed his eyes slightly but did not speak about it immediately, clearly because the group's attention was still on the wild boar. As the ancient saying goes, if a sow climbs a tree, it's a miracle. We're on the tree, so this pig probably hasn't evolved enough to climb trees, right? Mu Qin attempted to justify her behavior, while the others smiled silently. Lu Wei jumped down from the tree next to him. At this point, the wild boar had already freed itself, but since its brain hadn't evolved much, only its strength had been augmented, it only charged around aimlessly, causing it to be injured. Innumerable fine scratches marked its body due to the metal, beads of blood oozing out from it. That pig doesn't seem too bright. It had already exited the tunnel, but the sense of danger brought by pain stopped it from immediately attacking the humans. Instead, it bent its body, assuming a threatening stance. Fu Xing manipulated the metal pieces behind him, they changed shape and slowly moved towards the boar. Pei Ming simply stood beside him watching. He thought that Fu Xing was already completely different from when they first met. Initially, Fu Xing's control over the metal might have been limited to making simple shape changes. But now, he could alter its essence as long as it was within the realm of metal, enabling him to change it arbitrarily. As it was evident, this metal now no longer resembled the original material, its intrinsic properties had changed. Undeniably, this talent for manipulating metal was truly an incredibly powerful ability, one that bordered on being abnormal in how destructive it could be. If used properly, defeating Fu Xing in the future would become quite a challenge. Humanity. Pei Ming watched Fu Xing's battle intently. Naturally, the others weren't idle either. After noticing Fu Xing's intentions, they began to divert the wild boar's attention. Earlier, trapped in a narrow passage, they had lacked control, even fearing the boar's sudden charges. Now, however, things were different, they were standing in an open space. Conversely, the wild boar was at a disadvantage. At this moment, as long as they coordinated well, killing it wouldn't present a significant problem. After all, this creature was different from the previous zombie. The past zombie had likely undergone mutations focusing on physical durability. This current boar, however, received enhancements purely in terms of brute strength. His fur has grown back again, Pei Ming casually alerted the others. Immediately afterward, the boar's fur bristled once more, and without any hesitation, it charged outward. Its thought process was straightforward, or rather, non-existent, instinctively believing this method would allow it to exterminate the hateful humans efficiently. However, the people outside had prepared accordingly. As soon as they saw the boar charging outwards, they began moving aside. Still being dragged by Fu Xing, Pei Ming sidestepped as well. Once the boar emerged, despite not seeing anyone, it immediately unleashed its bristles impulsively. Spikes resembling sharp quills spread out in all directions. That thing, you'd know at a glance that if you were actually hit by it, the consequences would be catastrophic. Not to mention, no one knew whether this thing was poisonous or not. Be careful to evade. However, the warning came a little too late. Zhao Dou couldn't dodge in time and was struck by one of the quills. The main issue was that there were too many. His speed wasn't as good as the others. When he just realized the situation, the quill moved swiftly, he managed to avoid the most lethal one but was still struck on the leg. Are you alright? Mu Qin beside him quickly pulled him over. Mu Qing's face turned pale upon seeing Zhao Dou's injury, and immediately after, Mu Shui's ice wall appeared in front of them. Hurry up and treat yourself. The incident happened too fast, and Mu Shui wasn't near Zhao Dou at that moment. He had only noticed Qi Jing next to him and used an ice wall to protect her from the attack when she didn't have enough time to react. It shouldn't be poisonous. Zhao Dou looked at his bleeding leg, swallowed hard, and then reached out to grab the quill. Naturally, the wild boar also smelled the blood. Being a beast, it was more sensitive to the scent of blood. It moved towards what might be its already captured food but met strong resistance. First came the threat from behind. Fu Xing's metal swords prepared for a long time now rushed toward the boar. Mu Shui, get ready with your ice wall to block its path. Lu Wei, Mu Qing, quickly bandaged Zhao Dou. Fu Xing thought he heard some unusual sounds, as though more creatures were coming toward this place, perhaps attracted by the blood. After Fu Xing spoke, Zhao Dou began removing the quill himself. How sturdy it was, sturdy and deeply inserted. Luckily, it hadn't pierced the bone, only lodged into the muscle. This thing can serve as a souvenir. Mu Qing said these words to keep Zhao Dou calm. Zhao Dou smiled faintly, this counts as my first injury. Before, he wasn't a primary combatant. As a researcher, he hadn't really experienced much real gunplay. Before arriving at this laboratory, apart from encountering some completely overpowering Psi people within the base who he could do nothing against, it seemed like he hadn't faced much danger. Of course, it was because Fu Sheng had been safeguarding their group. Now, facing such a strong opponent, his shortcoming was revealed. Don't talk anymore, rest properly. There's still a long way to go. Zhao Dou was crucial to the team here. None of the other people were familiar with the so-called research facility. Once they entered, they would likely be lost. After all, these places were considered among the top technology spots nationwide. Whatever things inside targeted outsiders, they definitely wouldn't understand since none of them had any scientific knowledge. But Zhao Dou was different. He had spent enough time in the lab and had previously worked at a place similar to this biological research institute. He certainly understood how to navigate inside the institute. Understood. Zhao Dou took a deep breath and let Mu Qing sprinkle medicine on his leg. All he did was clench his teeth and stay silent. On the other side, the wild boar's wounds were accumulating. In this open terrain, it was no match for humans. Its strength was indeed formidable, but the humans wouldn't confront it head-on. After a few attacks, its body was covered with even more wounds, causing it to grow impatient. At this moment, its eyes focused on Pei Ming. Pei Ming was looking into the distance, and at this instant, he felt the animosity from the wild boar. As soon as the boar charged, he disappeared instantly from his original spot, and Fu Xing's protection appeared exactly where Pei Ming had been moments ago. Chapter 43. Pei Ming appeared behind Fu Xing and grabbed his sleeve. Feeling the weight from behind, Fu Xing's heart relaxed. The wild boar, having failed to hit Pei Ming, forcefully collided with the metal mesh again. This time, due to the lack of time, the metal mesh had not been adjusted properly. It was hard, and after the wild boar crashed into it, an immediate cry of painful howl was heard. Pei Ming stood behind Fu Xing, looking at the wild boar in front, revealing a trace of killing intent in his eyes. Foolish creature, daring to even think about him. Pei Ming's eyes locked onto that wild boar, tightening his grip on Fu Xing's clothing, then the wild boar let out a more anguished wail. When you're down, it's time to finish you off. Fu Xing naturally seized this great opportunity. Mu Shui transformed the ice into the sharpest spines, shooting them towards the wild boar from all directions. Fu Xing wasn't idle either, he directly turned the metal net in front into spikes that pierced into the wild boar's body. At that moment, everyone heard a sharp howl. They looked at the wild boar, and their expressions grew increasingly serious. It wasn't the wild boar that produced this sound. Under their dual attack, the wild boar was already dead. The direction of the sound came from Zhao Daodu and others. It wasn't me who shouted just now. Zhao Daodu also seemed to have heard a noise coming from behind him. Even though he showed his teeth in pain while Mu Qing bandaged his wound, he didn't make a single sound of pain. You know it wasn't you, how could you possibly make such a powerful sound? Qi Jing experienced a fleeting fear after hearing the sound. The direction from which that voice came was the only path they had to the lab. There was absolutely no way to avoid it. In other words, if they wanted to reach the core laboratories of the Institute, they would inevitably encounter whoever made that roar just now. He didn't know what that was, but just hearing its voice was enough to make his legs feel weak. He stepped back 2 steps. Let's take a rest first. Fu Xing's gaze slightly became more solemn as he looked forward, then towards Qi Jing standing beside him. From Qi Jing's expression, much information could already be gleaned. Qi Jing was in a daze, and that sound just now made his whole person feel disoriented. To ease his own tension, he chose. I just saw that your special ability can affect zombies too, but it seems different from that flower. It didn't make the zombie vanish right away, did it? Chao Yi continued probing. Everyone was unclear about He Tao's abilities. His performance when dealing with that flower surprised everyone. But except for that one time, most of the time, he didn't show any presence. In fights against zombies, he more often used guns or simply watched from the sidelines. How should I know? I myself don't understand my power situation. It's very difficult for me to control it. He Tao said impatiently. After speaking, he walked straight ahead. Let's go, why waste any more time? Should we wait until nightfall when the zombies' powers increase? Nighttime is when zombies appear more frequently. Everyone also found during combat that zombies were stronger at night than during the day. Clearly, if we encounter the same danger as before, we must hide in a safe place first. Fu Xing pulled Pei Ming and kept emphasizing. If we all get injured, write down our location, and fold one of the 2 sheets of paper I gave you into an origami crane. Fu Xing still remembered what Wu Zhenghai had said before, in case of danger, you can use that sheet of paper to pass messages. But unless absolutely necessary, Fu Xing would never let Pei Ming use it. Listening to his words, a flash of impatience passed through Pei Ming's eyes. He covered his ears, thinking that this human reminded him of his former servant. If he ever found that servant, he could let them both ramble endlessly and see who was better. Fu Xing held Pei Ming's hand, exposing his ears. He sighed, and then repeated patiently once more, asking, do you remember? Pei Ming nodded quickly. From his past experience, regardless of whether he understood it or not, nodding was always the right move. Fu Xing stroked Pei Ming's head, and Pei Ming looked forward, his eyes lighting up. By now, Mu Qin had completely transformed into the appearance of a large cat, of a lion. A mane encircled his head, fully displaying the majesty of a male lion. Everyone who hadn't seen him like this before shone with admiration upon seeing it. Wow! Whether it was a human or a bloodline individual, there was no resistance to the beauty of such a magnificent creature. Every line and muscle on his body exuded an aura of health and strength. The abundant mane surrounding his head added even more masculine charm, radiating absolute beauty. Lei Wei, standing beside Mu Qin, lit up at the sight and instinctively reached out her hand to pet the big cat's head. The fur was slightly coarse to touch, but the feeling was still pleasant overall. Mu Shui, who had been standing a bit behind earlier, also twitched and stretched his paw-like hand to gently rub Mu Qin's head. At this, Mu Qin immediately turned his head, opened his mouth, and lunged to bite. I'm your brother. Mu Shui quickly withdrew his hand after Mu Qin growled low in response. Who is the older brother? He is clearly the older brother. Just see that as your default acknowledgement. This was a daily routine for twins. After hearing these words, Mu Qin swiped his tail across Mu Shui's leg. Mu Shui let out a sharp gasp and quickly retreated, unwilling to further provoke the lion's mane. Let's go. Zhao Daodu, supported by Lei Wei, lay on Mu Qin's back. Zhao Daodu was quite tense, it was his first time being carried away in such a manner. Pei Ming stood behind them, gripping his own fingers. His large eyes were wide open, gazing longingly at the great lion ahead. He also wanted to pet it. Looking up at Fu Xing received Pei Ming's glance and questioned curiously, what's wrong? Pei Ming pressed his lips together, thinking for a moment before stretching out his finger to point towards Mu Qin ahead and said wistfully, I want to touch the lion. He remembered having a pet himself in the past. Chapter 44. However, the lives of pets are not long. After he went into a deep sleep, the life of the other party would gradually come to an end. Pei Ming took 2 steps forward, walked to Mu Qin's side, reached out his hand, and patted his head gently. Lu Wei stood nearby, her eyes bright as she watched the interaction between the two. So cute. The little boy and the big lion. Mu Qin originally wanted to shake off his fur, but when he turned around and saw Lu Wei standing next to him, he stopped himself from doing so, letting Pei Ming continue patting his fur. He even raised his head to allow Pei Ming to scratch under his chin smoothly. Ing. Fu Xing walked over and held Pei Ming's hand. Reluctantly, Pei Ming stopped patting Mu Qin, thinking to himself that once his powers were fully restored, he would also raise one. Let's go, Chao Yi sighed and walked to He Tao's side. He Tao took the lead with Chao Yi, the big lion Mu Qin and Zhao Dou followed in the middle, and Pei Ming and Qi Jing trailed behind them. Lu Wei, Mu Shui, and Fu Xing guarded the group from the left, right, and back respectively, protecting those in the center. This was the initial formation they used when they entered this research institute. Now that the area was more open, everyone returned to this formation. There are still rats inside. Qi Jing said while walking ahead and informed everyone. All eyes turned towards the glass wall beside them. White rats, some of which had already mutated and become larger than ordinary ones. These creatures seemed to have noticed the presence of people outside, their crimson eyes glaring at them as they passed by. The white rats ran over, densely packed together, screeching towards the glass wall. When they arrived at the wall, they encountered obstacles, finding themselves no match for the glass before them. The rats climbed atop one another, attempting to escape from the top. Let's go, this is too terrifying, thank goodness I don't have trypophobia. The dense mass of rats pressed against the wall, their red eyes staring at them, causing an eerie sensation down their spines. Even though it was broad daylight, the sight of all these rats made cold sweat break out on their foreheads. At least these rats can't get out. The room where the lab mice were kept was designed to maintain sterility, so the walls were entirely reinforced with glass. Even if the rats reached the ceiling, there was no way out. But watching them was still quite scary. The group continued moving forward, passing through a batch of feeding areas until they arrived at a more spacious section. This area doesn't belong to the scope of the research institute, it's where the logistics personnel usually relax and unwind, Qi Jing explained to everyone. Once we cross that road and move further inward, we'll need a pass. Qi Jing pointed to a small road ahead, at the end of which stood a high-tech door. I have the password permission for this door. Zhao Dou sat on Mu Qing's back, relaxed now after initially feeling tense. Previously, they couldn't enter because that gate was typically operated by someone from the inside or unlocked using a key from the outside. However, the code for the internal sections of the institute was different. Here, everything was filled with high technology, requiring only the entry of instructions to open doors. Before coming here, we four obtained all access permissions to this institute. As long as no director-level person modifies them, we can freely enter and exit. Zhao Dou finished and looked at the others. Qi Jing, Xiao Ming, Mu Qing, and Mu Shui don't have these permissions. According to the original plan, they were supposed to reach the Dalohua city and find Lu Wei. If all the institute staff had evacuated to the Luohua base, then they wouldn't have needed them to make an extra trip. If the institute staff hadn't evacuated yet, Fu Sheng and the team would need to go there and rescue the researchers inside. Initially, the plan didn't include Mu Qing and Mu Shui from Yen City. Of course, neither Qi Jing nor Pei Ming were part of the original plan either. So, they cannot leave our site. Afterward, plans changed, but the headquarters lost control over this institute, making additional permissions unavailable. After Zhao Dou spoke, the group looked toward the entrance at the end of the small road. Everyone rest first, eat something to regain your strength. We'll enter once the sun rises higher. Chao Yi glanced up at the sky. It was a rare good weather day. The team set off early in the morning, and it took about an hour to walk from the entrance to where they were now. There was still plenty of time in the morning. Once inside the institute, they might face even more challenging circumstances. This place is far from ordinary, the concentration of mutations is too high. Currently, the mutation of plants and animals was still rare, and they had only encountered mutated zombies after arriving at this institute. The one on the highway before was just a rumor. Now, inside the institute, they had already encountered that zombie right by the entrance, as well as the ones that came running out from the residential building. Although not as strong as the ones guarding the gate, they still put a considerable amount of pressure on everyone. After that, in the passage, they met the mutated wild boar and the rats still locked up. Every step they took, they ran into something that had undergone mutation. Are the experiments in this research institute related to these mutations? Chao Yi asked Fu Sheng. I don't know. The moment the apocalypse arrived, we were ordered to come here immediately. There must be a reason. Even if it's not related to mutations, the researchers inside could possibly be the ones who can solve the current situation. Of course, there was the most terrifying point, which everyone was aware of but no one dared to say aloud. The source of the apocalypse might have come from this very institute. The apocalypse was created by this institute all along. Saying this out loud would be too horrifying. Nearly half of the human population lost their lives in this apocalypse, and if it was just life, it wouldn't be so painful. What was terrifying was that while losing their lives, they also turned into cannibalistic monsters. If everything had been caused by certain humans. Let's hope not. Chao Yi sighed. He took a bottle of water, drank a sip, and soon his expression froze. Did anyone hear something? He cupped his ears, listening carefully. The sound seemed to be coming closer to them. Old rats? Qi Jing also heard it. It sounded like squeaks. The first thing anyone would think of was rats. Stay alert. Chao Yi warned, and everyone put down their bottles of water, forming a circle around a few civilians, creating a protective ring. Soon, everyone saw what was running towards them. Qi Jing exhaled in relief. It's monkeys. There are quite a lot of monkeys kept inside this research institute because their genes are the closest to humans. He didn't think the monkeys could pose any harm, especially since these monkeys in the institute were usually friendly towards people. He had even fed them before, remembering how they'd playfully jump onto him, very close to humans. But others did not agree. Apparently, after biological mutation, everything could change dramatically. Monkeys, being the species most similar to humans, what would happen if they underwent mutation? The answer quickly revealed itself. A group of monkeys ran towards them, bringing along their families. They were armed with sticks and other weapons, looking tough to handle. They're hostile to us. Zhao Dou stood on one foot and watched as the monkeys bared their teeth, extremely serious. This area has likely become their territory. Right after he finished speaking, everyone felt a breeze starting in the small garden. Before they knew it, a whirlwind rushed to them, causing Mu Shui to instinctively block it with an ice wall. Special abilities? Do these monkeys have superpowers? Everyone was astonished. Wind element power monkeys. But that wasn't all. They soon noticed that the ground beneath them began to change rapidly, sharp spikes jutting out from below. Jump! Fu Xing shouted, after which Mu Shui quickly laid down a thick layer of ice under everyone's feet. Sharp spears erupted from beneath them. Outside, the monkeys continued baring their teeth and screaming angrily, seemingly wanting to drive away the intruders in their territory. Some of these monkeys have earth and wind attributes. Zhao Dou explained. When he jumped earlier, fortunately, Mu Qing helped him, otherwise, his legs would have definitely been injured again. These are incredibly smart. Qi Jing looked down at the monkeys snarling at them, feeling complicated. Sometimes humans weren't even as smart as these monkeys, for instance, now that he himself still lacked any powers. Let's go. In Fu Xing's arms was Pei Ming, who was curiously watching the monkeys below. After observing them, Pei Ming's eyes showed a hint of disdain. They were a bit ugly, not really suitable as pets. Where to? Chao Yi held his gun vigilantly. Those monkeys were very intelligent, apparently greatly afraid of guns. The instant they saw the gun, they stopped their attacks. They must have been injected with tranquilizers using guns before, that's why they hesitate now when seeing the gun. Zhao Dou said again, this is our good chance. Once they figure it out, it won't be easy for us to leave. There were not many monkeys below, only 10, but it was clear to see that they were continuously calling their companions. 3 monkeys were shouting towards the distance. Let's go directly inside. Fu Xing made a quick decision. Mu Shui will take turns creating floating ice and metal. Avoid the spikes at all cost. After Fu Xing finished speaking, a metal plate already appeared in front of them. Mu Qing directly carried Zhao Dou on his back as the group hurried forward. The monkeys saw them trying to leave and chased after them, apparently unwilling to let these humans go easily. The group sped up their steps. Monkeys were very smart, they used wind to hinder their progress. After discovering the ground spikes were no longer effective, other monkeys attempted to climb onto the makeshift aerial passage the group had built. Hurry, more monkeys are coming. Chapter 45. The chirping sounds of the monkeys seemed to have increased. They were very smart, knowing that one by one, they had to climb up. But Fu Xing and Mu Shui weren't powerless against them either. At the moment the monkeys climbed up, the platform they had formed instantly collapsed. What does this research institute keep so many monkeys for? The number of monkeys clearly exceeded everyone's expectations. When Qi Jing mentioned it before, everyone wasn't that surprised. After all, this was a biological research institute. Isn't it normal to have all kinds of things? Perhaps later on, we'll encounter other things. This institute has a wide range of research, including plants, animals, and even insects, said Qi Jing, swallowing after speaking. There are also many animals and plants that are not within the institute, but they come from this institute. For example, the botanical garden next to the high-tech zone is an affiliate unit of this institute. And the insect garden in another district is also jointly established with this institute. I hope we don't encounter anything more disgusting than those rats afterward, said Qi Jing as he ran forward. The monkeys behind them pursued relentlessly. Everyone ran towards the door. Aya, it caught me. Qi Jing was close to despair. These monkeys were different from the wild boars earlier. Wild boars didn't seem as intelligent, but these monkeys were exceptionally clever. Fu Xing threw his metal knife, cutting the monkey's claws, causing it to let go due to pain. Don't look at your feet, continue forward. There was great resistance ahead because of the wind conjured by the monkeys. They went forward against the wind, their hair tousled uncontrollably. He Tao, standing at the front, wanted to swear right now. He was bearing the greatest force of the wind, making every step forward extremely difficult. People standing behind him dodged under his cover, experiencing much less wind pressure. Realizing this point, He Tao's mood turned sour. He deliberately reduced his body's surface area exposed to the wind, unwilling to help those behind him endure more gales. Monkeys below screeched wildly, often grabbing onto people's trouser legs with their claws. People above struggled forward, each step being arduous. Although Pei Ming was carried by Fu Xing, his soft head hair was still disheveled. He put on the little cap at the back of his head, cute devil horns stood on top, while Pei Ming looked serious, lips pursed, eyes slightly squinting as he stared at the monkey nearby releasing the wind. The gust coming from ahead immediately weakened. That monkey is about out of strength, said Chao Yi, positioned ahead, trying his best to shield those behind him from the wind, allowing them to conserve some energy. After all, what lay beyond the door was still unknown. More monkeys are coming, said Fu Xing, protecting Pei Ming's head and taking a glance back. Though they were only about 50 meters away from the door, under the obstruction of the strong wind, these 50 meters seemed unusually long. Furthermore, there were monkeys skilled in earth-based powers beneath. Monkeys were good at mimicking, building a similar earth-based platform like they did, although theirs couldn't be detached from the ground. This led to many monkeys' claws climbing onto the icy or metallic pathway they were following, causing Fu Xing to have to allocate some focus to deal with them as well. My hair is messy, complained Pei Ming grumpily in Fu Xing's ear. Fu Xing gently stroked his hair, saying, I'll help you smooth it out later. Pei Ming huffed twice, glaring increasingly unpleasantly at the monkey. It's losing its strength, let's speed up. At this time, everyone felt the decrease in wind power and rushed forward with full effort. They got closer to the tech-infused large door. It was as if the monkeys harbored deep apprehension towards that door. As they continuously approached it, the number of monkeys attempting to interfere decreased. Upon reaching the gate, everyone landed on the ground. Monkeys leapt about behind them but dared not advance further. Even the Earth Attribute skilled monkeys stopped attacking them. Fu Xing furrowed his brows, but Zhao Dou moved fast, already entering the password and opening the door. The door is open. In that moment, Fu Xing even saw some monkeys retreating. At the same time, the land in front of where they stood jutted out again with spikes, forcing them to retreat into the doorway. Just as they stepped inside, where they previously stood already protruded with several spikes. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Then, the door was closed by Zhao Dou's operation. As it closed, all sounds from the outside seemed to be isolated. That group of monkeys seems very wary of what's inside here. Qiao Yi was at the front but had been observing the situation behind carefully all along. It's not just wariness. Fu Xing furrowed his brows, smoothing Pei Ming's hair as he spoke seriously. They wanted to drive us in here. Although this statement overestimated the intelligence of the monkeys, the fact was that they now found themselves within the door earlier than planned. Is this already the core part of the research institute? In front of everyone stood a small building that didn't look very tall. This area should be where the researchers reside. After Zhao Dou said this, everyone became alert. Residence area? That means there might be people around. Our current location, according to the internal layout diagram of the Research Institute, is on the far west end of the institute. Zhao Dou activated a screen. Currently, he still couldn't connect to any signal. The map in his hand had been downloaded before coming here. This area here is the leisure and residential zone, and further ahead is the cafeteria. Mu Qing and Lu Wei were guarding outside while the others gathered in a circle to look at the screen in Zhao Dou's hand. This area can be accessed by both the researchers and external support staff. Zhao Dou continued. This section is considered the living quarter for researchers, which support staff could enter through that particular door. Further forward, past the cafeteria, through another door, we reach the core zone. His finger pointed to a light dot on the map navigation. Qi Jing, have you ever been inside here? Zhao Dou asked. Qi Jing nodded. I've come here to eat with my parents in the cafeteria, so besides being a leisure area, it also serves as a meeting place for families. My parents' dormitory is here. The end times came during the night, and most people should have been asleep. In other words, if we find someone here, then we'll be able to go out directly afterward. Zhao Dou looked at Fu Xing. Fu Xing nodded. Their mission was simply to rescue people. As for the rest, it was beyond their scope of duty. Qi Jing immediately perked up, hope shining in his eyes. I'll take you to the dormitory building. This building isn't a dorm, it's a storage place for miscellaneous items. We need to move forward to reach the researchers' dormitory. After saying this, he stood up, looking around. The living quarters appeared different compared to the last time he'd seen them. The surrounding plants had grown more vigorously. However, after all these years, everything has grown larger. These trees becoming more lush also seemed reasonable. Alright, let's rest here for a moment and recover our strength that was drained earlier. Those in the back had held up better, but the two people at the front were undoubtedly the most exhausted. Both Fu Sheng and Mu Shui's energy wasn't abundant either. Earlier, Fu Sheng had not only been clearing paths but also vigilantly monitoring whether any monkeys tried climbing near anyone's feet. Pei Ming took out a bottle of milk from the little bag on his back, inserted a straw, drank a sip, then started chewing absent-mindedly on the straw. He felt some fatigue, a mysterious fatigue. The energy inside his body seemed to be growing rapidly, constantly impacting his body, making him feel somewhat unable to control it. After stepping through that door, even the air here felt different. What's wrong? Fu Xing noticed Pei Ming's lethargic state and asked softly while gently rubbing his head. I'm sleepy. Pei Ming buried his head into Fu Xing's chest, his voice muffled. Fu Xing rubbed his head as he did with one hand, and then he used the other to rub his own forehead. After Pei Ming mentioned that he was sleepy, Fu Xing suddenly felt as though his brain was hit by something blunt, causing waves of pain. I'll hold you, you can rest first. Fu Xing said and extended his hands toward Pei Ming. Pei Ming stretched out his own hands too, allowing himself to be picked up by Fu Xing. Hooking his legs around the other's waist, he leaned his head onto Fu Xing's shoulder and yawned, utterly tired. Fu Xing whispered in his ear, I will wake you when we arrive at the dormitory building. Now there was no immediate threat, so Pei Ming could rest for a bit, but later when they needed full focus to guard against dangers, such rest wouldn't be possible. Pei Ming was also very sensible, nodding his head like a little chick pecking at rice. The others were busy replenishing their strength and drinking water. At this time, the vine that had been tucked in Fu Xing's pocket seemed restless and wanted to poke its head out. But Fu Xing pressed it back down with one hand. Even during the dire situation earlier, he hadn't let the vine come out to help. In this current situation, it was even less necessary for the vine to appear. The vine was their insurance in case of an accident. With that thought, Fu Xing looked at He Tao. After entering this door, He Tao also appeared somewhat strange. His face carried an abnormal flush of red. It looked as if he was overly excited. Compared to his previous slight pallor, this was quite irregular. Don't drink too much water, Qiao Yi reminded Qi Jing and Zhao Dou, who lacked combat experience. After hearing this, they both instinctively put away their water bottles. After a 10+ minute rest, everyone was ready. Under Qi Jing's lead, they moved toward the dormitory direction. It's here. The group stood in front of a building, looking up at the quiet dormitory. From the outside, the dormitory seemed eerily silent, unnaturally so. But upon glancing upward, they could see the broken glass for no apparent reason and corpses hanging by the windows. This scene sounded the alarm bells for everyone. There were zombies inside this building. Chapter 45. This wasn't a strange event, but it had already made everyone's heart sink. They needed to rescue people who had either turned into zombies or been completely devoured by them. Based on current data, those bitten by zombies turn into zombies. But there's one exception: if someone dies during the biting process, they're truly dead. My parents are on the 5th floor. I visited their dormitory before. Qi Jing looked up and saw a person hanging from broken glass for some unknown reason. His breathing caught. The glass here should also be tempered glass. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't be easily broken. Qi Jing pressed his lips together, swallowed hard, not sure if he was asking others or himself. We'll know once we go upstairs. Chao Yi, standing beside him, responded. The building appeared lifeless. Could there still be survivors inside? Everyone felt it was unlikely. After all, it had been more than 10 days since the apocalypse began. Let's go, Fu Xing said gravely. Upon entering the dormitory building, there was a lobby, where the first floor was for sports and leisure with no rooms. Likewise, the first floor was eerily quiet, with no one around. Throughout the building, the only sounds heard were their footsteps. If they stopped walking, all that could be heard was their own pounding heartbeats. Passing through the hall, they arrived at the elevator, which was still lit up. This research institute had an independent power supply, so all facilities along the way were functioning properly. As they passed by, Qi Jing pressed the switch of the elevator with one hand. The indicator light lit up, and everyone paused their steps. Take the stairs. Chao Yi bit his teeth inside. At this moment, taking the elevator was the least safe option. It had a confined space, and you wouldn't know what might happen when it stops. The stairs at least provided an escape route. The elevator, no retreat at all. Sorry, I got too hasty. Beads of sweat formed on Qi Jing's forehead. As soon as he pressed the elevator button, he regretted it, but things. Step back. Fu Xing kept watch on the elevator, saying cautiously, retreat to wait for the elevator from above. The group retreated away from the corridor waiting for the elevator. Stepping back, Chao Yi patted Qi Jing's shoulder in comfort. It's okay. Everyone understood how Qi Jing felt. After all, his parents were still in this building. Choosing the fastest solution subconsciously was quite human nature. Qi Jing clenched his fists, and the bloodshot eyes born from guilt gradually faded. Being a non-psychoactive individual, he had already caused enough trouble to the team. Fu Xing also patted Qi Jing's shoulder without saying a word, but everything was conveyed silently. Only He Tao stood ahead and sneered coldly, just causing chaos again. Fu Xing gently rubbed Pei Ming's head, whispering softly in his ear, Ming Ming. Pei Ming, half asleep, with misty eyes, groggily responded, dragging the sound out, still carrying traces of drowsiness. He rubbed his head against Fu Xing's neck, then Fu Xing put him down gently. Pei Ming couldn't stabilize, wobbling while leaning on Fu Xing's leg. He stretched his hands to hug his waist. He felt extremely sleepy. A lazy warmth rose all over his body, just like sinking into a warm cotton cloud. But soon, while others weren't paying attention, a vine climbed up Pei Ming's wrist. The cold touch slightly woke him up. He looked down and tenderly stroked the vine leaves, then squinted, gazing around. They entered a room. Everyone stared ahead, as if something was about to appear. Pei Ming sniffed the air. The building seemed too clean compared to what he had imagined, lacking the expected foul smell. The worst source of stench came from He Tao ahead. He directed his gaze towards He Tao, quickly turned away in distaste, pressing his face against Fu Xing's chest and took a deep breath. The fragrance from Fu Xing seemed to have intensified. Pei Ming shook his head. Still sleepy. One of the elevators had reached the bottom floor. On the first floor, the sound of the elevator opening and closing resonated throughout the hallway. Everyone became highly alert. Following the common rules for parking elevators in residential buildings. There were 2 elevators. When neither was in use, one would stop on the first floor and the other would stop at an intermediate floor. But this elevator had clearly come down from a higher level. This meant that the elevator which should have been on the first floor had stopped on another floor and could not descend. The elevator opened and closed quickly, with nothing appearing in between. When the elevator door shut, despite nothing appearing, everyone's mood did not relax. Where had the other elevator stopped? Is there somewhere in this dormitory building where it lists who lives in each room? After pondering, Fu Xing shifted his gaze elsewhere. This dormitory appeared to have no registration place, entry and exit seemed unrestricted, right? When I came in, someone led me upstairs. Qi Jing recalled, their rooms had kitchens inside. They were so busy with research that sometimes I would bring them some food. There must be a registration record, but I don't know where it is. Every time Qi Jing came here, someone was already waiting for him. He hadn't gone through any registration process himself. The people we need to find include 20 core members and 30 secondary members. However, the institute had many researchers. It was a large comprehensive biological research institute. After they found the people, they needed to immediately use the institute's internal plane to carry these researchers back to base. Everyone in their team had undergone professional training. Especially Chao Yi, who, in the current situation where satellite navigation couldn't be used, could still smoothly control the takeoff and landing of the plane. There's a computer over there. Zhao Dou observed carefully and after glancing around, focused on a station to the right of the hall. Behind it were a lot of daily necessities, making it look like a small department store. Everyone looked over. Chao Yi held money in his hand, slightly alert as he walked forward. Mu Qing still carried Zhao Dou at the back while the rest of the people stayed in place, continuing to observe the hall. The decor here was similar to those more stylish coffee shops that white-collar workers often visited. Between the tables, there were scattered bookshelves here and there, bringing a sense of literary elegance. Isn't this institute all science majors? Mu Shui looked around. How is it so artistic? Before coming in, he thought the place would be packed full of technology. But he didn't expect this hall to be so different. Lei Wei heard what Mu Shui said and also carefully looked around, perhaps because this is the living area. Pei Ming showed no interest in his surroundings, just pressing all his weight onto Fu Sheng, dozing off while hugging him. Fu Sheng cared for Pei Ming, preventing him from falling asleep completely and collapsing. Meanwhile, he glanced towards Zhao Dou's direction. The computer had been successfully turned on. But there was nothing on the desktop, unusually clean. Zhao Dou became intensely focused, summoning a black frame on the screen and placed both hands on the keyboard, typing so fast that Mu Qing, standing beside him, whistled appreciatively. Soon, the desktop started changing. The original interface disappeared, revealing another system hidden beneath the commonly used one. This is the Institute's internal system. For confidentiality needs, the Institute wouldn't use systems developed by other countries. As Zhao Dou explained, he opened a management file now displayed on the desktop. I found it. This was a routine management system that recorded information about the occupants of each dormitory, the water, electricity, and gas usage in every room, the daily needs of the researchers, and visitation records, all contained within this software. Hearing Zhao Dou's words, Fu Sheng pulled Pei Ming over. Pei Ming pouted unwillingly but followed Fu Sheng forward anyway. As Zhao Dou took out his own screen and input their names for comparison. Soon, the room information for these people appeared in front of him. He noted down the room numbers for each of these individuals. Fu Sheng walked behind Zhao Dou, listening to Zhao Dou say to him, the distribution of the core members is, 3 people on the 2nd floor, 5 people on the 3rd floor, 3 people on the 5th floor, 5 people on the 6th floor, and 4 people on the 8th floor. The other members are distributed across nearly every floor, Zhao Dou continued. Fu Sheng watched as Zhao Dou wrote down the room numbers and committed them to memory. Then he instructed, take a look at whether there's any other information in the computer. After the apocalypse arrived, those above were no longer able to make contact with this research institute. The institute did not transmit any messages either. Everyone was completely unaware of the situation here. After listening, Zhao Dou looked at the records. The day before the apocalypse arrived, many researchers who were on leave returned here. 5 days before the apocalypse, nearly a quarter of the researchers asked for leave and all were granted permission. Why? Had a project been completed? If a quarter of the people had finished it at the same time, how large must that project have been? This institute wasn't just one lab, different experimental directions were listed in the registry, all varying. Zhao Dou looked up, feeling extremely uneasy inside. Captain Fu, is this a coincidence? Fu Sheng took a deep breath. He didn't know about the internal matters of this institute, but judging from Zhao Dou's tone, so many people taking leave simultaneously didn't seem like a good sign. The institute I used to work at, after a project ended, team members would indeed choose to relax, but it's impossible for everyone in the entire institute to relax together unless it was a special project, yet this is a comprehensive large-scale research institute, and each laboratory has different focuses. Zhao Dou saw the confusion in Fu Sheng's eyes and explained. Unless. He thought of another possibility. Chapter 47. Unless those projects are inherently related, but from our external perspective, they seem completely unrelated. Zhao Dou made a guess, then felt it was somewhat implausible. This research institute had existed for over 100 years. It existed even during turbulent times, and later when the new government was established, everything in the institute was preserved and began to be continuously expanded. They jointly completed a big project. After Zhao Dou spoke, everyone else fell into deep thought. Zhao Dou recorded all the data onto the screen she carried with her, then sighed, there's too little data here in the dormitory. It's just some life-related stuff. We can't see anything significant yet. If we could get more materials, that would be good. Let's go, starting from the 2nd floor. They were looking for many people. No one had seen what the helicopter looked like yet, but a regular helicopter couldn't accommodate so many people. If everyone was found, planes might have to make multiple trips at that point. Moreover, under the current conditions, there should still be someone who could operate an airplane, the person who brought Mu Shui and others from Yen City to the base. Fu Sheng shook his head, temporarily clearing these thoughts. He turned off the computer, and the group continued walking toward the direction of the staircase. When they entered, the sound-activated lights in the stairwell lit up, revealing a thin layer of dust covering the entire stairwell. As fingers brushed against the handrail, they returned with gray fingertips. Qi Jing flicked his hands in disdain. It seems that no one has walked on this staircase for several days. And the hallway above was clean and tidy, without any bloodstains or footprints left from running amidst the dust. For so many days, no one had passed through here. There must be zombies on the first floor where the glass broke, said Qi Jing as he continued walking. The silence in the stairway was palpable, broken only by the sound of footsteps. Talking gave him a slight sense of security. Yet, he also knew his limits. After rounding the corner, he stopped speaking. Everyone's steps forward became more cautious. When the channel door was opened, He Tao and Chao Yi walked ahead while Mu Qin carried Zhao Dou behind them. Our targets are in rooms 2 to 1, 2 to 9, 2 to 10, 2 to 5, and 2 to 17. Zhao Dou prioritized the 3 most important names on the list. Chao Yi nodded. The corridor of the dormitory building could be seen straight through, and there were no zombies in sight. The soundproofing in these rooms is decent. Unless you're making loud noises, each room can't hear what the other is doing, added Qi Jing. Chao Yi nodded again, extending his hand to press the doorbell of room 2 to 1. The chime rang out. Is anyone home? Chao Yi loudly asked. Chao Yi, next room, Fu Xing told him. Pei Ming reached out to yawn, then followed Fu Xing to room 2 to 1. Fu Xing pressed the doorbell again. Chao Yi had already moved forward. Since there were no zombies in the corridor, everyone breathed a small sigh of relief, but simultaneously, uneasiness grew within their hearts. Could all the zombies be locked inside the rooms? They had knocked on every door. Their mission was to rescue the people on the list, but if there were any survivors in this dormitory building, they needed to bring them along as well. No one. At the end of the hallway, not a single door had been opened. No response. Chao Yi's face darkened. Due to the lack of response, Qi Jing also appeared anxious. He walked to the other passage at the end, raised his head, and saw something chilling, a zombie face, half smiling, half grimacing, stuck to the narrow glass window on the back of a door. Ayaha! He immediately ran backward. The others looked up, and Qi Jing rushed behind Chao Yi. There's a zombie. He's right behind the door. He was gasping heavily, beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. The scene was too horrifying, potentially becoming a lifelong nightmare for him. He smiled. Stuck to the door, smiling at me. Qi Jing kept repeating. Mu Qin, standing beside him, patted his shoulder to soothe him. Mu Qin, did you see? That zombie, his face was smiling, Qi Jing's pupils were still dilated from the shock, his chest rising and falling dramatically. The others took a few steps back, and then the sound of the corridor door being pulled open was heard. Fu Sheng and Mu Shui were both prepared for protection and attack. Pei Ming became slightly more alert at this moment, but his awakening was likely not due to the zombie, it was probably because of Qi Jing's scream. That zombie seemed to have an injury on its leg, as from the time it heard the door opening until now, none of them had yet seen its figure. But then, another sound came from behind, a door being opened. Qi Jing, still shaken, turned his head around and saw one of the room doors had been opened. Quick! Come in. The person looked to be middle-aged, with a balding head that suggested he would be completely bald within a few years if the apocalypse hadn't happened. There are people. Mu Qin also shouted, then rushed over there with Zhao Dou. Mu Shui created an ice wall, ready to cover their retreat. Once everyone entered the room, the ice wall dissolved, and the eerie smiling zombie hobbled into the corridor. It couldn't see anyone, but its smile looked even broader. It imitated Fu Sheng and the others' previous actions, reaching out its hand to ring each room's doorbell one by one. Thank you. Qi Jing looked at the middle-aged man who had let them inside. The man was also very excited. I couldn't believe someone really came. I thought I'd been locked in here too long and started hallucinating. After finishing his words, he sighed, You are. His expression showed excitement mixed with tension. We're here sent by the state to rescue the researchers in the institute. Chao Yi extended his hand and handed over his identification card to the middle-aged man. Trembling, the man took the ID in silence first, and then his hands began shaking while tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, he choked, I thought I'd never get out. He closed his eyes and gathered all the despair within him. Fu Xing made Pei Ming sit down on a chair, and the rest didn't say a word, giving the man some time to gather himself. On the night the apocalypse came, I had no research tasks and was resting in my dormitory when, in the middle of the night, I heard a loud noise from the institute ahead, which scared me awake. I felt uneasy. He sat before everyone, calming down afterward and explained, then I saw a wave of red mist continuously spreading outward from inside the institute. At this point, his lips trembled. I originally thought I was hallucinating because, after closing and reopening my eyes, that red, fog-like substance disappeared completely. I stayed awake all night, and early the next morning, I planned to ask a familiar friend about what experiments they did that night, but as soon as I opened the door, I saw what you just encountered. His face had a half-smiling expression, grotesque like something out of a horror movie. He was a researcher from a peripheral lab in the institute, without grand ambitions, he studied purely out of passion. In this institute, he could be considered expendable. Is that outside a zombie? Chao Yi frowned. When humans turn into zombies, their facial features stiffen. This zombie's face was covered with a bizarre smile, perhaps because it was laughing at the moment it transformed. However, since he hadn't seen the front face of the zombie, he didn't know how terrifying that smile actually was. Zombie? He was full of doubts. What does the world look like now? Don't you know? Chow Yi was confused. Did this man understand nothing? After seeing that monster, I immediately shut the door and hid in my room. These past few days, I've survived solely on nutrient solution. Saying this, he took out a test tube-like bottle. This is our laboratory's latest development. Although it doesn't satisfy hunger, it's being improved. When I tried using my computer to connect to the external network, I discovered the network was cut off, and my phone couldn't receive any signals whatsoever. If it weren't for the fact that he had kept these things in his refrigerator that were far from perfect prototypes, he might already be starved to death. So, up until now, you don't know what has happened outside. Chow Yi felt a headache coming on. This person wasn't on their rescue list, they might just be an inconspicuous researcher in the institute. Yes, can you tell me what exactly happened? His expression was very serious. My son was just born not long ago. I originally planned to take annual leave after that day to go back and stay with him and my wife. Qi Jing sat beside him, sighed after hearing this. The others also had their lips tightly closed, looking somewhat unnatural, except for Pei Ming who was interested in the thing in the vial in the man's hand. Additionally, what caught Pei Ming's wristbound vine's attention was also the vial in the man's hand. At this moment, the vine was completely disguised as a bracelet, encircling Pei Ming's wrist. I'll tell you about what happened in the outside world. Zhao Dou now sat on the small sofa in this dormitory. After thinking for a moment, he began to narrate slowly. The man listened very attentively, but the more he listened, the tighter his brows knitted together. After Zhao Dou finished speaking, the man clenched his fists. Never mind, I hope they can stay safe. He exhaled a deep breath, filled with concern, yet he suppressed it. Do you have any questions to ask me? Whatever I know, I will definitely share with all of you. Upon hearing this, Qi Jing, who had been holding back for quite a while, raised his hand weakly and asked hesitantly, brother, I still don't quite understand. Aren't you over 40? How come your child has just been born? Chapter 48. Everyone thought he had an important discovery, but they were left speechless. However, this sentence slightly eased the tension in everyone's hearts. Regarding the existence of zombies in the building, everyone had already guessed as much. It was just unexpected that they would appear in such a manner. As for me, I'm only 30 this year. He scratched his thinning hair. Hair loss is hereditary in my family. Once we men start losing our hair, we look older. He was also suffering, preparing to research something to prevent hair loss before his hair completely fell out. Upon hearing these words, the others instinctively touched their own heads. Pei Ming sat beside them motionlessly. A careful look revealed a trace of disdain in his eyes. Humans. Our vampire clan never experiences hair loss. Qi Jing stood there dazed for a moment, then waved his hand awkwardly, saying, sorry. He realized he made a mistake. Do you know how many people, like you, were living in the dormitory building on the night when the apocalypse came? Chow Yi asked from beside him. Pei Ming jumped off the chair and walked toward the windowsill. The questioning inside continued, while Pei Ming rested by the window, where he could see outside. It was only the second floor, nothing clear could be seen. His gaze shifted to another direction, blocked by houses ahead. Pei Ming's pupils turned a shade of red. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he squinted his eyes, seemingly encountering something that greatly interested him. The vines entwined around Pei Ming, as if sensing his current emotions, bloomed with beautiful white flowers all over. Afterward, the red in his eyes faded away, and his whole body became lethargic once more. This body was really inconvenient. When would he regain the figure of an adult? Nevertheless, he felt it wouldn't be long. After entering the previous door, he vaguely sensed his strength continuously growing. Though somewhat abnormal, Pei Ming did not stop it. A vague guess formed in his heart. There weren't many things that could help restore the strength of vampires. Yet, one thing puzzled him: why had humans transformed into their current state? While pondering, Pei Ming walked somewhat unsteadily. Lui, standing next to him, noticed and quickly reached out to steady him, leading him to Fu Xing's side. The researcher continued speaking. My surname is Lin. Just call me Old Lin. I'm not sure about the number of people in the dormitories those 3 nights at the institute, but I do know about one project. It's next to mine, focusing on ancient biology research. They were urgently recalled. Old Lin was reminiscing some past events. Luckily, his memory was decent, and since 4,000 hadn't passed much time, what had happened before was still clearly remembered. The neighbor from that night should have not returned. His room was 2 to 8, so the neighbor should be 2 to 9. Is it Jean Li who lived in 2 to 9? Zhao Dou looked at his screen and suddenly questioned. 2 to 9 was on their list of key personnel. Jean. Seems right. Although we lived on the same floor, our interactions weren't many. Our labs were far apart. It was a large-scale comprehensive research institute. Even though they had proposed several years ago to split this institute into separate project-based ones. Ultimately, it didn't go through. It still remained a hodgepodge of different research groups. I knew he had come back because I met him in the corridor during dinner time, and we chatted for a bit, old Lin recollected. Was that thing outside present from the first day of the apocalypse? What happened after? Chow Yi kept asking. Others took advantage of this time to rest properly. Fu Xing gazed at Pei Ming, holding him on his lap. Tired, Pei Ming murmured as he leaned against Fu Xing's shoulder. You can sleep in my bed. How are you guys even bringing a kid along? Old Lin, upon hearing this, looked at Pei Ming, full of surprise. This child appeared only 7 or 8 years old. He has special abilities, it's fine to bring him, Chow Yi briefly explained. Old Lin had just learned about special ability users from Zhao Dou. Now hearing that this child was also a special ability user, his eyes were filled with astonishment. In his view, these so-called special ability users could be considered a form of evolution. But the cause of this evolution, from what can be seen so far, everyone is still unaware. Fu Xing led Pei Ming to the bedside. Although Pei Ming was somewhat disdainful about lying where someone else had been, Fu Xing had already placed his clothes underneath. He lay on top of the clothes and rubbed his head against them. Fu Xing looked at him with slight concern. Since entering the room, Pei Ming had been acting a little different. That morning when he woke up, he was full of energy, but now he seemed like he hadn't woken up properly. Is there any place that's uncomfortable? He bent down, gently asking. Pei Ming's face was very rosy, a redness that wasn't usual for him. Ever since finding Pei Ming, his complexion had always been pale, which previously troubled Fu Xing. But now, as Pei Ming's face turned rosy, it made Fu Xing feel something wasn't quite right. No, Pei Ming said, pushing Fu Xing's head away after speaking, signaling for him not to disturb his sleep. Fu Xing's lips curved slightly upwards, checking Pei Ming's forehead again with his hand, his temperature was fine. That thing outside did indeed show up on the first day, and every day it would ring our doorbell, old Lin said, revealing a flicker of fear in his eyes while talking about the zombie outside. Every day. Yes, and at a fixed time, during this period. So when you knocked on the door just now, I didn't dare to open it until I heard your screams. The group exchanged looks upon hearing these words. This zombie had evolved a bit too much, hadn't it? What's wrong? Old Lin, seeing that everyone remained silent, was extremely puzzled. Chow Yi took a deep breath, zombies outside aren't like this. The act of ringing the doorbell at a set time sounded terrifying enough. What was its purpose? Why would it do this? When the apocalypse first began, the zombies we encountered had degenerated in all aspects, Zhao Dou explained, their brains mutated, their sensory organs declined, and they lost pain sensation. But later on, we encountered stronger zombies, ones who, like our human special ability users, kept evolving. However, their senses have already regressed, meaning they won't make any facial expressions. Chapter 49. After hearing everyone's words, relief flickered in old Lin's eyes. When he had first seen that thing, his reaction was very quick. He immediately closed the door. That thing didn't insistently try to break my door down, it merely rang the doorbell day after day. This contradicted what Zhao Dou had previously said, that zombies would eat human flesh. Since zombies no longer perceive the world through their eyes but instead through some form of perception to detect the presence of humans, a mere door should have been no obstacle at all. Everyone understood what he meant by this statement. Chow Yi thought for a moment and said, this matter can only be concluded after we confront it outside. Having finished speaking, Fu Xing watched as Pei Ming fell asleep. With a quiet movement, they draped a blanket over him. Alright, Zhao Dou and Qi Jing, you two rest inside. We'll go out and look for help while dealing with the zombies. Zhao Dou's leg was injured, so he couldn't move around. Old Lin also needed time to rest. Let's leave Lu Wei and Mu Qing behind as well. Not much was yet known about Old Lin's true nature despite the goodwill he had shown them initially. After all, the group hadn't interacted with him for long. In an environment like this, one had to be sharp to survive. Do I need to help? Old Lin seemed eager. He hadn't gone outside for a long time, and seeing these visitors' credentials and learning they were sent by the state made him feel secure. But Chow Yi directly declined his offer. No, you seem not to have awakened any special abilities. If the zombie outside is too powerful, we might not have time to protect you. Hearing this, Old Lin sighed. Then take care. Chow Yi smiled slightly, nodding. Yeah. Fu Xing glanced at Pei Ming with slight concern and gave Lu Wei a few instructions. Assured that everything would be fine, he left with the others. As the door closed, Pei Ming turned over holding onto his clothes, noticing the air grew fainter in scent. He dreamt again. It was the same castle he'd dreamed about before, filled with coffins. This time, however, one of the coffins seemed to have already opened, and the vampire inside had stepped out. At the same moment, Pei Ming felt he heard a wicked and low whisper coming from behind, awaken. O gods of hell! Drive away the filth of this world with your red flames. When he turned around, he saw nothing. Pei Ming woke up, sitting on the bed with his arms wrapped tightly around the clothing, his eyes tinged red. The previous dream wasn't a good experience for him. Though he could remember only fragments now, the haunting chants full of blood and darkness remained vividly in his mind. Could vampires really worship him as a god? His face truly flared as big as it could. Agitated, he rubbed his head against the fabric and then looked around sharply. Where was Fu Sheng? Upon noticing he'd woken up, Lu Wei asked, has Little Ming woken up? Only then did Pei Ming notice the 4 others beside him, including Old Lin, who they had just met. Where's Fu Sheng? Biting his lower lip, his cheeks flushed like a ripe apple, endearing to look at. Our team leader will be back soon. Don't worry. We're here accompanying you, Lu Wei consoled him while walking toward the bed and pulling out a box of cookies from her backpack. Are you hungry? Have something to eat? Pei Ming immediately turned his head away and chose to get out of bed after shaking his legs a little. At this moment, the vines wrapped around his hand started moving actively, tickling his arm with small tendrils, perhaps asking for something. Alright, if you're not hungry. Lu Wei seemed slightly disappointed. But Pei Ming didn't appear particularly spirited. She recalled what Fu Sheng had said when he left and questioned, do you still feel unwell somewhere? Team leader said you've been very sleepy today. Is it because you didn't rest well? Pei Ming glanced at Lu Wei upon hearing the term, team leader. No, he responded sullenly. How dare Fu Sheng leave him behind like this? So irresponsible. Thinking thus, he dropped his gaze and clutched his clothes tighter, before throwing them aside disdainfully. Humph. Go ahead and leave. That's good. Lu Wei smiled, then quickly added as if she had just thought of something, Fu Sheng told me to tell you that he'll be back soon. Humph. Pei Ming turned his head slightly, expressing his inner condemnation with this gesture. Lu Wei felt delighted inside. Seeing this cute expression, she resisted the urge to pinch his cheeks and smiled widely like one would when looking at an adorable little cup. Then, would Little Ming like to see our newly discovered cool stuff? Pei Ming turned his head back to look at Lu Wei. The vines wrapped around his hand became even more active upon hearing this. He stood up and followed Lu Wei to the dining table where Zhao Dou and Qi Jing were sitting, each holding a tube containing beautiful solution. The vines on Pei Ming's arm gently tapped, urging him. What is this? Pei Ming approached the table, sat on the stool, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Nutritional fluid. Zhao Dou handed Pei Ming a bottle and asked, would Little Ming like to try? Pei Ming took the bottle Zhao Dou offered, and a small tendril of vine quietly climbed onto the bottle. Pei Ming sniffed the bottle opening first. It smelled sweet. The vines knew that Pei Ming wouldn't consume such things, its tendril had already entered the bottle opening. Right after, everyone saw the nutritional fluid in the test tube almost instantly drain to the bottom. Zhao Dou suddenly remembered the recent low-profile presence of the vines. Old Lin, are these really meant for humans to drink? Seeing the vines finishing off a whole bottle in one go, everyone couldn't help but feel curious about the substance in their own hands. This plant seemed to enjoy it much more than they did. The vines clearly liked it very much, sprouting bunches of white flowers, so many that some fell onto the ground. Old Lin walked over from another place and immediately noticed the white flowers scattered all over the floor. Could this young fellow's special ability be, making flowers bloom? Although it was derived from the concept of plant nutritional fluid, this can indeed be consumed by us humans. It contains all the nutrients required by the human body. Old Lin retrieved another nutritional fluid from the refrigerator. He had quite a lot of it stored in there. After developing it, they realized how troublesome the production process was. In its current stage, it was clearly unsuitable to enter human life. It has some deficiencies in terms of nutrition, and isn't too friendly on the stomach, so we couldn't release it into the market. We're still conducting further research. The batch we have now is harmless and tossing it away would be wasteful, so we resolved it ourselves. But never had he imagined that these things brought back then could save his life. Does the young lad like drinking this? Have another bottle. Old Lin kindly handed over the nutritional fluid in his hand to Pei Ming. Pei Ming reached out to take it, pinched the vines lightly with his other hand, signaling it not to get carried away. The vines were absolutely delighted, their bodies swaying happily. Pei Ming looked at Old Lin, deep in thought. Bringing this person home to work as a gardener might not be bad either. He shook the bottle in his hand while thinking through it in his mind. But not right now. Afterwards, he would send a message to the 2 dumb sons of Pei Jun, letting them take the man away to raise him. Old Lin didn't say much. My colleagues didn't bring it home, instead, they directly destroyed it in the lab. At this point, Old Lin felt somewhat heavy-hearted inside. Who could have foreseen what would happen later? There aren't many people in the institute who like cooking themselves, though our rooms have kitchens, they're basically unused. We only use them at night to boil instant noodles at most. After Old Lin finished speaking, the others also fell silent. This was indeed a problem. But there weren't many people at home that day. There was a major project, and many people weren't in the dormitory, they should have been in the institute. Old Lin thought for a moment, a hint of relief rising to his face. But people are highly likely to turn into zombies. Outside, it wasn't necessarily safer either. But you reminded us. Zhao Dou kept extracting useful information from what Old Lin said. If the people in the dormitory building could leave, where do you think they might go? Canteen. Old Lin answered without hesitation. He'd been starving for so many days, if he'd gone out, his first choice would probably have been the canteen. Moreover, although everyone didn't know what had happened, with no mobile phone signal to reach the outside world, any normal person could tell that something was wrong. Without knowing what was going on outside, it would be best to stay in a place one was familiar with and wait for rescue later. The researchers who were able to enter this institute had such confidence. If there really was a problem, they certainly wouldn't be among those abandoned. Zhao Dou nodded. Your research institute has a helicopter. Do you know where it is? All the nutrition fluid in Pei Ming's hand had been drunk by the vines. After finishing it, the vines seemed like they had their fill. The shaking amplitude of the small white flowers on its top slowed down significantly. It quietly hid inside Pei Ming's hat at his back, wiggled around to find a comfortable spot, and then lay down. Pei Ming placed the bottle in his hand on the table and looked composed. Old Lin also responded to Zhao Dou's question, our institute still has a helicopter. He genuinely didn't know about this. Alright, if there's no issue, it should be in this warehouse. Zhao Dou pulled out the map he had in his hand and showed it to Old Lin. It was a large sports field inside the research institute. A helicopter doesn't require many conditions for takeoff, but it does need a very large, open space. Besides, there was also a large warehouse next to this place, which looked like it could store airplanes. There's a big warehouse over there, Old Lin recalled. During the conversation, the bell outside rang again. Zhao Dou glanced toward the door, surprised. Did they return so soon? At this moment, Old Lin told everyone not to make rash moves. He stood up and carefully peered out. Only after confirming it was Fu Sheng and his team did he turn around and nod at them. Why don't you come see if it's your people? He acted cautiously. Lu Wei gave Mu Qing a glance, pointing to a pile of small white flowers on the ground. Mu Qing immediately understood and quickly brought out cleaning tools. Lu Wei went to open the door while asking, is it Captain Fu? The mood of Fu Sheng and his group outside wasn't great, and Mu Shui quickly answered upon hearing this, yes, it's us. Lu Wei turned her head, watching Mu Qing sweep, then asked again, how's the situation? Don't even ask, it's bizarre. The look on Mu Shui's face as she said this was truly unpleasant. Mu Qing had already cleaned up the small white flowers on the ground. Lu Wei opened the door. When everyone came in, Mu Shui said, what was outside isn't actually a zombie. Chapter 50. What? Everyone in the room looked at them. Chao Yi and Fu Sheng didn't look good either. Fu Sheng, seeing Pei Ming was already up, walked behind him and rubbed his soft hair with his hand, but Pei Ming shook his head and refused to let him continue. It's a robot. Chao Yi took something out of his hand and placed it on the table. This was taken from the eyes of that thing. Lei Wei and others' attention immediately turned to the black spherical object on the table. Zhao Dou reached out, held it in his hand, and then his eyes instantly revealed a trace of astonishment. This. He opened and closed his mouth, took a deep breath, is this a camera? When Old Lin heard this sentence, he sat dumbly on his stool. He stared at the item in Zhao Dou's hand for a long time without regaining his senses. Camera? He felt surprised. Was this thing made by someone? At the same time as his surprise, cold sweat rose on his back. Exactly who made it? And who placed this thing in the dormitory building on the day of the apocalypse? Did something go wrong inside the institute? Old Lin murmured. His eyes were slightly unfocused, unable to imagine that this thing was made by colleagues who once ate together and lived under the same roof. Sitting beside him, Zhao Dou patted his shoulder, we can't confirm now, but indeed one of our tasks is to figure out what exactly happened here. If they can't bring back the researchers, they should at least understand the recent things they've been studying. This institute has always been quite independent, from funding to its later construction. Later, although officially designated as state-owned, some projects continued secretly. In between, a number of scientists and researchers were sent over actively, but without exception, all got marginalized. I don't know much, our entire lab seems optional within this research institute. Old Lin looked extremely deflated right now. He thought more deeply. Many people had no food at home, yet many should be like him, too afraid to leave due to that creature outside. Thus, they might starve to death indoors. All this was caused by their colleagues who used to interact daily before. This thing isn't easy to deal with either. Though man-made, it's incredibly strong and attacks humans. They realized it wasn't a zombie thanks to Fu Sheng. When Fu Sheng used metal, he discovered there were many controllable parts in the body of this zombie. He currently couldn't control dispersed gold elements, like iron in human bodies, because they are too few and small for him to handle. If ordinary people fight against it, the result would be inconclusive. Old Lin could sense Zhao Dou trying to comfort him beside him. He nodded, calming himself down. Next to him, Chao Yi continued, there shouldn't be anyone left in this building. After killing the mechanical zombie, they went upstairs. Since everyone was a mutant, they decided 2 per floor to quickly press every doorbell and informed everyone that the thing outside had been cleared. But no response came. It should be, probably nobody left, Old Lin said slightly despondently, maybe some noticed its abnormality. Or maybe they're just too hungry, thinking whether at home or outside, they'll die anyway. That ugly wind-blowing thing had been dealt with by him. No one else needed to know about it anymore. At this moment, Pei Ming only felt his whole body burning. His current body temperature is somewhat too high for their vampire race. Such temperature is rather irregular. Yet, vampires aren't like humans who get fevers easily. Pei Ming grabbed Fu Xing's hand and swayed forward dizzily. There were far too many oddities here. Fu Xing held his hand, walking forward, and from his expression, you could see that Fu Xing also had something else on his mind. Under Old Lin's guidance, the group arrived outside the canteen. This canteen looked quite luxurious from the outside, you wouldn't know where the entrance was merely by looking at it. From here, swipe the card to enter. Old Lin deliberately brought this card when he went out. Now swiping it open, the door opened, and everything inside was revealed before everyone. At the same time, Mu Shui erected an ice wall in front of everyone. Through the ice wall, everyone could vaguely see the situation inside Situlanyi's restaurant. There were zombies. They. Old Lin involuntarily took a step back, then forcibly stopped his steps, staring blankly ahead. In his mind, there wasn't yet a concept of what zombies were. Previously, he thought the one in the hallway was it, but these people said that the one in the hallway wasn't actually a zombie, but a robot. This caused confusion in his mind with no clear comparison. But when he saw this scene inside Situlanyi's restaurant. Are they all humans? Old Lin's voice trembled as he looked through the ice wall, though not very clear, he could still discern some outlines. Yes, they're all humans. The few standing beside him didn't relax. After giving everyone a moment to prepare, Mu Shui removed his ice wall. The number of zombies inside the cafeteria wasn't very large, but they each appeared especially intelligent. After the ice wall disappeared, Old Lin covered his mouth. The person on the far right is my lab colleague. Their appearance hadn't changed too much, only their face seemed bitten, and one hand had vanished. Deep red blood clotted on their white clothes. Take action, everyone be careful. This cafeteria appeared unusually empty except for these wandering zombies. Mu Qin had gained little advantage in previous battles, now he handed Zhao Dou over to Qi Jing standing behind, instantly expanding his hands into lion claws rushing towards the zombie group. Lei Wei also quickly advanced, extending her arm to grab a chair from the dining table and swinging it at those zombies. Just earlier in the hallway and small passages, both of them barely had any room to maneuver. However, in such a spacious place like this, it was exceptionally comfortable to fight. But, the intelligence exhibited by the zombies in the front wasn't just for show, they seemed to have brains, moving in an organized manner. 3 zombies drew Lei Wei's attention in front of her, while others watched closely on the side as if looking for loopholes. It was the same with Mu Qin. The zombies cleverly lured him. But Mu Qin himself hadn't noticed this. Chao Yi and Fu Xing standing behind naturally caught on to something. Fu Xing aimed the metallic knife in his hand at the zombie's head, but in the next moment, Fu Xing's pupils contracted slightly, stopping the forward movement of the knife abruptly. Mu Qin, who had already moved close to the knife's tip, broke out in a cold sweat. They were too smart. They will calculate our attack timing and then use our allies as bait, Zhao Dou summarized, appearing slightly astonished. Fu Xing's expression turned slightly grave. These zombies might have mutated, and because they were very intelligent even before becoming zombies, now they are extremely intelligent. Old Lin, who saw his first battle, looked utterly dumbfounded. If one of the two had stopped just a bit slower earlier, a collision would have happened. It's easy to imagine the consequence if that little knife hit someone's head. Mu Qin, Lu Wei, you two handle it. Fu Xing directly said, and after speaking, he gave Mu Shui a glance. Mu Shui nodded. They could learn from the zombies' methods. Though the zombies' attacking power didn't seem high, they could narrowly dodge Mu Qin and Lu Wei's attacks every time. It was as if, their attacks were seen by the zombies as slow motion. When Mu Qin delivered a punch, the zombie remained unharmed, but due to the excessive force used, Mu Qin felt uncomfortable. As he was looking for another chance to continue punching, suddenly behind the zombie trying to escape, a wall appeared. With no way to dodge, the zombie was directly hit in the brain, and then Mu Qin placed his hands on either side of the zombie's head and twisted it, causing the zombie to lie on the ground. Mu Qin turned around and gave Mu Shui a thumbs up. While dealing with Mu Qin and Lu Wei, the zombies clearly showed interest in the few still near the entrance. They were walking towards this direction with movements that seemed unremarkable but were quite fast. Old Lin felt something had increased around him, and before he managed to turn around, a sudden heat by his ear accompanied by a gunshot rang out behind him, causing his eardrums to vibrate with a buzzing sound. Watch out for the surroundings, Chao Yi, who was standing nearby, retrieved his gun and said seriously. The other's attention was also drawn to the occurrence. A zombie had already approached within 5 meters of everyone's perimeter. Up ahead, Fu Xing and Mu Shui were concentrating on handling the zombies in front of them. The zombies coming from the back did so silently, if it weren't for Chao Yi's vigilance, the zombie might have advanced 2 more steps before being noticed. Chao Yi, keep an eye out, Fu Xing warned. Right now, once again, it was Chao Yi and He Tao standing at the rear, but He Tao's focus wasn't on the zombies around them. Even if he had seen one, it was possible that he wouldn't interfere until it bit someone. His eyes were instead fixed on another direction. There seemed to be something calling out to him, urging him to go closer, yearning intensely to approach. This urge grew stronger as they ventured deeper inside. Chapter 51. That longing made He Tao lose interest in everything around him. Even, because of the time wasted in saving people, he had the idea of wanting to leave the team. But now was not the time. The people in this research institute should be familiar with the roads inside the institute, right? Old Lin was still shaken up, unaware that the person standing behind was scheming against him. He just kept looking at the zombie on the ground and trying to regulate his breathing. As he regulated his breathing, he vividly felt the difference between zombies and humans, and was extremely anguished inside. All the people here were his colleagues. The one lying in front of him, though unfamiliar, they had once sat under the same roof. They might have spoken before, they might have discussed their ideals together, but now, because of this sudden unknown reason, it seemed as if everyone had become two completely opposite species. How did the world become like this? He lowered his head, his heart wasn't calm, the turmoil was surging wildly. A bitter smile crept onto Old Lin's lips. Isn't it a wild turmoil? Suffering him was like a small, battered boat, which at some point would sink entirely in these stormy waves. Unlike Old Lin, the others had already passed the stage where they needed to think about these things. When the first zombie almost approached without being noticed, Chao Yi became alert. He patted Qi Jing's shoulder. You look to the left, I'll watch the right. We must absolutely prevent the zombies from getting close to us. Qi Jing was somewhat fearful, but he nodded all the same. Now the battle ahead was not optimistic either. Everyone's bullets were limited. To avoid the situation where there would be no bullets during a crisis and they couldn't protect themselves, bullets were saved whenever possible. Abilities could recover automatically, and during battles, the abilities of ability users could rapidly increase, so unless it was an emergency, everyone wouldn't use the guns in their hands. Moreover, bullets relatively lacked the flexibility of using abilities. In front, Lu Wei and Mu Qing's abilities were more suitable for close combat with zombies, while Fu Sheng and Mu Shui assisted nearby. Fu Captain, help me block them for a bit, Mu Qing panted out a call. Just then, with Fu Sheng's cooperation, Mu Qing had already killed 2 zombies, but this cost him a lot of stamina. Lu Wei was also in a similar state, she'd killed 3. Now there were still 10 zombies left in the Shitulanya restaurant. Upon discovering that their companions had been killed, they seemed to pause and think. However, the allure of human flesh was paramount to them. The zombies continued to surround the two, but didn't initiate attacks actively. Lu Wei and Mu Qing weren't as reckless as they initially were, it was clear that the other side wanted to drain them and injure them simultaneously while consuming their energy. Therefore, they could adopt the same strategy. Since zombies don't think deeply, Mu Qing and Lu Wei chose to rest, catching them off guard with unexpected tactics. This immediately disrupted what had originally been a well-organized group of zombies, instantly reversing the flow of battle. At the start, the zombies ran circles around the humans, but now, it was the humans leading the zombies around in circles. With the shift in momentum, it was much easier for Lu Wei and Mu Qing to fight the zombies. The last one. After knocking down the final zombie, Mu Qing clapped his hands and flexed his fingers, creating a snapping sound. At that moment, Chao Yi, who had been on edge at the door, finally let out a sigh of relief, as did Qi Jing, who loosened his tightly held gun. Let's take a break in the cafeteria, suggested the group, stepping carefully past the fallen zombies into the dining area interior. While Fu Sheng and his team began searching carefully for any remaining threats with their guns at the ready. Most of the food in the canteen is prepared daily, so besides rice, there may not be much else here. Old Lin managed to regain focus amidst various emotions. After patting his cheeks to bring himself back, he tried his best to keep his eyes off the fallen zombies. I'll check the kitchen. Mu Qing sat at one of the tables in the cafeteria. During the battle with the zombies earlier, everyone's nerves had been stretched tight. Only now, after relaxing, did they have time to observe the dining hall closely. The interior decor of the canteen was quite impressive. Although the exterior of the building looked high-tech, its warm tones inside made it perfect for dining. After all, psychological studies show that warm tones promote people's appetite more than cool tones. The group sat on comfortable chairs, the time was now close to noon. Have something to eat. After we finish, we continue searching, Chao Yi said, bringing his backpack forward as if taking things out of it. Old Lin looked at the instant food in front of him, and his eyes slightly moistened. The human edible nutrient solution they researched couldn't be widely promoted, possibly because it lacked warmth for humans. This one before him was self-heating instant rice, but the temperature in his hand was not fake. Such a temperature made him feel that at this moment, he was still among humanity. Don't put your hand directly on top, be careful of burns, Zhao Dou reminded from beside him. Yes, yes. I'm just a little excited, Old Lin responded with his head down. You'll get used to it. Qi Jing also sat next to Old Lin, patting his shoulder. Old Lin, have you met my parents? He had wanted to ask earlier, but he knew how to be considerate. Before, Zhao Dou was collecting data within the research institute, so he didn't interfere. Now, since everyone was pausing momentarily for rest, it was a good opportunity to inquire. Your parents? They are researchers in this institute, Qi Jing sighed, his eyes full of worry. Yes, they're called Chao Bing and Li Qionglan, engaged in. Qi Jing spoke about his parents' names and some things he understood. His parents were involved in biogenetic research. From childhood, he had known them to be great scientists, which was evidenced by various trophies and honors at home. As for himself, although he didn't have significant talent in this field due to their influence, he ended up working in a biology-related industry. Director Chow. Old Lin revealed a look of surprise. Are you Director Chow's son? Old Lin hadn't expected that Qi Jing would be even more surprised upon hearing the title, Deputy Director. My dad is Deputy Director. Yes, 5 years ago, he was already our Deputy Director. Old Lin recalled Chow Bing's appearance. Thinking about it now, you and your father do share some resemblance. That explains why seeing you felt like I had seen someone somewhere before. Fu Sheng and the others had finished checking the surroundings without finding any abnormalities. After washing their hands, they approached the table when they heard the word Deputy Director. Your father indeed is the Deputy Director. Zhao Dou was also very surprised. You didn't know? In the list provided above, each person's role to be found was clearly written. Earlier, when Qi Jing mentioned his parents, explaining some situations within the institute, they thought he knew their positions. After being shocked, Qi Jing fell into a state of confusion. Isn't this something that doesn't need to be kept confidential? Throughout his life, everything about his parents, he learned through others. They never discussed their work with him. But precisely because of this, he became increasingly interested in biology. After all, with youthful rebellion comes the idea that what one cannot obtain is always the best. If you don't want me to understand, then I must understand. No. Zhao Dou replied, these sorts of position-related things, while not deliberately publicized, were not exactly secrets either. Qi Jing took a deep breath and then lowered his head, starting to eat his meal. His expression showed sudden loss. Sitting beside him, Pei Ming looked at him once and thought, truly like an abandoned puppy. Then, in front of him appeared a box of newly opened milk. Drink it. The milk was obtained from the two brothers over there, and Pei Ming liked drinking it. Pei Ming's eyes lit up, taking the bottle. Of course, he loved it. A whole box of milk, half of it was blood. The other half was real milk. Every time grabbing one bottle, he never knew whether it was milk or blood, which was very exciting. When entering that door earlier, the bottle he drank wasn't blood, now this bottle finally should be, right? Fu Xing watched Pei Ming's delighted expression and decided mentally to find some milk for Pei Ming after they left. It was something he hadn't thought of before. Thinking only of candy that children like to eat, he didn't realize how nutritious milk was. If all the milk in the supermarket has been taken, perhaps, he could consider raising a cow. That would have to wait until things settled down later. With such thoughts, Fu Xing's eyes revealed a glimmer of anticipation for the future. Then he was slightly taken aback. The future. Fu Sheng. Pei Ming shouted in his ear, snapping Fu Xing back to reality. He instinctively wiped the milk off the corner of Pei Ming's mouth with his finger and then realized Pei Ming's cheeks were puffed up, as if he was mad. Fu Sheng was a little confused. I'll get my own milk from now on. What kind of luck is this? 2 bottles, both full of milk. Is milk really that delicious? It tastes so weird. Alright. Fu Xing didn't know what exactly made Pei Ming upset, but it wasn't a big deal anyway. It's normal for kids to be moody. Just like Fu. A thought crossed his mind, clouding Fu Xing's eyes with gloom, and the smile on his face vanished instantly. Seeing his expression, Pei Ming almost lost his temper. You're angry too? Humph. He gave a cold snort and turned his head away, showing Fu Xing the back of his fluffy head. Then he clawed at all 4 corners of the milk box, hugging it tightly and sucking forcefully on the straw before chewing on it furiously. Coming back to his senses, Fu Xing looked at the obviously irritated Pei Ming, remembering his own previous demeanor. For a moment, he felt at a loss. Chapter 52. Fu Xing thought for a moment, then took out a candy from his backpack and handed it to Pei Ming. Pei Ming blinked a few times, then turned in another direction. A single candy wants to buy me off. Impossible. He quickly drank the milk in the box and then handed the box to Fu Xing. Hey, take the box. Fu Xing casually took the box, flattened it, and put it away. Garbage must not be discarded at will. The whole team had carefully stored all their garbage, throwing it away at larger garbage sites along the way, or burying food-related waste on site. Ultimately, the candy still ended up in Pei Ming's mouth. Everyone ate simply at noon. After knowing that Qi Jing was the son of the deputy director, Lao Lin introduced him to many things about the research institute. Qi Jing's mood became somewhat complex, but he finally chose to understand. Perhaps they felt such small matters didn't need to be publicized. Our next goal is the most crucial laboratory building in the institute. After lunch, Zhao Dou took out the map and placed it in front of everyone. The map had been revised after consulting with Lao Lin. Here. He circled the destination and asked Lao Lin, how many access controls are there in this building? After thinking for a long time, Lao Lin answered, there isn't much in terms of access control, at least none in the public areas of the building, facial recognition alone is enough to enter. After finishing his sentence, he looked at everyone with some concern, you probably won't be able to get in. However, there are temporary identity recognition chip cards in the room by the building entrance that need to be carried on your person. The current power supply inside the institute is completely normal. Although various electronic devices can't connect to external networks, the internal network remains stable and usable. All equipment within the institute connects to its internal network, and there is also a main control network operated by the state. We have permissions. Even after the apocalypse, the main control network maintained control over here and added our identities. Zhao Dou pointed at those responsible for the mission from the beginning. That simplifies things. There are only 5 daily prepared temporary chips available. Excluding those among you who already have identification, these are just enough. Mu Qing and Mu Shui brothers, as well as Qi Jing and Pei Ming, lacked identification. Pei Ming was already feeling sleepy. He shifted his position and got closer to Fu Sheng, nestling beside his clothes. Fu Sheng looked down, slightly amused despite his helplessness, and then proactively reached out to hold his body, so that he wouldn't fall when sleeping. Pei Ming pursed his lips and eventually couldn't fight off the urge to sleep. He grabbed Fu Sheng's clothing and leaned against his chest. The sounds of everyone else's conversation instantly quieted down. Fu Sheng spoke softly yet clearly. Our main goal is those few gene research labs, the ones where Qi Jing's parents were located. Those research labs are on the 5th basement level. Lao Lin pointed at the location of the institute and gestured downward. Here, an entire floor. We need to know what they were researching, as well as where those researchers are currently situated. Additionally, upon receiving the rescue mission, he also received another order. Investigate the truth, authorized to kill if necessary. I don't know what they were researching. Their project confidentiality level has always been very high. Lao Lin scratched his head. The laboratories underground all had confidentiality levels. His lab was on the 3rd ground floor and had no secrecy level designation, meaning it could attract investments. Are there any other conditions needed to enter underground? Zhao Dou asked. Permissions are required. Temporary permissions definitely won't work, mine won't either. I don't know which kind of permissions you've been granted, Lao Lin replied. Permission modification takes place in the office on the 1st floor, but 3 or more deputy directors levels are needed to modify permissions. The number of people inside the institute is substantial. There are 6 floors underground, and below the 5th floor is yet another one. Though he never heard what experiments they conducted there, it must be too confidential. All our permissions are the highest. In order to allow them to act conveniently, the authorities gave them the highest permission level. That should pose no problem. With such high permissions, walking around in the laboratory should be safe, and there won't be attacks, said Lao Lin. Then let's head out, Fu Sheng finalized, then glanced at the zombies lying on the cafeteria floor. After pondering for a moment, he spoke to Zhao Dou. Write something and stick it on the wall. In case there are still survivors in the dormitory building, their first choice would probably be the cafeteria. The small convenience store inside the dormitory also has food, but most people will consider future food supply and safety. The cafeteria only allows entry by card swiping, which many see as a safe place. Besides, even without fresh fruits, vegetables, or meat, there's always enough rice to last for a long time. Zhao Dou paused briefly, then nodded, pulling out paper and pen from his bag to start writing. I have some compressed biscuits and water here. Chao Yi took out the biscuits and water from his backpack and placed them on the table. Considering Old Lin's earlier actions, Zhao Dou wrote down the current situation outside and near the logistics gate. This research institute is so abnormal that more people will definitely be sent here later. These precious research data can only be moved after all the zombies and other dangerous things inside the institute are cleared. Hopefully there are still survivors. After finishing writing, Zhao Dou handed the paper to Mu Qing, asking him to post it at the entrance. After resting for such a long period, Zhao Dou's legs were now able to exert a little force. He felt heat in his legs, and the wound seemed to be recovering quickly. Pei Ming was carried on Fu Sheng's back. He wrapped his arms around Fu Sheng's neck and asked quietly in his ear, "Are we going to keep moving?" "Yeah, it's not very dangerous right now. I'll carry you first, and you can walk yourself afterward, okay?" According to Old Lin, this place is still a certain distance away from the laboratory building of the research institute. It takes about half an hour to get there on foot. "Okay," Pei Ming softly replied, closing his eyes immediately afterward. At this point, the little vine nestled in Pei Ming's hat woke up, poking its small head out cautiously, as if checking the external situation. When it spotted Old Lin standing nearby, the entire vine started quivering excitedly. Pei Ming, disturbed by the excited little vine, wriggled his body and reached into the cap with his hand. The vine instantly coiled around his wrist and became docile. The group left the cafeteria, with Old Lin leading the way toward the laboratory building. On the way, everyone seemed either a bit tired or otherwise quiet, walking silently. Along the journey, Fu Sheng was carefully observing this area. There were many plants inside the research institute, some of which looked unusually peculiar in color. Since passing those rows of trees, Fu Sheng had begun to stay alert, paying particular attention to the surrounding plants. The changes in plants, compared to animals, were even more astonishing. Something originally thought to be motionless like a dead object by humans, turned out to possess immense power. And the vine, it was incredibly intelligent, almost like another child. Not only intelligent, perhaps, but also powerful. Fu Sheng slightly turned his head and glanced at Pei Ming, who was sleeping soundly. A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind, but he smiled carelessly. Perhaps, this meeting was predestined. What else mattered? We're here. The group arrived in front of a building. Compared to the previous dormitory and cafeteria buildings, this one looked excessively simple. Like a holdout in the middle of a major road, it stood awkwardly against its surroundings. This used to be the oldest building, remodeled later without proper design on the ground floor. Zhao Dou added, research institutes are always like this. After all, confidentiality was important. Under satellite surveillance, various landmark buildings were exposed worldwide. Only underground facilities could avoid satellites. Such an inconspicuous small building just needed to cause others' misjudgments to fulfill its purpose. Chao Yi, go inside with Lo Wei and the two of them, Fu Xing said, looking at Chao Yi. Chao Yi nodded, reaching out and preparing to assist Zhao Dou. But at this moment, Zhao Dou said, Brother Chao, no need to support me, I feel much better. Zhao Dou appeared spirited. He had already tried using that foot earlier, though it still hurt a bit, it wasn't impossible to walk on. If he removed the bandages, he could see that the wound had healed, leaving only a red mark behind. Are you sure? Chao Yi questioned. Zhao Dou nodded, and at this moment, the others looked at his leg. Zhao Dou scratched his head uncomfortably, well, maybe after the apocalypse came, the recovery speed of injuries has become faster. Then let's go, Chao Yi said thoughtfully but didn't elaborate in front of everyone. Fu Xing turned to Old Lin and asked, will 30 minutes be enough? More than enough, it's just nearby. If nothing unexpected happens, it'll take only 10 minutes, Old Lin replied. Alright, if you're not out in 20 minutes, I'll come in to look for you. Once you encounter danger on the way, make sure to protect yourselves first. Fu Xing said earnestly and seriously. The four of them nodded, and Chao Yi gave him a reassuring glance. He Tao had taken a step forward, wanting to get inside sooner. But upon hearing Fu Xing's arrangement, he stopped. There was no need to rush and reveal his secret. As for this mission, He Tao had never shown much enthusiasm from the start. If he acted abnormally now, it would definitely arouse suspicion. Still, there was indeed something behind the laboratory building that drew him in, yes, behind the research lab building. Chapter 53. He Tao had tried several times to ask about what place lay behind this research building, but he never got the chance. Fu Xing had already woken up Pei Ming. Pei Ming, at this moment, was feeling the same as He Tao. Behind this building, there was a strong energy, the energy of the bloodline clan. But what exactly was this thing? Such a powerful energy, could it be the origin stone passed down from long ago that represents the origin of the bloodline clan? Thinking of this, Pei Ming furrowed his brows, his facial expression becoming unpleasant. There were still many things that he did not remember. The memories that came back to him now were mostly triggered memories. That meant he might need to see that thing in order to recall the memories associated with it. This was the body's way of protecting him now, his lifespan was too long, and he had too many memories. The current body couldn't hold so many memories. Unless his energy was fully restored. Pei Ming felt extremely uncomfortable with this situation, rubbing his head against Fu Xing's clothes back and forth to relieve his irritation. Fu Xing looked down, seeing his state, and used his hand to slightly more forcefully rub the soft hair on top of Pei Ming's head. The already somewhat messy hair, due to Pei Ming shaking his head hard, became even more disheveled. Pei Ming raised his head because of Fu Xing's action, his lips puckered inward, and his large tea-colored eyes reflected Fu Xing's face as well as his own dissatisfaction. Fu Xing guiltily extended his hand, smoothing out the fur on top of Pei Ming's head, then asked with concern, are you still unhappy? Weren't they just fine earlier? I didn't mean to look at you like that, I just thought of some unpleasant things. He explained in a low voice, head hanging. Pei Ming blinked blankly for a while, tilting his head. What was he talking about? And then, he quickly remembered the milk incident from before. Stop being mad. Fu Xing reached out and pinched Pei Ming's cheeks. Pei Ming shook his head, flinging Fu Xing's hand off, then buried his face in Fu Xing's chest, asking, what unpleasant thing? Fu Xing paused momentarily, his unretracted hand pausing, then warmth surged in his heart, it was something from a long time ago. Pei Ming cared about him. Can you tell me later? Pei Ming turned his head another way, answering, no. However, if Fu Xing insisted on telling, he wasn't incapable of listening either. Humans were such troublemakers. Alright, Fu Xing chuckled lightly, letting Pei Ming cling to him as he looked to the side. This was a very open area, with trees on both sides. Mu Qing and Mu Shui, the two brothers, were vigilantly looking around. It's too quiet here, Fu Xing murmured softly. When they first entered the dormitory area, one could occasionally hear a sound or two, possibly made by animals, or perhaps zombies. But here, there was no sound at all. When walking, every person's footstep was clearly audible. Fu Xing glanced slightly downwards at Pei Ming, then looked around again. He let out a breath of stale air and cast his peripheral vision onto He Tao beside him. He Tao hadn't exhibited much presence during the journey. But he was making people feel uneasy. Now, this mission had reached its most critical point. What was going through his mind right now? Fu Xing retracted his gaze before He Tao noticed. The glass door of the building was opened again, and 4 people walked out. Chao Yi held several badges in his hands, approaching the group, here, take them and let's go inside. Fu Xing accepted one of them, creating some distance between himself and Pei Ming, helping to hang the badge on his body. Pei Ming reached out to push the badge dangling in front of him. The vine coiled around Pei Ming suddenly stuck out its little head. Chao Yi quietly gave another badge to Fu Xing. Since no one knew what kind of thing the mutated plant should be considered as, they took an extra badge for the vine. There was just one more available anyway. After Fu Xing received it, he immediately understood Chao Yi's meaning. He put the badge in his pocket and then gently grasped Pei Ming's hand, pulling the vine into his pocket to put the badge on it. Of course, this move earned him a ruthless whipping from the vine. When Fu Xing pulled his hand out, it bore a red mark. Chao Yi saw this and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. The others also put on their temporary badges, and everyone started moving towards the building. A chill swept over everyone just as they passed through the glass door, sending goosebumps across their arms. How is it so cold? Qi Jing hugged her arms and pulled out a jacket from her backpack she had prepared earlier, slipping it on. The temperature at noon had been high, so most people were only wearing a single layer. The temperature inside the research institute was unnaturally low. It's not usually like this, I don't know why it's so cold now, Lao Lin explained further, the air conditioning is controlled by the central system, which we'll find in our destination. Fu Xing lowered his head and asked Pei Ming, are you cold? Pei Ming shook his head, feeling no chill at all. His body temperature was still slightly elevated, normal only to human perception. Typically, bloodline clan members' body temperatures are much lower than humans. Pei Ming wasn't sure if his current condition was normal. He had never suffered such severe injuries before or gone into hibernation for such an extended time. The main control room is in the middle of the first floor, the laboratories there mostly serve functional purposes. It was more like a transit station, crowded with traffic, hence not hosting any critical experiments. After walking for a while, Fu Xing's ears twitched slightly. Stop. The moment the word left his mouth, everyone froze in place. Then, the sounds Fu Xing heard grew clearer. There's gnawing sounds. Fu Xing spoke softly. Everyone else strained their ears and listened carefully. Their gazes shifted toward where the sound originated from, the direction they needed to turn right. What's over there? Fu Xing pointed. Lao Lin thought about it for a moment before answering, there should be a lab there, but nothing too crucial. It's probably researching animals. He said it casually, as an ordinary person wouldn't care for unusual noises. However, he soon remembered something and his expression soured instantly. Ants. Ants? Zhao Dou's face also grew serious, what kind of box are the ants kept in? Ants were known for their destructive capability, capable of destroying objects tens of thousands of times larger than themselves, collapsing mighty structures with mere holes. They should be in regular boxes. When I was in university, one of my classmates worked in that lab, and they mentioned that their recent topic revolved around ants. Lao Lin finished speaking and his expression also turned grave. The gnawing sound made him feel utterly horrified. Doesn't the institute have specific medication for ants? Fu Xing asked rapidly, his voice loud and commanding. I'm not the one doing the ant research, Lao Lin replied anxiously. Just the sound was enough to convey the situation, it wasn't clear how many ants there were. Oh, right. Behind the laboratory doors, there are ultra-high energy rays that might even kill rats. Lao Lin's eyes brightened. Fu Xing took a deep breath, let's go fast. Lao Lin led the way ahead and started running. The gnawing sounds continued to ring in their ears, like a grim reminder of the urgency. Everyone quickened their steps without further prompting. Here. They turned into a door. Identity needs to be verified. Lao Lin pointed at a handprint scanner beside the door. Zhao Dou stepped forward and pressed her palm against it. A few seconds later, the door slowly slid open. What awaited them inside became visible immediately. Careful. A shadow rushed at them, causing everyone to take a step back and widen their distance from it. Only after creating some space could they see clearly the face of the creature lunging at them. It was a zombie, blood-soaked flesh hanging around its lips as if it had eaten to satisfaction. There are usually 4 or 5 people working overnight shifts in the main control room, Lao Lin recalled. Only after saying this did realization hit him. Why was only one person rushing out? Lao Lin's understanding of zombies was still shallow, and encountering them during the cafeteria incident was his first brush with them. His brain hadn't yet pieced everything together. However, others knew the implication. This meant the other 4 people might not have even had the chance to transform into zombies. When zombies bite and kill someone, the victim is truly dead. If someone survives the attack, then they become a zombie. In the early days of the apocalypse, almost everyone could escape from the clutches of zombies, but this very fact caused many injuries. Those who got hurt and survived often became zombies. By now, everyone had ample experience dealing with situations like these. At the moment the zombie lunged forward, its legs were frozen to the spot by Mu Shui's ice, then Fu Xing followed up with his attack, the metal arrow piercing into the zombie's brain. It didn't have time to dodge and was killed instantly. Although they had been through this situation many times, everyone would genuinely let out a sigh of relief after each victory against the zombies. Regardless of whether the opponent was strong or weak, everyone's nerves were taut. Let's go in. After Fu Xing spoke, Chao Yi, who stood at the front, stepped over the fallen zombie and walked towards the door. Fu Xing looked at the place where the door was controlled and asked, "Does this door need someone to keep it open manually?" The current state of the research institute was unknown, but the main gate must not be closed under any circumstances. They had to keep the escape route open. "No, there are commands for opening and closing it," Lao Lin said. This place wasn't really confidential, it was mainly used for various surveillance systems and personnel information registration. As a researcher, he hadn't experienced much in terms of rank promotion over the years, so his permissions remained mostly unchanged, and he rarely came here. "This one." He pointed to the computer placed on the table against the wall. Zhao Dou approached the computer, entered her credentials, and logged into the operational back-end. At the same time, on the 7th floor underground, an area unknown to outsiders, a massive silver screen was playing live footage of what was happening on the first floor. Chapter 54. In the pitch-black room, only the screen was glowing, making everything else barely distinguishable. The room was eerily silent, with no clue as to whether anyone was present. On the screen, Fu Sheng and the others had successfully modified the permissions and left the room. They turned on the high-energy ray switch in the laboratory next to the control room, which was numbered 1 to 5. After watching the ants being killed one by one, they left the control room. But that scene was truly unsettling. Everyone had just finished eating lunch, and old Lin vomited on the spot. The countless little ants, even after being burned, kept moving forward relentlessly, much like the stubborn rats they'd seen before. "I suddenly feel that the rats we saw earlier weren't as disgusting as I thought, they were even kind of cute," Qi Jing spoke up unexpectedly. Even though they were packed tightly together, these were white mice, white and furry. Despite their red eyes being indeed frightening, compared to the black mass of ants crawling in the research lab. "Don't reminisce about it." Old Lin slapped a hand on Qi Jing's shoulder. After vomiting, his face was pale green. Old Lin suffered from a bit of trypophobia, and just thinking about that scene made him uncomfortable. Qi Jing shut his mouth. After a while, he asked again, "Are there any other animals here?" Old Lin took a deep breath, exhaled heavily, and thought carefully. "There are definitely no large animals, but for the rest, it depends on what their laboratory's topic is. However, there shouldn't be too many animal studies here. The animals outside are used for testing, not as the main subject of study. Shall we still use the fire escape?" Old Lin led everyone downward. The institute also had stairs, some leading underground. Fu Xing nodded. "Now, everyone inside the building must be more careful. If the elevator breaks down, it would be fatal for them all. Go directly to the 5th floor." Fu Xing looked ahead vigilantly, with Pei Ming standing by his side. The team changed formation again, with Chao Yi and He Tao now at the back. As they opened the fire escape door, a musty smell rushed to their noses. "It shouldn't be this way." Old Lin frowned. Fu Xing stopped and stared at Old Lin, waiting for him to continue. "The musty smell comes from mold spores," Old Lin first explained. "But inside the institute, although sterility can't be completely guaranteed, daily disinfection is standard. There should be no way such a smell could appear. Even if the corridors aren't cleaned, disinfection has always been done automatically by the system within this building. The appearance of such a strange smell now wasn't normal. So everyone, be careful. Watch out for possible plant mutations." The group continued moving down under the glaring white light. No one felt particularly clear about where exactly they were heading. However, the moldy smell seemed to grow stronger and mixed with an odor of decay. Pei Ming got closer to Fu Xing at this moment. He didn't like this smell. Decaying, stale, it reminded everyone of spoiled food and evoked no good feelings. When everyone rounded another corner, they suddenly came upon a corpse that was already decomposing. All the moldy stench in the space was emanating from its body. "Here, this is the 5th underground level." Zhao Dou looked up and saw the sign indicating the 5th basement level. The dead person lay at the entrance. The others all frowned, holding their breaths. Pei Ming pinched his nose slightly and hid behind Fu Sheng. The deceased looked to have met a terrible end, with torn clothes, as if attacked and then slowly cut to death. The ground was covered with dried blood. One hand was stretched outwards, seemingly trying to escape but found nowhere to go. "Let's go. He's already dead. There's no possibility of turning into a zombie, and all these smells come from his body." The corridor was a relatively enclosed space, and the smell couldn't dissipate. Moreover, it appeared that the disinfection system wasn't functioning properly here either. "Let's go in and take a look." Fu Xing held Pei Ming's hand and covered his eyes. The sight of the dead man was too gruesome. Compared to the zombies they'd encountered earlier, it looked even more terrifying. He picked Pei Ming up and whispered softly in his ear, "Don't look, I'll carry you across." Pei Ming was happy to be held by Fu Sheng and didn't want his own feet to touch the unclean ground. He reached out, hooking his neck around Pei Ming's, burying his head to sniff near his neck, then with lack of interest, replied, "All right." "Damn, this strange smell." The mixture of fragrance and stench was the most lethal. Pei Ming's soft hair atop his head trembled as his entire being grew more listless, almost reaching a point that could only be described as complete despair. When would they be able to leave here? The group pushed open the fire escape door and walked out, gently closing it behind them. The odious smell was cut off on the other side of the door. How could he have ended up so horribly? Old Lin felt like today's trauma was too much for him. Everything had been encountered on this path so far. It was these very experiences that made him realize how dramatically everything around him had changed. For the first time, he understood what the word end times truly meant. I don't know. It's not just humans who can awaken powers, even the zombies outside seem to have their own unique abilities. Zhao Dou standing beside him had much to say to Old Lin. We've already come across mutated animals, plants, and even mutated zombies. Old Lin became silent, panic surging within his heart momentarily. All life forms were changing. Those who haven't changed, are they going to be eliminated? Zhao Dou knew what Old Lin was thinking. She extended her hand and patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. Everyone, whether they have powers or not, as long as they're alive, has value. Old Lin nodded bitterly as everyone had already arrived at another door. After closing the safety passage door, Fu Xing put Pei Ming down. Pei Ming stared at the tightly closed door and looked upward toward Fu Xing. What's wrong? Fu Xing bent his head, noticing Pei Ming's gaze. Pei Ming shook his head. He wasn't entirely sure if his feelings were correct. Even through a door, he could sense a strong presence of vampires emanating from behind it. His whole body tensed up. Would there be others of his kind on the other side? Friend or foe? Fu Xing stroked Pei Ming's head soothingly. Don't be afraid. By now, Zhao Dou had already inputted the command, and the large gate began to slowly open. The sight inside the lab came into full view before everyone's eyes. Chapter 55. The floor was littered with papers, and on the table some instruments were scattered across the tabletop or fallen to the ground. Looking down, there were footprints on those papers that had fallen to the floor. These. Zhao Dou bent down, picked up one of the sheets of paper, and looked at it carefully. What era does this writing belong to? On a randomly picked sheet was a reproduced photograph. The photo contained an entirely unfamiliar language system, and beside it was a single character written. God. Sacrifice. Revival. Everyone else also held pieces of paper in their hands, all looking confused. Pei Ming tiptoed, glanced at what Fu Xing was holding, and his inner shock was great. It was the writing of their vampire race. The ancient script of vampires. Unfortunately, he hadn't been able to see it clearly enough. However, the sensation he felt earlier outside the door was indeed correct. There was the presence of vampires here. Pei Ming walked by Fu Xing's side but kept glancing around for the aura he'd sensed. Could everyone please help me gather these data on the ground? I'll scan them and make backups. Zhao Dou took a deep breath. Just from reading the notes on the paper, everyone already felt incredulous. How could a scientist actually believe in deities? They searched throughout the lab. Besides the large public lab visible at the entrance, there were other doors along both sides of the entire floor. Fu Xing pulled Pei Ming over to one of these doors. This door required a password. Fu Xing's brows immediately knotted together. This door needs a password, said Chao Yi from the opposite side. There were two doors respectively requiring passwords. I think mine might not be completely shut. Qi Jing was standing at the door right across from the entrance, which had a tiny gap. He pushed slightly. I don't have enough strength. Lei Wei and Mu Qing heard this and moved toward him. Lei Wei reached out to test the door, then nodded to Mu Qing. Let's do it together. Mu Qing's hands instantly turned into lion claws. They each grabbed one side of the door and pushed with difficulty. Chao Yi and Fu Xing helped continue picking up the papers off the ground, while Pei Ming also managed to pick one up and saw a word written on it, Secrets of Immortality. Immortality. Chao Yi clearly found another peculiar one, too. He handed it to Zhao Dou, who scanned it onto his portable tablet and continued reading, Research on Mysterious Races. As Chao Yi read further, he increasingly felt absurdity but simultaneously felt like he was touching a sliver of truth. Vampires? Do they really exist? The paper wasn't intact, it could at most be considered a chapter's beginning, and judging from the scribbles beside it, the data seemed random and unclear. But these things were actually appearing quite boldly within such high-grade research facilities. Upon hearing vampire, Pei Ming lifted his head and looked at Chao Yi. This should be a mythological story, legends passed down orally among people. Zhao Dou noted briefly during registration and photo-taking, jotting down some points. The key information inside is very vague, similar to our ancient legends. So, this lab studies, this possibly non-existent vampire. Chao Yi found it absurd, using these so-called legends as a basis for study. After listening, Pei Ming bit his lips. Perhaps it wasn't just a legend but a fact processed and embellished by some vampires. Some vampires like to spread the stories of their deeds widely but, at the same time, didn't want their identities exposed, hence intentionally adding fictional elements. My God! Just as these few people were tidying up the scattered papers on the ground, Qi Jing emitted a shout of alarm at the door. Then Lei Wei and Mu Qing hastily retreated a few steps. Others shifted their focus to what was inside. Everyone's expression became both amazed and serious. Is this a human? Lao Lin was also helping pick up the papers, understanding a portion as a researcher. While organizing, he roughly categorized some of the materials. With just a quick glance, these data seemingly all pointed towards a legendary race. That is to say, the research on the 5th floor seemed to have never been about genes, but... After hearing Qi Jing's exclamation of alarm, Pei Ming also raised his head. He looked at those monsters inside and wrinkled his nose. Are they still alive? Behind the door were enormous cylindrical incubation tanks, each containing people whose appearances were now unrecognizable. They looked like zombies. Experimental records. Look for experimental records. While being shocked, Lao Lin shakily went over with trembling legs. I had a colleague who took leave a month ago and never returned. This person had entered the institute together with him, and they worked in the same lab for many years afterward. But just a month before, the other person suddenly left. Lao Lin couldn't get through by phone, and when he inquired at the personnel management office, he was told that his colleague had been temporarily transferred elsewhere. If it was a transfer, then being unreachable by phone made sense. However, now, seeing the humanoid monsters contained within these tanks, a less favorable thought crossed his mind. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed again, and Fu Xing handed the papers he was holding to Zhao Dou. Keep handling these documents. Zhao Dou steadied himself and nodded. Fu Xing looked at Lao Lin. Don't worry, we'll go inside and check. After finishing his sentence, he turned his gaze toward Pei Ming beside him. Fu Xing's tone softened slightly. Can you follow Duzzy? Pei Ming tugged on his clothes and shook his head. No. Inside there was a presence of vampires, and he intended to investigate further. I'm not afraid. How could something like this frighten him? Fu Xing sighed and pulled Pei Ming quickly towards that door. Everyone, be careful. What caught their eyes first after entering the room were 2 rows of incubation tanks. Each one stretched from floor to ceiling in a cylindrical shape, filled with an unknown liquid. Inside these liquids were animals, as well as humans. Unconsciously, everyone bypassed the human figures in the front and glanced toward the animals at the back. Mu Qing still remembered vividly the mutated pig from earlier. Yet looking at this one up close, it didn't resemble the boar outside too much. Many parts of its body were terrifyingly malformed, with exposed bones protruding from its flesh. Instead of bristles on its back, there were bone spikes, which looked extremely ferocious. This monkey has 2 heads, Lu Wei gasped, gazing at the double-headed monkey immersed in some unknown fluid. The monkeys outside appeared relatively normal at least. No, not only were they normal, they were abnormally smart. Is this a plant? Vines, but black ones. Mu Shui also stood before a cylindrical tank. Seeing all this, what this laboratory had been researching became crystal clear. Found the experimental records. Lao Lin was more familiar with the lab layout, so according to general researchers' habits, he managed to find some records. These are some of the early materials, everything afterward has already been destroyed. They named this experiment immortality. However, looking at these things, everyone felt like maybe they overlooked something crucial. According to the diary entries, the experiment began 50 years ago. No idea what they based the initiation of this experiment on, but it's evident, the experiment eventually failed. Everyone's eyes finally landed on the 2 human-containing tanks. The failure date was last week. This record here only mentions the termination of the trial. Most of the prior experimental data seem to have been destroyed. Lao Lin held the record in his hands while informing everyone else. Is this person your friend? Fu Xing asked solemnly. Lao Lin hesitantly lifted his head and replied, yes. I don't know the other one, but presumably, they're another researcher from our institute. But now, they've turned up here. Does the institute have a 6th floor? What do they study there? The 6th floor appears to have either never been activated or has been under strict confidentiality. We don't know what it holds. Lao Lin spoke with a trembling voice. His hand rested on the nearest tank. He stared at the figure inside, who no longer had a discernible face, relying instead on size and outline. His eyes involuntarily grew moist. Pei Ming positioned himself in front of another cabinet. As Fu Xing searched for him, Pei Ming reached out and opened the cabinet door. Inside was a finely crafted box. Fu Xing walked over to Pei Ming's side, while Lao Lin was speaking amidst his grief. The data inside here shows serious inconsistencies. The experiments in this room and the data outside do not belong to the same research. He took a deep breath. The data outside seems more like a new project that started after this experiment failed. He had roughly scanned the external data. Although it also involved immortality, it shifted direction from an experimental approach to rituals. As for what was happening within this room, he didn't know the principle, but it likely still involved tampering with the genes of people and animals. Don't. Fu Xing gripped Pei Ming's hand, reaching out towards the box and pulled him aside. Let me do it. An antique-looking box. What is this? Qi Jing's mood was also heavy at this moment. He couldn't believe his parents were involved in these kinds of experiments. This wasn't. It looks like an old box. Mu Qing walked over, glanced at the box, and answered. Fu Xing held the box with both hands, looked at Lao Lin who was still standing in front of the petri dish, sighed slightly, and said, shall we go out first? All right, I'll have one more look at him. Lao Lin replied. Pei Ming gazed at the box in Fu Xing's hand and began making various guesses in his mind. It was blood. The blood of vampires, but why would it appear in such a human laboratory? Were vampires hunted and then studied? He clenched his fists tightly. If that were the case, he would never tolerate it. Chapter 55. Although there was no love lost among their kind, according to the rules, only a prince could pass judgment on another of the bloodlines within each territory. If a member of the bloodline in one's own territory was killed by another race, it would be considered an absolute provocation for the bloodlines. Pei Ming's eyes glared fiercely at the box, then he closed them, taking a deep breath to adjust himself. The initial guess about the delivery of something was indeed correct. But there was something else here as well. If it were just blood from the bloodline, it wouldn't have been possible for the world to turn into this state. One bottle. The latch of the box was broken, and after opening it, what came into view was a breathtakingly beautiful bottle. Glass bottle. The bottle had an ice-crackled pattern, with fresh red liquid contained inside, shining under the light as if it were glowing. At the first sight of the blood, Pei Ming felt a surge of pain rise within him. He clasped his chest, tightly pressing his lips together while fixing his gaze unwaveringly on the blood before him. It carried a familiar aura. A sense of resolution and sadness emanated from the blood. However, at the moment, he couldn't determine whose blood this was. Due to the special nature of the bloodlines, they could identify each other by releasing source blood. Of course, this required absolute trust. Only friends who trusted each other completely exchanged the essence of their source blood. This was just blood, it wasn't the all-important source blood for the bloodlines. Take this away. After studying the bottle for a long time, they still didn't dare to open it. They would need to take this item to Yen City, where experts in specialized laboratories would research it. The information I've already gathered is mostly incomplete, Zhao Dou said while sorting through some scattered papers. There were missing pieces, and it seemed that key parts were absent. Fu Xing used the box again to pack up the bottle and handed it over to Qiao Yi. He Tao, standing beside, greedily eyed the bottle. He felt strongly attracted to whatever was inside. Is handing this over to Qiao Yi, a regular human without any special abilities, safe? He Tao questioned aloud. Through all this journey, everyone had almost forgotten about his existence. If he hadn't spoken up now, no one would have noticed him. Unknowingly, He Tao had become increasingly inconspicuous. Still, both Qiao Yi and Fu Xing had been keeping tabs on his condition continuously. Only Lao Lin, newly added to the team, showed surprise upon hearing those words and muttered, "Oh, there's someone else." Qiao Yi paid no heed, directly stowing the item into his backpack, placing it inside his personal small space. He Tao had remained silent for such a long time, and when he finally spoke, his target was clearly the contents of the box. Therefore, it was clear that these items could not fall into his hands. Very suitable, Fu Xing responded seriously. I think everyone else is unsuitable. After saying this, his eyes fixated on He Tao, watching for his next move. He Tao stared back at Fu Xing, malice gleaming in his eyes. In the end, he slightly curled his lips upward, revealing a sinister smile, before withdrawing his gaze. Fu Xing turned toward Qiao Yi, saying again, keep it secure. Once we can contact the outside world, do so immediately. Qiao Yi nodded, patting his backpack, indicating that there would be no issues. He Tao stood nearby, his eyes fixed intently on Qiao Yi's backpack, deep in thought. Are we leaving? Lao Lin did not wish to stay any longer here. He found the entire floor oppressive, especially after seeing the body of a friend. And yet, a companion he interacted with daily was involved in such experiments. We are going to the 6th floor, Zhao Dou pulled up the map. The institute has 6 floors, but the stairs stop here at the 5th floor. We need to investigate the 6th floor further. The structure rules of the research institute stipulated 6 underground levels, but reaching the 5th floor left them already without further pathways. Old Lin, after some consideration, hesitantly stated, only the elevator can lead to the 6th floor. But it has a strong identification system, facial, iris, and fingerprint recognition across 3 systems, and requires an access code too. Speculations persisted among everyone in the institute about what the underground 6th level might actually involve. All believed that it must have been conducting highly confidential tasks all along. Yet, after seeing the state of the 5th floor, Old Lin started to doubt their initial speculations. Let's head to the elevator entrance. Fu Xing thought for a moment, then asked again, is the bottom of the elevator made of metal? Are you thinking, but isn't it too risky? Qiao Yi hesitated. There was something strange about every lab in this institute. Now they had already found some relatively crucial clues, and if they handed them over and waited for more people to come, it might be better. I think on the floor below, we'll see the truth, Fu Xing said. And he felt even more than that, below. I'll go down alone, you all wait for me above. Fu Xing considered and spoke to everyone. That won't work, let's go together. Qiao Yi believed there was some merit in what Fu Xing said. The research institute had never opened the 6th level, which must be because there was a problem with it. 2 years ago, I came to the 5th floor as an assistant to help them cultivate a plant. Old Lin suddenly recalled, saying, I remember now, the plants were transported via the elevator. If I haven't got it wrong, it should be on the 6th floor, there is another elevator over there. His finger pointed towards the door, beside which were stacks of boxes, clearly intentionally hidden. When I came here before, it wasn't like this. He took a deep breath and continued, at least those things weren't here. After speaking, everyone walked toward where the junk was piled up. Zhao Dou stood nearby and patted his shoulder, saying, "We'll find out the truth." "I hope so. I can't believe that within the entire institute, I'm the only living person." It was sheer luck that kept him alive until now, fortune favoring him. If, before the end times, he had discarded the useless nutrient solution like other colleagues, he wouldn't have survived this long. Possibly, driven by hunger, he would have risked going outside and ended up becoming one of those monstrous creatures in the cafeteria. There should be others, some might awaken with supernatural abilities. Someone previously awakened special plant powers and grew edible plants themselves, so many might still be alive. Zhao Dou softly whispered these words near his ear. How could old Lin not know that these words were comforting him? But indeed, they did comfort him. Let's hope so. Let's hope his wife and son are also safe and sound. Everyone had already moved the pile of clutter aside. Old Lin took a deep breath, gathered his mind, went over to feel around, and soon an invisible door was opened. This elevator shouldn't require identity verification. Old Lin explained, I was curious about this place before, so I carefully observed everything. At that time, the elevator saw many people coming and going, busy shuttling back and forth. There was absolutely no authentication process at all. It's just that we don't know whether it's still safe inside now. Old Lin added. The rest of the group looked at each other, then Chao Yi said, even if it's unsafe, it's only one floor left. Fu Xing closed his eyes and sensed the elements around him. Since awakening the metal element, he had been able to sense metals that had formed stable structures. Later, as his power continuously increased, this ability was also changing. The most significant change was that he could now detect stray metals in the air. This elevator was indeed constructed with metal, as a whole made using metal. As long as it was metal, he could control it. With no other choice, this elevator was clearly the only passage left. Should we leave someone upstairs? In case the elevator breaks down, the person upstairs could assist. No, let's all go down. So far, all they had seen was old Lin as the sole living person, others hadn't been spotted. If anyone else was hiding, one person would definitely not be able to handle it. Staying together, at the very least, would allow them to face everything as a group. Spreading out could possibly result in being picked off one by one. Alright, let's go. Fu Xing pulled Pei Ming into the elevator. At this moment, Pei Ming felt as if his vision began to blur. He clung onto Fu Xing's arm and rubbed it against it slightly. The energy below was too strong, he felt something calling to him, desperately trying to fuse with him. Pei Ming had trouble controlling his body. In the instant they entered the elevator, the 7th underground floor plunged completely into darkness without anyone noticing. Fu Xing had already sensed that Pei Ming was not feeling right. He held Pei Ming's body and softly called out, Ming Ming, Ming Ming. Pei Ming's consciousness had become blurred and unclear. He had fallen into a dream, losing all perception of reality. After calling out twice, Fu Xing's eyes instantly turned cold. He held Pei Ming and said to everyone, be careful. What's wrong with Xiao Ming? Zhao Dou asked worriedly. It's like he fell asleep, or maybe passed out. But at this point, it was impossible to conduct a detailed examination for Pei Ming. Fu Xing had been paying attention to Pei Ming the entire way, ever since he started showing signs of drowsiness. He had inquired about Pei Ming's condition many times before, to which the child even showed irritation after being asked too much. Fu Xing thought then that there was nothing seriously wrong. The only issue so far had been excessive sleepiness, with no other abnormalities present. Is it because of the things below? As Zhao Dou spoke these words, the entire elevator suddenly became silent. For a while, the only sounds were swallowing saliva and the noise made by the descending elevator. A thud resounded in everyone's ears. The elevator displayed that they had arrived at the 6th underground level. Let's go. Fu Xing had already hoisted Pei Ming onto his back as the elevator doors opened at this moment. The 6th floor, completely dark. Chapter 57. Transitioning suddenly from a bright environment to a dark one is naturally uncomfortable. Everyone cautiously probed the ground beneath their feet. After the elevator doors closed, the group adapted to the brief darkness and started searching for the light switch on this floor. Lao Lin, who knew the institute inside out, quickly found it. With a snap, a weak, dim light illuminated the 6th underground level. Moments later, everyone heard 2 sharp swooshes. Then, with a heavy thud, something hit the ground. Following the sound, they saw a black object with unclear contours in the dim light. It might be a plant. Everyone's ears were alert. It was still hard to see clearly what was around them. Even though the lights on this underground 6th floor were turned on, they emitted an orange hue, or rather dim light that was far from the bright white illumination usually associated with research facilities. This kind of lighting made it feel like they were using candles for illumination. Zhao Dou took out another flashlight from his backpack and suggested, let's look for more lights. There was an eerie atmosphere on this floor. It didn't resemble a laboratory at all. I have 3 small flashlights here. Zhao Dou had brought quite a few essential items, including medicine and some miscellaneous things. Part of them were with Chao Yi, while others were on his person. Fu Xing grabbed one of the flashlights and shone it on the object he had just struck down. Is it a tentacle? Qi Jing's tone was no longer as light-hearted as before but instead carried a deeper gravity. It looks like a vine. Zhao Dou held another flashlight and looked around. Just then, he saw a massive shape towering directly ahead of them. He stepped back in fright. Mu Qing behind him steadied him by putting a hand on his back. What is that over there? His voice broke due to its sharpness. The rest looked over, and almost everyone gasped in horror, instinctively swallowing hard. Lao Lin's reaction was the most evident. He stepped back fearfully, shaking knees and sweaty palms. He could only stabilize himself by leaning against Mu Shui standing beside him, preventing him from collapsing on the spot. The sight before them evoked an indescribable terror, intensified by the dim lighting which spotlighted parts and left the rest in shadow. Are these tentacles? Mu Qing thought he was fearless until what lay before them now shook even him. In front of everyone stood a colossal plant, though calling it a plant seemed increasingly inappropriate. From appearances alone, it was clear that this wasn't a mere plant anymore. It had a trunk, but all its branches had transformed into soft, black tentacle-like appendages, continuously flailing in the air. If observed closely, these tentacles bore countless suckers, resembling octopus tentacles but also notably different. Those 2 seen earlier, chopped off, were lying in front, stopping any further aggressive moves, seemingly assessing the situation. Instead, other tentacles floated in the air, observing the group who had entered this area. Our feet are on soil. Zhao Dou felt an upheaval in his heart upon seeing the black tentacles. If there were fewer tentacles, waving them might have been mesmerizing to watch. However, the sheer number spread across, drifting like clusters of waterweed. It seemed to have melded into the environment, faintly showing in areas illuminated, creating an illusionary feeling. This must have been from 2 years ago. Lao Lin retrieved some ability to articulate after his initial speechlessness. Doing deep breaths, he continued, back then, it still appeared purely as a plant, a black-trunked tree. They said it was a new type of cultivated plant, designed to absorb harmful substances from the air. The suckers on its body, I've heard, are meant to absorb harmful elements and convert them into sustenance for itself. Lao Lin's voice trailed lower. Anyone could tell at first glance that the entity before them certainly did not seem like any newly created species intended to help solve environmental pollution problems for humanity. It was nothing short of a monster. The flashlight in Fu Xing's hands pointed at the tentacles of the plant. From the 2 severed ones, red liquid oozed out. In the air, a hint of the smell of blood began to spread. At this moment, Pei Ming slightly opened his eyes and, upon seeing the object before him, felt almost on the verge of vomiting. Up ahead, there's something, he whispered softly into Fu Xing's ear. Something I need. After entering this floor, he was immediately enveloped by a powerful energy. The energy constantly battered his body, healing all the damage caused from his battle thousands of years ago. But this energy was too wicked, he had no choice but to accept it, as every ounce of his blood boiled, resisting the intrusion. He could sense that the reason why this energy hadn't broken through to other parts of the building was because there was something at the front, suppressing these forces. It's behind that tree, Pei Ming spoke in a faint voice, his whole body radiating with heat that made Fu Xing realize something was off. How are you doing? Fu Xing asked softly. Are you very uncomfortable? Why is this happening? I don't know. Pei Ming replied in a low voice. After we entered here, an energy surrounded me. After finishing his sentence, he closed his eyes again. I'm so sleepy, he murmured with a nasal tone still drenched in slumber. Fu Xing tightened his grip around him, concern evident in his gaze. He then reassured him, everything will be fine. Pei Ming hummed quietly near his ear and fell back asleep once more. His memories were chaotic. The massive influx of energy left him feeling worse than ever. After their injuries, they regressed to their childhood to slowly restore their energy, causing virtually no harm to their bodies. Moreover, due to the regression granting them new power, it would make them stronger than before. However, this energy surge now forced him to endure too much at once, and one wrong move could cause catastrophic collapse. The group had overheard the brief exchange between Fu Xing and Pei Ming, reminding them that Pei Ming had fallen into a deep sleep as soon as they entered the 6th floor. But why didn't they get affected? Children might be more sensitive to certain things, Zhao Dou analyzed. There's something like this here, yet other floors weren't impacted, meaning there must be something afterward that can suppress it. All things exist in mutual generation and restraint. Like how poison grass often grows alongside its antidote. After hearing these words, the others nodded in agreement. Mu Shui, try freezing this thing with ice. Fu Xing stared at the colossal creature in front of them. The object, judging by the length of the entire lab building, should be located in the middle of the 6th floor. Thus, behind it might be another thing. Much like described in mythological tales, usually such entities are meant to guard treasures behind them. Or perhaps cover up something else. Upon hearing Fu Xing's command, Mu Shui acted immediately. After generating a large amount of ice, the temperature of the entire 6th floor first rose slightly before plummeting sharply. It wasn't easy to freeze such a giant mass of tentacles and branches. Can you sense the moisture within its branches? Fu Xing inquired. Mu Shui lit up momentarily, his face which had become pale from extensive ability usage showing a touch of surprise. Let me try. This was an approach he hadn't considered before. I'll freeze it, and then I'll help chop it down, Fu Xing stated, as metals surrounding them started to move. On the side, He Tao greedily fixed his eyes on what lay behind the tree. Behind it was something extremely captivating to him. Since stepping into this place, he'd been feeling an expanding force within his body as if filled with immense energy. However, at this moment, he stood silently at the back without anyone noticing this change. And what nobody realized was that, due to absorbing excessive amounts of energy, his body began showing traces of bloodstains, though such a slight bloody smell paled in comparison to the overall stench present in the room. Yet Chao Yi standing beside him noticed a slight difference. Do you feel that, the scent of blood has become heavier? Others furrowed their brows, carefully sensing it. There's also a foul smell. Indeed, the blood flowing out of He Tao's wounds gradually shifted from bright red to dark red, then turned black. The cuts on his skin became grotesque, and his face hardened slightly with some openings forming on it. But he himself seemed oblivious to the loss of blood or the pain caused by the torn flesh. His brain remained in a state of extreme excitement, and the sensation of gaining immense strength made him wildly delighted. While everyone was desperately fighting the tree, he was planning how to make the first move and dash towards his target. The plant realized it was being attacked and instantly switched from examining the humans to going berserk. Be careful. Spread out. Chao Yi shouted, and the group moved aside, leaving the center open. A vine slammed onto the ground with a loud crack. A few ordinary people without abilities were pulled back by Yue Wei and Mu Qing. Once their feet touched the ground, they took a deep breath. Fu Xing already had Pei Ming draped over him, holding him with one hand while using a metal knife to cut through the wildly flying tentacles. The vine wrapped around Pei Ming's hand noticed this scene and the small white flower on its top wiggled. It then detached itself from Pei Ming's hand and perched atop Fu Xing's shoulder. Fu Xing turned his head and saw it. The vine jumped down and ran toward the tree. Suddenly, Mu Shui's delighted voice echoed, "We've succeeded." The dancing tentacles froze mid-air and stopped moving. He Tao, who had been standing at the back looking for an opportunity, dashed forward as everyone else remained motionless. He Tao! Chao Yi shouted angrily, but all he received in return was He Tao's wild laughter filled with triumph. Treasure, it's mine. Chapter 58. At this moment, the flashlights in everyone's hands were shining on his face for the first time. The scars of varying depths on his face made people feel slightly uncomfortable. Those scars, like the marks left on a burned body, had black protrusions that hung across his face in streaks, evoking a sense of nausea at first glance, and then making one wonder, does he not feel pain? Just looking at it made one's heart tighten. As everyone was surprised, He Tao had already moved forward to the base of the tree. By now, Mu Shui no longer had the strength to form ice blocks to block him, and the metal wall formed by Fu Xing was a step too late. But as He Tao stepped over the tree, the branches of the tree swayed once. He Tao's speed instantly increased, and immediately after, all they heard was a snap. It seemed that He Tao had stepped on some kind of mechanism. His figure paused for a moment, following the pause came a scream filled with panic and despair, just as victory seemed within reach yet slipped away, no. His eyes widened, and beneath his feet appeared a large hole into which he fell. This. Qi Jing swallowed hard, finding the scene overly absurd, yet unsure how to express it. The frozen tree started moving again with its tentacle-like branches, but now before it stood another green vine. The vine was incredibly massive, and its emerald color brought a touch of comfort when looked at. It retracted the white flowers on its body, its green gradually turning brownish, becoming sturdy vines. What is this? Lao Lin, who had never seen the vine before, felt his heart could barely take it. The sight of that person earlier made him feel cold all over his head. Just who had he been staying with for such a long time? This is our ally, the vine. After seeing the vine, Qi Jing let out a slight sigh of relief. After entering the laboratory, everyone had almost forgotten about the existence of the vine. Now that the situation had evolved into a battle between plants, they could feel a little more at ease. Mu Shui was standing to the side, drinking water while quickly stuffing food into his mouth. Controlling the tentacled tree for that long had been somewhat exhausting for him now, and he felt the energy inside him drained in that use. Fu Xing still had some strength left and was assisting the vine in cutting off the tentacles of the tree. The tentacles attempted to break through the vine's blockade, only to be forcefully yanked back by the vine. The vine retained the small white flowers on its top, which continuously swayed as if taunting its opponent. When the tentacles of the tree remained motionless, the vine did the same. But whenever the other side moved, it swiftly lashed them back, decisive and quick, much like a cruel hunter toying with its prey. Amazing. Lao Lin watched their battle, his mouth wide open. He had paid little attention to the talk about plants and animals undergoing mutations, thinking it might have been related to genetic modification like before. Plant genetic modification technology, to some extent, could also count as a form of mutation. However, upon witnessing this level of mutation in the plant, he developed a different understanding of the word mutation. It was already impossible to tell the species of the plant. And originally harmless and gentle plants could actually become so aggressive, appearing fierce and terrifying, like the creatures from frightening myths. Now, another plant had appeared, seeming far stronger than humans. At least for those on their side, they had previously been tormented by the tentacles. During the battle between Fu Sheng, Mu Shui, and the vine, there were instances where they didn't dodge in time and got injured. There were still bandages wrapped around his hand now. As they observed the current battle, the slapping sounds of attacks continuously rang out. The plant's tentacles were repeatedly severed, then regrew in front of everyone's eyes. They had discovered this feature of the plant beforehand. However, each newly grown tentacle became smaller each time. No one knew how much time had passed, but the tree in front of them was now completely barren, unable to grow new tentacles. Red liquid flowed all over the ground, slightly sticky, resembling blood rather than anything that should come from a plant. Fu Xing sighed in relief, staggering backward a few steps. Chao Yi, standing beside him, supported him. Long-lasting battles exhausted anyone, even though there was the vine helping to fight ahead, Fu Xing's stamina was still significantly drained. He felt that his own body was also starting to heat up. But at this moment, it wasn't the time to talk about these things. Ting Ting thought that the current enemy was no longer a threat, so it slightly disdainfully shook its vine, then shrank back, returning to its emerald green appearance. The two small tentacles under its feet quickly moved toward Fu Xing, winding around his legs and climbing all the way to his shoulders. It then further stepped on his head. The white flowers atop Ting Ting's vine bloomed luxuriantly, like celebrating victory. It swayed its body, showing a sense of pride. Then, it patted Fu Xing's head, extending its vine to point at Lao Lin. Fu Xing sighed, wanting to reach out and pinch its hand, but was rejected as Ting Ting pushed him away with a look of disdain. What does it mean by pointing at me? Lao Lin was very shocked. His speech was somewhat stuttered as he pointed at himself. Did I do anything wrong? It seems quite fond of the nutrient solution you made. It drank 2 bottles before. Qi Jing recalled and answered. At this moment, the branches atop Ting Ting's head also swung front and back, as if nodding. Then, when we get out, should I make some for it? Upon hearing this, Ting Ting happily blossomed a ring of white flowers, the petals falling onto Fu Xing's head, accumulating there. Fu Xing regained a bit of strength and gently put down Pei Ming from his back, holding him in his arms. He used his hand to feel Pei Ming's forehead, finding it much hotter than before. A white flower landed on Pei Ming's face, and Fu Xing tenderly picked it off. Then he said, let's go and take a look. Afterward, he spoke to Ting Ting again. Ting Ting, could you help us check if there are any more traps over there? He Tao fell into the hole after running behind that tree. The path ahead should be safe. Hearing this, Ting Ting jumped to the ground, growing as tall as a person, standing next to Fu Xing, and then walking forward. Follow it. Fu Xing said to the others. Following Ting Ting's steps, everyone successfully reached the front of that large tree. Only then did they clearly see the true appearance of the tree through the lights. Underneath the wild mass of tentacles lay a not-so-small trunk, with 2 circles on it resembling undeveloped eyes. Its tiny branches were still faintly moving but no longer posed a threat to humans. Ting Ting led the group across the spot where He Tao had stepped earlier, and nothing happened. In front of them now appeared a downward staircase. Standing above the entrance, everyone shone their lights downward, feeling a chill rush through their bodies. Skull. The light illuminated a white skull, indicating that someone had been here before. Everyone's mood grew heavy the moment they discovered this. Fu Xing quickened his pace, continuously walking forward. At this point, without needing Pei Ming to say it, he already sensed something amiss. What is this? On the ground, the red marks had yet to dry, reflecting some water-like luster under the light. Is this blood? The 3 flashlights quickly swept across this space, which occupied half of the entire laboratory building. After examining what was drawn on the ground, Xiao Dou summarized, this resembles the so-called magical formations often seen in mythological stories or games. The outermost layer was a circle, followed by dense patterns in the middle, the scariest part being that the indented grooves were filled with blood. It looked like an evil sacrificial offering. Xiao Dou quickly remembered the incident inside the base. The one in the base, he and Chao Yi both spoke simultaneously, expressing their thoughts. On the night the base caught fire, they also found a similar array-like pattern where the scorched areas were. Moreover, some children's arms were slashed open. So, the skeleton here. Why would such a thing exist? The people in the research institute, could they all have? Qi Jing murmured softly, having a hard time believing it. But reality was staring him right in the face, and now he wanted to know what roles his parents played in all of this. Just thinking about it made him nearly unable to breathe. The amount of blood required for this formation would need to drain over 100 people just to suffice. The formation was large, and Xiao Dou roughly estimated. Fu Xing held Pei Ming and walked towards the center of the array, after which everyone saw a coffin, exactly the same as the one they had seen before inside the base. The only difference was that this one was gilded on the outside and inscribed with many runes, which seemed as if they would never fade, having been through countless years. There were also some writings on it that they could not comprehend at all. Xiao Dou took a glance and felt like he had seen this kind of writing somewhere. Isn't this the same as the writing on those papers we saw upstairs? Lao Lin suddenly asked, making Zhao Dou realize something. He took out his device, found the documents they had photographed earlier, and began to compare them. However, Fu Xing wasn't paying attention to the coffin in the middle, his eyes were focused elsewhere. On the other side, amidst a pile of corpses. He walked over. In the middle of a heap of skeletons, there was a red bead. The bead emitted a faint glow as Fu Xing approached with Pei Ming in his arms. When Fu Xing stepped closer, he picked up the bead, looking perplexed. Almost instinctively, he placed the bead on Pei Ming's body, after which Pei Ming reached out and embraced the bead. The moment the bead was hugged by Pei Ming, it emitted an intense light, causing Pei Ming to let out a muffled groan. The coffin in the middle also started to vibrate rapidly. Chapter 59. This coffin moved. The crowd who were observing the coffin immediately moved away, keeping a certain distance from it. Fu Xing looked over and walked toward it while holding Pei Ming. "Brother Fu, is there something inside?" Qi Jing stuttered as he spoke, looking at Fu Xing. Pei Ming forced his eyes open, but his pupils were no longer the usual tea color, instead, they had turned blood red. He stood up, holding the red bead in his hand, and placed one hand on the coffin. A slight smile curled the corner of his mouth. Another fool trying to resurrect through so-called sacrifice. But this one was more cunning than the previous one, almost succeeding. Unfortunately for him, he met me. Fu Xing stood beside him, watching Pei Ming with concern. Ming. At this moment, Pei Ming's condition appeared somewhat terrifying. The others also moved farther away, fearing they might get involved. "I'm fine." Pei Ming's eyes slightly narrowed, and he directly opened the coffin with one hand. The sound of it opening startled several people nearby. At the moment, Pei Ming couldn't afford to worry about much else, he had to stop this ritual. The bloodline race inside the coffin had recovered much of its energy and was about to awaken. Pei Ming reached out and grabbed the figure, tossing it to the ground casually. He glanced at Tingting sitting on Fu Xing's shoulder, who slid down without hesitation, tying the person tightly into a cocoon resembling a caterpillar. Pei Ming disdainfully glanced at the interior of the coffin and then stepped into it, raising his foot. "I'll rest for a bit." Without waiting for anyone to reply, he lay down peacefully inside, hugging the red bead, and closed the coffin. After several minutes of silence in the space, a sound of swallowing echoed through the area. Xiao Ming. Did he really lie down? Fu Xing was equally shocked and remained frozen in place. Then, he shook his head and turned to the others. "Let's take a break first." His mind was also slightly disoriented. "Is Xiao Ming alright?" Zhao Dou anxiously watched the coffin, ready to dig some holes in case Pei Ming suffocated, just to ensure he could breathe. "He should be fine." Fu Xing watched the coffin with deep concern. Afterward, he recalled the man bound next to him, whom Pei Ming had tossed out of the coffin earlier. Tingting had tied him so securely that even his face was hard to recognize. This person. Qiao Yi approached Tingting and carefully scrutinized the situation. "What do we do with this person? Was he responsible for everything happening here?" Qiao Yi analyzed aloud. This person's coffin was found at the center of a blood altar, which made the entire scene suspicious and unsettling. Blood race. Lao Lin suddenly remembered something from the documents before. Their research subject was the blood race. Yu Wei and Mu Qing were holding flashlights and inspecting skeletons scattered around when they noticed, near the base of a tree, half-rotten bodies still in the process of turning skeletal. Upon closer inspection, they saw small tentacles connected to these bodies, siphoning off their remaining flesh and blood. "Come over here quickly." Mu Qing shouted toward Fu Xing's group. After witnessing Pei Ming's actions earlier, everyone's hearts were restless, filled with complex thoughts. Hearing Mu Qing's call, Qiao Yi stopped examining the bound person and got up to go towards them. He patted Fu Xing's shoulder. "You stay here and wait for Xiao Ming to come out. Mu Shui, you come with me." Lao Lin and Qi Jing, examine this person in the coffin. See if you can decipher any inscriptions. Everyone pulled themselves together after hearing that, focusing their energy on the tasks assigned to them. Zhao Dou called up data on his device while reminiscing over prior events. "So, this wasn't just my imagination, was it?" he muttered quietly to himself. Back at the base, he had instinctively cared for Pei Ming, carrying a sense of guilt deep within, though this feeling didn't seem entirely justified. He had noticed this and considered its source, possibly the guilt of an adult who failed to protect a child, but then realized there might be more to it. In Zhao Dou's subconscious, he felt that Pei Ming had saved him. However, reality forced him to doubt it. On that day, an adult like himself was directly tied up and almost lost his life. How could a child like Pei Ming possess any real abilities? But now, after seeing the slightly eerie scene earlier and looking into Pei Ming's red eyes, memories that had become somewhat blurred suddenly became clear again. What's wrong? Lao Lin didn't understand this because he didn't know Pei Ming, hence he wasn't surprised at all. A kid who could come along on such a dangerous mission must definitely have some unique skills. After seeing how capable Pei Ming was, Lao Lin didn't overthink it much. Xiao Ming saved me before, and I originally thought that was just a subconscious reassurance I created so I wouldn't worry even if he got captured. But just now, when I saw his eyes, I remembered what happened then. Fu Xing sat nearby and glanced over upon hearing Zhao Dou's words. That day wasn't I taking him out. Then those two mutants appeared, and in the end, I was bound by either a wood type or someone who awakened with plant mutation powers, planning to kill me. But Xiaoming spoke one sentence to them back then. Then, they let me go and took Xiaoming away instead. Chao Yi's group hadn't walked far yet. In the nearly silent space, everyone heard what Xiao Dou said. Chao Yi exhaled, the corner of his lips relaxing slightly, rising a bit. Perhaps Pei Ming held secrets, but after these few days interacting with him, he was friendly to everyone, even giving them reminders previously. Yes, Pei Ming had indeed said before that He Tao carried a certain unpleasant smell. Now it was proven that He Tao might have undergone something when they weren't aware. There are bodies over here. Mu Qing's voice echoed again. Some haven't turned into skeletons yet. Can old Lin take a look? After listening to Xiao Dou's story, Lao Lin began organizing the scattered information they had collected before together with Xiao Dou. Hearing Mu Qing's call, he immediately stood up. You two don't go closer. Chao Yi looked at that patch of land, stopping Yu Wei and Mu Qing who were about to get nearer. Don't you notice that area is somehow off? Chao Yi urgently explained, the place where the corpse lay clearly had boundaries different from other areas, possibly indicating a small trap or perhaps serving another purpose. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Chao Yi used a mysterious power to sever the tree at its root. This was the ability Chao Yi had only recently mastered, using spatial manipulation to cut through space for combating enemies. Earlier, to guard against He Tao, he refrained from using his powers. Later, due to Tingting being there and Fu Xing's capacity to handle the situation, he had to reserve his strength. There always needed to be someone in peak condition within a team to ensure the group's self-preservation later on. With He Tao gone now, this tree wasn't too much of a threat to everyone, yet it kept sucking blood and restoring energy. The sound of the trunk falling startled the tendrils which had been absorbing energy. They flailed around trying to fight against enemies, but showed no attacking power. At this time, Mu Shui used his own ability, freezing all the little tendrils before pulling the entire tree out by its roots. What appeared next was an even more grotesque and nauseating sight. The roots of the tree looked milky white externally, but upon close inspection, blood-red liquid could be seen flowing inside. The white root structure twitched, resembling plump worms. At this moment, everyone wished they had a fire attribute mutant in their team. Such monstrous things should have been burned clean to avoid visual discomfort. Chao Yi directly reached out and severed the roots. After falling to the ground, the roots moved a bit more before becoming still. Everyone focused their gaze on those corpses once again. Lao Lin had already approached, suppressing his inner discomfort as he observed them. This person. I recognize him. Pointing at the headless body, Lao Lin swallowed hard, trembling as he spoke. He's one of our deputy directors and also responsible for Lab 5 upstairs. How did he end up here? It was him who asked me to come down and help at the time. He was extremely talented in plant cultivation. Back then, I was even surprised that he became one of the heads of the genetic research lab. The one in front of us, if there's no mistake, this should be him. Lin didn't say more, but everyone already guessed what came next. This plant had been cultivated by the deputy director, and now, this same deputy director had become food for this very plant. What about the one next to him? Have you seen him before? There was another intact corpse, untouched. It was clear the tree hadn't gotten around to eating it yet. Everyone thought back again to the eco-friendly plants old Lin had mentioned earlier, ones that absorb harmful substances from nature. A wave of nausea swept over them. Were these things only found inside research institutes? What if they also existed outside? We must report this immediately when we get out. Each base needs a thorough investigation. If such plants really exist, they must be eradicated. That person I don't recognize. Old Lin shook his head, looking at the pile of bones and remembering how this person might have contributed to cultivating this tree, making him feel sick to his stomach. In the end, he couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. Now, we already have a relatively clear thread. Chao Yi glanced at the skeletons piled in the corner, stepping back to the coffin placed in the middle of the formation, speaking to everyone. Chapter 50. From the moment they entered the Luohua city base until now, all the events they encountered seemed to be able to connect at this point, leading to a relatively clear guess. At the base, someone was attempting to resurrect something. But when they left the base, the so-called priest's mouth had not even been pried open yet. Now that they are here, they see a similar scene. However, this one seems far more advanced than the previous one. Or could it be far more evil and powerful? Back when we were at the base, we encountered something like this once, and now it's happening again. All of this seems to be related to the story about the blood clan we found in the laboratory earlier. Someone is foolishly trying to resurrect so-called gods in order to gain immortality through this method. After saying this, Chao Yi couldn't help but find it absurd. If the so-called gods need others to revive them, how can those people be certain that after resurrection, the gods will help them achieve such immortality? This research institute might be one of their bases, or perhaps a place used to revive the supposed lives. Now, who knows how many of these places exist nationwide? After Chao Yi finished speaking, the others fell silent. Qi Jing looked very troubled. He held his head in pain and said, "Why has it come to this?" At first, they were only researching genes, wanting to find ways to obtain long life from genes, but they failed, old Lin added. If the blood clan really exists, then the vial of blood we obtained before should belong to the blood clan. Otherwise, things unrelated to experiments would not have been kept in the lab. The arrival of this apocalypse is likely related to their previous experiments. We can see those failed test subjects. Old Lin searched for an appropriate adjective, like the zombies we previously encountered, but these are much more intact facially. I think it might be due to the dosage concentration. Once again, he recalled the crimson light filling the sky on the night before the apocalypse arrived. He said, I've mentioned this before, when I was inside my house and suddenly saw a blood-red glow that dyed the entire sky red, but when I blinked again, the redness vanished. And then, the apocalypse began. Qi Jing was deeply depressed at the moment. He still hadn't seen any sign of his parents. His father, as one of the responsible parties, must have participated in this so-called sacrificial project. But were they already among the pile of skeletons, or are they among the current beneficiaries? Why did it have to come to this? Can we get some information out of this person? Everyone looked at the tied-up individual. Zhao Dou had scrutinized the person for a while just now. Other than noticing that the man appeared relatively young and handsome, he didn't detect anything unusual. He's dead. Zhao Dou's face turned somewhat grim. The others widened their eyes in disbelief. Dead? We clearly saw the coffin move just now. Everyone had seen the coffin shaking violently, and the tremors only stopped when Pei Ming approached. Now, Zhao Dou says this person is dead. Indeed, he is dead. No breathing, no heartbeat. After finishing his sentence, Zhao Dou hesitated briefly. Within our human scope, he is indeed dead. Yet now, there seems to be an unknown race emerging. And it doesn't appear fake, judging by the signs of the research, it looks real. Perhaps we'll need to wait for Xiao Ming to wake up to know more. Everyone's gaze shifted towards the coffin. The blood flowing within the patterns on the ground gradually became lighter. Pei Ming was suffering greatly at this moment. He dreamt about the war that happened 1,000 years ago, dreamt about them sealing away the elders who incited wars and encouraged the mythical blood clans, wanting to exterminate and completely enslave other intelligent lives. And as time passed, they let the elders gradually fade away. But that battle caused heavy casualties on both sides with opposing views. The power of the blood clans diminished significantly, and the severely injured bloods chose slumber to recover their wounds. He dreamt again about the place where those elders were sealed. But the several coffins here had already all disappeared. Pei Ming opened his eyes, sorrow etched in them. The bead in his hand was one of the sacred artifacts of their blood clan, capable of evolving and purifying blood. The blood flowing here was far too impure, its origin too evil. Yet, from the moment he arrived here, this blood had started to affect him through the formations. However, this energy was insufficient for him. As far back as 1,000 years ago during the battle, they discovered that a part of the blood clan had changed beyond recognition. They had contaminated their own blood, tainting the source blood representing their essence for greater power. Alongside this, their desires grew stronger, their lust for control, their greed for dominion over the world, and their eagerness to enslave the weak made them grotesque. This energy would be the best nourishment for those individuals, fitting their taste for foulness. Activating the sacred artifact required the blood clan's source blood and consumed the primal power, but generally wouldn't cost the life of a blood clan member. Lost essence could be recovered after some time. But now, they found this bead among a pile of skeletons, meaning the blood clan member who brought it here has already perished. Pei Ming felt an upsurge of emotions inside him as the external energy continuously evolved, transferring into his body through the bead. He could feel his own energy being restored. After a long while, the external energy vanished, and the bead dimmed, losing its glow. Pei Ming placed it aside, reaching out with his well-defined fingers to slowly push open the top lid of the coffin. When it was halfway open, he suddenly noticed something amiss and closed the lid again, leaving only a small gap. At the sound of the coffin opening, everyone turned their attention toward it. During this period, they had been studying the information they gathered earlier. Though difficult to understand, they managed to learn a bit about the blood clan from fragments of words and phrases. The blood clan fed on blood, possessed almost eternal lifespans, and wielded tremendous power. Everyone was shocked after reading the information. Just then, they heard the sound of the coffin being opened and turned to see Pei Ming quietly shutting the lid again. A delicate yet slightly pale hand reached out, clothes. His voice no longer carried the childish lisp of before but became bright and clear like trickling streams, resonating in people's hearts. Fu Xing hesitated for a moment as he stood up, intending to ask something, but the hand disappeared back into the coffin. After about 30 seconds of silence, the familiar chubby little hands reappeared, fumbling along the edge of the coffin board. The kind I wore earlier will do. After saying this, he complained, it's so dirty in there. His clothes had torn apart due to his sudden change in form, and just imagining what lay within before him made Pei Ming feel nauseous. Fu Xing. The distinctive childlike voice echoed from within the coffin. Fu Xing could almost picture his puffed up face. Unable to hold back, Fu Xing chuckled softly. Chao Yi quickly found Pei Ming's clothes from his storage space and handed them over to Fu Xing. Fu Xing approached the coffin, handing the clothes through the slit and asked, "Do you need help?" "No." Pei Ming exclaimed, clearly embarrassed and angry at the previous laughter he had heard, because he had heard it perfectly. And his energy was completely restored. He was just this way now because the energy still wasn't entirely stable. All right. Fu Xing handed over the clothes. A rustling sound followed from inside. Later, Pei Ming pushed the coffin lid upward, standing up himself. His eyes were still red, and his demeanor seemed different from before. He looked at Fu Xing, his expression becoming complex. Though Fu Xing didn't fully grasp the meaning, he asked out of concern, "What's wrong?" Pei Ming shook his head. "Nothing." Then he stretched out his foot, trying to step out of the coffin, only to be directly lifted by Fu Xing. He did not struggle, showing how accustomed he had become. "Little Ming, what happened just now?" Zhao Dou sounded somewhat perplexed. What happened in a coffin to make someone's clothes completely unwearable? Hearing Zhao Dou's words, Pei Ming pressed his lips together, gazing at the coffin lid. After some consideration, he sat down on it. "What you saw earlier was my true form." His tone was more serious than ever before. "So, you are." Zhao Dou glanced at the screen in his hand and then at Pei Ming. "Are you the blood clan as recorded here?" Pei Ming nodded slightly and then looked at the corpse bound by the vines over there. He hopped off the coffin board and walked towards it. Naturally, he now remembered the existence of the vines. 1,000 years ago, he had planted them in his garden. Back then, he had a mild interest in these things, though the real interest came from his servant. Pei Ming had given this vine a thread of source blood on a whim. The blood clan transformed humans into new blood clan members by splitting their source blood, a process that weakened them. Back then, such a tiny loss of source blood was of no concern to him. After receiving the source blood, the vine thrived. But soon after, the war began and only ended much later. During this time, it had been under the care of his servant. At this thought, Pei Ming's gaze shifted towards Fu Xing again. "Come here." Chapter 51. Teng Teng released his vines, and Pei Ming saw the figure clearly. After a moment of contemplation, he uttered the name, Si Zhong. This was once a member of the Elder Council of the Blood Clan. Those who entered the council were usually ancient monsters whose lifespans were incalculable. Generally speaking, the abilities of Blood Clan members stabilize after adulthood and do not increase with age. The original purpose of the Elder Council was to maintain the appearance of unity and harmony within the Blood Clan. In simple terms, it was akin to a neighborhood committee for the Blood Clan, responsible for mediating conflicts between various territories. The initial members of the Elder Council were selected from respected elders. Their abilities might not have been the highest, but they were known within the Blood Clan as having particularly amiable dispositions. But later, this sense of universal respect made some of them grow arrogant, believing they could consider themselves superior to other Blood Clan members. They began craving power and pursuing absolute authority. Throughout the process, they controlled numerous lords, eliminated dissenters, and replaced them with supporters who became new members of the Elder Council. Opposition was met with staged accidents. By the time other members of the Blood Clan realized how serious the situation had become, this faction's influence was already too powerful to be easily dismantled. Most Blood Clan members simply wanted to live their lives. When they felt bored, they would hibernate for centuries. This indifference inadvertently accelerated the expansion of that group's influence. When it finally became unavoidable to address the issue, war broke out. "Do you need my help?" Fu Xing squatted beside Pei Ming. Pei Ming shook his head, reaching out to place his palm over the other person's heart. "This may be helpful to you." "Idiot." Of course, the last two words were left unspoken. His fingertip lightly touched the forehead of the person. 1,000 years ago, Si Zhong was sealed in this coffin because everyone at that time was too exhausted from battle to extract their own source blood. Thus, they borrowed the power of nature, allowing them to gradually fade away in its embrace. But they had prepared a contingency plan. Perhaps from the very beginning of the fight, they planned for this awakening today. Using the time while other heavily injured Blood Clan members were still dormant, they sought to achieve their goals first. Pei Ming's face turned slightly paler. Si Zhong hadn't fully revived, but the energy gathered inside his body was already extraordinary, incomparably stronger than the one encountered earlier in the base. In others' eyes, after Pei Ming's fingertip touched the person, changes kept occurring, gradually becoming more invisible until finally disappearing completely from everyone's view. A drop of bright red blood quietly overflowed from Si Zhong's chest and seeped into Fu Xing's palm. Fu Xing sensed something unusual, inspecting his palm, yet he didn't detect any abnormality. "Let's go out, there is nothing here anymore. There are too many negative energies mixed here. Staying long will make you feel uncomfortable." After saying this, he glanced at Fu Xing and extended both hands. Due to excessive energy absorption, his body was unstable and likely to alternate between a child's and an adult's form for a while. It was currently unsuitable to switch forms, requiring immense effort to suppress the surging energy. Fu Xing bent down and picked him up. Pei Ming had become shorter than before, and his clothes were now a size too large, making him appear even smaller. Once lifted by Fu Xing, he instinctively wrapped his legs around Fu Xing's waist, leaned his head on the other's shoulder, and muttered, "My judgment was indeed correct." Fu Xing supported him carefully, fearing that he might suddenly fall backward. He did not hear clearly what Pei Ming said under his breath. "Nothing." Pei Ming shook his head, his soft hair tickling Fu Xing's neck. Fu Xing found himself subconsciously wanting to comply with Pei Ming's demands, and he wasn't displeased by this instinctive behavior. He placed his palm on Pei Ming's head and said, "Don't move." Pei Ming shook his head again, pulling his head free from Fu Xing's hand. "Bold." Fu Xing chuckled softly. Pei Ming's voice carried a hint of sulkiness. "I won't argue with you about this. Are we leaving now?" Qi Jing still hesitated. His parents hadn't been found yet. Were they victims, or the perpetrators? Or did they play some other role? "There's nothing here anymore," Pei Ming said seriously, and then after a moment of pause, added, "There are no living beings left." Qi Jing's eyes instantly dimmed. He lowered his head, responding in a muffled tone. "Let's go," Pei Ming sighed, draping himself over Fu Xing as if he had no bones, his eyelids involuntarily closing. "I'm sleepy." He felt like his body was now akin to an inflated balloon, so full it couldn't digest. As everyone knows, the most tiring time is just after having a full meal because the body spends a great deal of energy processing and absorbing food. The most energetic state for a person is when they're neither too hungry nor too full, which results in the highest efficiency while doing tasks. Similarly, Pei Ming had overeaten. "Go to sleep, I'll wake you once we get out." Fu Xing spoke gently to Pei Ming. Pei Ming nodded slightly and then closed his eyes. After tidying up their belongings, there were still many things they hadn't had time to inquire about. It became evident that it wasn't an opportune time for discussing other matters. Pei Ming had already mentioned that the energies here weren't beneficial to them. In fact, everyone could feel it. There was a stifling sensation, a feeling like they could pass away at any moment. They needed to leave quickly. He Tao. Chao Yi suddenly remembered He Tao who had fallen earlier. Was He Tao dead? Since Pei Ming had stated that there were no living beings here. Given that he fell from here, we don't know what's down there. But chances are slim that he survived, Zhao Dou analyzed, not expecting He Tao to be alive either. His greed led to his demise. It was called what? Reaping what one sows, deserved. A slight upward curl appeared on Zhao Dou's lips. He thought he shouldn't find schadenfreude in this situation, but without He Tao, the entire team atmosphere seemed different. "Let's go outside first." "To the place we went before," Pei Ming murmured softly with his eyes closed. "The hotel with the garden." There are some things I want to understand too." A trace of uneasiness lingered within Pei Ming since encountering the beads. This deceased individual might have been deeply related to him. Was the owner of that hotel also, right? Fu Xing had suspected this before but kept the suspicion buried in his heart. Now that everything connected together, all the doubts found answers. Pei Ming nodded lightly and then stayed silent. Instead, others reacted very shocked. Those two young people, though there had been minor disagreements before, overall were decent people. But now, they were revealed not to be human. Mixed emotions stirred among the group as they boarded the elevator, but just then, the power in the entire lab cut off. The light inside the elevator went out instantly, plunging them into darkness. "The power's out?" Zhao Dou furrowed his brows and switched on the flashlight he still had in hand. "I'll make a hole on the top of this elevator and open the door upstairs. Chao Yi, you go up first, and then pull us one by one," Fu Xing told Chao Yi. Chao Yi hesitated. Last time was an accident. Afterward, I've tried repeatedly, but none of them succeeded. Previously, Chao Yi had made a car cross through a space, accelerating its speed. Afterward, whenever he tried intentionally, it didn't work. "Try," Fu Xing calmly suggested. "If it doesn't work, we'll think of another way." Chao Yi nodded, closing his eyes. Fu Xing used his ability to manipulate the metals inside the elevator, opening the top metal section, and then instructed Mu Qing and Mu Shui, protect everyone. Mu Qing, destroy the lights upstairs. Both nodded and started acting. With a single punch, Mu Qing smashed the light. Mu Shui immediately encased the shattered pieces in ice under his control, allowing the ice blocks to fall harmlessly to the ground, along with debris. On the side, Chao Yi was still attempting to activate his power, then disappeared within the elevator. A minute later, a voice came from above. Fortunately, the error isn't too large. He accurately landed on the 5th underground floor, though not exactly where he imagined near the elevator entrance but instead in a different location. After that, he also realized Fu Xing's intention. His ability was initially used in emergencies, restricting everyone's movement when they were trapped. His brain wasn't functioning as well after all the events that had just happened. It was only now, after ascending, that he thought of it. Where was there a need for him to pull people up? Mu Shui's ice blocks and Fu Xing's metal manipulation abilities could safely bring everyone up without a scratch. Go check inside those two sealed labs, see if there's any important data. Fu Xing then revealed his true purpose. Stay safe. Chao Yi's eyes brightened as he nodded, attaching the flashlight to his body before closing his eyes once more. The puzzled Mu Qing beside him asked, wasn't Chao supposed to pull us up? How did he just leave like that? Mu Shui can get us up here. Building an ice ladder would be great, pulling each other around is tiring. He thought earlier that Captain Fu was confused. But it turned out Fu was just thinking more deeply. Mu Shui's lips twitched slightly as he began to form the ice ladder. After the battle just now, he felt his control over ice had advanced to another level. Through the ice ladder, everyone climbed up and waited for a while in the lab before Chow Yi appeared. His expression wasn't good, even looking somewhat disheveled. There's. He took a deep breath, chugged half a bottle of water, and continued, there's a child turned into a zombie inside. No, not a zombie. For a moment, he didn't know how to describe what he had seen. Chapter 52. He can talk, but I saw him eat food from the fridge next to him. They were all bloody, and he just took them out and started eating. After Chow Yi finished speaking, there was a silence. He wasn't surprised by everyone's reaction, and then continued, when I went in, it was like he saw prey, and he started chasing me. He really looked like a zombie, many parts of his body were decomposed, his teeth didn't look human, they resembled those of some ferocious fish. Human teeth are mostly flat and neat, but fish, especially carnivorous ones like sharks, usually have sharp and pointed teeth with secondary teeth as well. The kid he saw just now was exactly like that. It seemed like a person patched together haphazardly. Let's not mind him for now. Fu Xing said frowning, we need to get out first and tell the base about the situation inside. Besides, it was almost 5 o'clock in the morning of the second day. They had been here for almost a day and night. The moment Pei Ming was in a coffin, plus the time they spent dealing with that tree. He won't starve to death in there, I checked, the fridge is still full. But it smells too much of blood, and they're only partial meats. I shone a flashlight, but couldn't figure out what they were. I didn't have time to check what's behind that door opposite. Chow Yi drank the remaining half bottle of water. After finishing, his expression became more serious, I think whatever experiments they are doing here, they are also creating humans. The people inside seem like animals observed since childhood. In modern society, many technologies are actually already available, but considering ethics and respect for life, they are not allowed to be used on humans. This is the moral bottom line that the whole society needs to follow. But after entering this lab, their values felt heavily shaken. This lab, which has never been completely controlled by the state, what kind of research has it been doing for all these years? This institute existed before the founding of the country, it was privately created back then. Afterwards, its entire system became very complete. After the establishment of the country, the state acquired its supervisory and managerial rights on the surface, but internally, it was still the original people who called the shots. All the experiments submitted were normal, and because those researches brought changes to society and yielded significant results, people believed in this institute. Zhao Dou was explaining to everyone. Afterwards, the state arranged many excellent researchers to enter this institute, wanting to use this method to update and replace the older staff. But, obviously, it hasn't succeeded at all. No one could have imagined that behind such a prestigious honor, the institute would be like this. Let's go check over there again. Fu Xing sighed and continued speaking. So far, they haven't found the core important data. These things must be taken away at this moment because they don't know what will happen later, nor whether someone else might come to destroy them. Chow Yi nodded, and this time when he entered, it took less time than before. Fu Xing slightly tilted his head and asked Pei Ming by his ear, do you want to eat something? Pei Ming gently shook his head and said dreamily, I'm stuffed. He had eaten too much and couldn't eat anymore. During the wait for Chow Yi, everyone felt hungry. Back at the 6th level below, none of them ate anything even while waiting, as they had no appetite. The smell of blood was too strong down there, and there were almost all skeletons around, all in a dark environment. Not throwing up was good enough. Now, having arrived at the relatively clean 5th level without any odd smell, after Fu Xing's inquiry, everyone's brains sent signals of hunger. Taking out portable food, everyone ate while waiting. Chow Yi took quite a while to come out, by the time everyone had finished eating, he walked out from inside, this time his expression wasn't as heavy as before, rather, he looked relieved. It seems like the events he encountered this time were relatively normal. There's some data storage inside, and 2 small labs, everything appears fairly normal. The normalcy made them feel somewhat dazed. He collected all the data and decided to place it in the base upon leaving, letting the professionals sort through it. You eat something, let's leave. Fu Xing told him. Chow Yi nodded and took out some cookies. We can't go out from the main entrance anymore, Old Lin said, the building is out of power, and the door won't open. We can only go through the emergency channel, it can be opened from the inside. The safety passage leads to the backyard, where we used to cultivate some plants. A hint of bitterness appeared on Old Lin's face as he thought he'd never be able to study plants again after this. Just thinking about the thing in the level below and his part in helping it grow, made him feel sick to his stomach. Facing plants again, he felt like he could no longer find peace within himself. There's a back gate over there, we can leave directly from there. Even though the cause of the apocalypse has not been fully understood by everyone yet, what has happened in this institute is clear as day. But regarding the bloodline, do those higher-ups know? If they do, how much exactly? As they climbed up the stairs, the decomposed corpse was still lying there, its smell rushing into their nostrils once again. However, compared to the stench on the 6th floor, one might even say this odor was fresh. Under Old Lin's lead, they quickly returned to the 1st floor, found the emergency exit, opened the door, and stepped out of the lab building. The moment they walked out, all of them couldn't help but sigh in relief. The air outside was refreshingly clean. Qi Jing. Qi Jing looked back at the laboratory, feeling somewhat confused. He felt lost and even doubted why he had come so far back to this place, seeing scene after scene, each carrying the shadow of his parents. The feeling of his belief collapsing, this pain mingled with grievances, made his eye rims instantly turn red. His emotions were always suppressed within the lab. Now that they've come out and everyone feels like they've survived the catastrophe, he is left bewildered. Why did it have to become like this? Chao Yi walked beside him and patted his shoulder. We're not completely safe yet. Qi Jing raised his head, forcing back the tears in his eyes. When the apocalypse arrived, he was scared, but he didn't think anything special of it. Later, for the journey back here, going through so many dangers and almost being eaten by zombies when one was less than 10 centimeters away from him, all he thought then was, it's over. But now, the situation hasn't been defined yet, has it? We still need to wait for the final outcome. What role this institute played in the onset of the apocalypse and what they've done is still unknown. After hearing this, Qi Jing also nodded. I should wait for the final result. Let's go. Everyone didn't know how to respond. Especially Zhao Dou, who had interacted most with Qi Jing, knowing how the latter looked when talking about his parents. It's cruel to destroy someone's hope right before they reach it and tell them that there has never been any hope. I'm alright, just can't quite comprehend it. Qi Jing sighed with a bitter smile on his lips. He pursed his lips and then forced an even more unpleasant smile toward everyone. Thank you all. Let's go, it's getting late. Chao Yi said, and the group adjusted their formation. With He Tao gone now, Chao Yi felt a lot more relaxed. However, the surroundings were too dark, and they were navigating purely based on old Lin's sense of direction, who remarked, I have spent quite some time here, though that was before. I haven't come much this year. I didn't expect the plants here to change so drastically. Originally making a general comment, old Lin seemed to recall something and his expression turned grim. Could it be, that all these plants are mutations? It's possible, every animal we encountered earlier has already mutated. Zhao Dou analyzed. As soon as these words were spoken, they heard a whistling sound. Fu Xing's attention was immediately drawn. Before the thing got close enough, Fu Xing struck it down. It's a plant relatively normal. Under the flashlight beam shining on the fallen plant on the ground, seeing that it was still green, everyone's heart let out a sigh of relief. Then, they couldn't help but ask themselves, why should we take a deep breath of relief? The plants have mutated. Immediately following, it was as if the attack marked the sounding of an assault horn, the surrounding plants began acting wildly. Pei Ming forced his eyes open, loosening his arms around Fu Xing and saying, let me handle it. He had too much energy inside and needed to release it. After saying that, Fu Xing placed Pei Ming on the ground. As Pei Ming stood up, his eyes turned red, and then the surrounding plants froze as if put under a spell. Extinguish. A word no one understood came out of Pei Ming's mouth, and this single word seemed to carry an earth-shattering power. The moment these words appeared, the trees around them that were attacking instantly withered and collapsed. The others looked on, their eyes wide open in disbelief. As Pei Ming focused on what was happening, Fu Xing suddenly heard a sound from around them. Zhao Dou, who was standing in the middle, was pulled away by something. Zhao Dou. Chao Yi quickly shouted, and then a shadow appeared before everyone. He Tao was holding Zhao Dou by the neck, looking entirely abnormal. Then Zhao Dou was carelessly thrown aside as He Tao quickly rushed to Pei Ming, aiming for a fatal blow. Chapter 53. Where did all this confidence come from? Pei Ming's head was full of doubts. When He Tao approached him, he didn't even move, and the vines wrapped around his hands directly struck He Tao and sent him flying. Chao Yi had already brought Zhao Dou back to the group. Zhao Dou was vomiting blood, and his condition looked very bad. The sudden attack by He Tao just now severely wounded Zhao Dou, who was just an ordinary person. He Tao, thrown away, lay on the ground as if he were dead. Pei Ming withdrew his gaze, looked at Zhao Dou, then turned to the vines. The vines swayed slightly, then made a sound of da-da-da as it ran to the front of Zhao Dou. It picked the flower on its head and placed it by Zhao Dou's mouth. Eat it. Pei Ming said while standing nearby. Chao Yi handed Zhao Dou over to Mu Qing and went with Fu Xing to check on He Tao's condition. Zhao Dou looked at Pei Ming and a smile rose to his face. Xiao Ming, it's really great meeting you. And everyone else too. Earlier, he had stood further back, and the others' attention was on the plants ahead. And He Tao, somehow had become skilled at hiding himself. Only when he got close did Chao Yi and Fu Xing notice his presence, but by that time, it was already too late. Previously, Chao Yi let out a sigh of relief whenever He Tao wasn't around because keeping track of him constantly was tiring. But who would have thought, the person everyone thought was already dead, was still alive, like some lingering spirit. How is he still alive? Qi Jing looked at Zhao Dou, heart aching, and feeling a bit scared. The pain in her heart diminished somewhat due to the sudden attack becoming less frequent. He is already dead. Pei Ming emphasized, what he is now is not human. The redness in his eyes had yet to fade, and his serious expression appeared quite believable. Swallow this. Pei Ming stood in front of Zhao Dou, pointing to the little white flower that the vines had plucked, saying, maybe, you won't die. Does this vine also have healing properties? Everyone brightened up, looking at the vine with hopeful eyes, scaring the vine which promptly hid behind Pei Ming, clutching his leg and peeping out. There's only one flower left. After hearing this question, Pei Ming shook his head, no. But there might be an awakening of special abilities, Pei Ming added. During the process of awakening abilities, those energies can treat his wounds. The little white flower of the vine is the energy crystal of the vine, limited to the one on top of its head. Other flowers are used for expressing emotions. Only the small flower on its head is formed from its condensed energy. Thinking about this, Pei Ming extended his hand toward the vine voluntarily. The vine climbed onto him, obediently entwining his wrist. Pei Ming caressed its leaves kindly and said, I'll feed you later. The vine's leaves swayed slightly and ceased moving. Thank you. Zhao Dou smiled at the corner of his lips. Pei Ming looked at him seriously and said, you're on the edge of awakening your ability. At this moment, he could feel the strength of the energy around people. If Zhao Dou hadn't been injured today, he might also awaken his power after some time. Didn't you get a zombie's core earlier? Take it out and place it on your chest. The appearance of zombies and the emergence of power wielders, although Pei Ming had guessed the reasons in his mind, he was not entirely certain. But he could already confirm what was inside the zombie's brain. It was the same as the little white flower growing on top of the vine. It was the ability nucleus gradually formed after absorbing energy by zombies. Just like after Zhao Xiaolong passed away, there was also a bead inside him. This is the source of energy or special powers. Ordinary zombies don't have it, neither do normal people. Hurry, where is it? Mu Qin remembered that thing being collected by Zhao Dou. It was inside his backpack. He fumbled through it chaotically, pulling out the object slowly and placing it on Zhao Dou's chest. Duzzy, please don't have anything happen to you. However, at this moment, Pei Ming's gaze turned towards another side. His expression became sharp. Then it seemed like he heard something and quickly moved toward it. Upon seeing that Fu Sheng was fine, he let out a sigh of relief, and with a serious look, gazed at Fu Sheng. Are you hurt? Fu Sheng shook his head slightly, walked to Pei Ming's side, subconsciously wanting to rub Pei Ming's head. Then he seemed to remember something, and his outstretched hand paused mid-air. I'm not injured, but the person ran away. I see. Someone had been here just now. He felt it, and apparently, the other party also sensed his presence. When the other party was about to attack Fu Sheng and the other person, Pei Ming used his abilities to stop them. The attempt to kill failed, and they ended up saving He Tao, who was very important to their group due to his fresh blood. He was saved. Pei Ming explained. Otherwise, after being hit by the vines, there was no way He Tao could have had the strength left to escape on his own. Saved. Fu Sheng and Chao Yi glanced at each other, both seeing gravity in the other's eyes. Pei Ming looked into the distance, his lips suddenly curling upward, words laced with either mockery or self-ridicule. Yes, his blood is a fine vintage to some. After speaking, he looked at Fu Sheng, licked his lips, revealing the fangs at the corner of his mouth. Those things, they only associate with rats in the gutters, enjoy eating putrid food, and prefer living in foul-smelling environments. They even try to make everything around them like themselves because of their own preferences. After finishing, he retracted the blood-stained fangs at the edge of his lips and extended his hand towards Pei Ming. I'm tired. Fu Sheng picked him up, one part of him wanting to pry open Pei Ming's mouth to look at the cute tooth that had appeared earlier, another part of him was lost in thought. So, what flavor does Pei Ming like? Chao Yi, however, thought differently from Fu Sheng and others. His focus was on the word, blood. So, those legends weren't lies. Blood clans really do feed on blood. He remembered how Pei Ming seemed to love eating maochuang, spicy boiled tripe and blood, and duck blood vermicelli soup. And then recalled the restaurant Qi Jing mentioned before, which looked so fancy but the chef specialized in making maochuang. It turns out all these were traces of truth leading to understanding. Chao Yi's lip twitched, and he looked at Pei Ming again. If you think about the fact that blood clans eat blood, it can be terrifying. But when you consider that they could also eat duck blood vermicelli soup, it didn't seem so bad all of a sudden. How is Zhao Dou doing? Fu Sheng asked. Pei Ming shook his head. I don't know if he'll pull through. To become an energy user, besides needing energy stimulation, a strong will is required as well. Otherwise, they might end up like He Tao. That He Tao actually had the potential to become an energy user. When he wasn't turned into a zombie after being bitten, it meant he already possessed some sort of energy that resisted it. Had he seized the opportunity back then, he wouldn't be this way now. Unfortunately, everyone encounters different forks in the road, every choice made cannot be undone. Afterward, he chose to absorb other energies and thus became like this. Pei Ming added. After hearing this, both Chao Yi and Fu Sheng fell silent. So, He Tao's strange behavior previously was indeed because he was acting strangely. Wasn't he bitten by a zombie? Chao Yi pondered, believing He Tao never touched navigation zombies before. In early days, they all used guns against zombies, even Fu Sheng, who had shown his special abilities, mostly used guns. There wasn't any critical moment where this could have happened. Now, letting Chao Yi reflect back, he couldn't figure out exactly when this could have occurred. Weren't we checked when we entered the base? His doubt increased. Maybe he evaded the check. The three returned to the others. On Zhao Dou's body, there were no external wounds, his previous leg injury had completely healed already. However, He Tao's recent attack harmed his internal organs, causing Zhao Dou's mouth to drip with blood, and his clothes covered in it too, his chest stained red. How is he? Seeing the three return, those who stayed behind looked up. Pei Ming's abrupt departure startled everyone, assuming Fu Sheng and Chao Yi might have met some trouble. Seeing the two return safely along with Pei Ming relieved them. He was taken away by someone. It's not very safe here. Let's go out first and get in the car, then head to the restaurant we went to before. Fu Sheng glanced at Zhao Dou and said decisively. We don't know how Pei Ming is right now, just from the unstable state of him turning back into an adult only to instantly revert to a child, it's clear his condition must not be good. The two brothers at that restaurant were so friendly to Pei Ming. If they go there shouldn't be any problems. Yes, I have something to ask them too. Where on earth is Pei Jun now? Another day has passed, but no one knows if they've managed to contact any other blood clans yet. Chao Yi began organizing everyone, pulling out a clean blanket first. Mu Qin turned into a large lion, and with great care, they lifted Zhao Dou onto its back. Zhao Dou was now fully focused on resisting the energy inside his body. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, making his already pale face, from spitting blood earlier, even paler. Meanwhile, He Tao, who thought he'd escaped certain death, was initially grateful to his rescuers. However, their true nature soon came to light. The man licked his lips and said, "What delicious prey. It's been years since I've come across such a tasty blood container." His smile was bizarre, terrifying enough to chill He Tao to the bone. Let me think. Should I keep your blood for entertaining my guests? After speaking, he conjured up a cage out of thin air, trapping He Tao inside. Then, he looked towards the direction Pei Ming had left, the strange smile fading into a look of hatred. Damn the Pei family. They've ruined their plans once again. Chapter 54. After the group left the research institute, they all felt as if they had escaped from a terrible situation. They circled outside the institute and eliminated a few zombies along the way. Then everyone quickly got into the car. Zhao Dou was injured now, and there was no way to contact the base. After all, since the apocalypse began, cell phones were basically useless. Now contacting others was much more troublesome than before the apocalypse arrived. As for Zhao Dou's side, despite having loads of equipment installed on the vehicle, many things placed on the roof during renovations, it still wasn't very effective. The equipment would malfunction as soon as it entered the range of the research institute. Mu Shui supported Zhao Dou and helped him sit in the last seat. I'll take care of him. He let Zhao Dou lie down on his lap, trying to make him as comfortable as possible. You guys need to squeeze up front a bit. Originally, with He Tao gone, there should have been more space, but now they also had Lao Lin. The other people said it was fine, just a bit crowded. The restaurant isn't far from here, it's only a short squeeze. After seeing that the two people at the back were settled, the four people in the front finally got into the car. Pei Ming still sat next to Fu Sheng in the front seat. Chao Yi started the car, and as the research institute grew smaller in their rearview mirror, everyone let out a sigh of relief and leaned back in their seats. Even Fu Sheng closed his eyes and rested against the seat. Pei Ming thought for a moment, took out a piece of stationery bearing their mark that Wu Zhenghai had given him earlier, wrote a message, and then folded the note into a paper crane. After folding, the paper crane came alive, flying straight through the glass and heading toward the distance. Fu Sheng looked at Pei Ming's movements and asked, "Are you notifying them?" "Yes, I entrusted them with something earlier," Pei Ming nodded, replying. He himself was also preoccupied, worrying about the safety of the entire Pei family. In such a vast territory, they could only get in touch with two young bloods who were barely 500 years old. Had the rest of the vampires not noticed he had awakened? That was completely improbable. But what if they couldn't free themselves because they were all trapped? He had instructed the two brothers to urgently contact other bloods within the territory, using his mark to identify them. However, after an entire day had passed, he did not know whether they had succeeded. On the other side, upon receiving the paper crane, the two brothers prepared. Pei Ming had said that they were returning. Meanwhile, standing beside them was another middle-aged man. This man appeared relatively young but possessed a kind and gentle demeanor. "Uncle Qian, you're sure you can't reach father either?" The person standing next to them was one of Pei Jun's servants who helped manage the estate. "Yes, I have no way to contact Master," Uncle Qian nodded, sighed. 3 months ago, Master suddenly received a letter, and then he left. He hasn't returned yet. Can't you sense his condition?" The brothers sounded somewhat anxious upon hearing this. Qian Duo shook his head. "No, I've been a vampire for over 1,000 years, and there is no longer any master-servant connection between the owner and me." Upon finishing his words, a shadow of regret crossed his face. He hadn't wanted to become a vampire. Compared to being a vampire, he would rather be the master's butler. In that case, he could always stay by the master's side and instantly perceive danger when his master encountered it. But at that time, he was almost dead, becoming a vampire was the only way. Later, the master developed another method, though this was hundreds of years after he became a vampire. Upon learning that Qian Duo was also a vampire, the brothers were shocked, they hadn't sensed this at all. For many years, they had assumed he was merely a butler near their father. We must wait for young Master Pei to return. It's truly fortunate that he woke up so promptly. Since the apocalypse began, I've noticed signs of instability. Afterwards, I searched everywhere for the master, without realizing immediately that he had awoken from his slumber. Uncle Qian smiled genuinely when talking about Pei Ming. After all, his master and Pei Ming had grown up together. Chao Yi parked the car in front of the restaurant. Unlike previous times, the inside was brightly lit, the restaurant's doors were wide open, and 4 people were standing outside waiting for them. Held by Fu Sheng, Pei Ming stepped out of the car. Behind him, Xiao Dou remained in the car due to his injuries. Chao Yi did not get out of the car either. Instead, he asked Si Kong, who had already come to greet them, "Can the car drive in? We have a companion who is injured and can't be moved easily right now." Si Kong first invited Pei Ming into the house. After hearing this, he walked to the car. "Injured? Maybe I can help. That would be good. Could you please take a look?" Chao Yi readily opened the car door. Seeing Xiao Dou's condition inside, Si Kong nodded. "It's not a serious issue, but he is at a crucial awakening stage, so indeed it's not suitable to move him. Please follow me." Si Kong got out of the car and said to Chao Yi, "You can park the car in the master's garage." Chao Yi nodded and followed him to park the car. Inside, Qian Duo was so moved that tears filled his eyes as he paid his respects to Pei Ming with a grand bloodline ritual. "You've finally awakened. Qian Duo." Pei Ming looked at Qian Duo, realizing his aura had changed and carried characteristics of the bloodline clan. "Are you no longer Pei Jun's servant?" Some servants indeed long to become vampires, which would allow them to free themselves from the identity tied to their master. After becoming an adult vampire, they could act independently. But Qian Duo wasn't one of those people. "I was severely injured in battle, so my master transformed me into a vampire." Even though he was human, his psychic abilities were extraordinary, playing an important role in fierce battles. Yet, he was still human after all. Thinking about this, Pei Ming looked up and glanced at Fu Sheng for a moment before his cheeks bulged slightly. What's wrong with him? The others relaxed once they entered the restaurant. But then, realizing there were non-humans besides themselves here, they became tense again. Fu Sheng didn't fully understand the meaning behind Pei Ming's gaze just yet. He also didn't know exactly what happened when Pei Ming previously instructed him to place his hand on the person's chest. However, he trusted that Pei Ming wouldn't harm him. "We urgently contacted many bloodlines we knew or had communicated with before, but received no response." Pei Ming had already conveyed all the information through the paper crane to the 2 brothers. They were now aware of these people's identities. And they also learned about the situation within that research institute. For this, they felt somewhat guilty. They lived nearby, but failed to notice the developments there right away, which really shouldn't have happened. As soon as anomalies occurred, they should have been alerted. Back then, they thought whatever the humans were doing was none of their business anyway. Moreover, the 2 being young bloods, weren't particularly strong. They didn't realize those abnormal fluctuations earlier were related to the bloodline. "Have you made contact?" Pei Ming inquired. After the inquiry, Si Kong, who had already guided Chao Yi back, handed him a carton of milk marked specifically for the bloodline. Pei Ming took it, looked at it briefly, and thought about how Fu Sheng had bad luck not getting it twice before. He passed the carton of milk to Fu Sheng, who looked at it in his hand and said, "I'll hold it for you." Pei Ming had mentioned earlier that he'd overeaten. "All right," Pei Ming replied. Then, seeing Qi Jing yawning beside them, he turned to Fu Sheng again. "Do you want to rest?" "Yes, are we going to rest in the same rooms as last time?" Qi Jing responded promptly. The others saw his expression and remained silent. Everyone understood, he just wanted to be alone for a while. "Please follow me, guests." Si Kong still appeared attentive, though everyone could obviously feel that his attitude was much better than when they had come here the first time. "Ming Ming, aren't you resting?" Fu Sheng looked at Pei Ming standing still and asked. "There's still a lot I need to sort out." Sleeping for 1,000 years, Pei Ming wasn't entirely clear about the current state of the bloodline. Now with Qian Duo here, he could just ask him. "Oh." Pei Ming suddenly turned to Chao Yi, who was following Si Kong inside. "Chao Yi, can you give me that bottle?" That wasn't source blood, just ordinary blood. To determine whose blood it was, some secret methods of the bloodline would still be needed. Chao Yi hesitated, then pulled out an ancient box. He opened the box and took out the glass bottle inside. "Is this also something from your vampire clan?" He looked curiously at the bottle in his hand, its liquid seeming to glow under the light. The 3 people standing nearby felt uneasy when they saw the blood. Qian Duo's hands were trembling involuntarily as Pei Ming asked him, "Where has Pei Jun gone?" Hearing this question, his hands trembled even more. Could it be that our master has been missing for 3 months? Qian Duo stared at the bottle, wanting to open it immediately to check if it contained Pei Jun's blood. Pei Ming, seeing his state, worried that he might act rashly, took the bottle from him. "Do you have any objects related to Pei Jun on you?" "Yes, I do." Qian Duo responded quickly. Pei Ming had no smile on his face, all seriousness. "Then let's give it a try." After speaking, he turned to Si Kong and ordered, "Take them to rest." You may answer their questions if they have any. The others heard this and Mu Qing's eyes lit up immediately. He had so many questions inside. Chapter 85. Xikong led everyone away, and Fu Xing glanced at Pei Ming. His lips twitched as if he wanted to say something but held back. Qian Duo, who was standing nearby, looked at Fu Xing with deep confusion in his eyes but refrained from asking the questions on his mind. He remembered an incident from over 20 years ago. Then, Qian Duo's gaze shifted between Fu Xing and Pei Ming. I will return. As if reading Fu Xing's thoughts, Pei Ming revealed what Fu Xing wanted to know before he could ask. Fu Xing nodded, holding his milk bottle as he followed Xikong back to the courtyard where they had lived before. However, this time, the yard seemed different, it appeared twice as large as before. Old Lin, coming here for the first time, was full of astonishment. He also had much on his mind. During the ride, he checked his phone more than once. There was no signal inside the research institute, possibly due to interference caused by strange objects that disrupted the surrounding magnetic field, leading to signal chaos. However, upon stepping outside, Old Lin immediately opened his phone and dialed his wife's number. Yet, he still couldn't get through, his phone completely failed to receive any signal. When he asked others about it, they treated it as a normal occurrence, simply handing him a modified radio and informing him that this was the only thing that could pick up signals. They also told him that since the apocalypse began, countless satellites in space had fallen. While phones could still be used, it depended on luck. If one had good luck, they might successfully make a call. But making a call isn't something achievable just with a signal on one side, both parties must have signals for it to connect. Once here, relatively safe for now, Old Lin's attention gradually turned to the vampires, a race he'd never heard of. The sky was almost light, and Qi Jing chose a room and walked in alone. Others, like Mu Qing who had already rested down in the 6th basement floor, were now questioning Xikong about all sorts of things. Having received instructions from Pei Ming, Xikong answered all of his questions without reservation. Although Fu Xing hadn't rested previously, he was thinking deeply at this moment. He sat beside Xikong, listening to the information about the vampires. The history of vampires dates back over 10,000 years. The first vampire was born on this world over 100,000 years ago, Xikong recounted calmly. At that time, humans were still very weak. Records of humanity go back over 300,000 years, but those weren't the humans we know today. Back then, humans might have been indistinguishable from the wild beasts outside. Our ancestors were born from the essence of heaven and earth, the 9 most powerful vampires and their accompanying sacred relics descended into the world. Strictly speaking, the history of vampires isn't as long as that of humanity, but their emergence feels more like a gift from heaven or a boon from nature. Nature's power created the vampires, thus the vampires should respect nature, this is written in the vampire prohibition laws. Afterward, the 9 forefathers established their own territories. But they found living alone as vampires too boring, so they split their origin blood to create other vampires. Hearing this, Mu Qing sitting across raised a question, this is somewhat similar to our creation myth. In the myth, goddess Nuwa became bored, so she fashioned human beings in her own image. It seemed that the vampires' origins mirrored this tale. Of course, human aspects are influenced by us. Some humans in the past have read vampire history books and wrote similar accounts based on them, Xikong explained with a nod. How can you guarantee all these facts are true, rather than myths? After hearing this, Xikong said seriously, because the lifespans of vampires are extraordinarily long. The 9 origin founders did not disappear from the world until 10,000 years ago. All these are the historical accounts narrated by the 9 source founders themselves. They cannot be wrong. 10,000 years ago, when the origin founders passed away, the 9 tribes of vampires split into the 36 current domains. Our Pei family territory is the largest and directly descends from the offspring of the original sources. Xikong paused, adding thoughtfully, to put it in human terms, we carry pure blood lineage. This is one of the reasons why the Pei family is powerful. What about Pei Ming? Mu Qing was curious. How old is Pei Ming now? He looks so young, but given how everyone respects him and his last name is Pei, he shouldn't be that young, right? Lord today is already 11,000 years old. He was the last pure-blooded vampire born in the Pei family during the lifetime of the Source Lord, and after being born, he received a blessing from the Source Lord. Therefore, Pei Ming is their strongest vampire of the Pei clan. He was also the main force in the battle 1,000 years ago. Upon hearing this, the few people on the other side were dumbfounded. Mu Qing and Mu Shui didn't go to sleep. Chao Yi was very sleepy, but he wanted to know more about vampires. Fu Xing had 2 purposes, one was to understand more about vampires, and the other was to wait for Pei Ming's return. After hearing 11,000 years, Mu Qing's mouth opened wide. Xikong chuckled and replied, more than 10,000 years ago, humans already basically possessed some of the qualities modern people have. So vampires would choose humans as intelligent as themselves to serve as servants, responsible for taking care of their daily lives. So, are you human? Mu Qing asked Xikong while looking at him, then thought it felt a bit off, then how old are you? This seemed like an overly distant topic. After listening to the question, Xikong paused for a moment before answering, I am the servant of the 2 young masters, and I'm over 400 years old now. In my most dangerous time, the two young masters saved me and granted me a longer life. And both of the masters originally started out as humans, they share similar values. Later, they together established this inn, witnessing the alternation of human dynasties. Over 400 years, for a human, this is almost an impossible age. Mu Qin looked at this kind-hearted middle-aged man in front of her, and the astonishment in her heart did not decrease a bit. Do you know the difference between pure-blood vampires and other vampires? Fu Sheng, after learning Pei Ming's age, felt quite shocked in his heart. After the shock passed, there was inexplicably a sense of warmth. Pure-blood vampires are bred by vampires created by the Source Lord, and they possess the most complete bloodlines. They can also acquire all the abilities of vampires, including using the sacred relics left behind by the Source Lord. Perhaps you've also seen some stories or legends. There is another part of the vampire population that originates from human transformation. Seacombe thought for a moment and continued, those TV dramas aren't entirely baseless either. Some vampires even appeared in shows because of their personal hobbies, playing their true selves. Of course, humans have not discovered that many vampire-related legends and TV dramas are controlled by the vampire world. Even some entire film crews consist entirely of vampires. Their lives are too long, and they spend idle days amusing themselves. By the way, regarding Lord's current condition, there are still some things I need to tell you. Seacombe voluntarily began a new topic. Considering that Pei Ming might remain with this group later, he decided to teach them well how to take care of the youngling. Lord, earlier due to internal struggles within the vampire community, suffered serious injuries. He then rested for 1,000 years to recover, but upon waking, his wounds hadn't healed fully, causing a regression to childhood. When speaking of younglings, Seacombe's expression softened significantly. We vampires haven't had any younglings for a very long time. Because of severe injury, Lord has lost many memories. These things Seacombe learned afterward from the two brothers. Now telling these people hopes they will take good care of Pei Ming. And because of this regression, as a youngling, he will display typical youngling traits, which will make him seem very unlike an adult. This is all caused by physical reasons. An adult soul trapped inside a child's body will still act out playful and mischievous behaviors, possibly due to the instinct of younglings, which isn't under the brain's control. Everyone suddenly understood and nodded knowingly. Just earlier, they were all wondering, Pei Ming, an adult over 1,000 years old, why was he so skilled at acting cute? And he could genuinely make people feel charmed without a single ounce of shyness. Now everything made sense. He is very cute. Fu Xing recalled some previous experiences, and involuntarily, a smile crept onto his lips. Upon hearing what he said, Seacombe highly approved and gave him a look conveying that this young man had excellent insight. Yes, younglings are the cutest, unfortunately when Lord woke up, I wasn't by his side. Seacombe expressed deep regret. He adores children, but his master is unable to have kids. The appearance of Pei Ming brought immense joy to Seacombe. Of course, he doesn't know that their lord's abilities have already been fully restored and the time as a youngling will be brief. On this side, Seacombe was imparting all his accumulated written child-rearing experiences over the years, while on the other side, everyone's expressions were very serious and mournful. It has been confirmed that the blood in the bottle comes from Pei Jun. Pei Ming instructed Qian Duo to return immediately to the Bloodline family hall with his order, to check whether Pei Jun's life flame had already extinguished. Now, we can basically piece together the events. Pei Ming stood on the chair, aligning himself at the same height as the other two people. The emergence of human mutants could be due to disasters they created, where Pei Jun's blood was mixed in. No, it might not just be Pei Jun's blood, one person's blood alone cannot achieve such a scale. The blood of the Bloodline clan possesses the same kind of ability as those energy crystals, able to unlock the hidden potential within a human body upon contact. However, what caused the zombies to appear? What kind of power drained all their blood? Is there some conspiracy lurking behind all this that he hasn't noticed yet? As Pei Ming stood on the chair deep in thought, a paper crane flew into the room. The two brothers lit up. This is Elder Luo whom we contacted earlier. Chapter 55. After Pei Ming left yesterday, they contacted many blood clans. So far, apart from Qian Duo, no one else has replied. The two brothers pinched the wings of the paper crane, and it soon turned into a letter. He's in Yen City now. The two read only the opening, then handed the letter to Pei Ming. It's written for you. Pei Ming took it and his gaze grew solemn. I guessed correctly after all. When he first saw that altar, Pei Ming had suspected a resurrection ritual, but hadn't anticipated another layer hidden behind it. He said he discovered an abhorrent, evil forbidden magical array in Yen City, something banned personally by the Source Lords. Pei Ming continued reading. He had heard about this array before. It was something crazy, and something that disrupted nature entirely. In the absolute prohibitions of the Blood Clan, there could be no allowance for such a thing to exist. After it was created, it was sealed and destroyed. But who would have thought that someone later traced clues and recreated the same array based on fragments from back then? The reason half of humanity became zombies is because of this array. There are 9 arrays in total. On the surface, they're for reviving those imbeciles of the council, but in reality, they're for making gods. As Pei Ming read, he narrated aloud what he saw. Among the Blood clan, his age wasn't very advanced, and there were many elder vampires than him. Things concerning the arrays that they had seen earlier, Pei Ming only learned about afterward. It was an evil array that drained natural forces, using blood as a medium to make oneself stronger. Its creator at the time had siphoned off all the natural energy from a large landmass in the Pacific Ocean, along with the blood of all the creatures there, for personal use, and thus received a severe punishment. 3 source lords together extracted his source blood, returned the energy he gained to nature, and condemned him to live forever in pain. Now, was someone imitating that? So the appearance of zombies was due to this. But those zombies obviously resemble puppets, Pei Ming mused, having studied puppet techniques before. Those zombies weren't just drained of blood, it wasn't that simple. After finishing the letter, Pei Ming set it aside, feeling increasingly heavy-hearted. Luo Gai says that he's currently fighting against these foul things in Yen City. The situation there isn't too good. The resurrection ritual was something he discovered himself, but when destroying the array, he was obstructed by some blood clans. Now both sides are locked in a grueling battle. Actually, the population of the Blood clan is quite small. Strong pure-blooded vampires combined likely do not reach 300 people. Even among these 300, excluding those still asleep, the pure-blood vampires actually active in the world may number only around 100 or so. We must head to Yen City. Pei Ming made the decision, the summoning array here had already been largely under his control. I will rest today and assimilate the newly acquired energy. Pei Ming took a deep breath, his chubby face serious. After recovering all his memories, he became even less able to tolerate his current appearance. Too short. Too childish. He absolutely couldn't allow this state to continue. Moreover, this youthful form did not allow him to unleash his full potential. This appearance came about because he temporarily absorbed too much energy, and his body couldn't digest it properly. Do you have contact information for other blood clans in different territories? Qian Duo had already left for the ancestral hall, leaving Pei Ming anxious. The Lord Summons order was currently nowhere to be found, without which he couldn't connect with all the blood clans within his territory. When he went into hibernation, he handed over the summons order to Pei Jun. Just now, asking Qian Duo, he responded that the summons order was always kept by Pei Jun. Ah, I remember something. Wu Zhenghai suddenly remembered, the day before the apocalypse arrived, my phone received a notification for a package delivery. In this internet era, as a worry-free vampire, their clan also enjoyed online shopping. Some things were simply cheap and of high quality. In another district, I bought quite a few things. I was waiting for the courier to deliver them the next day, but unexpectedly, the apocalypse arrived. Those things were not important, so after checking and finding nothing missing, he followed Pei Ming back to the hotel. Unpacking the parcel, inside was an item resembling a medal. Pei Ming picked it up and held it in his hand, and a natural sense was transmitted to him through the medal in his hand. He felt as if he had acquired God's eye view, with his vision expanding instantly. The situation of the entire territory seemed to fall within his range of sight. At the same time, he also noticed some green dots. There is another letter here. The 2 brothers did not disturb Pei Ming but picked up the letter below. It's from our father. They continued reading and their expressions grew increasingly grave. It said that they should take this medal to the big tree at the center of Luohua City and awaken their lord. And it also mentioned he would head to a research institute nearby due to something suspicious that needed investigation. This letter was written about a month ago. The package must have been left at the courier point for scheduled delivery after that. Pei Ming was contacting other vampires. Vampires who were doing their own things or helping humans in bases all lifted their heads in surprise simultaneously. They put down what they were doing immediately. If there were humans around them, they found an excuse to leave the human company. Those without humans present stood up directly and rushed towards the place where Pei Ming was. After completing everything, Pei Ming's face turned slightly pale. He sat on the chair, leaned back, and rested. Very soon, the first vampire arrived. Upon seeing Wu Zhenghai and Wu Zhengtao, his eyes filled with astonishment. Where's the Lord? Wasn't it the Lord who used the Lord's command to summon them? Then his eyes fell on Pei Ming resting beside, curiosity shining in his eyes. He went over, stretched out his evil hand, and directly pinched Pei Ming's face. You 2 brats, where did you get this little one from? Isn't he just too cute? The 2 remained silent, merely swallowing saliva, showing admiration in their eyes. Pei Ming opened his eyes instantly, full of anger, and then very accurately called out the name of the other person, Gu Hongyu, take your claws away. Gu Hongyu's extended claw hovered in the air. The young one's cutesy voice flooded him with paternal love, but the serious look in front of him combined with calling out his name made him step back with a bit of regret, retracting his hand, then uncertainly shouted, Lord? How did Pei Ming turn into this form? It's maddening. Though roaring internally, he showed no sign on the surface. Pei Ming tilted his head slightly, coldly sniffed, and then stood on the chair next to him, reaching out with a flipped hand and pinching his face, stretching it, it's me. He spoke coldly and sternly. After pinching, he retracted his hand, and Gu Hongyu complied by covering his face and making a painful expression. How did you suddenly wake up? The environment of the world right now was indeed very bad, but Pei Ming shouldn't be affected by it. Although he was a core member among the blood clan, only Pei Jun, the representative of the Lord, and the servants of the Lord knew the location of the Lord's slumber. Do you not know what has happened? Pei Ming countered. I know. But isn't this supposed to affect humans? They brought it upon themselves, and it has nothing to do with us. Gu Hongyu scratched his head. To put it in human terms, he was a homebody. He didn't particularly like humans but was fond of various products invented by them. He was just playing games at home earlier. Human affairs had nothing to do with him. Right after he finished speaking, several others arrived. Without exception, when they saw Pei Ming, everyone's affectionate expressions spilled out instantly, but then they coughed and resumed solemn expressions. Lord. Pei Ming nodded at them. After everyone gathered, he cleared his throat seriously and said, Today, I've called you all together because our enemies are once again making a comeback, and more brazen than before. Chapter 85. Pei Ming told everyone what he knew. After hearing this news, everyone's expression became solemn. The crisis on the Luohua city side has been temporarily solved by us. You need to rush to Yen City tonight, Pei Ming commanded after explaining everything. The others saluted him with the traditional gesture of the vampire clan. I will go to Yen City tomorrow and join you then. Tell all the vampires under your command to come to this hotel in the afternoon. Before everyone disappeared, Pei Ming added. After you leave, I'll look at the two of you. After I've recovered tomorrow, we'll head to the research institute first. Then, you stay in Luohua City and lead the others to clean up those trash. The skills of the two brothers were quite decent. Together with other vampires who were transformed like them, they formed a pretty good force. The two brothers nodded. Pei Ming continued, after tomorrow's business is done, I'll leave with them. After you've cleared out the things in Luohua City, spread out to the surrounding areas and contact the lords of other territories. The vampires' territorial awareness is very strong, and there isn't much interaction between different families. They only meet every few thousand years to see if each other is still alive. If vampires from another family enter one's territory without a legitimate reason, the Lord has the right to deal with the intruders. Pei Ming wrote a letter, blended it with his blood, and stamped it with his mark. In this part of the continent, all the families have good relations with our Pei family and fought alongside us against the Elders' Council before. There shouldn't be any major safety issues, but still be careful about everything, Pei Ming said in concern. The two brothers nodded. Pei Ming thought again carefully, felt that there was nothing wrong or missing, then stood up and walked out of the room. Fu Xing had already heard everything about the vampires. He actually didn't have too many emotions, because of his experiences as a child, he actually didn't have much recognition for humanity. In fact, after learning that there was such a race as vampires, his inner feelings turned somewhat pleasant. His parents, from an early age, called him a monster, treating him and their other son with distinctly different attitudes. The relatives around him, under the influence of his parents, also abnormally rejected him. Since childhood, he was called an alien. Now knowing that there are indeed races other than humans in the world, Fu Xing's heart was extremely conflicted. The events of his childhood echoed in his mind. At this moment, Pei Ming appeared at the door and opened it. Fu Xing immediately sat up. How come you haven't gone to sleep yet? With all that energy absorbed just now, shouldn't he be very sleepy? He was still waiting for Fu Xing to recover quickly. I can't fall asleep, Fu Xing answered. After answering, he asked again, will you continue to be with us? Pei Ming's identity was special. He followed them earlier because he lost his memory and woke up not knowing what had happened in this world. But now, he should have other matters to attend to. Aren't you guys going to Yending? He had heard them say before that the final destination was Yending. Pei Ming had already sat on the edge of the bed. After looking around for a while, he asked Fu Xing, where is my sleepwear? Fu Xing stood up, took out something from the backpack and handed it to Pei Ming, but Pei Ming immediately refused, not that one, get me another. What's this panda onesie? Who bought it? Oh, it must have been those two bold subordinates. Once this matter is settled, at the vampire gathering, he will definitely make these two dance in bear onesies in front of everyone. This one. Fu Xing took out another piece. After glancing at it, Pei Ming pursed his lips and after a long pause, said, still the previous one. He took the clothes, and as soon as he got them, ran into the bathroom and closed the door. By the time it was already fully daylight, but everyone was still sleeping deeply. After Pei Ming showered and changed clothes, he lay down on the bed, squeezed next to Fu Xing, and closed his eyes. Our kind needs to rest to sort out the energy. It's during sleep when the fastest healing happens. Fu Xing looked at Pei Ming lying next to him. He stretched out his hand, wanting to rub Pei Ming's soft hair as he usually did, then hesitated and withdrew his hand. After repeating this several times, he confirmed that Pei Ming was asleep, and finally placed his hand on Pei Ming's head. His lips curled upward before closing his eyes, quickly entering dreamland. Pei Ming, lying beside him, frowned due to discomfort. Soon after, his clothes were torn apart, revealing a flawless young man with an exquisite body that looked like a piece of art, standing next to Fu Xing. The youth's face seemed to resemble Pei Ming's, yet compared to the childhood version of Pei Ming, this face appeared more delicate. He instinctively felt cold and subconsciously sought warmth, stretching out both arms to hug the fragrant pillow beside him. Neither of the two people in the bed knew anything until the sun rose high, and voices were heard in the courtyard. The few who had fallen asleep when it was already bright outside had now fully awakened. Chao Yi decided to go see Zhao Dou, just as Qi Jing came out at the same time, so they went together. On the way, Chao Yi asked, "What do you plan to do next?" "I want to live here, but I don't know if they will agree." Qi Jing had thought about it all night, his heart filled with extreme pain and struggle. On one hand, he acknowledged that his parents made mistakes. But on the other hand, as their son, he instinctively wondered, what if? They've done so many good things, how could they be such vicious villains? "Your parents' problems are not your fault," Chao Yi patted his shoulder to comfort him. "I know, but if it really has something to do with them, I don't know what to do." He felt that he should atone for his parents' wrongdoings, but being just an ordinary person, unable even to protect himself, how could he possibly pay for his parents' mistakes? The power of life weighed too heavily on him, let alone more than one life. "I understand your thoughts, and whatever I say now would be futile," Chao Yi sighed. To say that Qi Jing's father, as one of the deputy directors in charge of the 5th underground floor laboratory, had no involvement in those experiments was impossible. But they had no right to sentence these people now, didn't they? "We need to wait and find out the truth," he continued. Qi Jing nodded, "Yeah, I will wait." Afterward, neither of them spoke. When they reached the car and saw Zhao Dou inside, Chao Yi sighed in relief. The water in front of Zhao Dou had already been drunk. This indicated that Zhao Dou had woken up once before they arrived here. And if examined closely, there were circles of vines around Zhao Dou, similar to Tingting. Seeing this, Qi Jing temporarily stepped out of his own world and showed surprise. Did he succeed? He felt happy for Zhao Dou. Yes, as long as he wakes up, it means success. And there are traces of energy usage around him, probably due to loss of control after awakening. Chao Yi also revealed a smile. At this moment, Zhao Dou opened his eyes and saw the two, sparkling, Brother Chao, Brother Qi. He sat up, looking at the vines wrapped around his body, slightly flustered. "Brother Chao, I can't control this." He had woken up once before, found himself in the car, drank some water and fell back asleep comfortably. Waking up again brought him these vines. "It's okay, it's normal to have trouble controlling it initially. Just tie them up, so they won't hinder your walking," said Chao Yi and asked anxiously, "How does your body feel?" Zhao Dou was full of energy. "I'm good." Chao Yi smiled as Zhao Dou got out of the car. "Let's go back. We should decide what to do next." The three walked back. In the courtyard, in Pei Ming and Fu Xing's room, Fu Xing lay completely stiff on the bed at this moment. Ming. A big person was pressing on top of him. He was at a loss, not knowing where to place his hands, just as he had always pushed Pei Ming away. But Pei Ming was currently naked. His hand touched Pei Ming's cold skin, but to him, it felt like touching fire, slightly scorching, prompting him to instantly raise his hand. Fu Xing stared intently at Pei Ming's face, examining carefully. He had never seen such a beautiful person. Pei Ming's face seemed somewhat cold, but with his eyes tightly closed now, he appeared much gentler. Pei Ming stirred, furrowing his brows slightly as if discontented. He mumbled something incoherent, then extended one hand under the covers toward his eyes, rubbing them lightly. Sleepy eyes gradually opened, and Pei Ming locked gazes with Fu Xing. The instant those tea-colored irises met his eyes, Fu Xing felt his breath hitch, followed by a sudden rapid heartbeat. "Morning." His voice was like a pure spring, and Fu Xing thought that even the ancient saying about pearls falling on a jade plate could not compare to how good this one word sounded. "Morning." Fu Xing replied somewhat awkwardly. His hands still hung helplessly at the sides, while Pei Ming propped himself up on one arm, his distinct knuckles looking strong yet beautifully sculpted, as if they were an art piece carved with precision. Pei Ming felt a bit chilly. He looked down at his fingers and then glanced downward. "Go get me some clothes." He lay back casually, chin tilted up imperiously, giving orders without any hesitation. Fu Xing reacted as though granted a favor, sitting up quickly. If observed closely, his ear tips were blushing red. "All right," he answered with a tone trying to sound normal despite obvious effort. Hurry up." Pei Ming's voice grew lazy, making Fu Xing feel that this sentence carried a certain familiarity. Chapter 58. Previously, the two brothers had bought a lot of clothes back, in a big bag, with sizes ranging from small to large. Fu Xing walked out of the room somewhat stiffly, while Pei Ming inside looked mysteriously at his retreating figure and muttered softly, "Weird." He stretched his body, stretching under the covers, and a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Pei Ming pulled back the covers, stood up, and glanced down at his own body. It was just like before. Very good. He went barefoot into the bathroom, filled the bathtub with water, and stepped into it. Fu Xing returned with clothes only to find no one on the bed. "Minmin," he called out instinctively, then realized his nickname might be inappropriate, calling again, "Pei Ming." Pei Ming didn't hear the sound from outside. This little yard was elegant and exquisite on the outside, but inside the rooms were comfortable and warm. Especially this bathing tank was very much to his liking. He remembered his old castle where there was a natural hot spring. The cold disliking him adored lying in the hot spring. Of course, there were always people around who would chatter about how one couldn't stay soaked all day long. Pei Ming placed his hands on both sides of the tub and closed his eyes comfortably. The current situation was quite complicated. After lunch, he still had to go to the research institute to deal with some matters. And why had Fu Xing become like this? Maybe Qian Duo would know. But now Qian Duo has already headed to the ancestral hall. After Fu Xing failed to find Pei Ming's whereabouts, his gaze fell on the still open bathroom door. Holding the clothes, he stood at the doorway and knocked gently, "Pei Ming." Pei Ming lazily responded with an and then naturally said, "Come in." Fu Xing hesitated for a moment and unconsciously obeyed, pushing open the door and entering the bathroom. This bathroom contained a big bathtub, but Fu Xing had never enjoyed taking baths in such a tub. Seeing the youth comfortably reclining in the tub, Fu Xing placed the clothes on the chair beside him, saying, "I've brought the clothes for you." "Help me wash my hair," Pei Ming complained slightly as he scratched his head, feeling that his hair washing skills weren't so great. Only then did Fu Xing look closely at Pei Ming. There was foam on the youth's head, and because of being careless, it was smeared on his face and the tip of his nose. The white foam made his face appear even paler, and under the glow of the lights, it seemed as if reflecting light. "I don't know how to do it," Pei Ming's tone carried a touch of grievance. These things were done by servants before. He, the noble vampire, could he possibly wash his own hair? Hearing this, Fu Xing's heart instantly softened. He sighed while looking at Pei Ming, and involuntarily asked aloud, "How can foam get on your face?" "Don't wipe it with your hands are full of foam, and later if it gets into your eyes, it will make you uncomfortable." While talking, he skillfully rolled up his sleeves, walked behind Pei Ming, then took his hand and used the shower head nearby to rinse it clean. Then he carefully scraped off the foam from his face. "Close your eyes." There was also some foam on his forehead. After Fu Xing spoke, Pei Ming closed his eyes and waited for his movements. Fu Xing meticulously washed his head, and after finishing, he began to feel somewhat unnatural. He realized that Pei Ming was no longer the childlike youth who looked to be only 5 or 6 years old. Now, his appearance was that of a young man. However, Pei Ming showed no hesitation. After Fu Xing cleaned the foam off his head, Pei Ming shook his head like a kitten after being bathed, seemingly wanting to shake off any remaining foam. Then he stood up, and the water evaporated instantly off his body. "I'm going out soon. Are you heading to Yen City afterward?" Pei Ming was unhurried, and his motions of dressing were elegant to an extreme degree. "You." Fu Xing wanted to remind Pei Ming that they were not alone, and that he should not expose himself like this. But before he spoke. Pei Ming tilted his head, looked at him, and his amber eyes were full of confusion. He thought Fu Xing today seemed a bit off. He must have turned foolish. He wondered if absorbing those energies could make him smart again. "It doesn't matter. Where are you going?" "We need to return to the base first, then proceed to Yanshi City." It was already around 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone stayed up until dawn and slept through the entire morning. I will go to Yen City with you." Pei Ming didn't directly tell Fu Xing where he was heading. "The energy I had you absorb yesterday was extracted from Si Zhong's body." Pei Ming explained what he did yesterday as he spoke. "You should properly absorb it, aiming to get stronger sooner." Pei Ming forcibly switched to a different angle halfway through his sentence. After hearing this, Fu Xing nodded, "Thank you." Pei Ming turned his head in surprise, looking at him as if doubting why those 2 words came out of his mouth. Seeing his expression, Fu Xing walked over to his side, a beautiful smile appearing on his face. "Shall we go out? You look much better when you smile now." Pei Ming sincerely said, after which he reached out, poked his cheek, and added, "Just keep that look. I'm very satisfied." Fu Xing grabbed his finger and couldn't utter any word of refusal. "All right." Pei Ming squinted and smiled, causing Fu Xing to hurriedly let go of his hand, his ear tips turning red again. This smile was quite mesmerizing, almost blinding. Fu Xing felt his mind completely captured by this smile. The 2 of them walked out of the room one after another. Qi Jing, Qin Muqing, and others who were eating something and watching Zhao Dou's vines in the courtyard instantly looked over. After noticing them, they kept their mouths wide open, their eyeballs bulging. "Ouch, ouch, ouch. Why do you hit me?" Qing Mu, standing next to Mu Shui, quickly pulled back his expression after getting hit by a small ice block formed by Mu Shui, covering his head with both hands and glaring furiously at Mu Shui. "I thought I was seeing illusions." Mu Shui glanced at Mu Qing, then made the small ice block on Mu Qing's head disappear. "So why did you hit me?" Mu Qing desperately wanted to give this younger brother a punch to reaffirm his status as the older brother. But right after that, Mu Shui continued, "Since we're twins, your pain is the same as my pain anyway." Having said that, he glanced at Pei Ming and then looked at Fu Xing beside Pei Ming. Zhao Dou, standing nearby, also froze in place. His originally well-controlled vines suddenly lost control, waving around in the yard. The elaborate and picturesque scenery within the garden appeared dull and lackluster before this young man. Pei Ming was curious about the vines near Zhao Dou. He blinked and stepped closer to examine them closely. Zhao Dou staggered backward several steps. Were all vampire appearances like this? The corpse he saw on the 6th underground floor, although appearing to be middle-aged, still looked stunning enough to make one unable to tear their eyes away. The current Pei Ming surpassed even that person in terms of attractiveness. It seems you've awakened to plant-based abilities. Pei Ming prodded at the vines surrounding Zhao Dou, and the vines immediately became docile as if encountering their nemesis. Are you Xiao Ming? No, Pei Ming. Knowing Pei Ming's true age, the name, Xiao Ming, seemed hard to say. All these people here combined might not even amount to a fraction of Pei Ming's age. Pei Ming stood upright, unconcerned about titles, call me like before. For them, names were just symbols. For vampires, what mattered was their unique and inviolable blood. Alright. Zhao Dou agreed wholeheartedly, losing all sense of himself. Can I thank the vines? After agreeing, he scratched his head and asked. He didn't know what that flower meant to the vines, but judging by how it immediately hid behind Pei Ming after giving him the flower, it must be of great importance. Pei Ming nodded, yes. But even he didn't know where the vines had gone. At this moment, old Lin stared as the vines walked out, with an expression of complete despair. Is it hungry? Old Lin's dark circle suggested that he hadn't rested well. When the vines saw Pei Ming, they immediately jumped off old Lin, ran to Pei Ming, and hugged his legs with arms made of vines, rubbing its branches against Pei Ming's leg. Yes, can I ask you for a favor? Pei Ming lifted the vines and placed it on Fu Xing's shoulder, looking at old Lin. It seems to really like the things you make. Could I invite you to be the chef who makes its nutrient solution? The word chef echoed in old Lin's ears. Standing beside them, he was momentarily stunned but then smiled with relief. Of course, but may I ask a favor of you? Certainly, it's a deal between us. Their clan, the vampires, never took advantage of others. My wife and son, I want to know if they are still alive. When Lin mentioned this, his lips were filled with bitterness. Could I ask you to help me find them? Originally, he was a researcher with faith and ambition. When he joined the top biological laboratory in the country, he had also imagined himself possibly leading a dazzling and brilliant life. But later, gradually, he found that a simple and ordinary life was what he truly loved. Thus, within the research institute, he became increasingly marginalized, yet this was precisely what he pursued, to do what he liked, live peacefully, and have the companionship of his wife and son. Yes. Pei Ming nodded, I will have Sikuang handle it. You can stay here after that. If you need anything, just ask Sikuang. As a servant, Sikuang wouldn't participate in the upcoming battles. Alright, thank you. They are my only remaining family members. Thank you so much. Tears welled up in old Lin's eyes. Pei Ming's lips curved slightly upward, then he turned to look at Fu Xing. Chapter 59. Fu Xing felt like a little cat who had just done something good at this moment, eagerly raising his chin to him, wanting him to scratch. This thought seemed absurd even to Fu Xing himself as soon as it came out. By the time he snapped back to reality, Pei Ming had already retracted his gaze. He took a deep breath and asked Fu Xing seriously, when are you leaving? After the meal. It will take some driving from here to get back. It took a whole day to come here, but that was partly because they encountered danger and decided to stop for a rest. The return trip would definitely not take that long. They would tell the Research Institute's situation in Luohua City base today and then head to Yen City with the obtained data. I'll handle some things. You go ahead first, I'll find you later. Alright. Fu Xing nodded without asking where he was heading and just said, be careful. Afterwards, Qi Jing hesitated for a long time and ended up saying nothing. He wanted to stay here. But he felt he should go back to the base. His parents' incident still left an ache in his heart until now. He should go back to the base and contribute his humble strength to humanity. That was what he was supposed to do. Teng Teng remained seated on Fu Xing's shoulder. After seeing Pei Ming leave, he looked at Lao Lin beside him. I'll go make you the nutrition solution. Lao Lin grinned broadly. After Pei Ming agreed with him, he became completely revitalized. His child was still small, and his wife generally chose to buy lots of food and store it at home, including half a year's worth of baby formula. Unless one of them turned into a zombie, they should be fine as long as they don't go out. Upon thinking about that possibility, Lao Lin quickly threw away the unpleasant idea. Teng Teng happily shook his leaves continuously upon hearing Lao Lin's words. Zhao Dou looked at Fu Xing and asked, Team Leader Fu, should we report about Xiao Ming's situation and the Blood Clan situation? There existed a race they never heard of before, and whether or not the higher-ups knew about this. Report it. They might already know. Otherwise, why were they able to lock onto this research institute so quickly? Let's not mention Pei Ming yet. Before knowing how the people above treat the Blood Clan, Fu Xing believed they shouldn't take any risks. Moreover, judging by what he had overheard from Si Kong yesterday, all of Pei family's Blood Clan members were friendly to humans. Even those who dislike humans wouldn't hurt them. No matter what, the Blood Clan should be the group that humanity tries to rally. They couldn't directly divulge Pei Ming's secret without getting his consent. At least, not before obtaining Pei Ming's agreement. Okay. Zhao Dou had already formed an outline in her mind. What the current situation in Yen City was like, everyone still didn't know. On Zhao Dou's side, she hadn't been in contact with the higher-ups for a day and night. After lunch, Ting Ting set off with Fu Sheng and others. When they asked about Pei Ming, Si Kong replied that Pei Ming had gone to deal with things. At this moment, Pei Ming was standing underground level 7 of the laboratory building with 2 brothers. There were hidden items here. There was a large screen for playback, but the player had already been destroyed. This is connected to the surveillance system. The internal memory strips inside have been completely destroyed. Wu Zhenghai and his brother were more familiar with modern things. Seeing Pei Ming studying, they directly explained. Currently, they discovered a new array in this layer. This array is equivalent to an energy diffuser, which spreads the energy out. Behind the array, there was another system for drawing blood, where the puppet spell-enhanced energy was transferred to human bodies via these 2 arrays. Firstly, it destroys the person, then draws their blood, and finally implants new programs into them, to eat people. It was a bold and insane move. But because it was discovered early, life force had been mixed into these extremely destructive energies. Upon reaching this point, Pei Ming's expression turned solemn. Not only was Pei Jun doing this, but also other vampires in other places were doing the same as Pei Jun. The reason those humans could become ability users was because they were sensitive to certain energies, or simply lucky to absorb a part of the energy, which was almost entirely fed into their bodies by someone else. As for those who neither became energy users nor zombies, it was because the energy had been synthesized in the air. The 3 interlocking arrays had branded all the zombies, and as they consumed more people and absorbed more energy, these zombies would become increasingly powerful. It seems that what Elder Luo mentioned in his letter this morning is true. They had received another letter from Yen City earlier that day. Currently, outside the base in Yen City, they were already under siege by zombies. Furthermore, at a research institute located in the suburbs of Yen City, the same incident occurred as it did here. They were able to reach such a quick conclusion because the side in Yen City had already discovered these occurrences. After all, spreading energy across all of humanity in one night required no small amount of skill. It wasn't just their country, other nations faced similar situations. This was the disaster those bastards created, targeting the entire world. Only, Pei Ming's group was facing one of the primary forces. 7 elders who had been sealed away were approximately all on their side. Currently, one here had been dealt with by Pei Ming. According to the information relayed by Luo Gai from Yanjing, yesterday they had also taken care of an elder. In other areas, once their actions were discovered, the enemy sent a massive amount of zombies and Blood Clan fighters in retaliation. You need to not only clear out the zombies in Luohua City but also prevent them from heading to Yen City. After gathering all the evidence and destroying every mutant plant and animal inside the research institute, Pei Ming returned to the hotel. Just as he arrived, Si Kong walked in with a woman. She was holding a child, and both mother and child looked somewhat disheveled, indicating their recent days weren't good. "Master, my lord." Si Kong addressed them, then Pei Ming looked at the pair with a warm smile. "Take them to tidy up." "Yes." Si Kong led them away. The woman glanced back at Pei Ming, her knees buckling momentarily, but Pei Ming instinctively caught her. "Don't thank us. This is your husband's labor reward." After finishing his sentence, Pei Ming smiled brilliantly, causing the woman to stare entranced. Then she snapped back to reality upon hearing Lao Lin's name, her eyes filling with happiness. Pei Ming observed her, suddenly recalling Fu Sheng. Luohua City, we leave it in your hands." As he watched Si Kong take the pair inside, Pei Ming's smile faded. His expression turned solemn and dignified. "Our home will absolutely not allow those people to destroy it recklessly. Whether humans, animals, or other plants, they were all members of this territory." Pei Ming always regarded the Blood Clan as being at the top of the food chain, but the Pei family adhered to the original thoughts of their source lord, forever maintaining tolerance toward other creatures. Because the Blood Clan was also naturally conceived. The world had existed for far too long. Before the Blood Clan, it had been ruled by 5 overlords. But each of these overlords without exception had eventually been wiped out. For the world, the Blood Clan remained small, all their power a gift from nature. Yes. The 2 solemnly saluted Pei Ming, and when they stood up again, he had already disappeared from their view. He and Fu Sheng shared a contractual connection. Although he didn't know why his servant had become like this now, feeling deeply that he was merely a 20-something-year-old human, Pei Ming found this state acceptable. The unskilled expressions of the other brought him inner joy. During the swift journey ahead, Pei Ming revisited everything that happened in the morning, identifying discrepancies in Fu Sheng's behavior, carefully contemplating them. On Fu Sheng's side, this time he hadn't sat in the passenger seat but rather in the middle beside Zhao Dou, leaving Qi Jing to sit at the very back. "I've received the message from Yen City asking us to immediately withdraw from the research institute." Zhao Dou opened his tablet as soon as he got into the car. There was signal now. The message came last night. Last night they were still inside the institute. "I'll report our safety." Zhao Dou sent the message back. As they hadn't contacted the higher-ups for so long, the superiors must have been worried. However, what he didn't expect was that after sending the message, they replied quickly, attaching several files afterward. "Let's head back to Yen City immediately. There are also some data about the Blood Clan attached." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone understood that their superiors not only knew about the Blood Clan but had possibly already aligned with them. It made sense, many humans now had awakened to special abilities and were growing stronger. Some research materials on the Blood Clan. Zhao Dou downloaded them. Yesterday, they mainly learned about the history of the Blood Clan from Si Kong. They hadn't delved too much into lifestyle aspects, as everyone was too tired at the time. Now well rested, with minimal danger on the road, everyone became curious. The food is fresh human blood. Zhao Dou sucked in a cold breath as he read the first line and instinctively touched his neck. Still, he put on a look of readiness for sacrifice. If Ming wanted to drink his blood, it wouldn't be unacceptable. At this moment, Fu Xing also placed his hand near his neck, reminiscing about their first encounter. Chapter 70. A low laugh escaped from his throat, as if he had thought of something amusing. Then he remembered the look in Pei Ming's eyes when he was running a small agri-tainment business. Fu Xing's eyes slightly narrowed, and he turned his head to see Zhao Dou, who was also rubbing his neck. If Xiao Ming wants to drink my blood, I'm willing, it's like donating blood. Anyway, he used to donate blood every year. After saying this, Zhao Dou felt a little danger nearby and quietly moved a bit further away. Fu Xing withdrew his gaze and looked out of the window. Zhao Dou continued to focus on the computer screen. They now cooperate with humans and get blood from blood banks. It's fresh, sterilized, and free of contamination. In each city, there is a blood collection vehicle specifically for vampires, and any insufficient supply will also be provided to vampires. Goodness, this could be considered a form of waste utilization, and they even have to pay money for it. As everyone knows, for the safety of patients, it's best to input blood from the same donor at once. And since a bag of blood has a fixed amount, if it's insufficient, 2 bags of blood will be mixed together, increasing the risk for patients. But for vampires, it makes no difference whether it's duck blood noodle soup or pig blood maochuang. For them, mixing 2 bags of human blood together is probably like having a popsicle with mixed flavors of strawberry and mango. It turns out that we've always been cooperating with the vampire clan, and many industries were initially invested in and established by them. Zhao Dou kept reading. The vampire clan controls a vast amount of wealth because their lifespans span human history, from its existence to its disappearance. However, most vampires do not wish to have any connection with humans and are unwilling to reveal their identities. Only some individuals from the vampire clan have come forward to negotiate food-related cooperation with humans. After all, the higher-ups of humanity don't want to have potential predators lurking around them. Vampires only need blood. Human blood is renewable and not freely provided. Rather than letting them hunt on their own, it would be better for humans to conduct trade with them. Humans have always been clever in such matters. After Zhao Dou finished reading, he couldn't help but admit it was a good method. Just as he finished reviewing the habits and preferences of the vampire clan, Pei Ming had already run over to the side of the car. Teng Teng began to sway, climbing to the front, poking Chao Yi's hand, then pointing towards the window. Chao Yi first looked puzzled, then stopped the car in sudden realization. Pei Ming stood beside the car. Fu Xing opened the door, moving inward to let Pei Ming get in. Once inside, Zhao Dou said, Xiao Ming, the higher-ups have already collaborated with your vampire clan. After we arrive at the base, we'll head back to Yen City immediately. Can you disclose your identity to them? Yes. Pei Ming leaned against Fu Xing's shoulder, making Fu Xing's hand stiffen again. He wanted to support him as he used to, so that he wouldn't fall onto the seat due to his body movements or the car's vibrations while sleeping. But then he remembered that Pei Ming had grown up. He was an adult male, a very charming adult male. Pei Ming originally wanted to take a nap but felt that something was missing. He moved his head around Fu Xing's neck and then found Fu Xing's stiff hand beside him. Hold me. He whispered in Fu Xing's ear. After speaking, he grumbled internally. No common sense. Never mind, I won't bother with you. Fu Xing felt his hand being held by Pei Ming, then resting on his waist. Pei Ming shifted closer to him. Like an artificial hot water bottle, he really liked it. Although Pei Ming's skin was somewhat cold, Fu Xing felt the warmth starting to spread in his palm. Pei Ming's head tickled Fu Xing's heart. Fu Xing placed his other hand on Pei Ming's head, gently stroking it as if testing. Pei Ming raised his head, rubbing against Fu Xing's palm without rejecting it, just closing his eyes to rest. There was still a fierce battle ahead. Fu Xing sat completely still, feeling both joy and some other emotions. The corners of his lips remained slightly upturned, and his gaze on Pei Ming's head grew increasingly tender. It was as if something filled his chest, hugging him gave a unique sense of belonging. It seemed like he was no longer drifting in the world, no longer feeling alienated. The car was speeding, and after the events of the previous day, Chao Yi's abilities had improved greatly. Because he knew the situation in Yen City was urgent, he used his ability to displace himself at maximum capacity while stepping on the gas pedal to its fullest extent and charging forward. Along the way, all zombies they encountered were dealt with directly by Mu Shui. As the sun set, not long after, around 8 o'clock, they returned to the base. The base was brilliantly lit at this moment. Not only had Fu Xing and others received news, but also people inside the base learned the reason for this impending apocalypse. In response, they were making plans. Have you returned? How did it go? The person who greeted them was another officer who had accompanied Mu Qing and Mu Shui to Luohua City. He had prepared for the worst after receiving word from above but hadn't expected Fu Sheng and the others to return intact. This is, a friend of the bloodline clan, right? Fu Sheng and his companions, with Pei Ming's permission, uploaded Pei Ming's data to the relevant authorities. The data was quickly synchronized to Luohua City. Yes. Pei Ming put away the laziness he showed in front of Fu Sheng, fully displaying his powerful aura. His cold and slightly serious face made people hold their breath, unable to speak loudly in front of him. Hello, hello. That person's face broke into a wide grin. According to the introduction from above, there was quite a number of vampires in Luohua City, and these vampires were relatively powerful, at least much stronger than current human psychics. If they could help handle the zombies, human safety would no longer be an issue. He had also inquired, the vampire clan had demands, they needed humans to survive. Though as providers of food, the vampires wouldn't take the lives of humans. This was a very advantageous deal. After reviewing the data, any rational human being would come to this conclusion. Pei Ming naturally understood what humans were thinking, but he didn't care. In protecting himself and his kind, humans were naturally cautious when cooperating with vampires, and if possible, they might even try to kill vampires. This was all normal behavior. No one wanted a superior predator above themselves. However, humans dared not act rashly because they also knew that vampires are extremely vengeful creatures. Over the years, therefore, humans and vampires had reached a subtle balance. Humans provided the vampires with the blood they needed, and the vampires would deal with law-breaking members within their own ranks and, to a certain extent, ensure human safety. So, we've already learned the cause of the apocalypse, but now the base is short-staffed due to the sacrifice ritual event that occurred before. While leading everyone to rest and have dinner, he continued laughing as he spoke. After hearing this, Pei Ming understood what he meant. I've already passed orders down. Since you're willing to cooperate with us, I'll inform my clan shortly. Tomorrow, someone will come discuss the cooperation matters with you. After saying this, the other person's eyes immediately brightened. Are you going to rest tonight, then leave tomorrow morning, or shall we depart immediately? Currently, satellites cannot detect accurately due to chaotic energies on Earth, which has disrupted flight navigation capabilities. Like the disasters that previously occurred, pilots can now rely only on their experience to maneuver the planes. It is still somewhat dangerous to fly at night given the present conditions. We'll rest a bit after dinner, then leave. Fu Sheng replied instantly. After speaking, he tightened his lips, as if pondering something, and his expression turned slightly somber. No one spoke anymore as the leader guided everyone toward the canteen. His so-called younger brother was also in Yencheng, and before his parents passed away, they explicitly demanded that he protect their offspring. It was their only request before dying for his sake. Thinking of this, Fu Sheng clenched his fists tightly. At the time, the situation did not require them to take risks. Although Fu Sheng was running a fever due to his awakened powers, it wasn't enough to incapacitate the sluggish zombies. Clearly, those two understood this situation and acted very hastily, rushing forward before he could intervene. They claimed to be protecting him, but in their final moments, they still urged Fu Sheng to go to Yencheng, to definitely safeguard their son and ensure he remained unharmed. Since his life was saved by them, he had to fulfill their last wish. Almost instantly, Pei Ming sensed the shift in his emotions. He extended his hand, gripping Fu Sheng's hand, looking at him questioningly. What's wrong? Fu Sheng's fingers slightly moved as they were held by Pei Ming. After hearing Pei Ming's inquiry, the stiffness and chill in Fu Sheng's heart instantly melted into warmth. I was just thinking about something unpleasant. Fu Sheng didn't intend to tell Pei Ming what it was. But Pei Ming frowned, clearly dissatisfied. You're hiding something from me. He wouldn't allow it. The expression Fu Sheng had made earlier caused a pang of pain in Pei Ming's heart. There was no doubt someone had wronged him. Pei Ming's dissatisfaction was evident on his face, with a hint of discontent in his brown irises, his thin lips pressed together tightly into a line. Has someone bullied you? Pei Ming asked again. Fu Sheng paused mid-step, looking at Pei Ming with an expression of surprise. He gently squeezed Pei Ming's hand, ultimately deciding not to argue further. Who? Though Fu Sheng wasn't as strong as before and didn't know why this had happened, regular humans shouldn't have been able to hurt him. Oh, right, he seemed to have lost his memory, truly seeing himself as an ordinary human. Let's eat first. We can talk about it on the plane, alright? Fu Sheng adjusted his breathing, unwilling to let go of Pei Ming's hand. Pei Ming, however, remained unsatisfied and only reluctantly nodded, all right. After dinner, the group boarded the plane. As soon as they got on, Pei Ming's brown eyes fixed intently on Fu Sheng. That look practically shouted two words, speak up. Chapter 50. Fu Sheng was momentarily at a loss for words, organizing his thoughts before he began recalling some matters about him. Those memories were not pleasant for him. Ever since I could remember, it seemed they didn't really like me. Fu Sheng murmured to Pei Ming by his ear. The helicopter they all rode in was small, only able to fit around 10 people. Qi Jing did not go with them to Yencheng after having dinner together but chose to stay behind instead. His expertise was related to biology but focused on pharmaceuticals, and after graduation, he went into sales rather than research. But even so, he believed he could contribute to the base somehow, for instance, by using his skills in persuasion. Afterwards, Pei Ming's group did not overly concern themselves with what Qi Jing would do at the base. Qiao Yi was the one flying the plane. Being teammates, they naturally knew some of Fu Xing's family situation. Only Zhao Dou and Pei Ming were not very informed, so upon hearing Fu Xing talk, he paid close attention. There was no emotion in Fu Xing's voice, as if he was speaking about something that had nothing to do with himself. I still remember very clearly, at that time, they got a sum of money from somewhere, and started a company, which kept them very busy every day. But back then, Fu Xing was still young. But maybe they lacked the talent to run a company, losing money continuously until everything was gone. Fu Xing wasn't sure why he remembered these childhood events so clearly. He gained memory at just 1 year old, and many things afterward became unforgettable. At first, his parents hadn't treated him particularly poorly. They seemed like normal parents but had little affection for him. It felt more like having hired a nanny than being actual parents. Later, their tempers changed. At first, it seemed they were afraid of something, but after hitting me the first time and realizing there were no consequences, their fear disappeared completely. Afterward, the couple often beat or verbally abused him. Yet Fu Xing was exceptionally talented. From kindergarten, he demonstrated extraordinary wisdom. Around this time, his parents' business failures had multiplied, though they managed to learn some successful methods along the way. It was at this point that their son, my younger brother, was born. Fu Xing's tone grew colder than before. Everything is known through comparison, and only then can we understand the differences between each other. At first, Fu Xing thought his parents beat and scolded him because of who they fundamentally were, people who weren't good to children, always blaming their own failures on their offspring. But later, he found out that wasn't true. That child was their beloved, and from the moment he was born, while the business kept losing money, they never once hit or scolded him. Afterward, as he grew up, he became unruly due to excessive indulgence from our parents. There was a 5-year age gap between Fu Xing and his younger brother. When the younger siblings started primary school, Fu Xing had begun junior high, choosing to live on campus far away from those people. However, even then, he was still young and had to return home occasionally. For him, each trip back was like entering hell. The 5 days spent at school might as well be seen not as school letting out but as using those days to recover from injuries. Later, after graduating from high school, I chose to join the military and attend military school. In these years attending boarding school, his family's business gradually picked up. They moved from a small house to a large villa, but humorously enough, he had no idea their address had changed. Once, after returning home from school, he discovered someone else living in the house. On that occasion, he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief, then returned to school. A month later, the family, as if suddenly remembering they had another son, went to the school, falsely accusing him of not coming home. Afterward, our relationship improved somewhat. Knowing I was a soldier, they didn't dare to repeat their past actions towards me until the apocalypse arrived. They pleaded desperately as they died before my eyes, asking me to head to Yanshi to save their son. After Fu Xing finished talking, Pei Ming could barely contain the anger on his face. From Fu Xing's words, one could hear that initially, he was likely given to that couple, and the unknown money they obtained came from raising Fu Xing. And yet, they treated him this way. Captain Fu, were you not born to your parents? Zhao Dou's mouth opened and closed, a look of disbelief on his face. Parents may favor their own children, and there are extreme cases where parents treat their own children as enemies. However, based on Fu Xing's account, the initial attitude of his parents was rather strange. I've thought about it too. I even requested a paternity test before, but they refused. After Fu Xing finished speaking, a faint sarcastic smile curled at the corner of his lips. Of course, current laws define the obligation of support according to blood ties. If you have no blood relation with them, then later on, you will have no obligation to support them either, Zhao Dou quickly added. This is also the reason many people think adopting children shouldn't be done, because they always prefer having their own biological kids. Isn't it only natural? If a parent's own child refuses to take care of them when they grow old, the parent can sue that child in court, right? So, are you going to look for your younger brother after you go to Yanshi City? Zhao Dou continued to ask. Before Fu Xing could open his mouth, Pei Ming angrily replied, No. No, we're going. He should be killed already. Fu Xing saw the murderous intent in his eyes, reached out a hand, and grasped his fingers, stroking him gently as he calmed him down. I don't feel any fondness toward him, and I don't even know if he's still alive now. The birth of his younger brother, in a certain sense, marked the start of Fu Xing's nightmare. This child was doted on by their parents like a little devil king. In junior high, he had even slashed women's skirts with a knife. However, because he was still young back then, his parents just paid compensation and he received no real punishment. Later, Fu Xing joined the military and went through layer after layer of selection, eventually joining the current team. After coming home once, he had taught his younger brother a lesson several times under provocation. From then on, his brother no longer dared to act recklessly in front of Fu Xing. However, before this, the harm he caused Fu Xing was beyond description. Once, because of him, Fu Xing almost got beaten to death by those parents. Still, for some unknown reason, Fu Xing's ability to heal from childhood until now was excellent. No matter how severe the injury, by the next day it would merely show some redness, and by the third or fourth day, it would be completely healed. Harmful people live forever. Zhao Dou mumbled under his breath, and then received some disapproving glances from the others nearby. The other people's feelings were somewhat complicated. They knew about the poor relationship between Fu Sheng and his family. Many times when someone needed to stay in the team, Fu Sheng would always volunteer. Over all these years, he had never used his vacation time, until this time, because the previous mission had indeed been too difficult. Strict orders came down from above that everyone must leave the team for rest. After returning home, Fu Sheng often spent time at Qiao Yi's house, only staying at his own home during nighttime and rarely lingering there otherwise. But previously, they had only assumed Fu Sheng's relationship with his family was bad. It's all in the past. He didn't know the meaning of living before. Entering the most dangerous unit and taking part in highly intense missions were entirely due to the fact that this place seemed to make death come faster, and dying this way also felt worth it. The anger in Pei Ming's eyes had not dissipated yet. A few words kept echoing repeatedly in his mind. How dare they? He who hasn't ever laid a finger on Fu Sheng, how could they dare lay a hand on him? The more he thought, the angrier he got. In frustration, he rested his head on Fu Sheng's shoulder and said, I'm angry. Fu Sheng reached out, rubbing his hair. After Pei Ming's figure had grown larger, his hair wasn't as soft as it used to be, but there was a comfort different from before. Each stroke made one feel not just ticklish in the palm of the hand but also stirred something deep inside. I won't look for him. But he needs to confirm whether the person is still alive. If so, then let him live on. We need to find him. Pei Ming narrowed his eyes. How could we not find him? He also wanted the man to be alive, ideally living in such agony that he wished he were dead. Fu Xing stared at Pei Ming's crown, an uncontainable joy overflowing onto his face. The others near them felt something was off. Why did the atmosphere around them suddenly become strange? The smile on Fu Xing's face didn't seem to be painful at all. How did they end up embracing each other? In the past, they were always sticking together because Pei Ming was still young, and everyone liked the cuteness of such a small kid, wanting to hold him. But why are they embracing now? Could it be because Pei Ming has grown up? Zhao Dou, a lifelong singleton who was in a relationship with Data, could not figure out what was going on. At this moment, his computer wife evidently could provide no help whatsoever. This left him utterly baffled. Seated beside him, Lo Wei seemed to have noticed something, her lips curled into a smile as if she were a VIP audience member at the scene. The atmosphere in the cabin grew strange for a while. Fu Xing could tell Pei Ming was still upset and even heard the sound of his grinding teeth. Though Fu Xing felt warmth because of Pei Ming's reaction, he didn't want Pei Ming's focus entirely fixated on people he disliked. Alright, we've talked about my story. Ming, I have a question for you. He had thought of it earlier in the car but never got the chance to ask since Pei Ming fell asleep right after getting in. Pei Ming responded with a soft gesturing for him to continue. The first time we met, what exactly did you intend to do? He had sensed danger and thought it was just an illusion, but now thinking back. Was Pei Ming actually hungry at that time? Pei Ming felt slightly guilty upon hearing this. Of course, I wanted to treat you as a food reserve and suck your blood. Chapter 72. At that time, he really had amnesia and forgot the taste of Fu Xing's blood. That was normal, just like how Fu Xing still doesn't remember him now. But for some reason, Pei Ming felt a bit uneasy. Immediately after, Fu Xing asked again, the way you looked at Zhao Xiong before, and the way you looked at me for the first time in that countryside inn when you looked at others. What are you thinking about? Fu Xing spoke softly in Pei Ming's ear. After hearing this, Pei Ming froze entirely, not even angry anymore as he recalled. When you look at me, you want to drink my blood, right? Fu Xing watched Pei Ming's face and found his expression unbearably adorable at this moment. He wasn't repelled by Pei Ming's desire to drink his blood, in fact, he was quite willing right now. After so much time spent together, he realized that Pei Ming was someone with very strong principles. Yes, Pei Ming didn't object, his eyes slightly wandering, darting around uncertainly. Then Fu Xing asked, what about the other people? Did you also want to drink their blood? Pei Ming felt that when Fu Xing said this, there was an acidic tinge to the smell emanating from his blood. It was true he had thought such things back then, but he hesitated over whether or not to say it aloud. His servant seemed upset. This used to happen often. He wouldn't usually drink the blood of his servants. However, vampires required periodic replenishment, be it yearly or monthly. Whenever it was that time, his servant would simultaneously find willing humans for transactions involving blood while ignoring him for days on end. Pei Ming blinked his eyes. Then Fu Xing reached out and hugged empty air, looking down anxiously, extending his hand to support little Pei Ming who was almost falling to the ground. I'm hungry. For Pei Ming, the adult's clothing was oversized, hanging loosely and only revealing his head. His little hands reached out to clutch at Fu Xing's clothes, pouting and saying, your blood has the best taste. They don't smell nearly as good as you do. Pei Ming said this sincerely, his eyes brimming with truthfulness. Just sitting across from them, Yue had already covered her eyes, unable to suppress the upward curve of her smile. Fu Xing held the miniaturized Pei Ming in his arms, feeling complicated emotions. His mindset when facing either Big Pei Ming or Little Pei Ming was entirely different. Seeing him in this state, his heart softened completely, filled with helplessness. Pei Ming buried his head against Fu Xing's chest, his lips curling upwards, revealing cunning gleams in his eyes. Hey! Fu Xing rubbed his hair gently, messing it up before slowly combing it neatly once more. He didn't know why he'd asked those questions, but during the questioning, a sense of indescribable possessiveness had risen in his heart. But now, holding little Pei Ming, all he wanted to do was dress him up in cute clothes with devil horns or a hood. Do you plan to stay in this form? Didn't you say earlier that it was due to injury? Fu Xing asked quietly. If Pei Ming stayed this way, should he wear the one with cat ears or the one with devil horns? Pei Ming didn't know what Fu Xing was thinking, but he still replied, no. How could he? There was his sworn rival in Yen City. If he went there looking like this and was seen by that person, wouldn't he be mocked to death? Ho, a loser who can't defeat someone within their own territory and has to ask for reinforcements. He absolutely wouldn't give the other person any opportunity to mock him. Pei Ming considered how he might taunt the other person later on. Fu Xing hesitated, wanting to ask when Pei Ming would return to his original form. However, Pei Ming already said, I need to get dressed. Becoming a child was merely a temporary measure. Now, since Fu Xing no longer cared about the previous matters, he wanted to turn back. Others simply turned around and covered their eyes, while Fu Xing pulled a curtain beside him. After Pei Ming finished getting dressed, he lay on Fu Xing's lap, yawned, and said, let me take a nap. Flying by plane was indeed much more convenient than walking over personally. He had always liked riding in carriages before. Even though it was much slower than walking himself, it saved effort and was great. Now with the invention of cars and planes, things had improved further. For other vampires, except pure-blooded ones, their speed might still not match that of a plane, which was actually beneficial for vampires in many ways. Fu Xing leaned back in his chair too. The others also began to rest. From Luohua City to Yen City, it normally took about 2 hours by plane. However, now since it was night and they had to manually control everything, there was only a rough flight path on the plane. They had to ensure that they wouldn't crash into anything during the flight, so their speed slowed considerably. After 4 hours, the group behind had all dozed off into a hazy sleep. The ones up front, Mu Qing and Chao Yi, had switched positions between the main and secondary pilot. Chao Yi was already tired from driving earlier in the afternoon. Now he handed over the operation completely to Mu Qing, who rested for more than an hour. Since Yen City was on a plain with no mountains nearby, having just one person drive would not pose any danger. By the time they arrived, it was already late at night, but the base of Yen City was still bustling with activity. There are zombies over there. Our plane might need protection. Mu Qing, with his sharp eyes, noticed that something seemed amiss. When they left Yen City last time, things were still harmonious there. Yen City was the first city domestically to have built a base outside the city limits, and as soon as it was completed, the organization had started relocating people from within the city. Every day, teams would be sent out from inside the base to search for survivors, which caused the actual losses in Yen City to be much lower than in other cities. However, due to its massive population, the number of zombies in Yen City was no less than in other cities. Upon hearing this comment, those resting became immediately alert. Zhou Do, communicate with the ground crew. We need a safe landing environment. After Mu Qing finished speaking, Chao Yi woke up as well. Looking out the window, they saw that around the Yen City base, a fine net had been artificially erected. Above the net, some zombies hovered, looking for opportunities. These flying zombies had already taken notice of their aircraft. Zhou Do quickly established contact with the ground crew. They said that in 10 minutes, they will open a gap in the net to let us in. We need to hold on for 10 minutes. During the brief period of Zhou Do's speech, the flying zombies in the sky were moving towards them. Fu Xing and Mu Shui stood up. Pei Ming looked out the window, frowned, and said, let me handle it. What ugly things, and they dare to fly in the sky. Teng Ting transformed herself obediently into a convenient tool. Chao Yi and Mu Qing at the front of the helicopter opened the rear door. Pei Ming walked toward them. Outside, the 2 zombies with wings had already flown over. Timing his attack perfectly, Pei Ming swung the vine whip at them. The opposing zombies tried to avoid it by hastily flapping their wings. However, Pei Ming's movements were clearly faster, he seemed to have predicted their escape routes. As the zombies reached their intended evasive position, the vine lashed forward, making it appear as if the zombies willingly came forward to meet the whip. The zombie flapped its wings frantically in the air for several rotations before Pei Ming's whip fell directly from above onto its head, striking it down instantly. Surprisingly, among these ugly creatures, some individuals truly possessed such ability. But their wings were all black, making them rather unpleasant to look at. Pei Ming thought that if someone could awaken to possess dark gold wings, that would surely be beautiful. After the first one was hit down by Pei Ming, another team of zombies flew towards them. Some had wings on their backs while others floated in the air directly. We've only been gone for a few days, how have the mutated zombies suddenly increased so much? Mu Shui also approached the helicopter door. Looking outside, he felt a sense of suffocation. The previous zombie they had encountered was handled by him and Mu Qin together. It was strong but not overly so, and both of them back then managed to deal with it easily enough. But now, these zombies had evolved aerial capabilities. He wondered if there were other forms of mutation out there. Didn't you all suddenly become psychics overnight? If the zombies can mutate in just one night, what's strange about that? Mu Shui was temporarily speechless after hearing Pei Ming's retort. Take them out together. Before the net below is fully opened, eliminate them, Pei Ming frowned, instinctively disliking such things. Mu Shui nodded and began attacking those airborne creatures. At this moment, Pei Ming noticed even more disgusting wings on the other side. The one flying at the very front resembled a fly, its head giving off a reflective green sheen, and it had 2 antennae. Pei Ming directly swept over with a vine whip, and the vines bent slightly in the middle as they went. It didn't want to. Pei Ming glanced at Fu Sheng, who had just walked over, and said, "That one's really disgusting." After taking a look, Fu Sheng immediately shot a metallic arrow straight toward it. The arrow pierced through its head, and the thing plummeted straight down, landing onto the net below with a hissing sound. All these things in the sky were dealt with by them, after which Fu Sheng examined his own palms. He felt that his energy had significantly increased. Facing these mutated zombies, previously he would have been completely unable to pierce their skulls directly, needing instead to aim for weaker spots. But now, he felt like the zombies' brains were like tofu, there was no need to use much force before successfully dealing with them. It's because you've started absorbing those energies, Pei Ming explained. Once you're done absorbing, you'll, grow stronger, he added. And be able to remember what happened before. Pei Ming guessed that the reason Fu Sheng had changed this way must be due to something Pei Jun did. Even though humans had signed a contract with the Bloodline clan, their lives weren't endless. Chapter 73. However, Fu Sheng still has a long life ahead of him, it should not yet be the time when special means are necessary. Perhaps something happened in between. But at this moment, Pei Ming couldn't find anyone to ask. One of the people involved is of uncertain life or death, and the other doesn't even remember who he is anymore. Thinking about this, Pei Ming glanced at Fu Sheng, who appeared slightly confused. What's wrong? The net below had already opened up a hole, and Mu Qin and Chao Yi immediately maneuvered the plane towards the opening. At the same time, some psychics emerged from within the base to meet them. They have wings too. Just like some zombies can evolve abilities such as wings or flight, humans naturally can as well. Moreover, the wings on humans do not look nearly as grotesque. The plane smoothly landed on the tarmac. Mu Qin looked around, his eyes full of astonishment. They had only been gone for a few days, yet the construction of the Yen City base had already expanded more than double its original size. The tarmac didn't change much, but the buildings around it clearly increased both in number and height. Apart from Fu Sheng and his unit superior officer, there was another young man who had come to welcome them. Welcome back. The superior officer saluted them. When Fu Sheng and his team were completely out of contact, their side was also very anxious. After all, Fu Sheng and his team are all exceptional psychics and top-notch existences among humans. If they were all lost over there, it would be a loss for all of humanity. You've worked hard. We've arranged a place for you to rest. You may take a day off today, and tomorrow submit a detailed report. After completing a mission, the task report is what cannot be missed. Each person who carries out a mission must submit one. After stepping off the plane, Pei Ming saw the young man standing nearby with a mischievous smile on his face. Your survival truly shocks me. His words weren't particularly kind from the start. Pei Ming gave him an eye roll in response, you've been awake for so many years and I don't see your strength improving much. Following the end of that battle, Pei Ming sustained severe injuries and fell into deep slumber, whereas the young man did not bear wounds as heavy. By the way, let us introduce you. This is Yin Hua, the leader of the Bloodline clan. The senior officer who was negotiating with Fu Sheng and his team introduced everyone to Yin Hua. Upon hearing leader, Pei Ming glanced at Yin Hua again but said nothing more. Comparatively speaking, Yin Hua indeed suited better to handle negotiations with humans. He was always fond of those sorts of things. During the period where human society transitioned into subsequent civilizations, Yin Hua hasn't lacked interaction with humans. From ancient times to the present, he'd consistently been conducting trade with humans. Thank you for looking after my younger brother these past few days. Yin Hua casually threw an arm around Pei Ming while cheerfully greeting Fu Sheng and the others, not missing a chance to tease Pei Ming a little. Then, his gaze fixed on Fu Sheng. The hand on Pei Ming's shoulder swiftly retracted before he slapped his own forehead. I remembered. Prior to this, Pei Jun left a letter for you. Take it. He pulled out a letter from his space pocket. The reason Yin Hua so enjoys engaging in commercial activities is because he was born with spatial abilities. This ability led to his hobby of collecting various items. Over time, members of the Blood clan grew willing to entrust their important belongings to him for safekeeping. After all, with his strong powers and the safety that comes with having spatial abilities, placing items with him requires just a small compensation, which is quite economical for the Blood clan. Pei Ming took the letter from his hand, his face slightly solemn. But after scanning his surroundings, he decided not to mention the matter regarding Pei Jun's disappearance right now. Now, those folks have turned my Yen City into utter chaos. Yen City lies within Yinhua's territory, and their resurgence made him utterly exhausted. He'd been engaged in battles for a prolonged period of time. Today, he came especially to meet Pei Ming. Fu Xing's superior then took Fu Xing and the group away. After watching them leave, Pei Ming spoke to Yinhua, saying, "Wait." He approached Fu Xing and told him, "I will accompany Yinhua elsewhere today, and later I'll return to find you guys. Tomorrow he will join in the fight." Fu Xing currently hadn't recovered his full strength, and moreover, he'd lost his memory, making him unsuitable for upcoming combat. Let him stay here and assist humans in defeating those zombies. As Pei Ming was deep in thought, Fu Xing refused, "I'll come find you tomorrow." He had already mentioned this to his superior earlier, and the superior had agreed. If there was someone among humans who could participate in a fight between the bloodline clans, it would ultimately be a good thing. They were currently too weak, with absolutely no say. Humanity needed strength, and strength required continuous trials. If someone was willing to go, the higher-ups would agree. "You." Pei Ming frowned as Yinhua behind him raised an eyebrow and said, "It's perfect. I'll pick you up tomorrow." Pei Ming's servant, of course, was familiar to him. Their territories were adjacent, and they both originated from the same source master. Their relationship had always been close. Yinhua and Pei Ming had also grown up together since childhood. This servant, ever since he appeared by Pei Ming's side, had never been replaced. Generally speaking, blood clan servants often change because they have an age limit. After about 1,000 years, one changes into a bloodline member or returns home to live out their remaining years peacefully. The successor would then be the child of the previous servant. However, Pei Ming never changed his servant. He was very powerful himself but had reached the end of his life around 20 years ago. According to prior arrangements, he was supposed to become a bloodline member, but Pei Jun found another way, allowing him to relive with his memories intact. Pei Ming looked at Yinhua, who was puzzled. What was going on? "All right then, I'll come for you tomorrow." Seeing Fu Xing's persistence, Pei Ming felt slightly softened. Fu Xing smiled and nodded. Pei Ming and Yinhua disappeared instantly from where they stood. On the other side, their leader looked at Fu Xing and asked, "Do you have a good relationship with that bloodline?" "Yeah, we helped him when he was in trouble before." Fu Xing nodded. The leader was quite pleased. "That's great. We need to build good relations with the bloodline clan. They are too powerful. When I learned about this race, I was very shocked. But knowledge about the bloodline clan had initially been a top secret reserved only for the highest leadership. Even though he was a leader, he hadn't reached that level yet. Upon learning that they'd already been trading with the bloodline, he marveled at the foresight of his superiors while also worrying about humanity's weakness. "But don't worry. After this incident, we will become stronger," the leader patted Fu Xing on the shoulder. The others also nodded. This was a disaster for humanity but also an opportunity. Because of the bloodline's gifts, many of them broke through their previous limitations and gained greater strength. With humanity's potential, they believed they would become even more powerful in the future. Ultimately, they would have equal communication rights when facing far more powerful life forms. Fu Xing solemnly nodded. Everyone returned to the independent small yard arranged for them by their leader. Once inside, Fu Xing remembered something and approached the leader. "Could you help me look for someone?" His younger brother, Fu Jin, was a student at a third-tier university in Yen City. During the May Day holiday, he hadn't gone home and stayed at school instead. "Someone dear in Yen City?" The leader immediately guessed what Fu Xing was referring to. In the old days, all the people Fu Xing knew in Yen City could have been traced without him saying anything. Now, however, the entire base was busy fighting zombies, and such matters had not been fully sorted out yet. Even those who moved in were only briefly counted, and a system was added to search for missing people, purely voluntary registration. Only mutual registration could lead to reunions if family members got separated. "Yes, his name is Fu Jin. I just want to know if he is still alive." Fu Xing pursed his lips and continued with his request, "I just need to know this fact. Your meaning is, you don't need us to take care of him. For the families of powerful psychics, the base handled proper accommodations." "No need. It's better if he doesn't know about me," Fu Xing reiterated. After hearing this, the leader nodded and noted down the matter. "Then you rest well. Let me know if there's anything else via the phone." The leader didn't possess psychic abilities, so he was responsible for these basic tasks. "Okay." Everyone nodded. After the leader left, they sat on the couch, Chao Yi looking at Fu Xing and asking, "What do you plan to do next?" Chao Yi figured out some things but didn't point them out when the leader was around. Fu Xing smiled and shook his head, not saying anything. He would go with Pei Ming, and after everything was over, he probably wouldn't do the things he used to do anymore. "Whatever you plan to do, we are friends." After Chao Yi said this, he yawned, stood up, and stretched. "I'm going to rest." Fu Xing nodded, and others returned to their rooms one by one. Fu Xing sat alone on the couch, reminiscing about every little moment spent with Pei Ming. The time they spent together was short, but the memories were long, all of it seeming much more beautiful than the 20-something years of his previous life. On the other side, Pei Ming was led to an ancient castle almost forming a diagonal line from the base. As they approached the entrance, Eanhua started gloating. Never would have thought, right? My castle is still here, yours, has already turned into a park, hahaha. Chapter 74. Pei Ming's castle was originally built in the location intended to become the city center of Luohua City. Back then, only Fu Xing stood by Pei Ming's side. Later on, Eanhua naturally didn't know what had happened. The castle was torn down, leaving behind only a tree that had been planted a long time ago. It was then that Pei Ming realized why his castle had turned into such a state. When Fu Xing recovers his memory, he must ask him thoroughly. Let's go. Apart from you, I have contacted the other lords as well, but there are also very severe phenomena happening in their territories. Therefore, only you can come over. Eanhua's expression became serious and was no longer as carefree as before. Walking into the castle, in the hall, there were a group of vampires and their servants either standing or sitting. When they saw Pei Ming, a flicker of surprise could be seen in their eyes. Compared to 1,000 years ago, it seemed like Pei Ming had become even stronger. Oh, right, I haven't yet asked about Pei Jun's condition. I wanted to contact him earlier to make sure if there were any issues with you, but we couldn't get through. I found Pei Jun's blood and our vampire clan's sacred object inside that laboratory. Pei Ming slightly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and a solemn atmosphere spread between them. Is he still alive? I sent some of his former servants to confirm, but it does take quite a bit of time to reach where he is. Their ancestral temple was arranged by the Source Master at the peak of the world, the highest place in the world. As one gets closer, an invisible pressure suppresses everyone, regardless of who they are, forcing everyone to walk step by step up to it. That's the way, let's hope nothing has happened to him. Eanhua sighed, he still owes me money. He added suddenly. The corner of Pei Ming's mouth twitched, he wasn't sure what kind of deal these two had made. After Pei Ming arrived, the vampires under the Pei clan naturally joined his side. He glanced around and noticed that all the people in the room together did not exceed 50, but it was already considered a large number. Excluding the clansmen who are still in hibernation and cannot be awakened, everyone is here. Leading the way, Eanhua and Pei Ming led everyone into the meeting room of the castle. In front of everyone, a large round table appeared. After taking their seats according to the order, a meeting about the future destiny of the vampires officially began. They devised their subsequent attack plan, with Pei Ming and others responsible for a certain ancient palace architecture occupied by enemies, where one elder had already been resurrected. Based on the content of the meeting, there were 3 resurrection points in Yen City. This is also the reason there were so many zombies in Yen City. Nearby cities were selected because of the dense population. They had interrupted one earlier, which led to uncovering the conspiracy of those individuals. After hearing everything, Pei Ming's expression became abnormally grave. The battle scenes from 1,000 years ago flashed in his mind. That battle, not only the vampires suffered heavy losses, but humans did too. Because after those people were injured, they would recklessly use other living beings as sacrifices. Our victory 1,000 years ago will once again belong to us 1,000 years later, Eanhua concluded at last. The meeting ended, and instantly there weren't many people left in the room. Everyone still had other vampires under their command who needed further arrangement. At this moment, Pei Ming opened Pei Jun's letter. After reading it, a smile graced the corner of his mouth, the first smile tonight. What? What does it say? Eanhua returned after handling matters, slapping Pei Ming on the shoulder. Pei Ming quickly burned the letter without acknowledging him. See you tomorrow. After saying this, he disappeared within the room. On the other hand, Fu Sheng was currently seated in the courtyard. Since the apocalypse arrived, the moon seemed to have changed color. Tonight's moon carried a red hue, appearing as if it were foreshadowing something. When Pei Ming returned, he saw Fu Sheng sitting in the yard. Appearing beside Fu Sheng immediately looked up, smiled upon seeing Pei Ming, and said, "You're back." At this moment, Pei Ming felt a little dazed and then nodded, "Yeah, I'm back. Do you not want to rest? Humans need sleep." Even though after becoming psi ability users, due to enhanced physical fitness, humans might not need as much sleep as before, but sleep is still required. A little restless. Fu Sheng whispered quietly. His eyes softened when looking at Pei Ming. "Why have you returned?" Upon hearing this question, Pei Ming turned away. "I'm sleepy." His original plan was just to come back for a look. But he didn't expect that Fu Sheng hadn't rested either. Fu Sheng stood up, walked to Pei Ming's side, and looked at him seriously and carefully with his pair of black eyes. "Ming Ming." His voice was gentle and affectionate, and Pei Ming just felt a bit warm in the ears. Pei Ming turned his head. When their gazes met, neither said anything, yet it seemed as if everything had been said. Pei Ming rested his head on Fu Sheng's shoulder. "I'm tired, I don't want to leave." Fu Sheng bent down and carried him back to the room. Nothing happened all night. Fu Sheng was indeed very tired. After washing up, he fell asleep hugging Pei Ming, until the next morning when everyone was woken up by the noise outside. Fu Sheng opened his eyes and looked at the person beside him first. Pei Ming rubbed his eyes, sitting up with an unsatisfied look. He hasn't woken up fully yet. What time is it? He stretched out his hand and rubbed his short hair, asking with a sleepy voice. Fu Sheng looked at the time beside him. 7 o'clock. At 8 o'clock, we have to rush to that ancient palace in the city center. This was the time agreed upon last night. Those zombies, due to lack of blood and having been refined, are particularly afraid of sunlight during the day. So during the day, the power of the zombies would be significantly weakened. The revived elder member controls countless zombies. In order to reduce losses, they chose to attack during the day. Afterward, Pei Ming made Fu Xing consume the energy crystal that Pei Jun had left for him, which originally belonged to Fu Xing. Pei Ming did not sleep all night, using his own energy to catalyze the energy inside Fu Xing's body. All night long, Fu Xing was in a dream, dreaming of himself and Pei Ming in the castle and traveling to various places around the world. Later, when he woke up from the dream, those memories were imprinted in his mind, making him feel slightly confused, unable to distinguish between dreams and reality. Brother Fu, the person outside claims to be your younger brother. Mu Qin heard all of Fu Xing's descriptions yesterday and naturally has no good impression of this so-called younger brother of Fu Xing. But how did he come here? He's also a psi ability user. At this moment, he truly understood the meaning of the saying, evil lasts 1,000 years. Such human trash can really awaken psi abilities. One doesn't know whether it's a misfortune for humanity or a disaster. Psi ability users generally reside in this area, separated from ordinary people. If a psi ability user has family, they live in another area. This place is inhabited by single psi ability users. Apparently, he saw you yesterday. When they returned yesterday, it was already late at night. Returning to the base, everyone's nerves weren't as tense, so they didn't notice if anyone passed by or was watching elsewhere. After Mu Qin finished speaking, he saw Pei Ming on the bed and became a bit puzzled. Wasn't Xiao Ming supposed to have left? Yeah, he's come to pick him up. Pei Ming pulled back the quilt and stood up, lazily stretching, then his lips curved slightly. Since he came, let's settle it directly. As he spoke, he walked toward the door. Fu Xing stopped him. Pei Ming was still wearing pajamas, loosely hanging. Get dressed first. His expression showed little change. After instructing Mu Qin to wait, he took Pei Ming to change clothes. Mu Qin stared wide-eyed. Wait, you're going to change together. After shouting this, he scratched his head. The person outside was still making a fuss. Fu Jin indeed saw Fu Xing. His first reaction was astonishment that Fu Xing was still alive, and his second thought was scheming, feeling there was something to gain. Because he recognized the person who welcomed Fu Xing, someone he could never get close to before but had real authority, even though not a psi ability user. He imagined that Fu Xing's status must now be quite high. He plotted in his mind, since he is Fu Xing's biological younger brother, his current task in the base is to go out and fight zombies every week. He didn't want to. Fighting could lead to death. Why should he do it? If Fu Xing knows such a powerful leader, he can surely help him switch to an easier job, or better yet, like those families of psi ability users, he wouldn't have to do anything and can live safely within the base. But he didn't expect that after coming here, after revealing his identity, he faced resistance. Isn't this Fu Xing's house? Why are there so many outsiders? My brother, let him come out. What does he mean? When he left home, did my parents not tell him to take care of me? In his view, Fu Xing always listened to their parents. As long as his parents spoke up, Fu Xing would always give him what he wanted. Even after Fu Xing joined the military and became somewhat intimidating, as long as his parents were on his side, he had nothing to fear. Take care of you. Are you disabled or a mentally ill person without civil capacity? You're already an adult, why do you still need someone to take care of you? Mu Shui got up early in the morning. He was exercising in the yard when Fu Jin disturbed him. He had previously just thought that team leader Fu was rather indifferent, showing no concern for the outside world, and even having a very distant relationship with his own family. In the past, during team phone calls, Fu Xing always gave up his time to others. This made everyone think he probably just didn't have a good relationship with his family. But after hearing those words last night, he realized just how despicable some family members could be. You. Who are you to talk? I'm looking for my brother. Fu Jin's psi ability wasn't particularly strong, it was only the evolution of his eyes allowing him to see from far distances. He couldn't sense that the man standing in front of him was also a psi ability user. After yelling at Mu Shui, Fu Jin tried to push forward, attempting to shove Mu Shui aside who was blocking the door. Next thing he knew, he found himself completely immobilized. Chapter 75. Under his feet, a thick layer of ice had formed, making it impossible for him to take a step. You, what are you doing? He panicked for a moment, trying hard to lift his foot but couldn't struggle at all. Attacking a mutant inside the base violates the current base regulations. He appeared tough on the outside but was full of trepidation inside. Is that so? Did I attack you? Mu Shui's face turned unpleasant lazily. He looked always refined and delicate, but now with a cold expression and narrowed eyes, he was somewhat intimidating. Isn't it you who wanted to break into my yard? Mu Shui continued speaking, his serious countenance made people doubt that he would pursue the responsibility of the person before him for trespassing next. Your yard? Isn't Fu Xing here? Let him come out. I'm looking for him, not you. Fu Jin's voice became much softer. This person before him was also a mutant and seemed very powerful. Although he also awakened his ability, he only became formidable when he had his weapon. He had forgotten to bring the special weapon the base had custom-made for him because he had left in haste earlier. Otherwise, he would certainly give the person before him a taste of his power. Fu Xing naturally washed Pei Ming's face inside and then carefully wiped his fingers with a handkerchief, unhurried as if he were cleaning some precious jewel. Pei Ming could naturally hear the words of the person outside. He looked at Fu Xing, inquiring, "What do you plan to do?" During the time Fu Xing lost his memory, those humans must have meant something significant to him. He still remembered when Fu Xing disappeared for about 3 days after his parents passed away years ago. Fu Xing, who had never left his side for many years. At that time, Fu Xing had a younger brother too, and afterward, he saw Fu Xing writing letters to his own younger brother. But later, the younger brother also passed away, and it seemed like there was no more contact between him and other humans. Yet, Pei Ming still remembered that Fu Xing's mood wasn't good even when his younger brother passed away. The composition of the current family resembled Fu Xing's old family somewhat, but the details were entirely different. Could it be that his previous parents were Fu Xing's biological parents? But now, it was Pei Jun who sent Fu Xing to that family. That family is the descendants of Fu Xing's younger brother, and over all these years, Fu Xing seemed to have been keeping an eye on them continuously. His parents asked me to protect him and let him live well. Fu Xing frowned, recalling the event which made his breathing feel a bit uncomfortable. I promised them when they drew their last breath. He had to promise, because at that time his powers hadn't fully awakened yet, but his parents were almost turning into zombies. Before they transformed completely into zombies, they clutched at his legs desperately, giving the impression that if he didn't agree, they would die together. After seeing Fu Xing nodding, they finally released the legs they were holding onto. At that moment, even Fu Xing himself did not know how he managed to escape from that house in such a sorry state. Later, after arriving at the base, they received a mission, went to Luohua City, and returned to Yen City. In the first few days, he had also thought, if he died on the way, perhaps he wouldn't need to return to Yen City. Pei Ming watched Fu Xing silently for a long time, then extended his hand to embrace him and softly inquired near his ear, "Shall I help you deal with it?" Just one human, there were countless ways to make them suffer without killing them. Pei Ming was unwilling to let that person off easily, but he also had some concerns deep down. These were the people Fu Xing had been observing for many years. Given how this family treated him, how would things unfold once he recovered his memory? No need, I've already figured it out. Fu Xing took a deep breath, then stretched out his hand, smiling, and rubbed Pei Ming's hair. "Don't rub. I'll fix your hair." Pei Ming released his arms that were hugging Fu Xing, and the two of them walked towards the outside together. As soon as they stepped out, they saw Fu Jin, half of his body frozen inside an ice block. At that moment, his teeth were chattering. Upon seeing Fu Xing, he instantly began shouting, "Brother, he bullied me." Mu Shui stood there with his arms crossed, watching Fu Jin struggle at the entrance to the yard. A little thug who just relied on others' strength to bully people dared not utter a word when he was frozen. Fu Jin thought quite simply. Now since Fu Xing was with this very strong-looking ice-type mutant, his own abilities must also be quite strong. Of course, up to now, he didn't even know how ability users were classified. After seeing Mu Shui being able to condense ice blocks, he thought that Mu Shui was an ice attribute ability user. Fu Xing nodded at Mu Shui and said, "Leave it to me." Mu Shui also had a bit of concern. Although Fu Xing was seen by everyone as the epitome of strength, what he said yesterday was indeed shocking. He never expected that Fu Xing had such a pitiful period. Mu Shui retracted his ice and turned around to go back inside. Pei Ming stood beside lazily leaning on the door frame, both eyes tightly focused on Fu Jin ahead, scrutinizing him very critically. He and Fu Xing did not have any resemblance. It was understandable, after all this time had passed, the familial relationship between them, apart from their surname, might not have much left. "Fu Xing, how are mom and dad doing?" As a son, Fu Jin was extremely concerned about his parents. After all, he clearly knew that as long as his parents were there, Fu Xing would be nice to him. Fu Xing glanced at him and coldly replied, "They're dead." "What?" Fu Jin's eyes widened in disbelief. "How come you're fine?" He suspiciously looked at Fu Xing, "Did you kill mom and dad? Did they tell you anything before they died?" Fu Jin appeared very panicked, his panic interwoven with a trace of urgency. "What about the property? What did mom and dad say about the family property?" Human society would eventually return to normalcy. Even though a part of humanity became ability users, ultimately, most people in the world were still ordinary. The wealth accumulated by his parents, which belonged to humanity, would undoubtedly still count after the stability of society was restored. But now they've passed away. How would the real estate properties be distributed? What had Fu Xing obtained from home? His mind immediately fell into chaos. From birth, he had only made others feel wronged, and there had been no occasion where someone made him feel wronged. But since the end times arrived, he hadn't lived well each day. Now, he received a bolt from the blue. They didn't say anything. Fu Xing furrowed his brows, not expecting that at this moment, what Fu Jin cared about was the property. Apart from the initial questioning of him, he showed no sympathy at all for that couple. Leaning against the side, Pei Ming's eyes were filled with amusement, watching Fu Jin gradually break down, just like watching street performers. "So, it belongs to me. After they died, all their properties belong to me," they absolutely won't leave a fraction to you. He was quite clear about this fact but had forgotten the purpose of his visit. He originally intended to speak to Fu Xing sincerely, but his high and mighty demeanor from childhood always made him maintain a condescending attitude when facing Fu Xing. Of course, they all belong to you. Fu Xing couldn't decide whether he was feeling angry or amused. He laughed out loud as the impression of so-called parents in his heart continued to fade. Beside him, Pei Ming extended his hand and held Fu Xing. After taking a deep breath, Fu Xing asked, "Why did you come here? You were standing next to the leader yesterday. Since you've spent many years in the army, you must have some connections, right?" Fu Jin regained his composure and took a step further into the yard after getting Fu Xing's assurance. However, Fu Xing then said, "There's no need to come in, we'll talk outside." He felt dirty. "I want a more relaxed job, preferably one where I can eat and drink well every day. Of course, if I could have a little power, managing a few people would be perfect." Although he had abilities himself, he liked playing with guns. But liking something and actually having to fight are two different things. It's like a person who really enjoys reading a book, but if reading that book requires them to write a 5,000-word essay, they might never finish it. Alright. Fu Xing's lips curved into a smile, "Go home and wait, tomorrow you won't have to go out to fight anymore." When he said this, Fu Jin on the opposite side felt a bit suspicious. In the past, he wanted Fu Xing to help him wield power, but once suffered a brutal beating from Fu Xing. Since then, he both hated and feared Fu Xing. He used to be arrogant when his parents were around, but when only the two of them were together, he actually felt somewhat intimidated. But now, Fu Xing agreed so easily. Still, Fu Jin didn't think too much about it. After all, his parents' assets were in his possession. Once the world order was restored later, he could find a lawyer to claim his parents' property. At that time, Fu Xing might even need his help. Alright then, I'll wait. Fu Jin was very satisfied, and only after that did he clearly see Pei Ming standing beside Fu Xing. He suddenly felt dazed, his eyes leering, and it seemed like drool had gathered at the corner of his mouth. Hehe, Fu Xing, when did you find this person? Damn, they're gorgeous. Hey, beautiful, do you have any siblings or something you can introduce me to? The moment those words left his mouth, an iron whip instantly appeared by his side, mercilessly lashing onto his body and driving him to flee immediately. Pei Ming's lips also curved upward into a smile. He had just done a great deed for humanity. Ridding them of this piece of filth. I'm sorry, Fu Xing looked at Pei Ming with guilt, he didn't expect Fu Jin to say such things before leaving. Pei Ming reached out, covering Fu Xing's face, then gently pulled his face outward. I've already disciplined him. This was his own request, and I intend to fulfill his wish. Fu Xing's eyes flashed with a hint of calculation. Since it was Fu Jin's own demand, fulfilling it would count as repaying the debt to that couple for giving birth to him. The grace of childbirth. Considering how they once threatened his life, and now he's helping Fu Jin, shouldn't that be considered paying back their kindness in full? However, why does Fu Jin think that having more leisure now means better days to come? Chapter 75. Abilities only become stronger through continuous use. Similarly, abilities originally gained from external stimuli would gradually weaken if not used, eventually leading to the loss of that power. Many people's awakened abilities are related to what they are good at or like. Of course, there are also cases like Zhao Dou's, where consuming different energy crystals results in varying levels of strength. Fu Xing has already mapped out his path. After everything is over, he won't appear before the public again. By then, Fu Jin will be a leisurely person and likely have lost most of his ability. Without his ability, he loses the capital for wielding authority and power, and what happens afterward isn't within Fu Xing's control. As for whether Fu Jin might feel miserable after losing his ability, that isn't within Fu Xing's consideration either. From now on, Fu Jin's life or death has nothing to do with him. After Fu Jin left, Fu Xing found Chao Yi while he was eating and explained his arrangement for Fu Jin, receiving an understanding look from Chao Yi. After Fu Xing finished communicating with Chao Yi, Pei Ming walked out of the yard with Fu Xing. Let's go. I'll take you there. After speaking, he moved quickly, allowing Fu Xing to experience Pei Ming's previous mention of teleportation. This wasn't teleportation, it was high-speed movement. One involves positional changes in space, the other creates the illusion of teleportation due to speed. If Fu Xing weren't already sufficiently powerful, he might not have been able to endure it. The two arrived in front of a palace-like building, and Pei Ming tilted his head upward for a look. It's very large and grand, but compared to the even more magnificent palaces he saw 1,000 years ago, he preferred the feeling of those. Lord Luo Gai, who stood nearby and previously delivered messages back to Luohua City, respectfully stood beside Pei Ming. He nodded amicably towards Fu Xing, but unfortunately, Fu Xing did not respond, which slightly surprised him. Everyone knows that the Lord's servant is an extremely thorough person. In earlier years, there were even other lords trying to poach him, but it failed in the end. As the Lord's servant during the years when Fu Xing was by Pei Ming, he earned the recognition of even these pure-blood vampires. Moreover, as a human, he himself was very powerful. Some pure-blood vampires might not even be his match. The sun has fully risen. 8 o'clock came quickly, and the vampires gathered outside this building began fighting with the zombies surrounding them. Their goal was to break inside and defeat the elder who had been resurrected and was controlling everything within. These zombies outside were insignificant to Pei Ming and the others. They handed over dealing with the outsiders to the humans and other vampires already helping on this side, while Pei Ming led a group of pureblood vampires and Fu Xing into the building. Inside the largest central building, there were about 10 figures dressed in black, holding red liquid, on closer inspection, blood so red it was almost black. Pei Ming has brought people. They didn't seem particularly panicked, but from their constant drinking of blood, it was evident they were indeed somewhat afraid. 1,000 years ago, Pei Ming was the main force against their group of trash. After the elders were sealed away, the other supportive vampires went into hiding and began cultivating their own powers, keeping humans captive to help them carry out their millennium-old plans. This blood smells really good. As they drank the blood, they fixed their gaze on the outside. The elder sitting at the top rows, his expression unpeaceful, stopped them. He didn't want to see Pei Ming or the vampires under Pei Ming's command, because that would remind him of some unpleasant things. Having finally resurrected isn't easy, right? His ambition to unify the world remains unfulfilled. Vampires are the strongest creatures in this world, so why should humans breed without restraint and occupy so much land? Look, how laughable, it was those humans who dismantled Pei Ming's own castle. His power. After one person spoke, everyone in the hall fell silent. Pei Ming was strong even before. But this time, an accident occurred in Luohua City, and all the energy meant to revive Si Zhong was absorbed by Pei Ming. To what extent is Pei Ming powerful now? With a wave of his hand, Pei Ming eliminated the vampire before him. His special ability is verbal spirit. But to deal with the small fry in front of him, there was absolutely no need to use this special ability. This verbal spirit ability is ineffective against the same pure-blooded vampires. However, after such a long time, the reason why Pei Ming has become so powerful is because of his application of this ability. Fire. A single word emerged from Pei Ming's mouth. A surging inferno immediately spread across the path ahead, engulfing the rushing zombies and vampires, burning them all until nothing remained. Even Luo Gai, standing nearby, was slightly surprised. You've grown stronger. In the past, Pei Ming could not have achieved such a large area of effect. His verbal spirit works on everything. Pei Ming didn't show too much expression on his face, he simply continued leading everyone forward. The few people inside the grand hall eventually couldn't resist and one by one came out. Only the elder himself remained seated upon the throne-like chair, looking up at the sky as if calculating the passage of time, waiting for something to arrive. Fu Xing was also beside Pei Ming, killing many blood vampires. The individuals accompanying Pei Ming could clearly sense that Fu Xing was still unfamiliar with handling his powers. They yielded some weaker blood vampires to Fu Xing, allowing him to quickly familiarize himself with combat and grow accustomed to using his abilities. 9 already. Luo Gai, standing behind Pei Ming, counted the numbers as they reached the square outside the tallest grand hall. Everyone including Fu Xing looked upward, sensing a certain tension and oppression. Let's go. By the side of Pei Ming, 2 companions were lost in battle. Even those left, including Pei Ming himself, bore bloodstains. Their clothes were tattered and bore marks of the fierce fighting. At the beginning, Ting Ting could help Pei Ming attack the surrounding zombies, but when it came to facing vampires, it clearly struggled. The abilities of vampires far exceeded those of commoners. Struggling, Ting Ting cleverly transformed into the shape of a bracelet hanging around Pei Ming's wrist. It quietly remained there as an accessory, occasionally pulling Fu Xing when he was attacked. Pei Ming, 1,000 years we haven't seen each other. Walking up to the highest grand hall involved a long flight of stairs. A man clad entirely in black stood at the top of the stairs, overlooking everything below. Pei Ming raised his head and upon seeing the figure atop, slightly frowned. Elderly, indeed it's been 1,000 years. The person in front of him wasn't the most powerful among the vampires who stood opposite their camp, but he was definitely the most cunning strategist. He had gained his current position through careful disguise and deception, gaining the trust of countless vampires before turning against them, stabbing them in the back. When they saw this individual, every single person visibly tensed up. Luo Gai, by Pei Ming's side, cautiously scanned their surroundings to ensure there were no hidden ambushes. 1,000 years ago, we fell to you, how much strength do you still possess now? They had used their own means to acquire the desired energy. Looking at Pei Ming and his group now, he felt a certain arrogance. Killing Pei Ming would disrupt his side's forces. As long as the other vampires were delayed, once all of them are resurrected successfully, then this world would be theirs, under their complete domination. Pei Ming, I said this to you before, and I still want to say it now. His appearance was quite sincere, yet the corner of Pei Ming's lips turned up in a mocking curve. I sincerely invite you to join us. Join you? Drink that corrupt stinking blood akin to the rats in gutters? Become like you, even scared to touch sunlight, dressed in dark clothing as if hiding like rats? Pei Ming's words dripped with mockery. As he spoke, he led the others upwards. Everyone was highly alert to the surrounding situation. The robed man standing at the front clenched the handrail beside him and shattered it upon hearing Pei Ming's words. He narrowed his eyes slightly, then don't blame me for being rude. With these words, more vampires appeared around them. It was evident that these vampires were different from the ones encountered earlier. When Pei Ming saw them, his anger surged. How dare you? His eyes turned crimson red, glaring intensely at the figure ahead. What is there that I dare not do? That's your father. While speaking, Pei Ming became incredibly calm and started slaughtering the blood clan rushing towards him. The person in front could hardly be called a blood vampire, but rather a blood vampire puppet, and a pure-blooded one at that. He took advantage of his relatives being in deep slumber to transform them into puppets devoid of thought. No, they are my enemies. The person standing above immediately contradicted after hearing the words, father. In the battle 1,000 years ago, he did not receive support from his family, instead, because of them, he was severely injured. How could he make the same mistake again now? If they were enemies, then they could become weapons. The blood clan standing behind Pei Ming felt genuine anger. They highly respected bloodlines within their race. Collapse. After Pei Ming finished his sentence, the staircase ahead began to collapse downward. Earth prison. Word after word flowed from Pei Ming's lips, entrapping the puppets ahead with earthen walls. He quickly approached the black-robed elderly. 1,000 years ago, I could seal you, and I can still do it now. After finishing this statement, he was about to speak again when the black figure suddenly laughed. Is that so? Unfortunately, it's too late. After saying this, Fu Xing standing behind Pei Ming instantly reacted to the impending danger by pushing Pei Ming away. Pei Ming looked back disbelievingly as Fu Xing fell, a smile on his face with blood gushing out from his chest. Pei Ming clenched his fists tightly, gritted his teeth, and glared with boiling rage behind him. Over there, someone held specialized firearms. This attack came from one of the vampire's sacred items, punishment. You deserve death. His aura turned wildly fierce. Ice seal. That distant individual was instantly frozen by Pei Ming and then the ice shattered, disappearing entirely into thin air. Glancing once at Fu Xing lying on the ground, Pei Ming looked sternly toward the black-robed figure ahead. Elder Li's eyes widened as he hadn't anticipated things would turn out this way. Had his meticulously planned hunting operation really been thwarted? By a human? His pupils trembled incessantly as he staggered back a step. How could a human have discovered punishment? A critical point for blood vampires lied in the chest where their blood was created. Murmuring something under his breath, Pei Ming's hands grew indestructible as he thrust them straight through the somewhat stunned black robe. You. The black robe couldn't dodge in time, its chest pierced, its heart firmly grasped by Pei Ming. How could you? Pei Ming ignored him, closing his eyes, his trembling hand firmly grabbing onto the other's heart while muttering sealing incantations. As long as source blood exists, blood vampires cannot die. After piercing the heart, the source blood must be sealed. He was in a great rush since the surrounding blood clan were still fighting another group of puppets. Fu Xing appeared to have lost too much blood. Yet he continued to look at Pei Ming with warm and resolute eyes. Once Pei Ming finished his incantation, blood-red chains covered the heart in his hand, and the surrounding puppet ceased all movements. He tossed what was in his hand to Luo Gai and then kneeled beside Fu Xing, pressing his lips together without uttering a word. I'm fine, Fu Xing spoke weakly. I know you're fine. The punishment is lethal only to blood vampires, but you're a human. Although punishment is deadly to blood vampires, hitting a vital area of a human would result in their death due to their fragility. By now, Fu Xing had lost an excessive amount of blood. Pei Ming felt an indescribable pain emerging from his own chest. Clearly, before meeting you, I've never felt that anything was worth protecting. Fu Xing's voice had already grown weaker. He noticed the anomaly solely due to his metallic ability and many years of sensitivity towards firearms. Blood vampires, especially the newly awakened Pei Ming, conducted no research into firearms. You shut up. Pei Ming placed his hand on Fu Xing's chest. I won't allow you to waste this much blood. His expression was harsh, yet his slightly wet red-rimmed eyes belied sadness. Pei Ming recalled Fu Xing's gaze when he returned home 1,000 years ago. At the time, he didn't understand, but now, it seemed clearer. Fu Xing reached out, placing his hand on Pei Ming's face. I like you. His eyes were straightforward and passionate, his voice weak but firm. I understand. Pei Ming bent down and lifted him into his arms. At this moment, outside, Yin Hua arrived with other members of the blood clan, and upon seeing Pei Ming's side, they quickened their pace. Word just came in, they obtained punishment. His gaze fell on Fu Xing as he spoke. It's good that you're fine, I'll take care of things here. Pei Ming closed his eyes and nodded slightly before disappearing from the spot while still holding Fu Xing. 3 months later, Pei Ming woke up in a castle on the outskirts of Luohua City. He tilted his head and looked toward the person lying beside him, then sat up with anticipation in his eyes. Fu Xing twitched his fingers, and countless memories surged through his mind. His eyes opened to find Pei Ming nearby. A flicker of surprise lit up Pei Ming's face. You're awake. Fu Xing's lips curled upward slightly as he murmured, Ming Ming. Pei Ming was clearly dissatisfied with this nickname and pouted, asking, what should you call me? After hesitating for a moment, Fu Xing's expression softened even more as kindness and joy reflected in his gaze. Master, welcome back. Then, he was kicked off the bed by Pei Ming. Just at that moment, sounds echoed from outside the castle. Big nephew, the human blood station has started operations. I've brought your pasteurized blood for the month. Uncle Pei Jun's voice traveled upward from below. Pei Ming leisurely moved toward the edge of the bed while Fu Xing sighed, unsure why he had displeased Pei Ming. Regardless, Fu Xing swiftly got up and handed over Pei Ming's shoes, then cradled his foot, sliding on the fluffy slippers gently. Be careful not to get cold feet. Pei Ming lightly nudged him with his foot, stood up after putting on his shoes, and said brusquely, let's go. Standing behind him, Fu Xing nodded. His eyes remained steadfast and deeply affectionate on Pei Ming. All right, my love. Pei Ming's cheeks flushed red, and he let out a disdainful snort before suddenly walking much faster. Fu Xing froze in place. Wasn't this what he wanted to hear? Chapter 77, Bonus Chapter 1. During these 3 months, humans quickly eradicated all zombies with the help of all the Bloodlines clans. But none of this had anything to do with Pei Ming. After eliminating the Black Robe, he returned to his castle with Fu Xing. The location of the new castle was still told to him by Pei Jun in his heart. When Pei Ming stepped out from the bedroom, he saw Pei Jun standing outside, and Qian Duo respectfully standing behind Pei Jun, carrying 2 boxes of packaged pasteurized blood. Fu Xing came forward to take the blood from Qian Duo, while Pei Ming kept looking at Pei Jun. Seems like even pests can live for a long time. When Qian Duo went to the ancestral hall, he found the complete primordial blood that Pei Jun had stored there long ago, as well as the body he had prepared for himself. The current body is not bad, just needs charging, which is troublesome. Pei Jun moved around, with a smile on his face. He only adapted to his new body a month ago. This was a robotic body made of biomimetic materials. Coupled with his years of research, as long as the primordial blood adhered to the robot's body, it could move, and gradually reconstruct its own body. Is that energy in the lab yours? How could that be possible? Do you think I have the ability to let every human on Earth have a chance to awaken to supernatural powers? It's the energy stored in the holy relic. This was the first time Pei Jun came to see Pei Ming after recovering a month ago, but the body did require some getting used to. This visit was initially meant to offer guidance to his nephew, but surprisingly, Fu Xing woke up much faster than expected. It seems, the artifact that punishes bloodlines in the hands of those useless ones cannot accomplish much. He sighed, otherwise, even if Fu Xing survived, he wouldn't have awakened so soon. Pei Ming gave Pei Jun a dirty look, letting him inside the castle, while Fu Xing already stored the blood in the fridge. Looking at the box of blood, he recalled the time when Pei Ming suddenly got angry with him, and couldn't help but chuckle. It was because he didn't drink blood then. Thinking about this, his hand hesitated momentarily as he closed the fridge, then he took out a bottle of blood that looked extremely similar to a milk carton, inserted a straw, and handed it to Pei Ming. Pei Ming glanced down at it slightly disdainfully, pursed his lips, but still took it over. Just as he placed it near his mouth, Pei Jun next to him sked twice, still drinking milk, huh? Pei Ming glared at him, then turned around and stared at Fu Xing. It's all your fault. Don't drink it then. Pei Ming retaliated. Pei Jun, feeling smug, replied, I never drank it this way. Drinking out of a goblet is far better. Pei Ming bit into the straw with his teeth, flattening it completely. Pei Jun watched Pei Ming, who seemed like a little kitten whose fur was ruffled, and laughed outright. Both Fu Xing and Qian Duo beside them couldn't help but sigh deeply. After all these millennia passed, the sight of these two meeting remained unchanged. Pei Jun stopped giggling and instead seriously looked at Fu Xing. How is your recovery going? This time Fu Xing was absolutely lucky. The Bloodline Saint weapon sanction had very little killing power on humans, but Fu Xing was certainly hanging by a thread back then. If Fu Xing had already been a vampire at that time, that arrow would have been enough to directly attract and punish his primordial blood, causing his body to instantly collapse and dissipate into nothingness. I've fully recovered, he replied with a smile. Although he had just woken up, his complexion was no longer as pale as before. After hearing this, Pei Jun also nodded. My main purpose was to check on how you two are doing. If everything is fine, then I'll go. With Fu Xing awake, there would be no issues with Pei Ming, so he didn't need to worry and could return home peacefully. But just as he was about to leave, Pei Ming called him back. Pei Jun. The matter of communicating with humans will be handed over to you. After the apocalypse, there were many more supernaturally able people among the humans, and the higher-ups also generally knew about the existence of the bloodline clans. Ordinary people's lives wouldn't be greatly affected, but humanity needed to establish a new order. The bloodline still needed to obtain blood from humans, requiring them to have long-term contact with humans. I've already acted as your proxy ruler for 1,000 years. Pei Jun's whole person became deflated. He wasn't willing, all right. What he liked most was adopting juniors and traveling around enjoying nature. Being a clan leader was too mentally taxing for him, it simply wasn't suitable for him. That exactly proves that you're suitable. Pei Ming directly said, and after speaking, he took out his lord's order. This is the task I, as your lord, assign to you. After saying this, he raised his head, looking at Pei Jun's discontented expression, feeling a subtle sense of joy for having scored one over him. How could he possibly waste the upcoming time on such trivial matters after missing out for 1,000 years? How about 1,000 years? Pei Ming set a term for Pei Jun, we'll switch after 1,000 years. 1,000 years wasn't too long for the vampire race. Pei Jun nodded reluctantly in agreement. All right. Well, I'll give you 1,000 years, nephew. How could Pei Jun not know what Pei Ming was truly thinking right now? It was simply so he could spend more time with Fu Sheng. In the coming long period, humans would be in recovery mode, and naturally, their vampire clan couldn't slack off either. They had to seize this time to develop well. The vampires needed money too, after all. This battle caused considerable internal losses. Only when Pei Jun left with Qian Duo did Pei Ming turn to look at Fu Sheng. You've been asleep for 3 months. Pei Ming bit into the straw, slowly sipping blood. I made you worry. Fu Sheng walked up to Pei Ming, met his gaze, and asked, shall we use goblets from now on? No. Pei Ming thought drinking through a straw was fun. Who said children drank from milk bottles? That was nonsense. All right. Fu Sheng smiled, nodding, then reached out and ruffled Pei Ming's hair. That tree, we planted it together at first. Later, the castle demolition was my decision. He knew how much Pei Ming loved that spot, but the situation back then wasn't ideal. During that time, those filthy rats started to make a comeback. And sometimes he could feel prying eyes outside the castle. To ensure Pei Ming's safety, he decided to dismantle the castle, swapping it for a new location halfway up this mountain where the castle was rebuilt. Moreover, he hid Pei Ming inside that tree, using the newly established castle as bait. Except for Pei Jun, no one else knew where Pei Ming was. Fu Sheng carefully explained the situation back then. Pei Ming remained silent for a long while before saying, let's move it back, shall we? All right. Fu Sheng smiled, nodding. Pei Ming nibbled on the milk carton and led Fu Sheng out. During these 3 months, he had already toured the entire estate. After Pei Ming returned here, Lao Lin's caretaker was sent over by the Wu Zhenghai brothers. Now he was responsible for all the plants within the estate. His family had already moved into the castle. Outside the castle was a large estate, and at this moment, Pei Ming was telling Fu Sheng, I don't really like the castle anymore. We can rebuild whatever kind you like. Fu Sheng looked at Pei Ming with eyes full of tenderness, not contradicting him even slightly. Something like the backyard that Wu Zhenghai and his brother had. Pei Ming felt that the castle was merely big, spacious but lacked substance. That estate was excellent, with winding paths leading to hidden little corners everywhere. He liked it very much. All right. Fu Sheng nodded, already beginning to plan in his heart. Before accepting Pei Jun's suggestion to use the vampire way to regress to childhood while retaining human characteristics, he had already amassed a great deal of wealth for Pei Ming. Later, the allowance given to that couple for raising him came from this amount of money. The company he founded was handed over to humans who had known about the existence of the vampire clan for thousands of years and had always relied on the Pei family to survive. They were bound by a contract with the Pei family, and their human identities allowed vampires to better integrate into human society. Master Lao Lin, being led by, approached Pei Ming. After this period of time, he voluntarily signed a contract with the vampire clan, dedicating himself to serve Pei Ming. However, it was somewhat different from Fu Sheng's case. Their lives wouldn't be significantly prolonged due to this contract. The contract between Fu Sheng and Pei Ming was the most powerful type of contract among the vampire clan, which entailed considerable loss for vampires. Fu Sheng, you're awake. Lao Lin saw Fu Sheng and was filled with surprise. After Pei Ming and the others left, he was brought to this castle, then witnessed Pei Ming bringing back Fu Sheng covered in blood. For 3 months, Pei Ming basically stayed by Fu Sheng's side without leaving. Fu Sheng nodded at him. Old Lin's face also showed a relieved smile. He had been briefed by the 2 brothers. The human servants around the bloodline clan were the ones who would later manage these people. After 3 months, the little white flower that had disappeared from S head had sprouted again as a bud. It clearly looked happy, jumping onto Fu Sheng's head, knocking on his head, and then sitting on his shoulder. Fu Sheng pinched its leaf, and seemed reluctant to shake its body before jumping down from him, running over to cling to Pei Ming's thigh instead. Pei Ming picked it up by its leaf, seeing a hint of pity in it, and then threw it onto Fu Sheng's shoulder. Let's go, we're moving the tree. His things, naturally, would all be transplanted back. Meanwhile, outside, several people had already arrived at the entrance, their faces full of astonishment. Is this Xiao Ming's home? Qi Jing covered her mouth, shocked. Chapter 78, Side Story 2. Wow, it's so big. Those who had arrived were Qi Jing, Xiao Dou, and others. By now, the zombies had been mostly cleared out, and humans were gradually returning to the city, slowly bringing it back to life. People like them, who had gone through months of hard fighting, were given a direct break, leaving the upcoming construction work and such to more professional people. Qi Jing also awakened with special abilities after Pei Ming and others left. His ability was the opposite of word magic, being a jinx. However, it wasn't very strong, and he felt it might be due to the retribution for talking too much in daily life. The words that didn't go well were particularly effective. This caused him not to dare speak much anymore. Subsequently, his parents showed up, appearing among the people controlling the zombies, and they became opposing forces. He almost died that time but was luckily saved by his friends nearby. However, his parents eventually died at the hands of other ability users. After about 2 months, Qi Jing had managed to move on from that incident. Now everyone had agreed to come see Pei Ming and check if Fu Xing had recovered yet. When Pei Ming and Fu Xing walked out of the manor, they saw several people standing at the gate looking inward like dazed geese. Mu Qin, Yu Wei, and others were overjoyed upon seeing Fu Xing. Captain Fu. They had gone through a lot these past few months. Mu Qin even gained an additional scar on his face. The silver lining was that everyone had improved greatly during this period. Initially, they could only participate in activities to kill zombies, but later they were able to kill some weaker blood clans. However, those blood clans drank human blood and also engaged in capturing people with abilities. They would let zombies bite those with abilities and inject them with a black and stinky kind of blood, turning them into undead monsters for the purpose of drawing their blood. Finally, after killing those blood clans, they found He Tao's body which was locked in a cage. There wasn't any good flesh left on his body, and all his blood had been drained. Xiao Ming. Qi Jing waved to Pei Ming, as though greeting a long-lost family member. 3 months felt like 3 years, and everyone seemed to have changed a bit upon meeting again. Pei Ming smiled slightly and nodded to everyone. The group swarmed towards him, checking Fu Xing up and down first, then turned to look at Pei Ming. Are you planning to head out? They originally came to visit Pei Ming. They heard 3 months ago that Fu Xing got into trouble trying to save Pei Ming, and since then, Pei Ming had not appeared again. After finding out Pei Ming's current address from the 2 blood clan brothers, they rushed over here. Seeing everyone, Pei Ming's eyes lit up with a hint of joy. These were the humans he met after waking up, and they were pretty decent. Moreover, it seemed like they had grown stronger now. The taste of blood had become more aromatic. Fu Xing looked sideways at Pei Ming and took a step forward, blocking Pei Ming in front. We are going to the ancient tree in the center of town where we were before. Why are you going there? Is there anything else there? Qi Jing asked immediately, and then remembered that Teng had gotten it over there. Was there something else over there similar to Teng? Fu Xing nodded, yes. There was Pei Ming's favorite bed from before. Pei Ming had recently taken a liking to large human beds, currently sleeping on one every day, but the one inside the ancient tree was Pei Ming's favorite from 1,000 years ago. Even if Pei Ming wouldn't want it later, it would be Fu Xing's collection item. In a certain warehouse in the castle, everything Pei Ming used from the moment they met was piled up and kept safe. Of course, Pei Ming didn't usually pay attention to these things and was unaware. Let's use our car, how about everyone coming along? Zhao Dou also wanted to revisit that place. By the way, there used to be some small base over there before, I wonder how it turned out. That area is still fine. The base quickly sent people over, and that leader fled. Now they are searching in the city while conducting a new round of population censuses and ensuring all ability users register. Qi Jing had always stayed in Luohua City, so he was fairly familiar with the situation here. Some parts over there were destroyed. At the time, I followed the base team there, and there were many holes dug around the big tree as if searching for something. I don't know if they found it or not. Qi Jing scratched his head recalling. For such a long time, this was probably the first time he had spoken so much. When he had just awakened to his supernatural abilities, he couldn't control himself and always caused some unnecessary trouble. It was much better now. Upon hearing this, Fu Xing furrowed his brows. Let's take a look first. As he spoke, there was an underlying fierceness in his eyes. If someone had stolen his bed. The group got into the car. Mu Shui wasn't present. Due to being of water affinity, he was recruited as a city cleaner. The city's tap water system hadn't been fully restored yet, and the entire city would need to be thoroughly disinfected before it could be habitable again. Every single water affinity ability user, including them, had been mobilized for this purpose. Zhao Dou and the other 2 sat in the back row, while Fu Xing and Pei Ming sat in the middle. As usual, Lu Wei took the passenger seat, and Chao Yi drove. This vehicle had taken them from the Luohua City base to Pei Ming's place earlier. It was the same one they had used before but had since been modified to be more comfortable. The car went down the mountain. I've lived in Luohua City all my life, but I've never been here. Qi Jing looked out at the scenery and said. Fu Xing had bought this entire mountain originally as part of a deal to give up the location of the castle. Since then, the area around it remained undeveloped, making it highly unlikely for humans to come here. Naturally, no one would know that on the half-mountain of one of these mountains stood a blood clan's castle. After getting into the car, Pei Ming felt sleepy. He kept his head down, fiddling with Fu Xing's fingers. Gradually feeling drowsy, he pulled at Fu Xing's sleeve and said, I'll sleep for a while. Fu Xing lowered his head and looked at Pei Ming. Naturally, he embraced him and took off his coat to drape it over him. It was already August, but Pei Ming wasn't sensitive to temperature. Having signed a contract with the Blood Clan, this applied to him as well. The others were all in short sleeves, but the 2 of them still wore their coats. Fu Jin has lost his supernatural abilities. After driving down the mountain, Chao Yi quietly mentioned. Even though Fu Xing wasn't in Yen City, Chao Yi had continuously helped him monitor developments in this area. Hearing this name, Fu Xing frowned slightly, then Chao Yi continued, after losing his abilities, he also lost the qualification to reside in the area designated for ability users and moved to the regular civilian areas. Afterwards, due to laziness and not wanting to work, he ended up committing robbery, was caught on the spot, and sentenced to about 3 years. Previously, Fu Xing had asked Chao Yi to find the higher-ups to arrange indoor work for Fu Jin and ensure he wouldn't be overly monitored by the leaders. Once Chao Yi conveyed Fu Xing's requests, the authorities were naturally happy to handle the matter bureaucratically. I see. Fu Xing lightly frowned but soon let go of it. He chose this family initially because of blood relations. After all, they were descendants of his younger brother. Over the years, he watched them rise and fall, until finally only this lineage remained. After examining them, he found them decent enough in character, so he chose to help them and entrusted his previous self after the rewinding process to them. But who would have expected all those things to happen afterward? After going through everything, he didn't need to dwell on it anymore. Thousands of years had passed, things were bound to change, weren't they? Everyone else felt relieved upon hearing Chao Yi's words, except Qi Jing, who was a little confused, just who was Fu Jin. However, seeing everyone else's expressions, he didn't choose to ask further. There were very few cars driving towards the city right now as it was still undergoing major cleanup operations. Many houses had been damaged during the battle, and many roadsides had been destroyed by mutated plants, requiring repairs. Humans wouldn't return to the city until all these latent dangers were dealt with. They reached the garden where the ancient tree was located without any obstacles, which looked quite disordered compared to when they last came. It's been messed up by those people. Fu Xing followed behind Pei Ming as they walked toward the ancient tree. Pei Ming was reminiscing about when he planted that tree. At the time, his favorite roses had withered, and his mood was rather low. Fu Xing then planted the tree, saying it would never wither. Pei Ming didn't believe it, thinking the servant was just fooling around, but he was still pleased and subsequently took great care of the young sapling. Trees indeed lived much longer than flowers and grasses. And this particular tree also bloomed, revealing beautiful little white flowers. The ivy was planted beside the tree later. Teng Teng was also delighted when it saw the big tree, running over there with a patter of little steps, like a child returning home. It stopped outside the tree that had been cleanly sliced in half. Pei Ming glanced at this tree, and with his complete recovery, he immediately spotted the difference in this tree. Originally, it was like this. This was Pei Jun's ability, he always liked to do these sorts of things. I've never understood, what exactly cut this tree so neatly into halves. Qi Jing looked at the smooth tree and fell into deep thought. Fu Xing, however, walked beside the tree, channeled his energy, and soon, the branches split in half began to shrink. Fu Xing then collected them into a sphere. Everyone saw an extravagant and beautiful coffin appear beside the original tree, with a miniaturized tree swaying next to it. What? A light shone in Pei Ming's eyes as he ran up, touched his bed with his hand, and grinned at Fu Xing, take it back. Fu Xing stored the minimized tree carefully, went to Pei Ming, and showed it to him, we need to plant it again. Alright. As Pei Ming stood face to face with Fu Xing, Ting Ting ran over, binding Pei Ming's coffin to the car, acting like a cute porter. Back at home, Pei Ming invited everyone to tour the castle. Everyone was cheerful, and just before leaving, Chao Yi turned to Fu Xing and asked, you won't be coming back, will you? Fu Xing chuckled lightly, appearing calm and graceful, we all have our own pursuits. After speaking, his gaze shifted towards the window of Pei Ming's bedroom. In his hand, Pei Ming held a carton of milk, biting on it as he looked at him. Fu Xing's eyes softened, filled with tenderness and lingering affection. His entire demeanor became extraordinarily gentle. From the moment I met him, I was destined to become his eternal follower. Chao Yi standing opposite also wore a smile on his face. He did not speak further, silently entering the car. When Fu Xing turned around, he could only see the tail lights of the car. Finally, though he spoke softly, everyone inside the car heard, he asked me to tell you all, if you need anything, you can come here anytime. This is his token given to you. After saying that, a medal suddenly appeared in front of each person. Upon flipping it over, they saw a cartoon version of Fu Xing wearing cat ear pajamas, clearly made by Pei Ming. Chapter 79, Bonus Chapter 3. Once again, it was a full moon night. It was the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, the time of year when the moon is at its fullest. It had been over a month since Fu Xing woke up, and during this month, Pei Ming and Fu Xing had not been idle. Fu Xing reconnected with all the humans who used to work for Pei Ming, bringing them back one by one and consolidating the businesses that belonged to Pei Ming. Pei Ming spent this month constantly in contact with other vampires, discussing future development strategies and establishing new orders for the vampire clan. This evening, Pei Ming finally ended a month-long series of meetings. The vampire clan's internal operations had restarted. They emulated human rules by forming a new parliament and, using the power of the Source Master in the Ancestral Hall, formulated laws to regulate vampire behavior. These laws were bound by a covenant effect. Under the lineage of the Source Master, anyone who broke them would inevitably be punished. At the same time, they also established a diplomatic organization. The person Pei Ming sent out was naturally Pei Jun, who represented the Pei family in entering the diplomatic department of the vampires. This department would send representatives to converse with humans and relay opinions from both sides. In short, after a busy month, on the 15th day of the 8th lunar month, which is the period of weakness for vampires, when their internal energy is suppressed and their bodies are at their weakest. Pei Ming had not left the house all day. In the evening, he lay in a hammock that Fu Xing had woven for him, which hung from a large tree transplanted back just a month ago, holding a blood box. The hammock was spacious enough to easily accommodate him entirely. It was made from vines created by Teng Teng, with a few flowers scattered here and there among the vines. Fu Xing had spent 2 nights weaving this hammock, padding it with soft cushions, and Pei Ming absolutely loved it. Pei Ming lay inside the hammock, drinking blood while gazing at the moon outside, his eyes occasionally flickering toward the castle gate. His initial lazy, comfortable demeanor gradually transformed into irritation. Then he bit down on the straw, setting the bottle on the nearby table with a huff, cross-legged sitting up in annoyance. This tastes bad. He rested his chin on his hand, looking outside, and as he stared, sleepiness overwhelmed him. His head started drooping lower and lower until he curled up and fell asleep in the cradle. The moon above was now hanging directly at the center of the sky as Fu Xing returned by carriage to the castle. A few days ago, he had gone to a distant beach. There was a group that could not be reached, and knowing the full moon night was approaching, he originally wanted to stay home to accompany Pei Ming. However, this particular group was an extremely crucial link. They mastered the textile weaving and brewing techniques Pei Ming favored. Pei Ming's clothing from before had been provided by this family. After Pei Ming fell into slumber, they continued their own earnings, opening wineries and clothing businesses. Now that Pei Ming had awakened, they naturally resumed serving him. Fortunately, they had merely been hiding in the emergency locations built initially upon the occurrence of the event. Upon learning that Pei Ming had awoken, they were overjoyed, and the production line exclusively belonging to Pei Ming, dormant for 1,000 years, became active once again. Fu Xing brought back wine that Pei Ming liked and hurried back to Luohua. Luckily, the social order hadn't been fully restored yet, so traffic lights weren't operational, otherwise, the speed at which he told the driver to drive might have led to countless police chasing him. But by the time he returned, it was already late at night. Carrying the wine, Fu Xing instantly pinpointed where Pei Ming was. Outside the greenhouse, beneath the transplanted large tree. Fu Xing quietly approached and saw Pei Ming curled up in the hammock, frowning unhappily. Fu Xing placed the wine beside him and extended his hands to carry Pei Ming back to the bedroom. But at this moment, Pei Ming woke up. Seeing Fu Xing, he pulled forcefully, dragging him into the hammock too. With the weight of 2 people, the hammock began to sway violently. Pei Ming, lying atop Fu Xing's neck, muttered either still half asleep or fully awake, "I'm hungry." Fu Xing stroked his soft hair with one hand while the other arm embraced his waist. "Is the blood at home finished? If so, I'll have some delivered tomorrow." Pei Ming rubbed his head against Fu Xing's neck, revealing his fangs slightly at the corner of his mouth. "It doesn't taste good." Saying this, Pei Ming braced his hands on either side of Fu Xing's head, half kneeling to prop himself up, his face carrying a hint of anger. "Where did you go?" Fu Xing took a deep breath, carefully placing his hands on either side of Pei Ming's body, afraid the hammock might be unstable and cause him to fall. He explained softly, "I went to find the clothes you used to like wearing in your favorite wine." After he finished speaking, his gaze shifted outward, and Pei Ming saw what Fu Xing had brought back. It was indeed what he loved most under the full moon during those nights long ago. This wine, when mixed with fresh blood, created an exceptionally delicious drink. But Pei Ming pursed his lips and averted his eyes. "I don't feel like drinking wine today." It was the first full moon night after 1,000 years, yet Fu Xing had returned late. Pei Ming clenched his teeth, pressing his face into Pei Ming's neck, exhaling hotly, "I want to drink blood." As he spoke, he licked his lips, his eyes blazing as they fixed on Fu Xing's neck. No other blood, not even the blood mixed with alcohol, could match half the flavor of Fu Xing's. Thinking this, Pei Ming's eyes involuntarily narrowed, his face showing reminiscence. Without waiting for Fu Xing's response, Pei Ming placed his hand on Fu Xing's neck, his pale, slender fingers gliding over the artery there. Fu Xing grasped the hand that roamed around his neck, lifting his head slightly as if to make it easier for Pei Ming to bite him. He asked softly, "Do you want my blood?" His tone was gentle, and though there was some helplessness in his eyes as he looked at Pei Ming, there was also much indulgence. Pei Ming didn't reply. After a quick glance at Fu Xing, he directly buried his head, biting down on his neck. His elongated fangs pierced through the skin, letting the fresh and savory blood flow into his mouth. Fu Xing pressed his hand on top of Pei Ming's head, saying, "If you like, then it's good." Pei Ming snorted coldly, a rare flush rising to his cheeks. He inserted one hand into Fu Xing's hair, while the other encircled his waist, seemingly wanting to keep him in place. The sky suddenly became covered with clouds, obscuring the moon, which resembled a jade plate, with a thin veil of mist. Pei Ming lifted his head, his brown eyes filled with satisfaction. A drop of blood lingered at the corner of his lips, coloring them red, resembling blooming flowers, eager to be plucked, yet hidden behind clear minds, willingly walking in with anticipation. Yi Yi wasn't the prey, he was the dragon lusting after a treasure, willingly accompanying Gu Heng in an act. However, Gu Heng soon discovered Yi Yi's secret. Opening the sunless room, Gu Heng saw his own photos plastered densely across white walls, some of which he didn't even remember taking. On the table were all the details about him from recent years. He froze. Then came the steady sound of footsteps from behind. Yi Yi entered, closing the door. The end.